feel, as a policy, you're not going to be as worse off as you would have been had I not done this, which is obviously very different, because what Liz Truss really wants in an ideal world, she'd be announcing tax cuts right now, which would leave people with more money in their pocket rather than not less money, which is a harder sale.
Yeah, I think the public are quite realistic about this. I think they realise there are a lot of different factors. They realise the world can't be saved. They're giving her the benefit of the doubt. I think that if she's honest about the challenges, she can probably communicate that message.
James Johnson, really good to see you. James Johnson from JL Partners bringing us the Times Radio focus group. That feels like a long time ago now. So there you have it. Liz Truss announcing that the energy price cap will be set so the average household from October the 1st will pay no more than £2,500 a year. How will it be paid for? How's it going to work? Well, those details seem to be still to be ironed out. We will bring you the best analysis and reaction to that announcement in the midday update next here on Times Radio.
Times Radio. The Midday Update, your indispensable half-hour bulletin from the Times and the Sunday Times newsroom.
It's 12 o'clock. I'm Matt Chorley, and this is Times Radio's Midday Update, bringing you everything you need to know about what's going on this lunchtime. In this half hour, we'll dissect that announcement from Liz Truss on what's happening to your energy bills, and things could be worse. In Switzerland, you could be fined if you turn your heating up too high. First, let's get the headlines with Rachel Jewell.
Thanks, Matt. Good afternoon. The Prime Minister has just confirmed typical households will pay no more than £2,500 a year on gas and electricity bills from the start of October. Liz Truss has also promised support for businesses struggling with bills for 6 months, with targeted support for vulnerable firms beyond that. Almost 7 million people are on waiting lists to start routine hospital treatment in England. That's the highest number since records began 15 years ago. More than 377,500 people have been waiting over 12 months to begin treatment. Terror arrests are up by 11% in the past year. Home Office figures show 203 people were detained in the 12 months to June for terrorism-linked activity. There's yet to be any play on day one of the deciding test between England and South Africa's cricket. It's due to heavy rain at the Oval. Ben Stokes won the toss for the hosts and has decided to bowl once they are able to take to the field. It's 1-1 going into the third and final match of the series, and we'll have a full news and sports update at past.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Matt Chorley on Times Radio.
Thanks so much, Rachel Jewell there with the headlines. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio, bringing you the midday update. Everything you need to know this lunchtime. There's really only one thing you need to know this lunchtime, and that is what is happening to your energy bills. This was Liz Truss in the last few minutes in the House of Commons.
This guarantee, which includes a temporary suspension of green levies, means that from the 1st of October, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 per year for each of the next 2 years while we get the energy market back on track.
Yeah. Liz Truss also promising help for businesses.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs.
Liz Truss confirming that the costs of this plan will not be set out until later this month when the new Chancellor, Kwasi Kwarteng, makes a fiscal statement. It's not an emergency budget, it's a fiscal statement, we're told. We think that's going to happen in a couple of weeks' time. If you've got questions, I suspect you might have a lot of questions, do get in touch with us in the usual ways. You can text us 87222, start your message with the word Times. You can tweet using the hashtag Times Radio. If you've got questions for what this might mean and how you access all of this help, we'll try and answer them as best as we can. Liz Truss also announcing she's lifting the ban on fracking. That's as a part of a sort of longer-term plan, as she puts it, to improve Britain's energy security. So we're less in hock to gas supplies when Russia controls them so closely. In a moment, I think we'll be able to hear from Keir Starmer, who's going to be getting up in the House of Commons in just a moment. But first, let's speak to our panel. Emma Mumbode, the Deputy Editor of Times Money Mentor, is back. Hi, Emma.
Hi, Matt. Thanks for having me.
Good to have you back with us. Abby Jitendra is Principal Policy Manager at Citizens Advisor. Abby joins us again. Hi, Abby. I think Abby is there. We'll come back to Abby. Emma, we spoke, a couple of hours ago now, looking ahead to Liz Truss's statement. How does it match your expectations and hopes when we spoke then?
We did indeed. So it's pretty much what we expected. So from the 1st of October, anyone on this will be spending or see their energy bills and capped at around the £2,500 mark. That will include the £400 energy discount that Rishi Sunak announced earlier on in the year. And this cap will apply on standing charges and unit rates. So like I said earlier today, it's based on how much energy you use. So if you use more or less, that £2,500 figure will move up or down. The new lower price cap includes getting rid of the green levy, so that's around 8% of your energy bill. And businesses will benefit as well. So there'll be support for businesses for the first 6 months of the next 2 years. And for those that are struggling, there will be extra support, such as pubs and things, after that period if they need it. The big question here, though, is whether wholesale prices will be rising for the next 2 years, because if they go down and there's a freeze of £2,500, where does that leave households?
And Abby, we've already heard from some backbench MPs in the House of Commons pointing out that £2,500 is better than the £5,000 that were being projected. It's still almost double what the energy price cap for an average bill was 12 months ago. So people are still going to have to find a lot more money, aren't they?
Absolutely. So I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you, Abby.
Brilliant. Absolutely. So it's first thing I'd say is definitely welcome, and it gives people reassurance that they have needed. At Citizens Advice, however, we've obviously been living in £2,000 bills currently, and we are seeing record demand. We're still seeing thousands of people a month who are unable to top up their prepayment meter, even in summer. We are giving advice to people who need food banks in record numbers. So clearly there is still a need for that targeted support, but I'd say that the cap is incredibly welcome. We're looking for more detail on how it's paid for, to make sure that it's not sort of saddling customers with higher bills down the line. But absolutely, it gives people the reassurance they need now, at least to be able to plan for this winter.
So you are just joining us. Liz Truss announcing in the last half an hour an energy price guarantee, which she says will give people certainty with their bills. From October the 1st, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 for each of the next 2 years, saying this will save a typical household £1,000 a year, in addition to the £400 announced under the Energy Bill Support Scheme, as set out by Rishi Sunak when he was Chancellor earlier in the year. However, Liz Truss adamant that she was ruling out a windfall tax in order to pay for it, saying it would undermine investment by the big oil and gas companies. Kwasi Kwarteng, the Chancellor, shouting across the Commons chamber, would also undermine jobs. She took several pot shots, actually, the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, who we can now hear from speaking in the House of Commons.
We're in the middle of a national emergency. People are really scared, and families don't know if they can warm their homes this winter, and businesses ask if they can keep the lights on. That is why the Labour Party spent the summer fighting for a price freeze, so that no household would pay a penny more on their bills. When we called for it, many people said we were wrong. They pretended that this crisis was something that just affected the poorest, as if working families on average wages could easily shoulder astronomical bills. They dismissed our call for support as handouts. But those objections could never last. The Prime Minister had no choice. No government can stand by while millions of families fall into poverty, whilst businesses shut their doors and the economy falls to ruin. So I am pleased there is action today, and that the principle of a price limit has been accepted. But under our plan, not a penny more on bills. Under this plan, a price rise. But this support, I'll just make some progress and then I will. But this support does not come cheap. And the real question before the House today, the real question the government faces, the political question, is who is going to pay? The Treasury estimates that energy producers could make £170 billion in unexpected windfall profits over the next 2 years. I repeat that, £170 billion in unexpected windfall profits over the next 2 years. I will give way in just a moment. The head of BP has called this crisis a cash machine for his company. And households are on the other end of that cash machine, their bills funding these eye-watering profits. That's why we've been calling for a windfall tax since January. And it's why we want to see the windfall tax expanded now.
That's Keir Starmer there, the Labour leader, repeating his call for a windfall tax. Just while we've got you both, Emma and Abby, what can people do right now? Do we need to do anything? We've talked a lot before about get onto your energy companies if you're worried you get into trouble. Do we just have to wait and see what our bills look like, Emma?
We will indeed. So, like I said, there will be that £400, which will start to be paid in instalments of around £66 from November. So there will be a new standing charge cap and a unit rate cap. So you'll have to wait and see what happens to your bills in October. It's always worth taking a meter reading just to make sure your usage is in line with what you're paying. And then your supplier will likely readjust your usage based on that increase. It's important to note here that it is an increase in what you'll be paying because at the moment, energy bills are capped for direct debit customers at around the £1,900 mark. So this is going up to £2,500. So you are likely to still see your bills go up. So keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on your meter readings and make sure you're entitled to all of the help you're entitled to.
And Abby, what can people do if they are worried? They're going to get into trouble.
So we know that some people will be really worried. This is still around, £800 more than energy costs were last year. I'd say, just as Emma says, do get in touch with your energy company if you need support. That there were some specific provisions in Liz's speech around support for people who are on heating oil and in park homes. So if you fall into one of those brackets, wait and see. I think that there is more support coming. I think for all of us, we just need a bit more detail on what this looks like.
Really good to speak to you both, as ever. Emma Mumbode from Times Money Mentor, Deputy Editor of Times Money Mentor, and Abhi Jitendra from Citizens Advice. Thanks so much for joining us on Times Radio to talk us through the sort of consumer side of this. Well, there's lots of talk that the energy companies could be coughing up the money for this. Well, let's speak to them, or at least the representative of it from Energy UK. Dara Vyas is the director and joins me now. Dara, could your members of the Energy UK industry body, could they cough up some money to pay for this plan?
Hi, Matt. So I really need to look into some of the details. As you know, the debate's ongoing in the House right now. I think what we do know is that this winter is going to be particularly hard for pretty much everyone in the country, and I really welcome the government taking quite decisive action to help people with prices this winter. My understanding is that the proposal comes on top of the Energy Bill Support Scheme, which is that £400. So it is perhaps kind of more generous than perhaps it seems because right now bills are around £1,900. That's the average price cap. As you know, and we've talked about this before, most energy suppliers aren't making much profit, and most haven't made a profit since before the pandemic. I think we're in a really, really difficult situation, being driven by global gas prices, and it's just great that government's taking action to support people for this winter. We do need a long-term plan. That long-term plan has to include improving energy efficiency and also reducing demand.
I suppose the point you're making, there are two distinctions here. The retailers, if you like, the people that send you the monthly bill and, you send them the meter reading to, because their costs have gone up, they're not making massive profits. However, the people they are buying power, gas and electricity from are making big profits, aren't they? A lot of money is being made by some companies. Are they within your purview, and why couldn't they afford a windfall tax based on the fact that they're not making those profits through their brilliance as businesses, and they haven't certainly planned on having those profits?
So, as you know, the government has put in place a windfall tax on oil and gas producers. I understand you're asking about windfall profits on generators, and some parts of the industry have been making money, but a lot of those haven't made money in previous years. I think we have to really consider the long-term investment for this country. It's incredibly important that we're investing in clean, domestic, homegrown energy, and that does mean investing in the long term. Investment in clean energy generation has really long-term horizons. What we have also heard from the government is a consideration around something called a voluntary contract for difference. Something like that, if done well, could lock in lower prices for up to 40% of our generation over quite a longer period. So I think what it would mean is that it would incentivise the uptake of renewables, and it could be used to guarantee energy security and kind of maintaining older low carbon generation. And the point I'm making is that perhaps a shift to the way that we pay for some of this generation could also result in saving people money.
And on some of the broader things Liz just was talking about, she says she's completely committed to net zero by 2050, more licences for oil and gas extraction in the North Sea, lifting the ban on fracking. All the sort of industry views on all of those, are they up to the scale of the task of becoming? I think she was talking about becoming a net exporter of energy by 2040.
She did, yeah. I did make a note when she said that as well. Listen, I think that it's fantastic for the industry to hear the Prime Minister being so strong on her commitment to reaching net zero by 2050. I think it's really important that we do think about how to support people for this winter, but that medium to long-term outlook for this country is essential. And it's really great that she's being so positive. On the fracking point, look, I think making sure that we're considering local opposition or local kind of commitment and passion to new generation is great. It should apply to onshore wind as well. As you know, most of the public actually really support investment in local onshore wind. So I think there's a lot to unpack on the detail there. Generally speaking, I think welcome, and let's get into some of the details and understand it a bit more.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot to unpick there. Dara, I appreciate your time today because I know it's a busy day. Dara Vyas there, Director of Energy UK, which is the trade body for energy companies, joining us here on Times Radio. Well, what to make of the markets? Times Radio's business correspondent Dominic O'Connell joins us. Hi, Dominic.
Hello.
The figure that leapt out to me, I think, was the one where Liz Truss said that this package would take 5 percentage points off inflation. But did I hear that right?
Yeah, she said it would take 5% off inflation. So inflation at the moment is running at about 11%. Some banks forecast it could get as high as 20% early next year. So that's a big reduction in inflation. It does set up a very interesting week because the Bank of England has to set interest rates this coming Thursday. If, as a result of this, the economy is more buoyant, bizarrely, it might mean that the Bank of England has to crank up interest rates even more because it's trying to choke off all inflation or most inflation. This might make the economy a bit more inflationary. So you get these two big pillars of government of economic policy going in different directions. Will it help us avoid a recession? I think this is the interesting question. And Samuel Toombs, who's a good student of the UK economy at Pantheon Economics, has done some pretty simple maths. So if it's frozen at £2,500, that means £208 a month for the average household would have been the bill. If you take off the £67 a month you get, that's the division of that £400 thing that Rishi Sunak introduced, that brings the monthly bill down to £142. That actually is probably enough, maybe, to stave off a recession in the first 6 months of next year. So that is a big kind of boost for the UK economy going into next year.
And what about business? Because obviously it sort of took a while, I think, over the summer. A lot of focus, for understandable reasons, on household bills. And then the fact that business don't have an energy cap at all, and the concern that actually what would happen was across the board, where there's like big companies or, corner laundrettes, their bills were going to be so crippling they went out of business. Then you have people on benefits and all of that. What impact do you think the support for business will have again in trying to sort of stave off a recession?
Well, I think that will help a lot. And I think Liz Truss's mind and other politicians' mind were greatly focused on this just in the past few weeks because businesses, many of whom have been on fixed-term deals which expire at the start of October, have been looking around for new deals and realising, hang on, my energy bill is going to go up by 400% or 500%, even more in some cases, if there are long-term fixed deals. So that's really focused people's minds about the possibility of businesses closing, unemployment going up. We don't have an awful lot of detail on support. Liz Truss said it would be a similar level to the household support, so presumably a cap on unit prices. It would last for 6 months, and thereafter there would be support for the most vulnerable businesses. What does vulnerable mean in this case? Does it mean ones who are struggling to stay afloat? Does it mean ones who just have a very high proportion of their fixed costs is energy? That is yet to be seen. I think a lot of businesses will be thinking, well, that's okay for 6 months, but what about the second half of next year when prices will probably still be quite high?
Dominic, really good to speak to you, putting that in the sort of the broader economic context. Dominic O'Connell, Times Radio's business correspondent, with reaction to Liz Truss's announcement that the energy price cap will be frozen. So the average, remember, it's all based on your usage, but the average bill rising to £2,500, but not the sort of £4,000 or £5,000 that you expected. That'll be in place for 2 years, saving the average household, I think it was £1,000, she said. And Liz Truss also setting out some broader benefits to the economy.
Secondly, today's actions will deliver substantial benefits to our economy, boosting growth, which increases tax receipts and gives certainty to business. This intervention is expected to curb inflation by up to 5 percentage points, bringing a reduction in the cost of servicing government debt.
We'll bring you more reaction and analysis to that announcement on the midday update. But let's take a look at some other stories making headlines this lunchtime.
Times Radio.
Almost 7 million people are on waiting lists to start routine hospital treatment in England. That's the highest number since records began 15 years ago. More than 377,500 people have been waiting over 12 months to begin treatment. From next week, a grace period ends and more intensive checks and limitations would apply to goods travelling between Britain and Northern Ireland. Catherine Barnard, Professor of EU Law at Cambridge University, told me earlier what this could mean for UK and EU relations.
The scene is set for some pretty serious confrontation with the EU. The question is whether the UK government, which has got so much else on its plate at the moment, as you've just been hearing, wants to go in for a full frontal fight with the EU.
Terror arrests are up by 11% in the past year. Home Office figures show 203 people related in the 12 months to June for terrorism-linked activity. A long-serving Labour MP has been temporarily suspended from the party while a complaint's investigated. Nick Brown, a former chief whip, will now sit as an independent until he's reinstated. We don't know the nature of the complaint against him. A malaria vaccine created by Oxford researchers is really exciting and could contribute towards drastically reducing the number of children who die from the infection, experts suggest. The University of Oxford's director of the Jenner Institute, Professor Adrian Hill, spoke to us earlier.
The results published this morning show is that over the first couple of years after vaccination, the efficacy of this new R21 vaccine is over 75%. And that's not a random number. That's the number the WHO have been targeting for a vaccine that would be really useful in saving lives, particularly in Africa, but also elsewhere.
And what cost of living crisis? The new Register of Members' Interest reveals Liz Truss received more than £400,000 towards her successful Tory leadership contest. The details of what MPs have received also shows that Boris Johnson has registered a donation for his wedding. It says it includes the hire of a marquee, portaloos, catering, waiting staff, flowers, ice cream van, smoke and braai, all costing £23,853, paid for by the chairman of JCB, Lord Bamford. Still to come on the midday update. We'll bring you more details and reaction of Liz Truss's announcement about what's happening to your energy bills. We'll do that next.
Mariella Frostrup, this afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
Family Matters dominate. We find out what 5 arguments all couples need to have with Joanna Harrison. And then we'll be giving Stig and Asma her number, obviously. And we'll speak to a best-selling author whose outspoken criticism of one of Pakistan's most influential dynasties is even more courageous because it's her own. Writer Fatima Bhutto joins me to discuss the devastating floods in her country and her inspiring career. And we're also off to the One Young World Summit in Manchester to speak to 3 incredible youngsters driving change.
Mariella Frostrup, this afternoon from 1 on Times Radio.
Sell your car the motorway way.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. Matt Chorley on Times Radio.
Very good afternoon to you. It's Matt Chorley bringing you the midday update. Everything you need to know this lunchtime. And I suppose the main thing you want to know this lunchtime is whether or not you are going to be able to afford your energy bills. Liz Truss announcing in the past hour that energy prices will be frozen for 2 years. The average bill will be around £2,500 under a new energy price guarantee in place from October the 1st. She says it will save households on average £1,000 a year. No details on how much it's going to cost or how it's going to be paid for. We've got to wait for the fiscal statement from Kwasi Kwarteng, the new Chancellor, in the next couple of weeks. The former Prime Minister, Theresa May, has just been up in the House of Commons. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I refer the House to my entry in the Members' Register. Can I first of all congratulate my right honourable friend on acting so swiftly to bring forward a package of support for people with their energy bills. There's no doubt, as every member of this House knows, that this is a matter of real concern for people in my constituency and every other constituency who've been concerned about how they're going to heat their homes, and indeed businesses worried about how they can continue to run their businesses. May I also welcome the fact that my right honourable friend has coupled action on energy bills with action on energy security. The vicious further invasion of Ukraine by Russia has indeed shown the necessity of us having our own energy security, although it makes sense anyway.
That's Theresa May speaking in the House of Commons there, welcoming how swiftly Liz Truss has acted on energy bills. Keir Starmer was up earlier on in the House of Commons, taking credit, saying that he'd called for a windfall for a freeze in the energy bills, which Liz Truss was now implementing. Although the Lib Dems are claiming that they got there first, because they suggested it months ago. Lib Dem spokesperson for Business and Industrial Strategy, Sarah Olney, joins me now. Sarah, your reaction to the announcement? You must be pleased.
Hi, Matt. Well, yes, obviously, it's great that finally, we have some commitment from the government on what they're going to do to help households with their bills, this autumn. But and as you say, this is something we've been calling for a very long time. So, and honestly, the delay is quite unforgivable given the scale of the problem. But yes, we're obviously welcoming the announcement. But I got to say, there's an awful lot missing from the statement today. I was expecting to hear a lot more from the Prime Minister. Principally how much it's going to cost. I think that's what everybody is waiting to hear, because she's very firmly, both yesterday and today, ruled out using a windfall tax to pay for it. So that only leaves the option of borrowing. And there's a lot of people, I think, in the financial markets who want some costings and want to know just how much borrowing is going to be involved. But I think for me as well, the most important thing is there was so little detail about the plans for businesses, for schools, for hospitals. All of these people are waiting, desperately waiting to hear what's going to happen. I've spoken to so many businesses over the last few weeks and months who are literally saying to me, we can't continue. The quote we're being given for energy exceeds our turnover, so we're going to have to close our doors. And there was nothing in the statement today that will give them any kind of concrete plan that they can build their future business plans around. And I think that's a real lack.
And I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? There's not a huge amount of detail on this. I mean, I suppose Liz Truss would argue she's been in power properly for 24 hours, or maybe 48 hours.
If I could just come back on that, Matt. But we've known about this for months. We've known and it was either going to be Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak. We've had a zombie government for the last 2 to 3 months. They could have taken a lot more action on this a lot sooner. She knew that this date was coming. That at some point she was going to, as soon as she was in post, she would have to make a statement about this. It is very poor, frankly. I take your point about 24 hours, but let's be honest, she's had a lot longer than that.
So, Olney, from the Liberal Democrat business spokesman, thanks so much for joining us on Times Radio. We can now give reaction to from the Labour Party. Labour's Shadow International Trade Secretary Nick Thomas-Symonds joins me. Hi, Nick.
Hi, Matt. Good to join you this afternoon.
You must be thrilled by this. Congratulations to Liz Truss.
Well, certainly where the Labour Party leads, the Conservative government is now following, and certainly Labour has made the political weather. You think of the windfall tax we suggested back in January that was then adopted in principle by Rishi Sunak back in May. We've been arguing for an energy price freeze, which the Conservatives were critical of. It seems now the principle has been adopted by the government. But the real dividing line now is who pays for this. Is it the case, which the government seems to be saying, that the cost of this is going to be loaded onto people, loaded onto the taxpayers of this country? Or is it, as it should be, as Labour is saying, those excess unexpected profits of the North Sea oil and gas companies being taxed? That is what should be happening. And I thought that the Prime Minister was noticeably evasive about the funding of her plan today.
How important, I mean, to some extent, the immediate action of freezing bills now, to lots of people, will be more important than who pays to it later. How important is it for you that this at least includes an extra windfall tax on top of the one that's already been announced?
Well, certainly there has been an urgency for action, Matt, for weeks. I've had constituents and people coming up to me in the street, terrified and fearful about being able to heat their homes this winter and being able to put food on the table. And the Conservative Party has turned in on itself for the last few months. But the Prime Minister has finally made her way to the Commons to announce this. But of course, yes, the windfall tax should be extended. We would be backdating it if we were in government back to January, not just to May when it was introduced. And we'd be taking out that loophole as well that actually allowed in certain circumstances oil and gas companies to avoid paying certain parts of it if they were investing. But the point is that was always unnecessary. We heard Keir Starmer today in his speech quoting the chief executive of BP, who was very clear that with a windfall tax, they wouldn't be reducing investment. So that argument the government is using that somehow it affects investment is completely blown out of the water. It is about making sure that these unexpected profits are where this is funded from, not from people.
Nick Thomas-Simmons, Labour's Shadow International Trade Secretary, really appreciate your time today reacting to that news that Liz Truss has announced in the last hour the energy prices will be frozen for the next 2 years, the average bill £2,500. But lots of, they say the devil's in the detail, lots still to come. How's it going to be paid for? And in particular on the what support there will be for business and how they'll be able to get it. We'll bring you more news and reaction to that, of course, throughout the day here on Times Radio. Still to come, we're across to Washington for Washington Whispers with Alistair Dorber. And, of course, before the end of the show, we'll bring you the quiz. Now then, let's get the latest news from Alex Morgan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
The Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee to help with soaring bills.
This guarantee, which includes a temporary suspension of green levies, means that from the 1st of October, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 per year for each of the next 2 years while we get the energy market back on track.
Well, speaking in the Commons, Liz Truss says this comes on top of the £400 payment to households promised by the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak. She's also announced support for businesses struggling with their energy bills for 6 months, with targeted measures for vulnerable firms beyond that. Well, the Labour leader has responded, saying working people would be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the oil and gas firms will be left on the table. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma. In other news this afternoon, almost 7 million people are on waiting lists to start routine hospital treatment in England. That's the highest number since records began 15 years ago. More than 377,500 people have been waiting over 12 months to start treatment. Terror arrests are up by 11% in the past year. Home Office figures show 203 people were detained in the 12 months to June for terrorism-related activity. And there's yet to be any play on day one of the deciding test between England and South Africa's cricketers due to rain at the Oval. Ben Stokes won the toss for the hosts and has decided to bowl once they are able to take to the field. It's 1-1 going into the third and final match of the series. Well, this afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some heavy with hail and thunder, and slow moving across England and Wales. Let's bring you up to date with the rest of the sport.
We'll start in the Premier League, where there have been swift developments today at Chelsea. Graham Potter has now agreed to become their new head coach after impressing the club's new American ownership in meetings yesterday. Chelsea are reportedly happy to pay Brighton compensation to release Graham Potter from his contract. It's understood the Englishman is currently saying his goodbyes to the Brighton players at the club's training ground. All is not well at Liverpool, meanwhile, where manager Jurgen Klopp admits there'll need to be some soul-searching after a heavy Champions League defeat to Napoli. Last year's runners-up were thrashed 4-1 in their group stage opener in Naples. Liverpool have only won 2 of their 7 competitive games so far this season. But Jurgen Klopp doesn't expect to suffer the same fate as Thomas Tuchel, who was sacked by Chelsea yesterday. Contract. It's understood the Englishman is currently saying his goodbyes to the Brighton players at the club's training ground. All is not well at Liverpool, meanwhile, where manager Jurgen Klopp admits there'll need to be some soul-searching after a heavy Champions League defeat to Napoli. Last year's runners-up were thrashed 4-1 in their group stage opener in Naples. Liverpool have only won 2 of their 7 competitive games so far this season. But Jurgen Klopp doesn't expect to suffer the same fate as Thomas Tuchel, who was sacked by Chelsea yesterday.
There are different kind of owners. Our owners are rather calm and expect from me to sort the situation and not thinking that somebody else should sort it. That's how they always saw it. And on the day when they change their thoughts, then they might tell me.
At the US Open tennis, Carlos Alcaraz has come through a late-night epic to reach the semi-finals. The Spanish teenager battled past Italian Yannick Sinner in 5 sets, a match which finished close to 3 a.m. in New York. Alcaraz will face the young American Francis Tiafoe next. In the other men's semi on Friday, Russia's Karen Khachanov plays the Norwegian Casper Ruud. All that means brand new US Open champions will be crowned in both the men's and women's draws this year. The women play their semi-finals tonight. Caroline Garcia of France takes on Ons Jabeur of Tunisia at midnight UK time. But can the world number 1 take the US Open title? Looking ahead for us is Lisa O'Sullivan.
Poland's Iga Świątek is one step away from battling for a first US Open title. The world number 1 was in danger of tightening up in the second set as Jessica Pegula found her way back into the match. The American, whose parents own Super Bowl favourites the Buffalo Bills, forced a tiebreak, but Świątek was too good. 6-3, 7-6 the score, win 55 this season. And Aryna Sabalenka awaits in tomorrow's semi-finals. She says she's been spurred on by the ban imposed on players from Belarus at Wimbledon. She was a comfortable straight sets winner over Karolina Pliskova.
You can read more on these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
I've never been a fan of wearing black at funerals. I want people wearing bright colours at mine. Might cheer everyone up a bit.
That sounds like a lovely idea. We'll add that to your funeral wishes.
With over 150 years' experience, you can count on Co-op Funeral Care to help you pre-plan the send-off you want. To find out more, visit your local Co-op Funeral Care or go to coop.co.uk/funeral plans. Co-op, it's what we do. T's and C's apply. Co-op Funeral Care is a trading name of Co-op Funeral Plans Limited, which is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Matt Chorley on Times Radio.
Very good afternoon. Nice to have you with us. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio. The Time's at 12:36. Just to bring you an update that we've just had in from Buckingham Palace. The Queen, as you remember, earlier this week met Boris Johnson and Liz Truss for the handover of power, but then didn't host a meeting of the Privy Council because she was said to be resting. Well, we've just had a statement from Buckingham Palace that says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral, the Palace says. So just that in the last few minutes, the statement from Buckingham Palace saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remained under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, is with me. And, well, just looking at the TV pictures right now, Charlotte, it was only a couple of days ago there the Queen was meeting Liz Truss and inviting her to form the government.
She was indeed, and of course she also met with Boris Johnson and spoke to him as their last meeting with him as Prime Minister. About half an hour she spent with each of them. Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker, has just made an announcement in the Commons saying that he speaks on behalf of the entire House and sends the Queen their best wishes. She and the royal family are in our prayers. If there is any more, we will update the House accordingly.
We're also just hearing the Queen's immediate family members have been informed with the latest announcement escalating fears for her health. Of course, it was only yesterday she pulled out of that what was even going to be a virtual Privy Council meeting after doctors ordered her to rest, because obviously the change of government meant that, it should be a very busy time for the Queen.
It should indeed. And of course, the reason that the Prime Minister and the old Prime Minister had to travel to Balmoral was because the Queen had been ordered to rest by her doctors. So we have, for a while, been aware that she's been suffering from some mobility problems, and there seems to be a continuation of that.
And in terms of this is quite unusual, isn't it, for Buckingham Palace to put out a statement like this? I mean, clearly, I suppose that over the past couple of days we've had, because she remained in Balmoral and didn't come to London, despite, we know how seriously she takes her duties in this sense. The fact that yesterday's virtual Privy Council meeting was cancelled on orders to rest. So I suppose it's not a surprise, but it is unusual for the Palace to put out a statement like that.
That is certainly true. The Palace try to keep their statements about the Queen's health to a minimum. They have previously said that they will not give a running commentary on the state of her health, and that seems to be something they stick to fairly firmly.
And just looking at that picture there, I mean, it's a lovely photo, the one of the Queen and Liz Truss taken a couple of days ago at Balmoral. She looked very relaxed and really smiling. Yes, leading on a stick. Yes, got her glasses on, but let's not forget she is 96.
She is. Liz Truss has also just put out a statement. She's tweeted saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time.
Yeah, so just if you are just joining us, just to update you, this statement released by Buckingham Palace in the last few minutes says that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. The Queen's immediate family members have been informed with the latest announcement escalating fears for the monarch's health. And we can just hear the statement that the Commons Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle's made in the last few minutes.
Announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you. Ian Blackford.
I've still got Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, with us in the studio. Charlotte, it's fair to say that during the statement that Liz Truss was making in the House of Commons in the last hour, there was clearly quite a lot of activity in the House of Commons, which I think probably led to speculation about the Queen, which probably then prompted Buckingham Palace's decision to put out a statement. Nadeem Zahawi, the new, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, a key sort of cabinet role, he was seen coming into the House of Commons and clearly passing on this message to Liz Truss in the middle of her statement on the energy bills. I suppose to let her know that what was coming from the palace.
That is what seems to have happened. He also spoke to the Speaker of the Commons and to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition because the leader was on his feet. So it seems that Angela Rayner then went on to speak to Keir Starmer. Both of them left the chamber briefly, then returned. Now Starmer and Truss and also their senior frontbenchers have all seemed to have left the chamber.
I suppose that is also slightly the nature of the fact that the slightly eccentric decision by Number 10 to have a debate rather than a statement means that Liz Truss is then able to leave. Could you just bring us again what it was that Liz Truss has said in the last couple of minutes?
Yes, Liz Truss has put out a statement sending her best wishes to the Queen and to her family. She said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time.
Charlotte Ivers, Times Radio's political correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Just a reminder of that statement then from Buckingham Palace. The Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. They say the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And of course, we'll bring you any developments on that throughout the day here on Times Radio. This is Matt Chorley.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance, your daily destination for expert analysis of the biggest news stories and well-informed opinion.
Straight-talking conversation that serves as a sounding board, not an echo chamber.
John Pienaar at Drive, this afternoon from 4 on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. New and existing Co-op members receive £50 to spend in-store when they buy or renew car insurance with Co-op. Get a quote online today. Terms and conditions apply. Co-op Car Insurance is provided by a select panel of insurers.
Times Radio with Matt Chorley.
Very good afternoon to you. It's Matt Chorley on Times Radio. It's that time of the week where we cross the Atlantic to get the latest from the American capital, Washington Whispers. Our man in Washington is Alistair Dorber. Alistair, are you there?
I am, Matt. Good afternoon.
And are you actually in Washington this week?
I am in Washington this week. And thankfully, it's got slightly cooler here, which is very nice.
Well, you're more than welcome to have the rain that we've been enjoying in England.
We've had some of that.
In England this week. Let's talk about Donald Trump, because why not? That's what we always end up doing. Every week we get another little nugget of an update as to what exactly the FBI found in his house.
Well, this isn't so much a nugget. This is so we know that on the 8th of August, the FBI searched his house in Florida because they suspect he was keeping confidential documents there. They found about 100 or so confidential documents, but it's been revealed this week, it was an exclusive in the Washington Post newspaper, the nuclear weapons secrets of another country were found among the files that Donald Trump had taken back to Florida. Now, we don't know which country. There are only 8 countries in the world that have acknowledged the fact that they have nuclear weapons, and everyone assumes that Israel does as well, so that's 9. We don't know which country it was, but it's pretty worrying that a country's nuclear weapons secrets can be found stuffed in the sideboard, along with the sort of all passports and documents you no longer need.
And how serious is that as a sign of how much trouble Donald Trump might be in?
Well, I mean, I think it is quite troubling. I mean, it was raised yesterday at the White House press briefing. You know, can foreign countries trust America to keep their secrets safe? If it's found that Donald Trump did take these documents back to Mar-a-Lago, then that will be a breach of various laws. Now, whether that will ultimately lead to Donald Trump getting into some sort of legal trouble, facing some sort of prosecution, time will tell. But he obviously uses it to his advantage and says it's all part of the plot by the deep state to prevent him ever coming back to office.
And when are we going to get a sort of resolution to this, do you think?
Well,
what's the sort of time scale?
Well, it's been put back slightly this week because a judge decided that a person who's known as a special master be appointed. It was something that Trump applied for. This special master will go through all the documents, in total about 13,000 of them, and just to check that there's nothing there that covers attorney-client privilege that Donald Trump will be entitled to. So that's put the investigation back by a number of weeks. We don't know. It's open-ended. Obviously, if it were to go on for an awfully long time and Donald Trump found himself back into office, you might find the investigation never coming to a conclusion.
And that such is the way with American politics. A hint of nostalgia in the White House this week, though, Alistair.
Oh yeah, certainly. So yesterday we had Barack and Michelle Obama paying a visit to their old house. Every ex-president, by tradition, invites their predecessor back to the White House for the unveiling of their official portraits, and that's what we had yesterday. It's notable that it's the first time it's happened for 10 years, because of course Donald Trump refused to have Obama back in the White House when he was there. I
was wondering that. So is it normally that quick?
It's normally that quick. So the last time it happened was when the Bushes turned up in 2012. So 4 years after they left. Presidents tend to get on quite well with their predecessors, regardless of the party. There's a feeling that once you ascend to the presidency, you sort of hover above party politics, and often you become quite close to your predecessor. I think what happened. That's what happened certainly with Obama and the Bushes, and Biden and Obama clearly have a close relationship from when they worked together. Less so, that convention broke down somewhat when Trump was there.
It was quite striking because having been in the White House before and seen, the fact. Well, I think the most striking was the JFK portrait, but lots of those portraits before. It took me a long time to realise, looking at the Barack Obama one, that it was actually a painting.
It's very true to life. It's very true to life. Does it hang next to yours, Matt? Is that where?
Yeah, something like that. But it's and he. I read a great quote. Barack Obama saying, "You'll note he refused to hide any of my grey hairs. Refused my request to make my ears smaller," which was definitely a request I had once when somebody did a painting. Alistair Dorber, really good to speak to you. Thanks so much for joining us live from Washington. Alistair Dorber bringing us Washington Whispers here on Times Radio. Let's return to that breaking news we got in what the last 15 minutes or so ago. The Buckingham Palace has said that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral after doctors became concerned for her health. We can speak to Sarah Hewson, who's Talk TV's royal correspondent. So, what do we know?
Well, we've had this statement, and it is an unusual statement, Matt, from Buckingham Palace, because normally they would not wish to give, in their words, a running commentary on the Queen's health. But we have had a statement from the Palace saying, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. We saw a lot of activity, as you were discussing, Matt, in the House of Commons at that time. Liz Truss has subsequently, within the last 10 minutes, put out a note on Twitter herself saying that the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of the people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We do understand that members of the royal family have been informed. Last night, we were informed by Buckingham Palace that the Queen had cancelled the Privy Council meeting, which was another important constitutional duty, the first for her new Prime Minister, because she'd been advised by her doctors to rest. It was seen as unusual again last night that we were given that update by Buckingham Palace, although it would have been a high-profile Privy Council meeting, so it would have been picked up and spotted. But it seems that the efforts of Tuesday at Balmoral, receiving Boris Johnson to tender his resignation and Liz Truss to formally appoint her as Prime Minister, clearly were a lot for the Queen to take on, and her health has declined, so much so that we have had this statement from Buckingham Palace to say that doctors are concerned and recommending she remain under medical supervision.
So we seem to be hearing that some members of the royal family are now travelling to Balmoral. What do we know about that?
Well, yeah, I mean, information is coming into us all the time, Matt. We know that the Prince of Wales has been in Scotland, that he has been visiting his mother regularly at Balmoral Castle. Other members of the family have been there over the summer. But given the news today about her health, then I think it would be inevitable that we would see them travelling to Balmoral. We had that fantastic photograph, didn't we, of her standing in the drawing room at Balmoral Castle, smiling broadly, looking frail. She did look frail, but a beautiful photo, and all the more poignant given this news that we have received today.
Absolutely, and so I suppose the beaming smile. Not all, she's spent a long time going around and fading interest in lots of things. It's all part of the job, but that crucial role on Tuesday, accepting Boris Johnson's resignation in the morning, and then inviting Liz Truss to form a government. And previous prime ministers have all talked about quite often. That's the moment that the weight of responsibility of being Prime Minister sort of dawns on them, the moment when they went to meet the Queen.
And I think, Matt, that the Queen will have been very determined, regardless of how difficult it may have been for her, but very determined to carry out that constitutional duty. She takes those duties very seriously. We have seen since October, really, of last year, her gradually having to hand over some of her responsibilities, including the state opening of Parliament, to her son and heir, Prince Charles. But on this occasion, she was determined that she was going to carry out that duty herself and say goodbye to one Prime Minister and welcome her 15th Prime Minister, 15 Prime Ministers over the course of her 70-year reign. It couldn't happen in London. She would have preferred it to. It was chosen that it would happen at Balmoral. That in itself raised some concerns that she wasn't able to travel, although for a 96-year-old woman, a 1,000-mile round trip would be a lot for anybody.
Yeah, easier for Boris Johnson and Liz Truss to make that trip, perhaps, than for her. And Balmoral is so dear to her heart, isn't it? It's why she spends every summer there. It's not an unusual thing for her. Just describe for us how important Balmoral is to the Queen.
Well, I think when you look at that photograph, Matt, of her standing there in her tartan skirt and her cardigan in front of the fire in the drawing room at Balmoral Castle, you can see how relaxed she is. And Balmoral is a place of escape for the Queen. It is where she spends her summers, where she goes picnicking. She has been this summer, we're told, off picnicking, walking her dogs. It is somewhere very special, very private. It has long been special to the royal family. It is their holiday home. It is escapism. And it is the one time she gets to have a break. She's woken by a lone piper every morning. Previous prime ministers who were invited over the course of the summer break have described it as being far from luxurious, a chilly place, but it is somewhere very, very dear to the Queen and members of the royal family.
And of course, she would invite prime ministers. I've spoken to several of them in the past to the famous barbecues. I think David Cameron's talked about.
Prince Philip, of course.
Prince Philip built his barbecue there, and the Queen would do the washing up and so on. And I think Theresa May quite recently was telling a story about how she was once travelling with the Queen in a Land Rover, and I think it was a stag standing in front of them, and the Queen said, "What's he doing there?" She's clearly very much at home, and you're completely right. Again, seeing those pictures of her shaking Liz Truss by the hand and inviting her to form the government looks like, and you know what I mean this with the greatest affection, like everybody's gran. Very much at home.
Yes, it does. Less formality than you might expect for such a duty, but that is the way of life at Balmoral. And yes, we are understanding now that the Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall and the Duke of Cambridge are all heading to Balmoral amid that concern for the Queen's health. So I think things are looking serious.
I think, that is clear. And clearly, there's a process and a formality of what will happen over the coming hours and days. Sarah?
Yes, there is, and I think we've had this information from Buckingham Palace. I don't know that we will get an awful lot more because it is a very difficult time for the family, and they have always insisted they will not give a running commentary on any member of the royal family's health. But processes are in place. Those plans have been in place for a very, very long time. And
I suppose if people are just joining us, just to update you, if you have only just tuned in.
Shall I just reiterate the statement from
if you could just share the Palace with us again. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we have had a statement from Buckingham Palace today, issued just after 2:30 this afternoon. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. We then had a statement in the House of Commons from Liz Truss, I think, therefore underlining that this is very serious, saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty, the Queen and her family at this time.
Sarah, it's one of those things, isn't it, where people will be tuning into this, they'll also be concerned. Lots of reaction coming in. It's one of those things where everyone hopes for the best, but probably at this stage, fearing the worst.
I think so, Matt. I mean, as anyone with an elderly relative will know, it is impossible to know exactly what is going to happen. And we must hope for the best, that she may rally. But I think the fact that we have heard this officially from Buckingham Palace, they have also put out a statement on the royal website. Clarence House have confirmed that Prince Charles and Camilla have travelled to Balmoral and that Prince William is also travelling. I think we can read into that the royal family are taking this with the utmost seriousness.
Sarah, I appreciate your time. I know it's a difficult time today. Sarah Houston there, Talk TV's royal correspondent. Thanks very much for updating us. Still in the studio with me, Charlotte Ivers, the Times Radio's political correspondent. Charlotte, it was sort of in the last hour, wasn't it? There was some activity in the House of Commons. Nadeem Zahawi, the Cabinet Office Minister, clearly was seen entering the House of Commons chamber and breaking this news to Liz Truss while she was trying to announce the news that she was freezing energy bills and whatever else.
He did, and then he broke the news as well to Angela Rayner, who passed it on to Keir Starmer, who was on his feet, and also to the Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, who immediately started speaking to his clerks.
In fact, I think we've got the statement that Lindsay Hoyle made to MPs.
I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly. Thank you.
So that was the statement from Lindsay Hoyle. We then had that tweet from Liz Truss we heard from Sarah a moment ago. And Charlotte, we've just heard from Keir Starmer.
We have. Keir Starmer has said, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery.
And right across the board, and needless to say, social media is flooded with messages of people wishing her the best right across the political spectrum. Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, has just tweeted, "The whole nation's thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family as we all hope and pray for her full recovery." If you are just joining us again, I'll share that statement with you because it is the information that we have. A statement from Buckingham Palace saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. We will bring you updates on that throughout the day here on Times Radio. Thank you for your company today. I'll be back tomorrow from 10 o'clock. Mariella Frostrup is here from 1 o'clock. John Pino will be here with Times Radio Drive from 4. Stay tuned throughout the day here on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 1 o'clock. I'm Mariella Frostrup. This is Times Radio. Let's get the news with Alex Morgan.
Mariella, thank you. Good afternoon. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral after doctors became concerned for her health. In a statement, the Palace adds that the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, Clarence House have confirmed that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall have travelled to Balmoral, while the Duke of Cambridge is also making the journey. It comes after yesterday's virtual meeting of the Privy Council was cancelled on medical advice, so Her Majesty could rest. Well, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has released a statement saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Those are sentiments echoed a short time ago in the House of Commons by Speaker Lindsay Hoyle.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Sir Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, has also released a statement saying, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. We will bring you more as we have it on Times Radio. In other news this lunchtime, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from October and held there for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says the plan will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount previously announced. She's also outlined support for businesses.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs.
Ms Truss also said a fund will be set up for those using heating oil living in park homes or on heat networks. The Prime Minister reiterated these latest measures will not be paid for by another windfall tax on the energy giants. Well, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer responded by saying that working people will be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the big firms will be left on the table. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma.
She claims that a windfall tax will deter investment. That's ridiculous. These vast profits are not the reward of careful planning. They are the unexpected windfall from Putin's barbarity in Ukraine.
New NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest level since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 people have already been waiting over a year. The Home Office says terror-related arrests across the UK increased by 11% over the last year. 203 people were detained in the 12 months up to the end of June, but only 24% of them were charged, while 5% faced alternative action. And 115,000 Royal Mail workers have started a 48-hour walkout in a row over paying conditions. The Communication Workers Union says its members will also strike on Friday, the 30th of September, and Saturday, the 1st of October. The CWU General Secretary Dave Ward has been speaking from the picket line.
We actually met the company on Monday. The union put forward a very constructive approach that would have, in our view, gone a long way to starting to resolve this dispute. We've made it clear once again that we're not afraid of change, but change has to be in the interests of customers, our members and, of course, the company.
This afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some of those heavy with hail and thunder and slow moving across England and Wales. And an early lunch is being taken after a wet start to the deciding cricket test between England and South Africa. Play yet to get underway on day one at the Oval due to rain. We'll bring you a full roundup of the sport at past.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker, Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome. We've heard this afternoon that the Queen is under medical supervision. When she shook hands with Liz Truss on Tuesday, she was welcoming her 15th Prime Minister to office, Winston Churchill being the first, an indication of the incredible changes we've seen during her historic reign. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has issued a statement, which I'll read again in case you missed it in the news. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We will, of course, be keeping you up to date throughout the day here on Times Radio. And joining me now is Charlotte Ivers, our political correspondent, and Times Radio's Callum MacDonald, who's also come in to join me in the studio. Charlotte, if I could come to you first, what do we know so far?
Well, so far we know that the Queen is under medical supervision. Buckingham Palace say that she is comfortable. Just now, a note went round the House of Parliament, first shown to the Prime Minister, then to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, who passed on to the Leader, and also to the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, who put out a statement on behalf of the House of Commons, sending his best wishes to the Queen and her family. Just heard from Liz Truss, the Prime Minister there, but also a statement just been put out by Keir Starmer, Leader of the Opposition. Along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. I've also heard similar sentiment from Nicola Sturgeon.
Callum, it sounds like pretty serious news, and there are quite a number of members of the royal family heading to the Queen in Balmoral now. Do we know who's travelled up there?
Yeah, well, we understand that Prince William is currently on his way to Balmoral, and Prince Charles has travelled to Balmoral already, is the information that we have. The Duchess of Cornwall has also travelled there. So putting all of that together, Prince Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall are there at Balmoral, and the Duke of Cambridge is on his way. I think it's worth reflecting, isn't it, as you were alluding to, Mariella, that the Queen was seen in public really for the first time in several weeks when she did the handover of power between Boris Johnson and Liz Truss this week. And I do think it is fair to comment that in the photos that emerged as a result of that, she did look frail. She was using a walking stick, but she seemed bright, I think it can be said, in those photos during those audiences. That was just on Tuesday, of course, when that handover of power took place. And then in the day since, it was announced that the Queen had cancelled that planned virtual Privy Council meeting. Doctors had advised her at that point to rest, and so that Privy Council meeting was postponed. And that's just in the last 48 hours or so since the beginning of this week.
It's sort of incredible when you think, which you do at moments like this, about the duration of her reign. And you look at the fact that the first Prime Minister she shook hands with was Winston Churchill, and Liz Truss the 15th when they shook hands on Tuesday. How much do you think she has marked the last century in politics as much as anything else?
It's hard to overstate, really, the role that the Queen has played in the country's history. She is this constant compared to prime ministers who, of course, come and go. As you say, she marked her 15th prime minister earlier this week. And, of course, she plays a key constitutional role as well. Callum just mentioned there the swearing in of Privy Councillors. That was meant to happen yesterday via a video link and didn't. But that is where the authority is derived from in that key role, which allows people to receive security briefings. That's one of the small ways in which you don't really see the Queen's constitutional impact, but it does very much remain there. As well, of course, she does speak to prime ministers regularly. She has a fortnightly meeting with every one of those 15 prime ministers. We never know what happens in them, but we know that there is advice or counsel given, and no prime minister, as far as I'm aware, has ever revealed anything that happened in one of those meetings. That's quite remarkable and shows the respect those politicians have for her as a figure.
We use the word crisis quite often at the moment to describe the sort of political state of affairs. And the Queen has, of course, been an incredible symbol of stability in this country throughout her reign. Do you think that news of her illness is going to be yet another sense of, the world order not being where it should be, Callum?
I think that's a really interesting observation, because for 70 years she has been there. She has been at the head of the UK, and even this week in that handover of power, officially she was, in charge, which is not that common actually for the Queen, by way of our constitution, of course. And I think what you say there about the implications around the world are really fascinating. This royal family clearly is more international than it has ever been, in that members of the royal family are based around the world. They travel around the world, and they are frequently seen in such a glowing light when they touch down, when they visit other parts of the world as well. So reverberations of such serious news as this will be felt across the world and around the globe. And I think that can't be overstated, actually. And I think that feeling of well-wishing for the Queen was, really prominently on display during, of course, her Platinum Jubilee earlier this year, at the beginning of June. And I think that was testament, really, to the implications for this, for people, for countries, for heads of state, all over the world.
And what sort of reaction is the news of her illness at the moment, or her illness at the moment, receiving on social media? Because, she's an incredibly unifying and popular figure, even amongst those who aren't necessarily royalists.
That's absolutely right. I think, to start with, the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, says the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. And I think that speaks actually to the general response online from on social media as well, in that there are patriotic messages. God save the Queen is being tweeted profusely, even just on my timeline, in my bubble that I follow on Twitter. And I think that is actually a sentiment shared by many. Other political leaders, as Charlotte was reflecting, tweeting, as is the way of these things, their well wishes as well. Nicola Sturgeon a few moments ago saying, all of us are feeling profoundly concerned at reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all of the royal family at this time. And in the last few minutes as well, Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, has been responding, saying, "I send my best wishes to Her Majesty and her family on behalf of the people of Wales." So actually, I think that these statements, these tweets, these messages from heads of state are actually doing really quite a good job at summing up the general feeling among the population.
Charlotte, what about when we're hearing these messages from party leaders? Will Parliament stay in session?
Well, at the moment, Lindsay Hoyle has said that Parliament will be updated if anything further develops. Of course, Parliament has been sitting today. Liz Truss was on her feet talking about her new energy plans, her plan to cap energy prices significantly below the expected energy price cap as this note was delivered to her. And the understanding is that Parliament will continue to sit while the Queen is in ill health.
Callum, you mentioned her global popularity. It is also, we've talked about the number of prime ministers whose hand she's shaken, but what about the number of world leaders? The sheer number of people, the countries she's visited, world leaders she's met. It's an extraordinary record, really.
Absolutely correct. She is, of course, the Queen. She is the head of the Commonwealth. There are realms, there are territories, there are various levels of country and state that she is seen as the head of. I think in this conversation, it shouldn't be forgotten that actually in recent years there has been slight moves away from having her as head of state as well, which I think, largely has been something that has been supported in many ways in terms of countries identifying their independence and moving on from historic.
But also not necessarily about distancing themselves from the Queen,
yes,
but from the royal family. And I think there is a difference there because there's something incredibly unifying about Queen Elizabeth, and in a way, it's more a legacy that they're going to have to be looking at, with the royal family and the Commonwealth. When she passes.
That's right, and I think that's very much is a view to the future, isn't it? And it's these states kind of reckoning, I suppose, with the past, dealing with that. And as you say, I think, moving away from that feeling of institution, I suppose, detracting in some way from a state's independence or self-determination, however sort of figurative that might be. And actually, it's kind of looking to the future and what comes next after the Queen and what those nation states want to, I suppose, feel like. A lot of this is kind of patriotic feeling, isn't it? What those states want to feel like in whatever the next chapter is.
She's found herself in a difficult position in the last few decades, let's say. It's amazing that you can talk about someone's life, when you're 96 years old, there's a few decades or just a small proportion of her reign. But she spent, a large proportion of the last few decades sort of wrapped up in the family dramas of the House of Windsor, which one gets the impression she hasn't really enjoyed particularly much, her Annus Horribilis and so on. But she's managed to maintain a sort of sense of detachment and dignity at the same time that perhaps other members haven't achieved.
I think that's a very fair assessment, and there has broadly been a sense throughout that time that the Queen's popularity has stayed high, maybe the occasional dip, but overall she remains by a significant margin the most popular royal, and that is something that's been consistent. I think it's worth noting as well the soft power impact that the Queen has. World leaders, when they visit Britain, of course, are offered two different types of visits, a normal governmental visit or a state visit, and the state visit comes with the grandeur, the pomp, the ceremony, the state's banquet, and of course the presence of the Queen. And that is something that has been hugely helpful to the British government over the years when it comes to signing trade deals, when it comes to negotiating. There are world leaders who are humbled and awed by the Queen. I remember when Donald Trump came to the United Kingdom, he was absolutely desperate to meet the Queen. And that is not a man who gives away that he's impressed by anyone very frequently at all.
Indeed. What do you feel, Callum, it tells us about the seriousness of her condition today that a number of members of the royal family have travelled up, I believe, Charles and Camilla and Prince William?
That's right. So Charles and Camilla, we understand, have travelled. That's the wording that we have. They have travelled to Balmoral Castle. The Duke of Cambridge is travelling to Balmoral, according to Kensington Palace. So Charles and Camilla already there, and Prince William is on his way. I think that does speak to the seriousness of the situation at this point. The statement that we have does sort of highlight the concern from doctors as to the Queen's condition. The statement says, following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And so that's the context in which members of the royal family are gathering, really, at Balmoral. Are there already or are on their way there?
Well, Callum and Charlotte, if you would stay with me, we'll be speaking in a moment to the Sun's former royal correspondent, Charles Ray.
Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
I'm Kate McCann.
And I'm Adam Bolton.
Join us on Sundays to hear from those making the big decisions in Westminster and beyond.
We'll get you answers and try to understand what's on the mind of policymakers, business leaders, and those who shape our daily lives.
We'll get you up to speed on what's making the headlines in the Sunday papers and what's set to make the headlines in the week ahead. Times Radio's flagship Sunday politics programme.
Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price.
Oh, dealers compete?
Hello from the Car Dealers Diving Championships. Dealer 31's bid, £13,800. Dealer 265, £14,000. Dealer 99, £14,300.
I got £14,300. No way.
Yes way. Motorway, the way to sell your car.
T's and C's apply. Visit motorway.co.uk.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
Welcome back. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio, where we're keeping you up to date with the health of the Queen. She's under medical supervision at Balmoral, and Prince Charles and Camilla have gone there to see her. The Duke of Cambridge is on his way. In the studio, I'm joined by Charlotte Ivers and Callum MacDonald, and joining us now is the former royal correspondent for The Sun, Charles Ray. Charles, welcome to the programme. What do we know about the Queen's condition so far?
Well, from basically the same as what you've said, the doctors have taken the rare step of issuing this medical bulletin to say there is concern for her health. We've known for the last couple of days that she was resting after the meeting with the new Prime Minister and the old Prime Minister. And there was a cancellation of this virtual Privy Council meeting, which is something that is something she enjoys doing. So she would have been very loath to have cancelled that. But obviously there have been discussions with the doctors this morning, and they've said that she's got to rest, which is what they're doing. But they are expressing concern for her health. And what is even more concerning is the fact that Prince William is travelling up from Windsor to Balmoral, and as is the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. That is unusual. The Prince of Wales has been in Scotland, and where he's been visiting his mother almost on a daily basis. I wasn't sure whether he'd come back or whether he was still in Birk Hall. But obviously the fact that they're now travelling up there, it shows you just how things are bad, really, at the moment. I don't want to be too dramatic about it because it's very difficult to work out exactly what is the status of it. But the fact that the doctors and the family are on their way up doesn't bode well.
Also, as a royal correspondent, Charles, it's pretty unusual, isn't it, for a health announcement of this nature about the Queen?
Yes.
I mean, she is 96 years old, so I'm sure on a daily basis she has, conditions that have to be dealt with. But for an announcement like this...
Yes. I mean, because all we've had so far is that she's got a few mobility problems, or even more than just a few mobility problems. And the fact that she, installed the new Prime Minister at Balmoral instead of coming down to London, the cancellation of the Privy Council. And there's been a cancellation. She loves the Braemar Games and had to cancel that. That would have annoyed her because that is an event that she dearly, dearly loves. But yes, you're absolutely right. The fact that we are getting this rare medical bulletin, something that they very rarely talk about, is a cause for concern. And the fact you've also got the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, expressing concern for Her Majesty on behalf of the nation.
Stay with us, Charles. I believe that Callum has an announcement from the Archbishop of Canterbury for us.
Yeah, so this is Justin Welby, who has tweeted in the last few minutes saying, "My prayers and the prayers of people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen today. May God's presence strengthen and comfort Her Majesty, her family and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." So the Archbishop of Canterbury joining those heads of state, really, and leading politicians, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the First Ministers of the devolved nations as well in sending well wishes and extending their thoughts to the Queen at this time.
You're listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. I'm joined by Charlotte Ivers, our political correspondent, and Callum MacDonald, also of Times Radio. And Charles Ray, the former royal correspondent for The Sun, is still with us. Charles, she cancelled the Privy Council meeting this week, as you said, but she did have the energy to meet the new Prime Minister. So is this an unexpected or sudden deterioration in her health?
Well, we have to take it that it is a deterioration in her health if she'd already been told to rest. So this is something that's happened since being told to rest, since Tuesday. So yes, it is an acceleration of something. Clearly, the doctors have felt that there is something it's getting a little bit worse. We'll have to wait and see just how bad things are. And I'm assuming they will be issuing another bulletin at some stage.
We talk about her as the head of state, Charles, but as that statement from the Archbishop of Canterbury indicates, she has incredible importance as well as the head of the Church of England, doesn't she?
Oh, yes. I mean, she is the nation's, mother or grandmother, or whatever way you want to look at it. This is a woman who has served this country, for 70 years. She is, I think she's the second longest sovereign, sovereign in this country, in the world. So this is a woman who's served this country with, great passion and, served as the iconic leader of this country for the rest of the world.
We obviously want to wish her better rather than wish her gone. But, in terms of the royal family, they are also an institution. They have to be making plans. What sort of preparations will be going on at the moment in advance of an eventual handover, if that's what's to happen?
Well, there are always plans there. It's not suddenly just thrown together at the end. There have always will be plans for a changeover of monarch, which will be as smooth as possible. So they are already, written down, if you like, in stone, and they will happen as soon as, the inevitable, if it is going to happen, it happens. So, that's the way it is. It's not, people won't be rushing around trying to work out what to do next. This is a format that has existed, for many, 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 many years, even before the Queen became Queen. It's a system that works and has worked and will continue to work.
Charles, how would you describe the sort of cohesive impact she has on the nation? The fact that as a figurehead, she has represented a degree of stability through all kinds of tumultuous times. When you look back on the many situations that have occurred during her reign.
Well, she's been the one constant, hasn't she? She has been the one person that we all, in the end, turn to, for, clarity. The various statements she's made on various events that have happened, not only in this country, but in other countries as well. She's representing Britain, and she's representing Britain in, a tremendous way, and has represented Britain in a tremendous way. And I think, when and if the inevitable does happen, we will miss this woman greatly. There is no question about that. The whole country will miss her. Whether you're a royalist or not doesn't really matter. But this is our representative on the world stage, and it'll be a hard job to replace her.
In terms of the British monarchy, how would you describe the importance of this Queen's reign? I mean, obviously the longest.
Well, for most of us, I'm a little bit older, so I remember when I was a child when the last king was around. But for the vast majority, I think it's something like 75% of this country have never known another monarch. So that just shows you, her importance. The length of time that she's been monarch, 70 years. It is quite an incredible feat. And as I say, there won't be many people around today in this country that will be around to see something similar again. It just won't happen.
Stay with us, Charles. Callum, can you just bring us up to date with what's happening? We're talking about Queen Elizabeth, who finds herself sorely ill.
That's right. This afternoon, we understand that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral after doctors became concerned for her health. We'll just read the statement, the unusual statement, as we've been reflecting, this kind of sort of intervention, really, in a health update on Her Majesty. Here is the statement. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And as you've been reflecting, that is a really quite explicit, I suppose, update on the Queen's health. And that is more explicit, I think, in terms of the detail than we've had, certainly of late, but for the last couple of years anyway. And there is no reference to this only being about difficulties with mobility. I think that's the other observation I'd make about that statement, because often we've heard that, haven't we, in recent times, that actually it's mobility issues, so she's resting or whatever. But that statement does not specify that.
Mm. And Charlotte, we've also heard from the Prime Minister, from the Leader of the Opposition. Would you like to remind us of their statements? And are we hearing from other politicians now?
We are hearing from politicians from across the political spectrum. Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, first put out a statement. The whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. We've also heard as well from Keir Starmer, obviously the Leader of the Opposition. He says, along with the rest of the country, I am deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. Also, well wishes pouring in from Nicola Sturgeon, from Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, and from politicians lower down the pecking order as well, just looking at tweets from a backbench Tory MP and from David Lammy, the Shadow Justice Minister. So across the political spectrum there, you have well wishes pouring in. Fantastic statistic I've just seen here. The first Prime Minister in the Queen's reign, Winston Churchill, he's born in 1874. That's 101 years prior to the most recent Prime Minister, Liz Truss, just sworn in. So a sense there of the vast historical span that the Queen has seen.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? We're also joined by former royal correspondent for The Sun, Charles Ray. Charles, she is 96 years old, as Charlotte just highlighted there. She has lived through tumultuous times. There must, I presume, though no one wishes her demise, be a sort of system in place for what happens if and when she passes.
There is a system in place, for when and if she passes, and that will be quite simply that Charles will, become king and then will then be crowned. The monarch, if you like, never dies. The monarch continues. It's the one constant that goes on in this country. So that's what will happen. It's that simple.
And in terms of the impact on the nation, as we've been discussing, her reign has been so elongated and filled with so many tumultuous moments. What do you think will be the sort of standouts from that time?
Well, there's so many standouts. It's going to be very, very hard to put your finger on one. There's so many things that have happened in her reign. I mean, she's been, very much at the forefront of innovation. She's had an iPhone, she's had an iPad, just to, mention a couple. She's seen wars go off and, be involved in wars. She has been, the leader of this country while things have happened. And she's had now 15 prime ministers. I think she's met about 12 American presidents. This is a remarkable record for this woman.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for joining me here on Times Radio. That was the former royal correspondent for The Sun, Charles Ray. Thank you, Charlotte and Callum, but do stay with me, please. And we will keep you updated all day here on Times Radio about the Queen's health. It's 1:30. Let's get the news with Alex Morgan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Mariella. Good afternoon. Buckingham Palace says Her Majesty the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral after doctors became concerned for her health. In a statement, the palace says the Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. Well, Clarence House has confirmed that the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall have travelled to be with the Queen, while the Duke of Cambridge is also making the journey. Well, it comes after yesterday's virtual meeting of the Privy Council was cancelled. That's following medical advice, so Her Majesty could rest. Sarah Hewson is Talk TV's royal editor and told Times Radio what she thinks we should understand from the statement.
We must hope for the best, that she may rally. But I think the fact that we have heard this officially from Buckingham Palace, they have also put out a statement on the royal website. Clarence House have confirmed that Prince Charles and Camilla have travelled to Balmoral and that Prince William is also travelling. I think we can read into that the royal family are taking this with the utmost seriousness.
In other news, this lunchtime, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee to help with soaring bills.
This guarantee, which includes a temporary suspension of green levies, means that from the 1st of October, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 per year for each of the next 2 years while we get the energy market back on track.
Speaking in the Commons, Liz Truss says that support comes on top of the £400 payment to households promised by the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak. She's also announced support for businesses struggling with bills for 6 months, with targeted support for vulnerable firms, including the hospitality sector, after that. Well, the Labour leader said working people would be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the oil and gas companies would be left on the table. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma. Today, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some heavy with hail and thunder and slow moving across England and Wales. More persistent heavy rain perhaps reaching the northeast later on. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
In the Premier League, Graham Potter has said goodbye to players and staff at Brighton ahead of the head coach's anticipated move to Chelsea. It follows yesterday's sacking of Thomas Tuchel. Meanwhile, a verbal agreement is reportedly in place with Graham Potter, who's expected at Chelsea's training ground today. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says he's sure their owners will expect him to sort the team's problems after a 4-1 defeat at Napoli in their opening Champions League group game. Klopp has apologised to Liverpool's travelling fans for an abject display in Italy, and it's been a poor start for last season's Premier League and Champions League runners-up, who have just 2 wins from their first 7 games in all competitions this season. The Times Northern football correspondent Paul Joyce told us Jurgen Klopp is now facing the biggest challenge of his 7-year tenure.
Liverpool are in some respects victims of the standards they've set previously, and that's why the scrutiny falls on them now. But the Napoli game was shocking in how sort of abject, how ramshackle, how off it Liverpool were, and I think that's where the worry becomes legitimate.
England's rugby union side could have names on the back of their shirts this autumn. It's in a bid to promote stars of the game to a wider audience. English rugby's governing body, the RFU, is keen on the idea ahead of November's Autumn Nations series and potentially next year's Six Nations. Here's the Times deputy rugby correspondent, Will Kelleher.
There are some unions who are not so keen on it, it seems. And it sort of, in their opinion, would jar with rugby's traditions that no one player is bigger than the team.
And Will told us whose shirts he thinks will sell best.
Mario Itoje and Marcus Smith would probably be high up there. Possibly Ellis Genge as well. The loosehead prop, Joe Marler, as and when he plays, he's got a big profile.
Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios has been fined £12,000 for smashing 2 rackets. That's following his quarter-final exit at the US Open. Kyrgios also threw a drinks bottle in frustration after losing in 5 sets to Russia's Karen Khachanov. Meanwhile, Spanish teenager Carlos Alcaraz came through a late-night epic to reach the US Open semi-finals. He battled past Italian Yannick Sinner in 5 sets. Alcaraz now faces the USA's Francis Tiafoe. In the women's semi-finals, world number 1 Iga Swiatek from Poland takes on the Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka later. In the other semi, France's Caroline Garcia plays Ons Jabeur of Tunisia. That's at midnight UK time. You can read more on these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
Sell your car the motorway way, where dealers compete to give you their best price.
Dealers compete?
Welcome to the Car Dealers Darts Championship. Dealer 5 throws a bid of £11,800. Dealer 23, £12,000. Dealer 40 throws £12,200.
£12,200. No way.
Yes way! Motorway, the way to sell your car.
T's and C's apply. Visit motorway.co.uk.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
You're listening to Times Radio, and if you're just tuning in, the news this afternoon is that the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral. Prince Charles and Camilla have already gone there, and the Duke of Cambridge is on his way. In the studio, I'm joined by Callum MacDonald and also our political correspondent, Charlotte Ivers. In a moment, I'll come to you two to just recap on what we know so far, but I would love to get some thoughts from our listeners on Her Majesty's long reign, what she represents, and the high points, perhaps, of her incredibly long reign. Already we have a message saying, I'm not a monarchist, but I admire the Queen as she is a woman of faith and principles. She's the last of a generation that didn't complain. That is, I think, going to be a very popular sentiment, don't you think, Callum?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, she has been referred to in the past as the war princess. You know, I think that's something to consider, is the span of her 70 years, which of course was celebrated at the Platinum Jubilee earlier this year. You cannot really fit everything in terms of the key moments, the moments in her reign as well. Her coronation was June the 2nd, 1953, and I was just looking back, and her first state visit was to West Germany. That in itself is notable. The fact there's an extra syllable in front of Germany. You know, these are things that we should not forget in terms of what she has seen, what she has done, the sort of power and diplomacy that she has exerted over 70 years, and therefore the impact that the seriousness of a day like today really has.
Yeah, and I think that seriousness is being reflected in the statements from politicians, in particular the new Prime Minister, who has quite a lot on her plate to deal with already. Charlotte?
Indeed so, and of course met the Queen earlier this week. There was a meeting between the outgoing Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, took about 37 minutes, and then Liz Truss, of course, came in and became the new Prime Minister after being invited by the Queen to form a government. About 33 minutes those two spent together. And a reminder, really, of the huge constitutional role that the Queen does play. She was meant yesterday to invest new members of the Privy Council, new people appointed by Liz Truss into her government, who need to have that Right Honourable title, who don't currently have it. And that gives them various things. It gives them access to the meeting of Privy Councillors. It also gives them access to privileged security briefings. It is a significant constitutional role filled by the Queen there. Then, of course, as you say, you have these statements put out by politicians today. We got a sense that something was awry earlier in the House of Commons chamber. Nadhim Zahawi, the Cabinet Office Minister, but also the man with the ceremonial title, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, came in, gave a note to Liz Truss, gave a note to Angela Rayner, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, who passed it on to Keir Starmer, who was on his feet, and also to Lindsay Hoyle, the House of Commons Speaker. And then from there, the well wishes poured in, led by Lindsay Hoyle, who sent the best wishes of the House of Commons to the Queen and her family.
Callum?
Yeah, I think just to underline the seriousness of today as well, because I think, you know, as you join us on Times Radio and we're giving this coverage, it is worth highlighting first of all, the unprecedented really nature of this statement from doctors. Yes, exactly. Saying that following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended that she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. I think that's the first thing, just to highlight the gravity of today. Also the fact that members of the royal family are gathering at Balmoral, where the Queen is. Prince Charles has travelled there already. The Duchess of Cornwall, we understand, is on her way. She'd been due to take part in another event today in Scotland, so she's travelling. Prince William is on his way to Balmoral as well. And in the last few minutes, we had this from Matt Wilkinson, who's the royal correspondent at The Sun, who says that Prince Andrew, Duke of York, is also heading to Scotland to be with the Queen and other members of the royal family who are gathering today at Balmoral.
Well, I'd love to hear your thoughts about the importance of the Queen, what she's represented to you, what she's meant to you in your lifetime. You can contact us, text 87222 and start your message with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio or email studio@times.radio. And we're joined now by Richard Fitzwilliams, who's a royal commentator and joins us now on the line. Richard, we're of course hoping that the Queen will rally, but the message from Buckingham Palace is an unusual step. They've often said that they won't give a running commentary on her health. What do you make of it?
Oh, very clearly, this is a matter for concern. And if you read the statement with further evaluation having produced this, because we know that the Queen had to postpone her Privy Council meeting yesterday, that she'll remain under medical supervision. I mean, this is an unprecedented statement. And with members of the royal family going to Balmoral in the way that you say, I mean, very, very clearly, we should be worried.
And there's been, a lot of work in the last few years to hand on some of her responsibilities to the Prince of Wales. Perhaps most visibly, the last opening of Parliament was done by Prince Charles. Is he ready for this moment? Because still, when you think of all those big occasions, it's the Queen that flashes before your eyes in terms of a presence at them, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for over 70 years, she's literally identified with pretty well every part of British life, and certainly, of course, in our unwritten constitution, she's been absolutely pivotal. I mean, since 2015, when she ceased taking long-haul flights, there has been this move whereby the Prince of Wales has taken on a variety of duties, the wreath at the cenotaph, opening Parliament, and so forth. But there's no doubt that in the way that she received the outgoing Prime Minister, which is, you just mentioned, and also Liz Truss kissing hands as Prime Minister, the way she's carried on her duties, she's iconic. I mean, this is someone who worldwide is not only respected and admired, but also, I think, synonymous with the very best of British.
Stay with us, Richard. This message from Jane Griffiths, one of our listeners, will probably sum up the feelings of a lot of people. The language of the statement from Buckingham Palace is clear. This feels almost scary. I'm quite old, and she's been Queen since before I was born. And that really is, why she's such an iconic figure, isn't it, Richard? And in many ways sort of sums up what people feel about the nation that they live in. And it's her longevity and her endurance, the fact she's been working nearly every single day. She's 96 years old, which is quite astonishing.
It is indeed, and also it's firstly there is a symbol of continuity where there's been so much change, and that has also been the case recently, as we saw with the pandemic. And then again, the fact that she has this truly remarkable dedication to duty, that people don't know what she thinks, but on the other hand, this has helped the monarchy remain above party politics, which is so essential, but also the fact that she's been identified with practically every major event in our national life over decades. I mean, her contribution has been so significant, and most particularly, of course, is the way she has nurtured her beloved Commonwealth.
She's head of the Commonwealth, of course. What's that meant in practice, and how involved has she stayed with that, particularly in the last few years?
Tremendously involved, because with certain prime ministers like Margaret Thatcher and Edward Heath not taking the same interest in the Commonwealth, there's no question, however, the way it has expanded, and it is a truly multicultural organisation, and something that, it isn't automatic that the British monarch would succeed, but equally we know that Prince Charles would be the next head. You couldn't have a rotating head of state on the one hand, and on the other the Secretary General was a bureaucrat, and it wouldn't have anything like the same cachet.
And in terms of the relationship that the British public have with the Queen, royalists and non-royalists. In fact, there's a message from Catherine saying, I'm not really a royalist, but I do love the Queen. Aren't Harry and Meghan in Europe at present? Asked Catherine. And that's a subject we may turn to in just a moment. But the public love for the Queen was really expressed at the Jubilee. Do you think she was surprised at the extent of it?
I think she was delighted. I don't think she was surprised, because I think it's always been evident.
Yes, and we've heard from Commonwealth countries, as we were just discussing, that Charles's reign could be the moment that many leave the Commonwealth. I mean, are we on a precipice as well in other ways, perhaps more sort of political ways.
I wouldn't have said it was a precipice. I do think it will be an occasion where there will be a re-evaluation of the 14 countries which keep the Queen as head of state. Some of them will have referenda, very possibly becoming republics. Whether or not they actually do when the people vote, remember Barbados recently did, but there was no actual vote. That remains to be seen. I mean, thinking also of the future, the Cambridges and their children, I would say the monarchy is in very good hands. It's had a very difficult period in the last couple of years.
I mentioned that our listener Catherine had been in touch asking about Harry and Meghan being in Europe at present, and Penny's also written in saying it will be very telling if Prince Harry goes back to California later today and not to be with his family, estranged or not. Do you think it's likely that Harry and Meghan will be flying in shortly?
I would have thought it was the thing that they ought to do. Whether they will, we will have to wait and see.
Well, thank you very much, Richard Fitzwilliams, for joining us. You're listening to Times Radio with Mariella Frostrup. We are, of course, bringing you rolling coverage on the health of the Queen.
Get connected to the nation's smartest conversation. Ruth Davidson, tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio with Ring Central.
From Westminster to Wester Ross, join Ruth Davidson for straight-talking analysis of all the week's biggest political stories from across the UK.
And as usual, we'll give you all the culture that you can catch this weekend.
Frank, fearless, funny.
Ruth Davidson on Times Radio with Ring Central. Simplify your business communications with the Ring Central app. Find out more at ringcentral.co.uk.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the barbecue and bacon chicken one. Guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with lush, smoky barbecue sauce.
Oh, delicious crispy or grilled chicken.
Today's $1.99 barbecue and bacon chicken one. So big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
It is 1:48 and you're listening to Times Radio with Mariella Frostrup. We are, of course, bringing you rolling coverage on the concerning reports on the health of the Queen. Callum MacDonald is with me, Times Radio's Callum MacDonald. Callum, what's the latest?
So just to reiterate the statement that we had, that is the reason really that we're doing this afternoon, this coverage. This from Buckingham Palace emerged earlier. Following further evaluation this morning, the Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And I think that's part one of highlighting the gravity of the situation this afternoon. Part two really comes in the presence now of the Queen's children, or certainly their journeys to Balmoral. So the latest that we have is that the Duke of York, Prince Andrew, is on his way to Balmoral. The Count and Countess of Wessex, Edward and Sophie, are also travelling there. Princess Anne is already in Scotland, where she'd been undertaking engagements. So it means that all the Queen's children are either at Balmoral or are travelling to Balmoral. Prince William is said to be en route. Prince Charles, we understand, is there. And Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, was due to be carrying out a separate engagement in Scotland today, and so is en route to Balmoral as well. And I think that's important to highlight the nature of the situation as we're covering this afternoon.
Indeed, as I understand it, all the Queen's 4 children are now with her at Balmoral Castle, along with her grandson, the Duke of Cambridge. And we've been hearing as well from political leaders throughout the morning. This was Speaker Lindsay Hoyle's statement on hearing the news.
I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen, and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment. I'm going to take no more, if there is anything else, we will update the House accordingly.
That was the Speaker of the House, Lindsay Hoyle, earlier this morning. Emily Andrews is a royal commentator and joins me now. Emily, is this a degree of seriousness we haven't seen before? The palace is normally reticent about making any commentary on the Queen's health. And then we have that update that we just provided, which is that all 4 of her children are now with her at Balmoral Castle.
Good afternoon, Mariella. Yes, I have in my 10 years covering the royals, I have never had or experienced a communique from the palace like this on any member of the royal family's health, and certainly with the Duke of Edinburgh, which is the main direct comparison last year. Although he had been hospitalised and returned to Windsor Castle after having serious heart surgery. We didn't know then how serious it was, and he died in his sleep, and we had about a 20-minute private window before the news was made public that he had died. There's never been a communication from Buckingham Palace on the Queen's health like this. They regard health matters of members of the royal family as sacrosanct, and they don't say anything unless they really have to. So I think that the fact that they have issued this statement, last night they said that she couldn't do the Privy Council because she was been told to rest, which they have said that before. She's 96. She is, elderly in anyone's definition. And she obviously had greeted the outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the incoming new Prime Minister Liz Truss at Balmoral on Tuesday. But yes, to have something like this is I would say unprecedented.
That's the astonishing thing, isn't it? That the sort of energy that she's displayed, working deep into her 90s. And I think something that's encouraged respect for her, even in the areas of opinion that aren't necessarily royalist.
Absolutely. And I should add, we all saw those lovely pictures, actually, of her on Tuesday with Liz Truss. And there was one picture in particular, which was the Queen in the sitting room, her personal sitting room at Balmoral. And she had an absolutely brilliant smile on her face. She was clearly delighted. And actually, she carried out a private engagement as well on Tuesday. And I spoke to the person who, it was a private honours ceremony. And I spoke to the person who was surprised by that honour ceremony. He was delighted to have been conferred the honour. And he said she was on sparkling form. And, at 96, to still be doing those very important matters of state, saying goodbye to receiving the resignation of the outgoing Prime Minister and sanctifying the new Prime Minister, but also doing those personal, private things, which are so important to that particular individual, to still be doing that at 96 is phenomenal. And her sense of duty and her sense of honour to the job and to the country and to the Commonwealth is unprecedented.
One of our listeners, Susan Andrews, really sums it up in her tweet. She says, "I was 9 when the Queen was crowned. We had a tiny black and white TV and half the street came to watch. Can't imagine a time without her." I guess that's a sentiment that's going to be very much in evidence across the nation at the moment as we wait for news.
Oh, absolutely. She's 96. So for all of us, if we have relatives who have got to that august age, obviously we know that life can't come on forever. And I think that subtle preparations have been made by the palace to prepare the public. Members of the family have been doing more, stepping up more. Prince William's been doing more. Prince Charles, she doesn't do investitures anymore, etc., etc. But I think that when the inevitable does happen, I don't think any of the public really can be prepared because she has been such a constant in all of our lives. And in fact, for those who are over 75, 76, they will remember her father's death and they will remember her coronation. And it has been it is still, I should say, Mariella, a golden Elizabethan age. She has seen so much change, cultural, political, societal. And yes, I think, of course, it will be a very, very big moment.
Stay with us, Emily. Callum, I think you've got an update for us.
Yes, just want to bring you the reports that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are travelling to Balmoral Castle. They were supposed to be doing a charity event in London this evening. So just want to say that again, that Harry and Meghan, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are travelling to Balmoral Castle. Just in terms of kind of that building feeling of the Queen's family gathering. And just as a sort of side note as well, this being reported by The Guardian this afternoon that the Duchess of Cambridge has remained in Windsor because Prince George, Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis are on their first full day at their new school.
Yeah, and we saw that picture in the Times this morning, a really sweet, heartwarming picture of them heading to school with their little shorts on, holding hands with their parents. Charlotte?
Slight update as well from Whitehall. The Financial Times' Sebastian Payne reporting that Whitehall's permanent secretaries are gathering for a meeting this afternoon, according to senior government officials. And obviously we've seen a political response from across the spectrum, leaders of all parts of the country and from all parties sending their best wishes to the Queen. Just have a look at some of those. Liz Truss, of course, first out of the blocks, wishing Her Majesty well, saying my thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family. Then as well, also heard from Keir Starmer. He says, along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news from Buckingham Palace this afternoon. My thoughts with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for her recovery. We've also as well heard from Nicola Sturgeon today. All of us are feeling profoundly concerned at reports of Her Majesty's health. My thoughts and wishes are with the Queen and all the royal family at this time.
Thank you for that update there, Charlotte. We also have Emily Andrews, the royal commentator, with us. Emily, we heard then from Callum about Harry and Meghan heading now for Balmoral. Is that an example of the seriousness of the situation that we're dealing with now? Because obviously there's been a lot of issues in that relationship in recent times, but they are on their way to see the Queen at Balmoral.
Well, I think if you can't cancel a charity engagement and put your own familial problems and issues aside when the matriarch of your family is seriously ill, then I think that would say quite a lot about you, wouldn't it? So
indeed, but they have.
I'm not surprised. Yes, exactly. So I'm not surprised that they've done that. And I think it does speak of the seriousness of the situation, because as we all know, Harry and Meghan have been quite outspoken about their criticism of the royal family's institution and also particular personal members of the family. And the relationship between William is still completely broken. I understand things are still bad between Harry and William, and there are some issues obviously with Harry and Meghan have said some things about Charles, and Meghan said in an interview recently that it was as if that Harry had lost his father. And so I think that it's good that they are obviously going to Balmoral, and perhaps obviously one would never want a situation like this, but perhaps the severity of the situation might perhaps enable family members to put particular grievances aside, and to all kind of pull together for the greater good.
You mentioned that Harry and Meghan were at a charity event in Germany, and it just struck me, the huge amount of money that the Queen has raised. I mean, the vast number of charities that she's worked with over the course of her monarchy as well.
Well, I think the Queen sees her job as multi-form, but the first of which is the duty to the country and the Commonwealth, and that always comes first. But also, she sees her job as a convener, bringing people together and working for the greater good, which of course is being patron of charities, raising money for good causes, raising profiles of charities. And she's been amazing and done amazingly at it. I think she's had over 500 patronages before she started passing them to other members of her family. And all of those charities will be incredibly grateful for the tireless work that she did on their behalf.
Emily Andrews, royal commentator, thank you so much for joining us. Further news, all the Queen's 4 children are with her at Balmoral, along with the Duke of Cambridge. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are on their way. We'll keep you updated throughout the day here on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 2:00. I'm Mariella Frostrup. This is Times Radio. Let's get the news with Alex Morgan.
Mariella, thank you. Good afternoon. The Prince of Wales, the Duchess of Cornwall, the Princess Royal and the Duke of Cambridge are travelling to Balmoral to be with Her Majesty the Queen. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are also travelling to Scotland. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned about her health. Liz Truss, who was appointed Prime Minister by the Queen on Tuesday and invited to form a government, has led well wishes from across the political spectrum. Ms Truss said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Well, those thoughts were echoed by the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Last night, Her Majesty cancelled a planned virtual meeting of the Privy Council. The 96-year-old is Britain's longest-serving monarch and earlier this year became the first to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Archbishop of Canterbury says the prayers of the nation are with the Queen. The Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from October for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her plan will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bill discount already announced. She also outlined help for businesses.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs.
Well, in the long-awaited announcement, Ms Truss said a fund will be set up for those using heating oil, living in park homes or on heat networks. She reiterated that these latest measures will not be paid for by another windfall tax on the oil and gas giants. Well, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer responded by saying working people would be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the oil and gas firms would stay on the table. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma.
She claims that a windfall tax will deter investment. That's ridiculous. These vast profits are not the reward of careful planning. They are the unexpected windfall from Putin's barbarity in Ukraine.
New NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. The Home Office says terror-related arrests across the UK increased by 11% over the past year. 203 people were detained in the 12 months up to the end of June, but only 24% of those were charged, while 5% faced alternative action, such as a recall to prison or a caution. And 115,000 Royal Mail workers have begun a 48-hour walkout in the row over paying conditions. The Communication Workers Union says its members will also strike on Friday the 30th of September and Saturday the 1st of October. This afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some of those heavy with hail and thunder, and slow moving across England and Wales. More persistent heavy rain perhaps reaching the northeast later on. And Lewis Hamilton will start from the back of the grid for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix after taking an engine penalty. The 7-time Formula One world champion's been forced to change his 4th power unit of the season. That's one more than is allowed under F1's rules. We'll bring you a full roundup of the sport at 12:30.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker, Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
Hello, you are listening to Times Radio with me, Mariella Frostrup, on this sombre day for the nation, with the news that Buckingham Palace is deeply concerned for the health of Her Majesty the Queen. Her 4 children, Prince Charles and Camilla, have arrived at Balmoral, where she's said to be comfortable. Prince William is currently travelling to Scotland to be with his grandmother, as is his brother, Prince Harry. Our political correspondent, Charlotte Ivers, is still with me. Charlotte, for anyone who's just tuned in, can you just bring us up to speed with what we know so far?
Well, Buckingham Palace have put out a statement saying that they are concerned for the health of the Queen, and that has been announced in Parliament by Lindsay Hoyle, the Speaker, who has sent the best wishes of the House of Commons to Her Majesty. We know that her family are either travelling up to be with her in Balmoral at the moment or already there in some cases. And we've seen statements from political leaders from across the political spectrum today. First up, the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, who, of course, was put into place by the Queen just a couple of days ago, saying the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across the United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time.
And I think the mood at Parliament is said to be particularly sombre at the moment.
It is, and we've seen that reflected from politicians right from the very top of government down to backbenchers and, as I mentioned, across the political spectrum. So we've also heard well wishes sent from Keir Starmer, from Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, and from Nicola Sturgeon of the Scottish National Party. And permanent secretaries from across Whitehall, the bosses of government departments, are meeting later today, the Financial Times are reporting.
Stay with me, Charlotte, if you would. But joining us now is the historian and writer of a host of Prime Ministers' biographies, Sir Anthony Seldon. Anthony, welcome to the programme. Oh, we're struggling to get Anthony on the line. Well, happily, I'm joined by my colleague Matt Chorley as well, who, Matt, as you know, we've been reflecting on the Queen's relationship, or we're about to reflect on the Queen's relationship with Prime Ministers, with Anthony Seldon. You're going to have to kick off that conversation rather than come after it.
I'll do my best to be a poor man's Anthony Seldon. But I think the thing is that the picture is all over, online and social media and the TV channels right now. Is that picture the most recent photograph of the Queen welcoming Liz Truss, shaking her by the hand with a big beaming smile on her face? What is it? The 15th Prime Minister that the first was Winston Churchill. First was Winston Churchill, and I think it's impossible to overstate how important that relationship between Prime Minister and Queen has been, particularly in recent years. There's been quite a transition. If you go back to when she became Queen in 1952, Winston Churchill, his second time round as Prime Minister, he was not the wartime leader that he could have been, but he was twice her age. She was a very young woman when he was Prime Minister. And today, as things stand, she's twice Liz Truss's age. And during that period, she went from being the young woman learning from senior elder statesmen who'd served in wars, and Winston Churchill was born in 1874, 100 years before Liz Truss, to actually being this wise counsel down the years. And time and again, I've spoken to former Prime Ministers who say that conversation they have with the Queen every Wednesday evening, the famous audience, you've seen it on The Crown and the play The Audience, was one of the most valuable conversations, because they knew in politics it was the only conversation that wouldn't leak. And whatever you might have seen on The Crown, it probably wasn't true, because there were only two of them in the room. And over time, the Prime Minister would go in with the weight of the world on their shoulders, and she'd say, it's all right, we've seen all this before. You'll get through this.
Does that mean, does it mean that it's harder to establish whether or not she's had favourites, because we don't know what those conversations were like? But there must have been special relationships and less special ones.
I think that's definitely true. I think any stories which involves X-person being the Queen's favourite Prime Minister tend to have been put about by the Prime Minister in question rather than by the Queen. I think there were definitely examples of where unexpected relations. So she was supposed to have got on very well with Howard Wilson, who was the in public anyway, pipe smoking Labour, chippy Labour leader who you wouldn't necessarily thought would have got on, but apparently they did. Their conversations went on for a very long time. And
yet she and the Iron Lady were very much rumoured not to have a particularly warm relationship.
Well, there were stories at the time about how her and Margaret Thatcher, again, remember, they were almost the same age. So that sort of the generational switch was happening at that point. And they were, in a world still, the 80s, especially 70s and 80s, dominated by men. And they were judged by the way they looked and what they did and how they were getting on, and this idea that they were sort of having cat fights almost. I think actually, on reflection, if you look, that when Margaret Thatcher died, it was at a state funeral in all but name. The honours that she conferred upon her suggested that actually probably they did get on pretty well. Actually, one of the things, apparently she got on very well with Theresa May. Because Theresa May loves yomping on the moors and big long walks. And all of that, and not actually that long ago, earlier this year, when they had a debate in the House of Commons to mark the Jubilee, which actually is a great opportunity for politicians to get up and actually tell some lovely stories about the Queen. And I seem to remember Theresa May said she was in the Land Rover with the Queen. The Queen always insisted on driving. When the Prime Ministers go to Balmoral for the summer, they always get invited. It's very much pared back. There's not lots of flunkies and men in tights and all that. It's very much welcome to our home. And Prince Philip used to cook a barbecue for prime ministers. The Queen would wash up and sort of wait on everyone. And Theresa May told this story about how the Queen was driving and they came to a gateway and a stag was standing in the way. And the Queen just said, "What's he doing here?" And this sort of like, get out of the way,
Silly boy.
Yeah, exactly. And sort of got out and sort of shooed him out of the way. So I think, David Cameron has just tweeted, I think, in the last few minutes, saying his deep concern for the Queen, sending his heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family at this worrying time.
What about her relationship with Tony Blair? Because that went through a few ups and downs, I think, particularly around the death of Princess Diana, when Tony Blair, I think, as is rumoured anyway, had to kind of impart a few hard truths about the way in which the royal family, the firm, were dealing with this incredibly emotive moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that was, again, that the going into the 1990s, the Cool Britannia era, New Labour, Britain was sort of hurtling towards the 21st century, if you like. And there was a real feeling that the royal response was not of its time. These things are laid down. If a royal of this tier, of Princess Diana or whoever it was, were to pass away, then there are protocols which come into force and all that sort of thing. And so, in fact, I think because it happened in the summer, it was, of course, 25 years ago, only a couple of weeks ago, the death of Princess Diana, the Queen was at Balmoral. And therefore, there was not a flag over Buckingham Palace to put up, to then fly at half-mast, because they only put a flag up when the Royal Standard, when the Queen was there. And then eventually they relented. And I think that there was a sense, I think, that there was maybe a bit of a culture clash between the new Labour spin doctors and the Buckingham Palace, I don't know what you call it, traditionalists. And probably they were at various points both in the right and both in the wrong, and they found a way through it. And in the end, the Queen, addressed the nation, as she's done so many times, at that point, a moment of huge, personal grief for the royal family. And then, only 18 months ago, 2 years ago, that speech she made during the pandemic, "We will meet again," she said. Again, really capturing the mood in a way that I don't think any politician's ever been able to.
Do you think that for those prime ministers, she's represented a listening queen or an advising queen?
There are various stories down the years, the extent to which she may have sort of guided or just a quizzical eyebrow when having those conversations with her prime ministers, whether or not she there was a sort of suggestion that when Eden was sort of looking at what to do about Suez and the possible invasion of Egypt, there was a suggestion she may have said to him something like, "Are you sure you're being wise?"
Which was incredibly brave, because as you pointed out, at that point, I think maybe half his age and very early in her reign.
Very early in her reign. But then similarly, one of the most significant interventions in British politics, I think that anyone listening will remember, was during the 2014 Scottish referendum, when, again, at Balmoral, everything seems to happen in Balmoral. At Balmoral, I think she was attending church and went out and spoke to some well-wishers outside. And she said she hoped that the Scottish people would think very carefully. And this was viewed as a plea to keep the union together, which at that point obviously was heeded, and 55% of people voted to stay as part of the union.
Well, of course, the royal family are gathering at Balmoral now. You've mentioned Balmoral a few times. I have to tell you, I have stayed in the house on Balmoral.
You discussed that this week.
Where the Queen favours. It's where she goes every August and stays with her best friend, who's one of her ladies in waiting. And it was such an insight, actually, because, you expect the Queen's apartments and, to be incredibly grand and it to be... This is like a sort of 1950s hunting lodge. It's got about 4 bedrooms, a very old kitchen, ramshackle. I've seen the Queen's bedroom there. It's really not, it's a very, very normal house. And that is her favourite place, apparently, and where she spent most of her happiest times, which really does give you an insight into her personality, I think.
And I think there's a real sense, and maybe actually more recent times when there have been concerns about her health and during the pandemic, you've got a real sense of the sort of hierarchy of where, Buckingham Palace is the office, and she went there to do the business. Windsor Castle was the sort of place out of town. She spent most of the pandemic there. But Balmoral was where she wanted to get back to. And just going back to that photo of her with Liz Truss this week, she just looks like anybody's gran. It's your
rather glamorous gran, I have to say.
But and I think that's the overwhelming human reaction that people will be having today to this news.
It's very sad, isn't it, Charlotte, for her great-grandchildren, I think. It's difficult to count the generations that, their first day at school being marked by this, what appears to be a serious decline in the Queen's health.
Yes, we were shown some lovely photos. I think one's on the front page of the Times Day of their first day at school being taken by their mother and father. Princess Catherine, of course, is currently with them down in Windsor rather than being up at Balmoral because she is having to look after them on their first big day of school. Seeing more tributes pouring in now as well. We heard earlier from the Archbishop of Canterbury saying, "My prayers and the prayers of people across the Church of England and the nation are with Her Majesty the Queen's Day. May God's presence strengthen and comfort her Majesty, her family and those who are caring for her at Balmoral." Also, just in from Chief Rabbi, Her Majesty the Queen is very much in my prayers today, and I know that Jewish communities around the Commonwealth will join me in wishing her a full and swift recovery.
You're listening to Times Radio with me, Mariella Frostrup. I'm also joined by Matt Chorley and Charlotte Ivers. We're going to be keeping you up to date on the Queen's health throughout the day.
Michael Portillo on Times Radio. Reviewing the week in politics from Westminster and beyond.
As their number has grown, has government improved? I think not.
With a top quality lineup of guests and commentators.
If we're squabbling over who discovered what, that sort of misses the point of science itself.
From momentous world events to everyday life.
Uplifting exhibitions and historical perspective.
Michael Portillo, tomorrow night from 7 on Times Radio.
Work hard and play harder with the new Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 and 24 months of Netflix on selected EE plans. Save yourself an amazing 192 pounds and get an additional 480 pounds off when you trade in your old Samsung. All on the UK's best network. Now that's more bang for your buck.
CPI plus 3.9% increase each March. Best for network performance. Verified ee.co.uk/claims. £30 upfront and £90 per month. Will be £98. Unlimited data. Trade in S10 or above. Ends 29th of September. 24-month plan. Terms apply.
On DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
You are listening to Times Radio with me, Mariella Frostrup, where we're keeping you up to date on the Queen's health throughout the day. I'm also joined by my colleagues here at Times Radio, Matt Chorley and Charlotte Ivers. And Michael Cole is now on the line, who was the BBC's royal correspondent for many years.
I've got to write 2 articles.
Hello, Michael. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can.
Sounds like you're very much in demand, Michael. 2 articles. I'll try not to keep you too long. But it is a momentous day, clearly. Tell me your thoughts on what we're hearing. I mean, the messaging is pretty somber, isn't it?
It is. I think we can hold to the word comfortable. She's said to be comfortable. It's no doubt very, very serious indeed. It takes quite a lot for the palace to issue a statement on the Queen's health, but that is what they've done. And clearly now there is a gathering of the clans. All 4 of her children are either at Balmoral or on their way there. Prince Andrew was already in residence somewhere on the estate, so he was there. Prince Charles has arrived with the Duchess of Cornwall, and Princess Anne and Princess Edward will be there. Prince Edward will be there. It's a very sad moment, but we can hope for the best. She has the best care. She has the family around her. And there are reasons to be at least hopeful that maybe this event, which all families have to face at one time or another, might bring about perhaps a reconciliation between the 2 brothers, Princes William and Prince Harry. Prince Harry, who was at Frogmore Cottage at Windsor Great Park, is said to be on his way with his wife towards Balmoral. So these 2 brothers who've been at daggers drawn, perhaps they'll use this opportunity, as they should. A death in a family or a very serious illness in the family actually brings focus to many families and tells them what is the truth, that these matters, whatever they are minor compared with matters of life and death when it involves somebody who is much loved within the family, within the country, and within the Commonwealth. And I was interested in hearing, and you were reading them out, those lovely messages from the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Chief Rabbi and others, because Her Majesty is a very serious and committed Christian, and she is, of course, the supreme head of the Church of England, but the strange quirk of our constitution, as soon as she goes over the border into Scotland, she becomes Presbyterian. She's the head of the sort of Church of Scotland, is at the end of the drive, Crathy Church, and she always attends when she is in residence at Balmoral. And Balmoral, of course, is very close to her heart. It's one of the two properties that she owns personally, that Balmoral Castle and Sandringham House. Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace are owned by the state, of course, and they are, as your earlier guests have said, the places where they do business. But this is her home, and she loves it, and she would normally be here at this time of year. Nobody could have foreseen this happening, but quite clearly the signs are there. I think when we saw her on Tuesday saying goodbye to Boris Johnson and hello to Liz Truss, her 15th Prime Minister, it was quite clear that she was looking frail. And I think it's also perhaps revealing that the statement hasn't spoken about mobility issues, which had been mentioned before. In other words, she was having difficulty getting around. Well, at 96, who doesn't have difficulty getting around? If I get there, and I've only got 17 years to go, I'll be very happy, and I'd be very happy to look as good as the Queen does.
Absolutely, I think we'd all echo that. I mean, as a royal correspondent, obviously you get some sense of the Queen's character, don't you? How would you describe her as a human being?
Well, she's got a great sense of humour, and she sees the funny side of things, and she's not the least grand person you could possibly meet. I've always felt that she was very much the Squire of Sandringham, because I think she's happiest when she's in her riding clothes or she's striding around, going to visit the stud, look at the horses, look at the animals on the state, or out on the braes and the banks and the mountains around Balmoral.
She does seem to relish getting the tartan out when she gets to Balmoral, doesn't she?
Well, that's right. I must say the whole of the castle, apart from the rather beautiful blue drawing room where she received and said goodbye to her prime ministers, the whole of the castle is clad in tartan from top to bottom. And I remember quite clearly when Prince of Wales and Princess Diana went to Washington in November 1985, the President, Reagan, received them at the White House on a Saturday morning, and he was dressed casually in a lovely plaid jacket. And I said on camera, I said, to make the royal visitors feel at home, the President was wearing a jacket identical to the carpet at Balmoral. Which one was allowed to have a little bit of a tease every now and then of politicians, as you do on a regular basis, and even of royal personages. It was part of the game.
Indeed. And her policy, which has always been really not to comment unless absolutely necessary. Is it a policy that's always stood her in good stead? It certainly seems to have gained the respect of the population that, famously stiff upper lip, I suppose, in a way.
Mariella, imagine the extraordinary life of the Queen. She never went to school. She had tutors. When she joined the Brownies and the Guides, the pack came to her. She learned the Constitution. She learned how to speak French very well. That's very handy when you go to French Canada. And what she was told by her father, George VI, was do your duty. And her tutors tutored her very, very carefully in matters of the Constitution. And I think in that regard, she has not put a foot wrong throughout. And that's why she was so keen on Tuesday to play an important part in the handover of power. Boris came and tendered his seals of office, and then the new Prime Minister came, the 15th she'd had. And of course, what was interesting, as soon as he'd resigned, the power of this country resided in her until she gave the seals of office, metaphorically and actually physically, to Liz Truss. So I'm not saying that she was going to declare a nuclear war or anything, but she was the state. It was not just Louis XIV, the state is me. For those few minutes, that hiatus between the transfer of power, she was the state. And of course, in the old days, the Americans used to admire how smoothly and slickly and effortlessly transfer of power was made in this country, whereas they had 18 months of agony to elect a new president. Unfortunately, because of the needlessly protracted electoral process to find a new Tory leader, that went on for much, much longer than it should have done, more than 2 months. But it was a very important moment, and I'm quite sure she did what she has always done, her duty first, second and last.
Mm-hmm. Can I just bring Matt Chorley in for a moment, but stay with us, Michael, if you would. Michael's been mentioning Liz Truss there, newly sworn in as Prime Minister by the Queen, and she's tweeted her deep concern. This is going to be a very big thing for Liz Truss to handle, already with a sort of bag full of very big things to handle, and getting the tone right and in a way being able to deliver the right message to the people of the nation.
I think you're completely right. The comparison we were just talking a moment ago about Tony Blair and Princess Diana, that was a very significant moment, I think, in Tony Blair's premiership, very early on, the People's Princess, you remember, in sort of managing to encapsulate and speak for the country. And I think, as Michael was just saying, it's been quite a long-winded Tory leadership campaign over the summer, very much speaking to a very narrow group of people and big questions as to whether or not Liz Truss can speak to the entire country. And this is a moment where she'll be tested for being able to do exactly that.
Do you agree, Charlotte? A sort of make or break moment in a way for Liz Truss?
I think it's a make or break week for Liz Truss, isn't it? Obviously, her big energy statement that came today was meant to be the defining moment of the opening of her premiership, but this has eclipsed the fact that
Indeed,
statement has been made.
And that energy statement was a bit low on detail again, wasn't it?
It was, and we will be hearing more detail about that later in the month. It is worth noting as well, if the worst were to happen, then that would likely lead to a suspension of Parliament, perhaps of up to 10 days, and that could further delay Liz Truss's capacity to put in place a statement on the full financial details of her energy reforms. But as you say, Liz Truss will be on the world stage, whatever happens next. And she will have to, at some point, make a statement in person. That is an absolutely huge thing for any Prime Minister to do, let alone one who has barely managed to get her feet under the table in Downing Street.
And Charlotte talked about the world stage. I think it's also important to remember, we've obviously been talking about British, how we view the Queen in the UK, but she is the most famous woman on the planet, arguably.
Absolutely, and an iconic figure.
An iconic figure, again, because of her longevity, but also being at all of those key points. Barack Obama was more excited about coming to see the Queen than anyone else on the planet.
She's like that character in that William Boyd novel, Any Human Heart. This is this character that he has that lives through all of these incredible moments in history. And, obviously his is fiction and he can make it up, but you don't have to with the Queen.
And, been there. And so I think the global response to all of that, when we saw those amazing pictures of Barack Obama and Michelle Obama and uproar that Michelle Obama broke protocol by putting her arm around the Queen, but there was definitely clearly they got on very well, and I think Michael was talking. I'm sure Michael's got much better stories, but about her sense of humour, particularly privately. I mean, I was reading something only recently, but talking about Winston Churchill used to come out of his audience with sort of tears rolling down his face because they're having such a laugh talking about the horses.
And Michael, Matt was talking about her relationship with all these 15 prime ministers that she has seen into office during her long reign, and there have been some unlikely characters that she seems to have forged a closer bond with than the more predictable ones. Do you think that's indicative of what you were saying, her sense of humour and her character?
Absolutely, and you mentioned Churchill. Of course, he was very romantic in his everything about him. He was romantic, and he saw the young Elizabeth, the beautiful young Elizabeth, 26, when she came to the throne, and he saw her almost as Queen Elizabeth I, and he was one of the great courtiers of that era. And he approached it in that way, and he adored her. I think there was definitely love there. And she paid him the great compliment of going with Prince Philip when he did eventually resign as Prime Minister to number 10. And there was a banquet there. She doesn't often do that for her Prime Ministers, but she did. She's had 15 of them. She's had 16 transfers of power because Wilson lost to Edward Heath unexpectedly in June 1970, but then he came back in February 1974, so she saw him twice. Wilson apparently got on very well with the royal family. They quite liked him. He liked to do the washing up and at Balmoral when they had picnics or barbecues out on the estate on the hills. I think she's got on very well with all of them. There's a lot of nonsense talked about her not getting on with Margaret Thatcher. And of course, they were almost contemporaries. Margaret Thatcher was born just 6 months before the Queen was born in 1926. And nobody ever dropped a deeper curtsy before Her Majesty than did Margaret Thatcher. And for all the accusations that she was taking on a sort of monarchical role towards the end of her 10 or 11 years it was, I think was largely nonsense. And as for them being snubbed or derided when they went to Balmoral, far from the truth, because the royal family are extremely polite, and the Queen never, ever, ever wants to put somebody in a position where they feel uncomfortable. She has perfect manners, and she's got by, and she's done brilliantly by actually being non-committal. She very rarely says anything out of place, but when she does, it's quite amusing. She has a turn of phrase, and I always liked being around her. People used to say, "Do you know the Queen?" And I said, "No, I don't know the Queen, but she certainly knows me," because she had to know whoever was covering her. In those days, I was the BBC, and so of course she had to know who we were. And I remember her press secretary, Michael Shea, at the time saying 50% of the Queen's job is being seen. That's why she wears those bright colours most of the time, not because she likes them particularly, but she knows that people want to see her. And it is famously said that punctuality is the courtesy of kings and queens. And the one thing that ever annoyed her most was if she wasn't punctual, because she knew that people were waiting, anticipating her arrival, and had prepared for it. So she was always on time because that was what she felt that was the best thing that she could, and show her courtesy to them.
It's interesting you say she doesn't like those bright colours, but I mean, they're such a defining aspect of her now, aren't they? I can't forget that. I mean, it was almost neon, the yellow outfit that she wore to open Paddington Station, that sort of surprise visit to open Paddington Station. Do you really think she didn't like those bold colours? It was just a compromise because she knew what was required? Another act of duty from her.
It's the uniform, it's the armour, it's what, she's working, that's the working costume, let's go out and do it. I don't think she takes a particularly great of interest in it. She's had various designers over the year. Miss Kelly, who's the present one, I think has got the mark of her. She was always very clever. I think she's more at home in a pair of jodhpurs with a scarf round her neck and a hacking jacket and a tweed, going around the woods of Sandringham, going down to the Royal Stud, seeing the mares being covered by the stallions. That's her. That really is her. She is, as I say, the Squire of Sandringham. That's when she's happiest, but that's the job. That's the job. And if you wear bright colours, you stand out, you are seen. Interestingly, when she was receiving the prime ministers, both of them, on Tuesday, she was wearing a kilt or a skirt of Balmoral tartan, which was designed by Prince Albert, the consort of Queen Victoria, grey, primarily grey with a sort of a slub through of red, quite attractive and neutral. But she once said, of course, in the 1960s, when none of you people were born, but I was. When I was
one of us was.
I know for clarity, I wasn't.
Skirts were going quite high. And Princess Margaret's skirt went quite high. The Queen took her hem above her knee and then brought it slowly back. And she said, "There you are. That's it. Just be moderate. Don't do anything too extreme." And of course, if you look at her, those pictures, she always looked attractive, and it was in tune with the fashions, even if it wasn't avant-garde, even if it wasn't cutting edge, even if it wasn't what was being worn down the high street.
Absolutely, and that moderation really probably a signature of her entire reign. Michael Cole, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to you and hear your recollections of the Queen. Thank you very much indeed. The latest news, all four of the Queen's children and her grandson, Prince William, are with her at Balmoral. We're told that she's comfortable. In a few minutes, we'll speak to the historian Anthony Selden, but first, Alex Morgan has the headlines.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you, Mariella. Good afternoon. All of the Queen's children are understood to be at Balmoral as the royal family gathers around Her Majesty. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. Well, the Duke of Cambridge and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are also travelling to Scotland. The royal correspondent Rupert Bell says the statement from the palace is significant.
They tend to try and not say much unless they've got something to say, and that can maybe just put a lid on the rumours that may be travelling and going around as a result of the sort of media circus, as it were. So the palace putting out a statement is a sensible thing to do.
We'll bring you continuing coverage here on Times Radio. In other news, this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from the 1st of October. That lasts for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her plan will save the typical household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount already announced. But the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says the Prime Minister's rejection of a windfall tax to fund those measures is driven by dogma. And new figures from the NHS show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. This afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some of those heavy with hail and thunder, and slow moving across England and Wales. Nick Ellaby has the sports.
In the Premier League, Graham Potter has said goodbye to players and staff at Brighton ahead of the head coach's anticipated move to Chelsea. It follows yesterday's sacking of Thomas Tuchel. Meanwhile, a verbal agreement is reportedly in place with Graham Potter, who's expected at Chelsea's training ground today. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says he's sure their owners will expect him to sort the team's problems after a 4-1 defeat at Napoli in their opening Champions League group game. Klopp has apologised to Liverpool's travelling fans for an abject display in Italy, and it's been a poor start for last season's Premier League and Champions League runners-up, who have just 2 wins from their first 7 games in all competitions this season. The Times Northern football correspondent Paul Joyce told us Jurgen Klopp is now facing the biggest challenge of his 7-year tenure.
Liverpool are in some respects victims of the standards they've set previously, and that's why the scrutiny falls on them now. But the Napoli game was shocking in how sort of abject, how ramshackle, how off it Liverpool were, and I think that's where the worry becomes legitimate.
England's rugby union side could have names on the back of their shirts this autumn. It's in a bid to promote stars of the game to a wider audience. English rugby's governing body, the RFU, is keen on the idea ahead of November's Autumn Nations series and potentially next year's Six Nations. Here's the Times deputy rugby correspondent Will Kelleher.
There are some unions who are not so keen on it, it seems. And it sort of, in their opinion, would jar with rugby's traditions that no one player is bigger than the team. And Will told us whose shirts he thinks will sell best. Mario Toji and Marcus Smith would probably be high up there. Possibly Ellis Genge as well. The loosehead prop, Joe Marler, as and when he plays, he's got a big profile. Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios has been fined £12,000 for smashing 2 rackets. That's following his quarter-final exit at the US Open. Kyrgios also threw a drinks bottle in frustration after losing in 5 sets to Russia's Karen Khachanov. Meanwhile, Spanish teenager Carlos Alcaraz came through a late-night epic to reach the US Open semi-finals. He battled past Italian Yannick Sinner in 5 sets. Alcaraz now faces the USA's Francis Tiafoe. In the women's semi-finals, world number 1 Iga Swiatek from Poland takes on the Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka later. In the other semi, France's Caroline Garcia plays Ons Jabeur of Tunisia. That's at midnight UK time. You can read more on these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
Is this a wind-up? It has to be a wind-up. Apart from the birth of my children, this is the best phone call I've ever received in my life.
This is what it sounds like when people win big with the National Lottery.
Will you be next? The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
You're listening to me, Mariella Frostrup, here on Times Radio as we continue to bring you updates on the health of the Queen. Matt Chorley is still with me. Charlotte Ivers has disappeared for a few moments, which is a bit frustrating, actually, Matt, because what I wanted to talk to you about, we were talking to Michael Cole just then before the news, former BBC royal correspondent, and he was explaining to us that the Queen doesn't actually like bright colours. And of course, she's become famous for wearing those incredible sort of primary colour outfits. I was talking about the bright sort of canary yellow and when she opened Paddington.
And then just recently did she wear the purple when she did the Elizabeth line and all that? My mind immediately went back to when one of my very first job in journalism in Taunton, as regular listeners will know, on the Taunton Times, and the Queen visited, what would have been for the Golden Jubilee, sort of 2002?
I can't fill in the gaps of your life, Matt.
Well, no, but the Queen's Way, 2002, the Golden Jubilee. And I remember she arrived, and I remember using the phrase radiant in mint green, because that was how you wrote, and it was completely right. She knew that she had to be spotted in a crowd. And, thousands of people thronging the streets of every town that she went to. And I suppose in a way, partly because of her mobility problems recently, and also partly because of the pandemic and so on, we haven't been able to see that for so long. But I was reminded there was a poll a few weeks ago, only early this year. YouGov asked, have you ever seen or met the Queen? 1 in 5 people said they'd seen or met the Queen.
But isn't that a perfect example of her sterling work through the decades? I mean, that's astonishing,
1 in 5 people in Britain.
You haven't met the Queen?
Well, no, but I've seen or met the Queen. So I've seen her.
Yeah,
I've seen
checking, because if she'd met all of them, that would really be astonishing.
I've just kept the knighthood quiet.
Now we're talking, was it you that was at Balmoral yesterday being knighted?
Yes, exactly right.
We have to find out who that was, because that's an astonishing thing. They're going to be remembering that for the rest of their lives. We were talking about the bright colours there, and I'm really struck, actually. In fact, let's bring in the historian and writer of a host of Prime Ministers' biographies. It's Anthony Selden. I know that fashion isn't your thing necessarily, Anthony, but I'm really struck by this notion. I mean, again, it's another little insight into the Queen's personality, this idea that although she's synonymous with those primary colours, it's actually because of her sense of duty and good sense rather than any great penchant for them.
First time I've been asked for a comment on fashion. She is understated, isn't she? And we can think of many people who like to wear bright, striking colours. She's understated. She's never in your face, and I guess that goes for the colours that she likes to wear. She is somebody who comes across as personifying dignity and a sense of Britishness, Englishness, which is about understatement.
Tell me your thoughts, Anthony, on what we're hearing today. It feels like a pretty sombre moment.
Well, Mariella, absolutely nobody knows, and one can imagine that things are worse than they are, and yet with people being summoned to Balmoral, that's clearly very unusual. So we would be right to imagine that things are not good, and it is a moment unlike anything else. I mean, we've just had a change of the head of government, the Prime Minister, earlier in the week, an enormous big deal, and look at how the world's cameras flocked to Downing Street, and everyone had wall-to-wall coverage of the transition. This is totally different. This has happened once in 70 years that we have a change of Prime Minister, of monarch. There have been 15 changes of Prime Minister and not one change of the monarch. So when eventually she does go, it will be simply the biggest moment in British history. It will totally eclipse the death of Diana, and listeners will remember what a big moment that was. she's not a come and go, here today, gone tomorrow Prime Minister. She is the sovereign. Britain is a monarchy constitutionally, and she is the linchpin that holds the country together. She is like a stick that comes all the way down through it. And if you then pluck that up, and then the various constituent elements of the country lose their backbone or cohesion. So...
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I mean, historically, what will it mean in terms of our sense of what Great Britain is now when the Queen does die?
I think it will mean a great deal to people. I mean, we know that in Scotland she's much less popular, and we know that there is a third maybe of the country who don't believe in the monarchy, although a lot of those who don't believe in the monarchy still think that she has done a very good job. So the cohesion that binds the country together will be lost. What's keeping Scotland and Northern Ireland together in the country, the sense of history, looking back to the time that Britain was a great country. When she came to the throne in 1952, all the talk was of a second Elizabethan age, people looking back to Elizabeth I from 1558 to 1603, a time when Britain was truly great, and there have been moments when Britain has indeed been a great country under her reign. And I think abroad, Mariella, this is why many people come to the country. I mean, presidents of the United States, arguably still the most powerful figure in the world, they come to London. They're much keener to go to Buckingham Palace and see the monarch than some of them have been to go to Downing Street and see the Prime Minister.
And Anthony, Liz Truss may well be the Prime Minister who has to hold the nation together following the death of the Queen. She's only been in the job since Tuesday. Do you think it's going to be a particularly defining moment for her and a difficult one for any Prime Minister?
Of an extraordinarily difficult moment. She, as a private person, will feel enormous waves of emotion herself for all her earlier flirtation with being a Republican, and she'll have to deal with her private sense and still be that figurehead around which the country can unite. We're reminded that the last time that the Prime Minister had to leave London to go and be offered the job by the monarch was 1908 with Edward VII, and within 2 years Edward had died. And it will also be difficult because somebody who will be very much ruining what's happened is Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson would have risen superbly to this moment and would have been able to articulate with his sense of history and communication the grief of the nation. He'd have been able to define it. Remember, with Tony Blair, one of the first moments that the country fully became aware of him was 4 months into his leadership when Diana died. And these moments are totally defining for prime ministers. Will Liz Truss rise to it? Will she be eclipsed if many people want to hear what Boris Johnson wants to say rather than her? By any yardstick, it will be difficult for her on top of everything that she's dealing with at the moment, Liz Truss.
Stay with us, Anthony. But Matt, we didn't talk about her relationship with Boris Johnson, did we, when we were talking about her relationships?
Yeah, we hadn't really caught up there. I mean, obviously the most high-profile issue was this time 3 years ago when he tried to prorogue Parliament. He sent Jacob Rees-Mogg to Balmoral. Everything happens in Balmoral, and they prorogued Parliament, and that was later ruled by the Supreme Court to have been unlawful. But I suspect that, like all of his predecessors, Boris Johnson will have enjoyed having that. You know, every Prime Minister has troubles with their own cabinet, and their own, even the people they can trust. And so I suspect he'll have enjoyed having those weekly auditors of the Queen. And if she might have occasionally rolled her eyes when he left the room, then so be it.
I think she probably would have enjoyed him, though. I mean, her sense of humour certainly would have been triggered by Boris, I imagine. Anthony, I think the first time that she was criticised in public was in 1957 when Lord Altrincham accused her of being out of touch. Someone shot at her in 1981 during the Trooping of the Colour. What would you say was the worst moment? I mean, she famously described 1992 as her annus horribilis. What do you think was the sort of what would mark for her the worst moment of her reign?
I think it would be that for any parent to have children facing separation, particularly after such a public royal weddings, that would have been a terrible moment. She has stuck faithfully with her marriage all her life, and that sense of honour that she and fidelity and faith that she has personified means, I think, that the family would have hit her very hard. Obviously, for the nation, the most prickly, difficult moment was probably the death of Diana, when it seemed that she was most out of touch with the dismay and anguish that the country felt at the death of Diana. And she did respond, and she came down to London and rectified that. And with hindsight, we can see that revivified her connection to the country. We saw that most recently with the 70th Jubilee. So I think there've been a lot of painful moments. She is an intense family person, and we can forget that. We see her as our monarch, but she would see herself as the mother of 4 children, and clearly the anguish around Prince Andrew would have caused her deep upset, as would all the trouble around Harry and the difficulty between the princes.
I suppose, Anthony, the really striking thing is once you start thinking about what a long time she has been the Queen, and how phenomenally different the Britain of 1952 is to the Britain of today. And I was totting them up, even just on the political side: 18 general elections, 15 prime ministers, 13 referendums, 3 minority governments, 1 coalition.
You're making me quite exhausted.
We were out of Europe, then into Europe, then out again, and all of that. And you were saying that she's the longest serving, longest reigning monarch, and her passing would be a huge moment in British history. But she was the first television monarch. Never mind the internet. And those criticisms of sometimes being slow to move. You think, well, the enormous almost no institution would have survived quite so many transformations. Trying to keep up to date with the modern age and trying to keep the support. It's phenomenal, really. If you look at the support for the royal family, that still has survived.
Absolutely. And think of all the companies in 1952 which are no longer there
the firms.
Today.
Yeah.
So much has gone. And when she first became the monarch, it was Churchill, who was born in 1874 and would have known many people who were alive in the 18th century. So there she was, her first prime minister. Would have known people who were alive before the Battle of Waterloo and deep into the 18th century under George III. So we can get that sense of history. I think whenever a monarch dies in a monarchy, it's a very profound moment, because a monarchy is the unifying agent in a country. And we can see how well, during COVID most recently, her broadcast to the nation, a rare broadcast to the nation during COVID, was listened to intently across the whole country. What is it, one could ask, holds the country together if it isn't her and if it isn't the monarchy? Now, Prince Charles will clearly, when the moment comes, do everything he can to be that centralizing figure. But the head of state is the unifier. What else is it that holds our increasingly diverse and divided country together? And indeed, will Britain still be great when the monarchy goes? And will that accelerate a sense of Britain becoming a second-rate power and influence in the world? She's also the figure, of course, within the Commonwealth. Very importantly, the Commonwealth owe massive loyalty, personal loyalty, to her.
Some big questions there that I dare say we'll be discussing over today and the next few days. Anthony Seldon, thank you so much for joining me. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup here on Times Radio. I'm joined by my colleagues Matt Chorley and Charlotte Ivers as we bring you the latest on the health of the Queen.
Global events.
People are trying to put a brave face on and move forward with their lives.
Breaking news.
For many, it's a very dangerous road.
Reactive analysis.
They should take personal responsibility for their behaviour.
From the world's best journalists.
These are not easy or free hits.
Keeping you informed as events unfold.
We've withdrawn back on our military capabilities.
On DAB, online, on the app and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
You are listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio as we bring you the latest on the health of the Queen. I'm joined now by Sarah Hewson, Talk TV's royal correspondent. Sarah, welcome to the programme. What's the latest you've been hearing?
Well, Mariella, we now know that all of the Queen's children have travelled to Balmoral. They're either there or are on their way there. So Prince Charles, who was in Scotland, Princess Anne, who was already in Scotland, the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex as well, the Duke of Cambridge, the Queen's grandson, and Prince Harry and Meghan, who were in London to do a charity event this evening. They are instead travelling to Balmoral to be with their family. And I think it's hard to underestimate the seriousness of this statement that we had from Buckingham Palace. It is so unusual for the palace to comment on the Queen's health, followed by the statements that we've had from Liz Truss, from Keir Starmer, from the Archbishop of Canterbury, all expressing their concern. I think it is a very worrying time indeed.
And in terms of the reaction so far, I mean, they really do display the scope and the reverence and respect in which the Queen is held, don't they?
Oh, they really do. And I mean, this is a moment that is entirely incomprehensible for many of us, contemplating a Britain without the Queen. We know it will happen at some point. She is 96. But she has been such a constant in our lives. She has represented continuity. She's represented stability. She's been the person that the nation has turned to in times of crisis. Just look at that speech that she gave during the COVID pandemic when people were so very frightened. And she spoke to bring people together and said, "We will meet again." She has shown steadfast dedication to her duty, remarkable stamina. Even to see her on Tuesday, Mariella, and I was up at Balmoral for that transition of power, and it will have been her great wish to serve that duty to ensure a smooth transition of power, that she should oversee the transfer from her 14th to her 15th Prime Minister.
We've talked a lot about Balmoral today. Obviously, that's where everybody headed, and it is one of the two properties that the Queen owns. And one of our listeners has written in and rather poignantly said, I wonder how William and Harry feel about Balmoral, times of happy holidays, memories and so on, but also where they once before received devastating news. It's an interesting question, isn't it?
It is where they were in the days after the death of Princess Diana. So this will feel very poignant and bring back, I'm sure, very difficult memories. But it is a very happy place for the royal family. It is their summer retreat. It is a place that is filled with country sports for them, fishing in the River Dee, the Braemar Games, which the Queen was one of her favourite events. It was an event at which you would see her at her most animated, at her most joyful. Some of the photographs that have come out of her various visits to the Braemar gathering over the years show just how much she enjoyed being there in the Highlands. It is a place where she and her late husband, Prince Philip, were at their most relaxed and at ease, a haven in many ways. It was where the Duke of Edinburgh would cook on a barbecue on the hills for guests, a barbecue that he designed himself. It is a very beautiful place, a place of great tranquility, a very dramatic landscape, somewhere that her granddaughter, Princess Eugenie, described as the most beautiful place on earth, the place that Granny is most happy. And she talked about there being dogs, a lot of dogs, always dogs, and people coming in and out all the time. It hasn't really been any different in some ways this summer because there have been people coming in and out. There have been regular visitors. The Cambridge family went there to visit. The Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall have been staying at their property on the Balmoral estate, and they have been visiting regularly. We were told that the Queen had been seen out having picnics, that she'd been seen out with her dogs. And of course, then we saw her on Tuesday giving that audience to Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, looking frail, but very happy, a big smile across her face. And I think mixed feelings about those images that emerged on Tuesday. And it's hard to think that that is just 2 days ago. And now we have had this statement from Buckingham Palace. But when I first saw that image, I was feeling a sense of relief to see her standing on her feet, albeit with a walking stick, because we hadn't seen her since July when she travelled to the Balmoral estate. But I also saw someone who looked very frail and elderly. And of course, she's 96 years old, Mariella. But we have seen her as such a strength and so stoic and with such great stamina that it was almost quite humbling to see.
Indeed. Well, Sarah Hewson, thank you so much for joining me today. That was Sarah Hewson, Talk TV's royal correspondent. Thank you very much. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. Let's now, at 3 o'clock, get the news from Alex Morgan.
Mariella, thank you. Good afternoon. Members of the royal family are gathering in Balmoral to be at the Queen's side. Buckingham Palace say the Queen is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. It's understood the Queen's 4 children have arrived, while the Duke of Cambridge, Prince William, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are travelling to Scotland. The former royal editor at The Sun, Duncan Larkham, says the announcement from the palace is significant.
In many ways, they're actually being quite surprisingly open at the moment by confirming that William, Charles and Princess Anne are all rushing to be by her bedside. So that doesn't look very good. But of course, just 2 days ago, we saw her smiling as she, did her duties as the Queen with a new Prime Minister.
Well, the Queen's former Scottish Communications Secretary, Louise Tate, says Balmoral is a special place to the Queen and to her late husband, the Duke of Edinburgh.
It was a place they spent a lot of time over the years. It's a place that until COVID, that they spent most time. Many of the activities they enjoy, the walking and the barbecuing and all the leisure time that they have together at Balmoral is really special.
Well, crowds of well-wishers have started to gather outside the gates of Balmoral, while the changing of the guard ceremony at Buckingham Palace has been cancelled. Liz Truss, who was appointed Prime Minister by the Queen on Tuesday, has led well-wishes from across the political divide. Ms Truss said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Those thoughts were echoed by the Business Secretary Jacob Rees-Mogg in the House of Commons.
May I begin by adding my voice to those of Honourable and Right Honourable members about Her Majesty the Queen and wish her well from this House. It is a matter of the gravest concern to all of us when our sovereign is unwell.
The Archbishop of Canterbury says the prayers of the nation are with the Queen. We will bring you continuing coverage here on Times Radio. In some other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from the 1st of October and will last for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her plan will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount previously announced. Speaking in the Commons earlier this afternoon, she outlined plans to help businesses.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs.
Well, Ms Truss also said a fund would be established for those using heating oil, living in park homes or on heat networks. The Prime Minister reiterated the latest measures will not be paid for by another windfall tax on the energy giants. She says the new Chancellor will lay out more details on how it will be funded later in the month. But the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer said working people will be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the oil and gas giants would remain on the table. He said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma.
She claims that a windfall tax will deter investment. That's ridiculous. These vast profits are not the reward of careful planning. They are the unexpected windfall from Putin's barbarity in Ukraine.
New NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. And 115,000 Royal Mail workers have started a 48-hour walkout in the row over pay and conditions. The Communication Workers Union says its members will also strike on Friday the 30th of September and Saturday the 1st of October. This afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some of those heavy with hail and thunder, and slow-moving across England and Wales. More persistent heavy rain perhaps reaching the northeast later on. And we'll bring you a full roundup of the sports at past.
You're listening to Times Radio with me, Mariella Frostrup, on this sombre day for the nation with the news that Buckingham Palace is concerned for the health of Her Majesty the Queen. Her family are with her at Balmoral, where she's said to be comfortable. That includes her 4 children and Prince William. Prince Harry and his wife Meghan are travelling there at the moment. Let's now speak to our reporter Joe Crawford, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Joe, what's the atmosphere like there? Are people beginning to gather?
Yeah, so as you can see on the camera, we've got quite a few people who are standing outside the palace now. It's forming quite a bit of a crowd. There's quite a few news organisations who are also lined up next to us as well. If you can see up ahead, we've also got the Union Jack flag flying over the palace. And yeah.
What are people saying who are there? Is there a sense of, waiting?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a sense of waiting. Some people don't really know what's going on as well. But with this crowd that's forming outside the palace, you can see that news is clearly spreading and people are standing outside waiting to hear what's going to happen.
Thank you for joining us, Joe. We'll be coming back to you in a bit. Charlotte, what's the latest news from Parliament and from the political world?
Well, we just have that statement from the palace at the moment following further evaluation this morning. The Queen's doctors are concerned for Her Majesty's health and have recommended she remain under medical supervision. The Queen remains comfortable and at Balmoral. And of course, we've been hearing from political leaders ever since that statement came out. I brought you the statement from Liz Truss and also from Keir Starmer, joined in the last hour or so by former Prime Ministers as well. David Cameron saying he is deeply concerned by the news this afternoon from Buckingham Palace. I send my heartfelt thoughts and prayers to Her Majesty the Queen and the royal family at this worrying time. Then as well a statement from Tony Blair. It is deeply concerning to hear today's news from Buckingham Palace. My thoughts and prayers are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this worrying time. So just across the political spectrum, tributes pouring in and well wishes pouring into the Queen and her family.
Matt, what's the impression you're getting? I am joined in the studio, as you can probably hear, by my colleagues, Matt Chorley and Charlotte Ivers. Matt, what's the impression that you're getting from the political world in terms of the momentous nature of just the thought that the Queen might die?
I think there is a sort of collective national holding of breath. And I think particularly in this week, at various points, the Queen has been very high profile and then less so. And normally during the summer months, she's in Balmoral. It's the place she loves being the most. And so we get used to not seeing her during the summer months. But because just 2 days ago, we saw those lovely pictures of her welcoming Liz Truss, inviting Liz Truss to form a government, her role in the Constitution. But with a big beaming smile on her face, yes, leaning on a stick, but standing up and shaking her by the hand. And actually both Boris Johnson and Liz Truss were with her for quite some time, good sort of 3/4 an hour, I think, both of them. So I think that's the shock of it, I think. I mean, she's 96. People knew that something was going to happen at some point. But that never really takes, people know this from their own loved ones, doesn't take away from when it actually appears that now her health has taken a turn for the worst. And I think immediately, particularly politics, that's my world, but because the monarch is so bound up in the weird thing that we call our British Constitution, Do they have to traipse to Balmoral to go and form a government? The Privy Councillors need to be sworn in. That the weekly audiences with the Prime Minister and so on. I think it's felt particularly acutely in Westminster. I mean, only sort of yesterday afternoon we were still getting messages from Number 10. So-and-so had been approved as a junior minister by the Queen. Every single member of the government being approved by the Queen.
Indeed, we're joined now by the Times' Henry Zefferman. And Henry, as Matt was saying there, it's very difficult to detach the Queen and her 70-year reign from the politics here in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, only last night we had a series of announcements via press release that the Queen, of course, the Queen, not Liz Truss, had appointed a string of new junior ministers, because that's how our constitution works. So, there is a reshuffle underway. It's been paused, of course, because the Queen evidently can't appoint ministers. But I think that's a small example. It doesn't, of course, have huge significance right now, but it's a small example of the fact that the Queen is the Constitution, that the sovereign, effectively, runs this country, albeit on the advice of her Prime Minister, of course. And so, there is a slight feeling of stasis in Westminster here, like I suspect all over the country, as people are really just watching the news and waiting to see how and when and in what way they can proceed.
Yeah, and there's this sense that although she doesn't wield actual political power, if you will, I mean, it's much more, in terms of a sort of visual thing. There is this sense of it being a politically momentous moment.
Well, I mean, I was in the Commons chamber earlier for Liz Truss's announcement on energy bills, and it became, well, it was a very highly charged occasion. I'll remember it for a long time, because it suddenly became clear, I think it was just after midday, that something, I had no idea what, of course, was up. So Nadeem Zahawi, who for just a couple of days has been the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, runs the Cabinet Office, suddenly came in while Keir Starmer was responding to Liz Truss, and sat down right next to the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, and put his hand over his mouth so no one could see what he was saying, and whispered something to her. And her face was very notably concerned very quickly, and they chatted briefly. Zahawi took a few notes, and then he went to speak to Lindsay Hoyle, the Commons Speaker. Lindsay Hoyle again suddenly looked very concerned. He spoke to his clerks who sit in front of him. At a certain point, they beckoned over Angela Rayner, Labour's deputy leader, because of course Keir Starmer was still speaking about energy bills. And it just became clear, I think including to many backbench MPs who of course were watching this happen, that something was going on. And I think, that goes to show, of course, members of Parliament are concerned simply because they are British subjects. But it also goes to show how intimately bound up what happens in this place, the Palace of Westminster, which of course has so many royal connotations as well. It's so bound up with the Queen, and I think, is in a state of stasis now.
It's also, Henry, I was just sort of thinking, the Queen knows more secrets than probably anyone else in the country ever. I mean, she gets, the Prime Minister has the red box, the Cabinet Ministers have the red box, and they work their papers. And they know everything that passes across their desk for the 2 or 3, 4, 5 years they're in office. She's been working through those red boxes now for 70 years and will have known more about what's going on. I was reading about, I think it was to do with the Suez crisis recently, and she knew more about what was going on than some government ministers. And actually, there was the thing I was reading was talking about the tension because of her beloved Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is one of her abiding sort of lodestars of her reign. But there was a tension between what she knew was happening with Suez and what leaders of Commonwealth countries knew, and she knew things that she couldn't share with them. But I think it's just a reminder that for all the sort of comings and goings, every single secret thing that's happened in government has crossed her desk at some point.
Imagine the weight of responsibility of carrying all those secrets.
If only she'd written her memoirs.
I know. Maybe she has.
Maybe she has.
It's worth saying, Matt, it's not just what passes her desk, it's also the weekly audience she's had with every Prime Minister since Churchill, who of course was a very old man when he was the Queen's first Prime Minister. I mean, The Crown, which is obviously now this controversial, compulsively watchable Netflix show, actually began life as a play by the same writer, Peter Morgan, the audience.
Helen Mirren was in it.
Exactly.
It was terrific.
I saw it too, and that I think spoke to the sort of, and it was basically a play with a series which depicted a series of imagined conversations between the Queen and most, although I think not all of her prime ministers. I don't think they could generate any dramatic tension from Alec Douglas-Home. And it spoke to, I think, the eternal fascination of what happens in those weekly audiences.
Henry, I'm still trying to find out who her favourite prime minister was. Are you prepared to take a punt on this?
Well, I look, of course, I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to, but there has been. Royal historians and I think also political historians have said she had an especial fondness for Harold Wilson, the Labour Prime Minister from 64 to 70 and 74 to 79, who, of course, came from a very different background to the Queen. Of course, every Prime Minister comes from a different background to the Queen, but some were born into more privilege than others. And Harold Wilson, the grammar school boy from Merseyside, seems to have had a particularly good rapport with the Queen, that I think that has been recorded by historians. But look, of course, her success as a monarch, the fact that she's never really seriously been politically contestable in the way that I think some hereditary monarchs in other countries have become, I think rests in that perceived neutrality. The fact that we really don't know what she thinks about things, but also about people.
I do wonder, Henry, the Harold Wilson thing might have been partly also out of comparison because, well, as you mentioned, Alec Douglas-Home, he only lasted about a year before Wilson. Ted Heath came afterwards, and she apparently used to find, or at least he used to find, I think she found him hard going. And at their first meeting in 1970, he asked if she'd been busy lately. And she replied, "That is the sort of question Lord Mayors ask when I visit cities." And so I do wonder whether Harold Wilson benefited from the people who came before and after as a sort of slightly elevating him in the reputation.
Maybe Theresa May as well, if you're going to go
but then the yomping Theresa May, she loves walking on the malls and all of that, and the great outdoors.
The stomping,
which Theresa May definitely. And I do wonder, actually, Henry, how Anthony Selden was saying this earlier about Liz Truss, and we know about how she was a monarch, was a Republican, called for the abolition of the monarchy. It's a real test for her now as to what happens in the coming days.
Yeah, I thought that was such a fascinating point because, it would be a test of any prime minister, but a prime minister who is only just bedding down in the role, who only kissed hands with the Queen barely 48 hours ago, a little bit more than that. It's a formidable test, and Liz Truss, of course, is a very experienced cabinet minister, but I don't think anything can prepare you for shouldering the grief of a nation. And it's a nation which I think it's fair to say, as your focus group this morning showed, Matt, many of them don't know anything about her. They might not even know her name. And then suddenly they're going to be tuning into Rolling News. And the first thing they will find out about Liz Truss, it's not her energy bills announcement, it's not her first party conference speech, it's not her emergency fiscal statement. It is her attempt to channel the grief of a nation at the Queen's death. And that's an extreme challenge for her.
And of course, if she does it well, though, it's an epic moment, very much at the very beginning of her premiership, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm sure Liz Truss will not be thinking of it in those terms. She'll have the human concern for the Queen, that was very evident on her face now that I understand what it was when I saw Nadeem Zahawi bring her into the loop this morning. But look, yeah, of course. I mean, it feels a little bit premature, but potentially this is the first month, if not longer, of Liz Truss's premiership thrown quite dramatically off course. There is a worked up grid for what she's going to do over the next few weeks, and it seems very plausible that is now not what she's going to do over the next few weeks. She might not go to America for the UN General Assembly. She might not even have her party conference. I don't know, but these are the implications that her team will have to grapple with in the coming days, and whether it's a challenge or not for her, whether it's good or bad for her, I don't think will be the terms in which they'll be thinking about it. But either way, it does absolutely make for a very strange and I'm sure quite bewildering start to her premiership.
Henry Zeffman, thank you so much. In a moment, the Conservative MP Roger Gale will be with us. You're listening to Times Radio. The country, and in fact, the whole world, are following updates from Buckingham Palace on the health of the Queen. Do stay with us.
Hugo Rifkind, Saturday morning from 10 on Times Radio. Join Hugo Rifkind for a tongue-in-cheek look at the week in politics.
I'll be belly flopping into the swimming pool of news, and I expect blaming people for it.
Telling the stories that matter.
That's the fascination of the past, that we know what happens next and they don't.
Plus, the best that the weekend has to offer, whether you're staying in or going out.
And I'll leave you just in time for lunch.
Hugo Rifkind, Saturday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
From the case files of Miss Maureen 118212.
You know, the life of a telephone detective is never dull. 1 minute you might be called by a lady from Luton looking for a lighting shop. The next it might be a gent from Jarrow who just needs a jeweller. Whatever the number you need is Maureen 118212.
Maureen 118212.
Calls cost £2.50 per call plus 75p a minute with a minimum 1 minute charge plus your phone company's access charge.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
Hello, you're listening to Times Radio with me, Mariella Frostrup, on this sombre day for the nation, with the news that Buckingham Palace is concerned for the health of Her Majesty the Queen. We're joined now by the MP for North Thanet, Sir Roger Gale. Roger, welcome back to the programme on this rather sad day. What's the reaction from MPs in Westminster on the Queen's deteriorating health?
I think we're, to a man and a woman, deeply saddened by the fact that clearly Her Majesty's health has deteriorated to the point where the family have felt it prudent to go to Balmoral. But I also think there's something of an air of consternation that people seem to be being a little bit premature in their tributes. There will be time and a place for that, and that is not quite yet, I don't think.
I suppose it's quite difficult not to take seriously the fact that the entire royal family have gathered at Balmoral in the space of a few hours, and reports are coming out about the Queen's health that we would never normally be privy to.
I think that is very true. And quite clearly all those signals suggest that Her Majesty is very unwell indeed. And the palace doesn't normally issue this kind of statement, so it is exceptional. We all have to understand that and accept it. But at the moment, I think we need to pray for a truly great lady.
Roger, were you in the House of Commons today as the sort of the news swept through the chamber?
Yes, I was.
Just for people who weren't there, people who weren't sort of watching at the time, just because obviously it was a big moment. Liz Truss was unveiling her big energy policy.
Yeah, and I think the point was made slightly earlier in your programme that this is likely to derail a lot of Liz Truss's early premiership, because if what we believe is likely to happen happens, then quite clearly normal service is suspended and all sorts of other preparations and necessities cut in. It's not going to be an easy circumstance. I mean, God knows it's hard enough for Liz Truss as it was, with all the things she's got to deal with. But to have this on top, I don't envy her at all.
We don't want to preempt anything, as you so rightly have pointed out, but it is a moment to reflect on the incredible contribution she's made to public life, to political life, her charity work. Kind of incredible that she's kept working into her 90s. I mean, I know the retirement age has gone up to close to 70, but 96 is pretty spectacular.
She is quite extraordinary. She's almost the only monarch I've known, and I'm in my 80th year. I was 9 when King George died. But in reality, she's been my monarch for the whole of my life. And that's an extraordinary thing to be able to say. The way that she's served her country over 70 years, it's phenomenal.
And Roger,
from a wartime experience right the way through to now.
Roger, unlike Mariella and I, you've been knighted. And sworn into the Privy Council. So take us into, meeting her up close as a human, everyone else knows was the person on the money and the stamps and the TV and all of that. Take us into the room when you've met her.
I'm not sure to what extent we're supposed to do this. And the knighthood, it's quite extraordinary because you know that you've only got a very limited amount of time. A lot of people go through that machine. It runs like clockwork. But, and when she shakes hands with you, that's thank you and goodbye. But for the moments that you are with her, it's as if there's nobody else in the room. And all I can say is she made me feel for 90 seconds or so the most important person. It is quite extraordinary. I've various things. I mean, she has got beautiful eyes. Up close and personal, she's got the most beautiful eyes. And that may be a sort of thing a man notices. I don't know.
No, not at all. I've noticed it as
you
well.
Really
and
have
she's
got beautiful eyes.
And quite an iconic, in general, the sort of, the whole image of her is so iconic. I mean, she could never be mistaken for anyone else. Of course, she's the most famous woman in the world, but there is something just startlingly arresting about the Queen.
Absolutely. She said to me, she obviously knew, but she said, how long have you been a member of Parliament? And I wanted to say about half the time that you've been on the throne, ma'am. I didn't. But I told her, and she said, you must have seen quite a lot of changes in that time. And I said, yes, ma'am, and not all for the better. And these piercing eyes looked straight into mine and said, yes, I know what you mean.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, just before you go, Roger, what do you admire most about her? I mean, even people who aren't royalists, speak with, incredible pride and, seem to be really taken with the person that she's been and the person she showed herself to be over all these decades.
Courage, faith, determination, total loyalty to her country.
MP for North Thanet, Sir Roger Gale, thank you very much for joining me here on Times Radio. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. Earlier, I spoke to royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams and asked whether it's unprecedented for the palace to make a public announcement about the Queen's health.
Oh, very clearly, this is a matter for concern, and if you read the statement with further evaluation having produced this, because we know that the Queen had to postpone her Privy Council meeting yesterday, that she'll remain under medical supervision. I mean, this is an unprecedented statement, and with members of the royal family going to Balmoral in the way that you say, I mean, very, very clearly, we should be worried.
And there's been, a lot of work in the last few years to hand on some of her responsibilities to the Prince of Wales. Perhaps most visibly, the last opening of Parliament was done by Prince Charles. Is he ready for this moment? Because still, when you think of all those big occasions, it's the Queen that flashes before your eyes in terms of a presence at them, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for over 70 years, she's literally identified with pretty well every part of British life, and certainly, of course, in our unwritten constitution, she's been absolutely pivotal. I mean, since 2015, when she ceased taking long-haul flights, there has been this move whereby the Prince of Wales has taken on a variety of duties, the wreath at the cenotaph, opening Parliament, and so forth. But there's no doubt that in the way that she received the outgoing Prime Minister, which as you just mentioned, and also Liz Truss kissing hands as Prime Minister, the way she's carried on her duties, she's iconic. I mean, this is someone who worldwide is not only respected and admired, but also, I think, synonymous with the very best of British.
Stay with us, Richard. This message from Jane Griffiths, one of our listeners, will probably sum up the feelings of a lot of people. The language of the statement from Buckingham Palace is clear. This feels almost scary. I'm quite old, and she's been Queen since before I was born. And that really is, why she's such an iconic figure, isn't it, Richard? And in many ways sort of sums up what people feel about the nation that they live in. And it's her longevity and her endurance, the fact she's been working nearly every single day. She's 96 years old, which is quite astonishing.
It is indeed, and also firstly there is a symbol of continuity where there's been so much change, and that has also been the case recently, as we saw with the pandemic. And then again, the fact that she has this truly remarkable dedication to duty, that people don't know what she thinks, but on the other hand, this has helped the monarchy remain above party politics, which is so essential, but also the fact that she's been identified with practically every major event in our national life over decades. I mean, her contribution has been so significant, and most particularly, of course, the way she has nurtured her beloved Commonwealth.
She's head of the Commonwealth, of course. What's that meant in practice, and how involved has she stayed with that, particularly in the last few years?
Tremendously involved, because with certain prime ministers like Margaret Thatcher and Edward Heath not taking the same interest in the Commonwealth, there's no question, however, the way it has expanded, and it is a truly multicultural organisation, and something that, I mean, it isn't automatic that the British monarch would succeed, but equally we know that Prince Charles would be the next head. You couldn't have a rotating head of state on the one hand, and on the other the Secretary General was a bureaucrat, and it wouldn't have anything like the same cachet.
And in terms of the relationship that the British public have with the Queen, royalists and non-royalists. In fact, there's a message from Catherine saying, I'm not really a royalist, but I do love the Queen. Aren't Harry and Meghan in Europe at present? Asked Catherine. And that's a subject we may turn to in just a moment. But the public love for the Queen was really expressed at the Jubilee. Do you think she was surprised at the extent of it?
I think she was delighted. I don't think she was surprised, because I think it's always been evident.
Yes, and we've heard from Commonwealth countries, as we were just discussing, that Charles's reign could be the moment that many leave the Commonwealth. I mean, are we on a precipice as well in other ways, perhaps more sort of political ways?
I wouldn't have said it was a precipice. I do think it will be an occasion where there will be a re-evaluation of the 14 countries which keep the Queen as head of state. Some of them will have referenda, very possibly becoming republics. Whether or not they actually do when the people vote, remember Barbados recently did, but there was no actual vote. That remains to be seen. I mean, thinking also of the future, the Cambridges and their children, I would say the monarchy is in very good hands. They've had a very difficult period in the last couple of years.
That was royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliam speaking to me earlier. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. Alex Morgan is now here with the news and sport.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thanks, Mariella. Good afternoon. Members of the royal family are gathering in Balmoral to be at the Queen's side. Buckingham Palace says Her Majesty is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned about her health. It's understood the Queen's 4 children have arrived, while the Duke of Cambridge, Prince William, and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are travelling to Scotland. Well-wishers have gathered outside the gates of Balmoral and in London, outside Buckingham Palace, where Times Radio's Anna Geary is for us.
Dozens of well-wishers have gathered here outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, all distressed to learn that the Queen is under medical supervision up at another of her favoured residences, up at Balmoral, where her children are travelling to be with her. Now, whilst the mood is that of concern here, the tourists I've spoken to were carrying about their business as normal, taking selfies in front of the palace gates and praying for a speedy recovery of the Queen. I understand the traditional changing of the guard, which was due to take place here at Buckingham Palace tomorrow morning, has just been called off.
And do stay with us on Times Radio. We'll bring you the more information as we have it. In other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which she says will see typical household energy bills capped at £2,500 from October and will last for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her plan will save the typical household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount previously announced. But the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer has said the Prime Minister's rejection of a windfall tax to fund those measures was driven by dogma. New NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. This afternoon, a mixture of sunny spells and showers, some of those heavy with hail and thunder, and slow moving across England and Wales. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
In the Premier League, Graham Potter has said goodbye to players and staff at Brighton ahead of the head coach's anticipated move to Chelsea. It follows yesterday's sacking of Thomas Tuchel. Meanwhile, a verbal agreement is reportedly in place with Graham Potter, who's expected at Chelsea's training ground today. Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp says he's sure their owners will expect him to sort the team's problems after a 4-1 defeat at Napoli in their opening Champions League group game. Klopp has apologised to Liverpool's travelling fans for an abject display in Italy, and it's been a poor start for last season's Premier League and Champions League runners-up, who have just 2 wins from their first 7 games in all competitions this season. The Times Northern football correspondent Paul Joyce told us Jurgen Klopp is now facing the biggest challenge of his 7-year tenure.
Liverpool are in some respects victims of the standards they've set previously, and that's why the scrutiny falls on them now. But the Napoli game was shocking in how sort of abject, how ramshackle, how off it Liverpool were, and I think that's where the worry becomes legitimate.
England's rugby union side could have names on the back of their shirts this autumn. It's in a bid to promote stars of the game to a wider audience. English rugby's governing body, the RFU, is keen on the idea ahead of November's Autumn Nations series and potentially next year's Six Nations. Here's the Times deputy rugby correspondent Will Kelleher.
There are some unions who are not so keen on it, it seems. And it sort of, in their opinion, would jar with rugby's traditions that no one player is bigger than the team.
And Will told us whose shirts he thinks will sell best.
Mario Toji and Marcus Smith would probably be high up there. Possibly Ellis Genge as well. The loosehead prop, Joe Marler, as and when he plays, he's got a big profile.
Australian tennis player Nick Kyrgios has been fined £12,000 for smashing 2 rackets. That's following his quarter-final exit at the US Open. Kyrgios also threw a drinks bottle in frustration after losing in 5 sets to Russia's Karen Khachanov. Meanwhile, Spanish teenager Carlos Alcaraz came through a late-night epic to reach the US Open semi-finals. He battled past Italian Yannick Sinner in 5 sets. Alcaraz now faces the USA's Francis Tiafoe. In the women's semi-finals, world number 1 Iga Swiatek from Poland takes on the Belarusian Aryna Sabalenka later. In the other semi, France's Caroline Garcia plays Ons Jabeur of Tunisia. That's at midnight UK time. You can read more on these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
A million pounds. Is this a wind-up? It has to be a wind-up. Apart from the birth of my children, this is the best phone call I've ever received in my life.
This is what it sounds like when people win big with the National Lottery. Will you be next? The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
Welcome back. You're listening to Mariella Frostrup here on Times Radio, where we're going to be keeping you updated on the news from Balmoral and Buckingham Palace. I'm joined by my colleague Matt Chorley. Matt, you're trying to keep up with the news that's flooding in. What's the latest?
Yeah, so it's been, what is it now? About 2 hours ago, we got that. No, 3 hours ago, in fact, just after 12:30 when I was on air, we got the original statement from Buckingham Palace saying the Queen was under medical supervision. But was comfortable. And I think at that point there was a feeling that this was, on the face of it, if you just looked at the words, an update on that could have been any number of things. And I think there was a feeling that because Buckingham Palace don't just put out statements about the Queen's health. Occasionally they have done in recent months when there's been a reason why she's not attended it. She didn't attend the state opening of Parliament and so on earlier this year. But there was a feeling that sort of an out-of-the-blue statement of that was perhaps more serious than it might have been. There was quite a moment in the House of Commons chamber where the news was spoken to Liz Truss while she was in the middle of a debate on her energy bills announcement. A news sort of spread to the House of Commons chamber, and the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay Hoyle, broke the news MPs. And then since then, we've seen, I think, Prince Charles and Camilla have arrived at Balmoral. We think that Prince William and Catherine have arrived too. But
I think Catherine's at Windsor with the children
right.
because, of course, it's their
they've
first
only
day
just
of
started
school.
school. But as we understand it, there were still 7 members of the royal household on a flight to Aberdeen Airport. Of course, we became quite experts in the goings-on of Aberdeen Airport earlier this week with Boris Johnson and Liz Truss's arrivals. So we're unlikely, I think, to hear any more from Buckingham Palace before the family, if you like, assemble at Balmoral, which given it's a long way to get there. I think it took a good hour drive. I think that depending on the weather, I think there were concerns too about the helicopter flight, but lots of I mean, I think stopping short of tributes. We've had lots of messages in and saying
just what you were saying there on the stopping short of tributes. It is a difficult thing, isn't it, to get the tone right? Because I think once there's news that the Queen is seriously unwell, there really is no other significant news, and so it's very important, I think, at this point to just, talk about the woman she is, what she represents, celebrate the wonderful things that she's done for Britain.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think the fact that this announcement has been made, the fact that the family are gathering, the fact that the Prime Minister was interrupted at the dispatch box tells us this, I think it is possible for everyone to hope for the best, but at least prepare for the worst. I mean, we've heard, Liz Truss in a statement said the whole country will be deeply concerned by the news from Buckingham Palace this lunchtime. My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. Keir Starmer, similarly, he was taken to one side just outside the Commons Chamber to be told the news, said, but along with the rest of the country, I'm deeply worried by the news this afternoon. My thoughts with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time, and I join everyone across the United Kingdom in hoping for recovery. And lots of you have been sending in your messages and reflections too. Catherine says, I'm not really a royalist, but I do love the Queen. Jane says, this feels almost scary. I'm quite old, and she's been Queen since before I was born.
Mike said something really sweet, I thought, which is news of the Queen's health is clearly worrying, but if there is a crumb of comfort to be had, then perhaps it would be for this to happen during her stay in Balmoral. From all accounts, it's a place she holds dear, and that would allow her close family, the surroundings, to come together in comfort. And that's very true, isn't it?
I think that is very true. And we've heard an awful lot about the importance of Balmoral to the Queen. It's clearly the place she was happiest and most relaxed. It was where she spent all of her summers. Prime ministers of all persuasions over the last 70 years have made that summer trip to go and visit it, normally just to have a break rather than to be appointed Prime Minister. But yes, I think you're right that the Balmoral couldn't be more close to her heart.
Well, here at Times Radio, we'd welcome your thoughts about the Queen, about her reign, about what she represents to you. Do text us on 87222, start your message with the word Times, tweet us at Times Radio, or email studio@times.radio. We're joined now by Cameron Roy, who's a reporter for the Press and Journal he's currently outside of Balmoral. Welcome to the programme, welcome to Times Radio, Cameron. What's the situation like there? I mean, there must be a lot of the world's press gathering, I dare say.
Yeah, I've been here for around 30 minutes, and as times went on, more and more press have gathered. We have STV, BBC, multiple cameras, and I think also a growing sense of the nearby community of Aberdeenshire as locals come in to pay their respects as well.
And, I mean, the local area around Balmoral has been used to the sight of the Queen for, over 70 years, obviously. What's the atmosphere there amongst those people who will be used to seeing her go to church services, the Braemar Games, which sadly she's missing? Yeah, I mean, people are concerned. People are worried, but at the same time they are respectful, and it's a somber mood, I would say. And I think, people here, I mean, I was just chatting with a lady whose brother met Prince Charles on a walk just last year or during the pandemic, during lockdown. So people here, I think, have a special relationship with the royal family. And the importance of the estate for the family themselves. I mean, we've been hearing all day about the many prime ministers who've gone to Balmoral. Of course, this week Liz Truss was there with the Queen, and we had a listener write in, Mike, who sort of said, which I think is very true. Just to sum it up, that the news of the Queen's health clearly worrying, but the crumb of comfort has to be that it would happen during her stay in Balmoral. Do you think that's right?
I mean, absolutely. This is the Queen's favourite place. I mean, there's no other place that would be better for her. She's got the top-rate doctors here. Craiggowan Lodge has been retrofitted specifically for her needs with a lift and banisters. This really is her favourite place and the best place for her, I would say, at the moment, and away from prying eyes as well. A time for the family to gather round and remember that they are a family at the end of the day, and a time for privacy as well.
And as we understand it, there are 7 members of the royal family still expected, I presume, coming in from different directions, from different places. Do you know who we're still expecting?
We're still expecting the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan. They've cancelled their engagements and they're on their way. At this stage, it's unknown who's how in what order they're going to come in, but they are all expected to be coming across. I mean, the press and the photographers are waiting for them, so it will be known when they come in.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Cameron Roy. In a moment, we're going to hear from someone who is a butler in the royal household, so do stay with us here on Times Radio as we bring you everything we know about the health of the Queen.
In an ever-changing world, it's vital to stay on top of the latest issues, events and news. Times Radio Breakfast is your essential morning briefing with incisive analysis from some of the most respected names in politics, culture and entertainment. Plus, get the latest insight from a range of business leaders every week. Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Monday morning from 6 on Times Radio with Service Now. Because when digital solutions work, the world works. That's why the world works with Service Now.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and on your smart speaker, Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio.
You're listening to Mariella Frostrup here on Times Radio. We're bringing you news from Balmoral and Buckingham Palace about the health of the Queen. Matt Chorley is with me as well, and he's keeping an eye on the political response to the news of the Queen's declining health. Have we had more messages? I mean, is this a time when world leaders start getting in touch, or is that something that will come later?
I think you're probably right. I mean, we've certainly heard from former prime ministers. David Cameron tweeted not all that long ago, saying that he was deeply concerned by the news this afternoon and sending his heartfelt thoughts, as lots of people have, and probably all of their memories turning to the time they got to spend with the Queen and that sort of incredible relationship, really, that they get to have with this one person who has literally seen everything before, and they can have an honest conversation about what's going on in their government and any advice that she might be able to offer. And it's one of those things where there's been discussions about what an extraordinary thing for Liz Truss to become Prime Minister on Tuesday and then to be sitting in the House of Commons today and get the news that the Queen's health had taken a turn. And you sort of feel as if the terrible thing is the one person who could probably offer her some wise counsel would be the Queen, because she has literally been there and done that. And it's
indeed, it's interesting you say that. Charlotte Ivers is with us as well. Charlotte, politicians have been used to the Queen, but they've had, at times quite a fractious relationship with Prince Charles, who is her successor to the throne when she does die. How would you describe the sort of the reception that you think Prince Charles will have?
Well, it's rather interesting because the Queen has been studiously non-political throughout her entire life. I remember there being some absurd news story, I can't remember which tabloid it was in 2010 or so, when the Queen was wearing yellow too much, and there were questions as to whether she was supporting the Lib Dems in the election because of that. And that's about as close as it's really got.
And the blue hat. She did a Queen speech one year in a blue blue jacket and a hat which had yellow flowers on it.
Solidarity for Ukraine,
No,
perhaps.
some people thought it looked like the EU flag with the stars around it.
Subliminal
messaging, yeah, very much so.
That's the thing. If we're looking at what colour hat she's wearing, then that is a real indicator of quite how little the Queen gives away. She simply does not express political views at all, whereas Prince Charles much more willing to get involved, much more of a campaigner, obviously environmentalism being his main focus, but we know that he has in his time given advice in various directions to politicians, whereas with the Queen we simply don't know what she says behind closed doors. Politicians have been remarkably studious about not revealing what she says in those meetings. Boris Johnson, I believe, on his first day in Downing Street, did reveal one or two sentences that she had said to him, and I'm told by people who are around him that he was very severely reprimanded. They were fairly innocuous. But
David Cameron got in trouble with that as well, didn't he? He kept revealing things that she said.
And let's face it, for Boris Johnson to be indiscreet, or not to be indiscreet, must have been a very difficult struggle for him. We're getting some wonderful messages in from listeners. Can you think of any other person who's gained this level of love and trust and respect from every single person in this country unanimously? There is no one that comes close. This is a truly heartbreaking moment for each and every one of us. Helen White. And yes, I'm not sure who this is from. Oh, it's from Anne from York, and she says, I'm a coronation year baby, and the Queen is the only monarch I have known. I'm surprised how sad I feel, but glad that the Queen can be cared for in such a lovely place, which gives the family privacy away from the intrusion of the press. Let's speak now to someone who knows the family better than most. Can I welcome Grant Harold, former royal butler to Prince Charles, Prince William and Prince Harry. Welcome to the programme, Grant. What were your first thoughts when you heard that the Queen's doctors were concerned?
I was actually concerned the other day when she cancelled the Privy meeting, because I thought, why have they announced that? Why are they telling everyone that? Because it's not. So, it happens, regularly. So I couldn't see why they'd mentioned it. And then I thought, well, maybe it's just because they want to keep people updated on how she is. And then obviously when the news came today that they were concerned about her health, even then, I still thought, well, maybe they're just keeping people updated. It was when they said that members of the royal family were all being summoned to go to Balmoral. That's the point when I knew this was very serious, because from my time there, you don't summon the royal family to the Queen's residence, Balmoral Castle, without a really serious reason.
And it's been a difficult time, I think it's fair to say, between the three men that you worked for, Prince Charles, Prince William and Prince Harry. How do you think they're going to be feeling today? And is this a moment that might bring them closer together again?
I think it will. They are a close family. I've had this argument with people so many times, and it annoys me when people say they're not, because I've been there. I've been around them. I've seen what they're like as a family. They're a close family. Obviously, in recent years, I don't know what it's like, because I'm not there anymore. But what I know is that when it comes to Prince Charles's mother, their granny, she's somebody that they absolutely adore, and I have no question that they'll. So it's just quite upsetting, I think, the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand. And did you ever meet the Queen?
Yes, yes, on many occasions. She even had a dance with me at Balmoral Castle.
Oh, actually. My goodness, you're the lucky man.
And she's an amazing person. I find it upsetting for a couple of reasons. Like with everyone else, it's the Queen, and we don't want it to go anywhere. I've recently, in the last few years, lost my parents. I know, when you lose parents, it's really difficult. It's really difficult, irrelevant of age or who it is or anything. And also, from a really funny point of view, I was thinking about this earlier on. She's been alive during my parents' lives completely, my grandparents, even my great-grandparents. So, this lady has been around for a long, long time, and not having her around, it's like we'll all be losing part of us, if that makes sense. She's something very special. I think even if you're not a royalist, I think people still agree with me. She is a remarkable and a special lady, and it's just horrible what's all unfolding before our eyes. We always knew, that obviously she's 90, 96, 97, and of course, sadly, we don't all live forever. But still, with everything's unfolding, I pray that it isn't as serious as we're all beginning to think. But, with everything unfolding, of course, I think it makes us all kind of think this is a day that we all thought, we hoped and prayed it'd be many, many years away. from now.
Grant, as we understand it, a plane containing 7 members of the royal family has now landed in Aberdeen Airport. And I suppose it's a signal in a way that this is an incredibly, potentially sad family moment, but yet the eyes of the world are scrutinising it for very obvious reasons. But how difficult do you think that is for members of the royal family to balance this sense that they just want to surround the Queen as her family, but they also need to live up to their duties?
It's very difficult, isn't it? As I said, losing my family members, you've got to kind of carry on. It's difficult. It's really difficult because the eyes of the world are watching them, very closely, and what's going to happen over the next hours and days and weeks. Everyone's going to be kind of closely watching what's taking place. The fact that all the royal family are now up there, and as you said, this private plane carrying, I think, other members of the royal family and members of the royal household. This is serious. This is definitely not what would normally. This would never happen. And I think they're all aware that they'll get through whatever's going on as a family, but it's going to be very strange days ahead, I think.
Just finally, we hear that the Craiggowan Lodge, which is the Queen's favourite property on Balmoral, has been updated and a lift put in and so on. Is that likely to be where she is now? I wonder if you've ever visited it. I've been there, and I mean, it's like going to a family home, a not particularly ostentatious family home at that.
You're quite right. I've not actually been inside it. I've been outside it, and you're right. It's a humble. Can I say? Would you agree? It's a humble kind of home. It's nothing like Balmoral. As to where she is, I have no idea. I have been in communication, but I haven't actually asked. I assume she'll be at the castle, but you never know, because the thing about Craiggowan is, it was somewhere that she loved to be with Prince Philip. It was very much their little home together. So it wouldn't surprise me if she was there, but I think the reality is that she will be at Balmoral Castle, because she was officially in residence as of the end of July. She spent some time at Craiggowan before she went to the castle, and then she's normally there until the end of September, beginning of October. So I think most likely, unless who knows what's going on, unless she knew something was going on and she asked to go there, it is possible. But I think the likelihood is that she'll be at Balmoral Castle.
And just finally, how do you think the princes will be feeling, Prince William and Prince Harry? Because they lost their mum so young, and I suppose in many ways the Queen has been, for just personal reasons, a very central figure in their lives.
Yeah, they'll be very. I know they'll be really emotional. There's no question in that. They're 2 young men. They're amazing. Not young men anymore. I forget. It's been a few years since I saw them. Grown men. But they are amazing. And as I mentioned, they're very. In some ways, Prince William and his wife remind me, I think, a lot of the Queen and Prince Philip. Not that I remember what they were like when they were younger, but I can imagine, that he takes a lot of guidance and advice, or they both do, from the Queen, as did Prince Harry, and if I can say even the Duchess of Sussex, because obviously there was a time that she was shadowing the Queen. So the Queen has been, instrumental in guiding these younger royals and preparing them for their future. But they will be devastated. Prince Charles, we all see him as this kind of, we think he has got emotion. He has got emotion. They've all got emotions. So I think it's going to be very difficult for them. But as I said, as a family, I think they'll gather strength together. But this is where it's important, I think, for the family to all be together with whatever's going on, and supporting each other is what's needed. And they're around the Queen, and she'll love that, because family is everything to us. So she'll love the fact, she won't want any fuss at all, but she'll love the fact that her family are with her, especially if the news is as bad as we're all fearing. Then this will be important to her, that her family are with her.
Well, I think you'll probably be treasuring your memory of that dance for the rest of your life. Grant Harold, former royal butler, thank you so much for joining us. And Grant, Matt, making it very clear there that this is a personal family moment. It is a huge global event, but it's also an incredibly poignant family gathering.
That's so right. And as Grant was saying there, but you reach a certain age, and everyone's been through this and had loved ones who are ill, and it's a very personal family moment, but a moment that people are looking on to, not in a prying way. We don't need to see up close and personal paparazzi pictures and all that sort of thing. But, as Grant was saying, she's been part of everyone's lives for such an incredible long time. So I think lots of people listening will be finding that incredibly personal too, throughout the day.
Well, thank you all for listening. My special thanks too to Matt Chorley, my colleague, Callum MacDonald and Charlotte Ivers, who've been my trusty studio friends throughout this afternoon. John Pienaar will be with you for the next 3 hours, and we will, of course, bring you every update from Buckingham Palace, and we'll continue to reflect on the importance of this news throughout the day here on Times Radio. Don't go anywhere.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
This is John Pienaar with Drive on Times Radio. As the thoughts of the nation are with the Queen, we'll be bringing you all the news as we get it. But first, let's get a roundup of the latest developments with Alex Morgan.
John, thank you. Good afternoon. A short time ago, an aircraft touched down in Aberdeen carrying Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward and Sophie Wessex as the royal family travels to Balmoral to be by the side of the Queen. Buckingham Palace say Her Majesty is comfortable and under medical supervision after doctors became concerned about her health earlier today. Well, it's understood now the Queen's 4 children have arrived, while the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are also to make the journey to Scotland. Talk TV's royal editor, Sarah Hewson, says the situation is worrying.
It's hard to underestimate the seriousness of this statement that we had from Buckingham Palace. It is so unusual for the palace to comment on the Queen's health, followed by the statements that we've had from Liz Truss, from Keir Starmer, from the Archbishop of Canterbury, all expressing their concern.
Well, Liz Truss, who was appointed Prime Minister by the Queen on Tuesday, has led well wishes from across the political spectrum. She tweeted to say that my thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time. She was informed of the news while outlining her energy plan in the Commons earlier today. The Conservative MP, Sir Roger Gale, was also in the chamber at the time.
This is likely to derail a lot of Liz Truss's early premiership. It's not going to be an easy circumstance. I mean, God knows it's hard enough for Liz Truss as it was, with all the things she's got to deal with. But to have this on top, I don't envy her at all.
Well, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has also sent his best wishes, while the Archbishop of Canterbury has said, "We pray for God's presence to strengthen and support the Queen, the royal family, and those who are caring for Her Majesty." Well-wishers have gathered outside Balmoral and Buckingham Palace, where the changing of the guard ceremony has been cancelled. In some other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee to help with soaring bills.
This guarantee, which includes a temporary suspension of green levies, means that from the 1st of October, a typical household will pay no more than £2,500 per year for each of the next 2 years while we get the energy market back on track.
Well, starting a debate in the Commons, Liz Truss says this comes on top of the £400 payment to households promised by the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak. She's also announced support for businesses struggling with their bills for 6 months, with targeted support for vulnerable sectors such as hospitality beyond that. But the Labour leader said working people would be forced to foot the bill, while the profits of the oil and gas companies would be left on the table. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma, and today's price cap doesn't go as far as Labour's plan.
Under our plan, not a penny more on bills. Under this plan, a price rise. But this support does not come cheap. The real question the government faces, the political question, is who is going to pay?
Well, the Prime Minister said the Chancellor would be outlining the financing of the scheme in the coming weeks. The US Secretary of State has travelled to Kyiv to pledge $2 billion of fresh military aid to bolster Ukraine's counter-offensive in the south and the east. Antony Blinken met with President Volodymyr Zelensky and said his visit came at a pivotal moment for Ukrainian forces. A man has been arrested in connection with the murder of 9-year-old Olivia Pratt-Corbell in Liverpool last month. The 29-year-old has been questioned on suspicion of assisting an offender. Police say they're currently searching three properties in the West Derby area of the city. New NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. And the Toronto Film Festival is back with full capacity crowds from today. It marks the start of awards season. It's officially opening today with The Swimmers by British screenwriter Jack Thorne. Steven Spielberg's new movie, The Fabelmans, will make its debut, as will the sequel to Knives Out and a Weird Al Yankovic biopic with Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe in the lead role. We'll bring you a roundup of the sport at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Drive on Times Radio. I'm John Pienaar here with Stig Abel on the day of the news released by the Royal Household earlier this afternoon that doctors have grown seriously concerned for the health of the Queen. Senior royals have been converging on Balmoral Castle to the Queen's side. Political leaders have been sending and publishing their anxious messages. The announcement earlier this afternoon, after the initial news that the Queen had withdrawn from an appointment on doctors' orders, triggered an inevitable flurry of rumours and speculation. But it came almost as a shock, which is in itself an extraordinary thing to say about a monarch who'd reached the age of 96, 70 years on the throne. There she was in official photos, on her feet, smiling, greeting her outgoing Prime Minister, and then her new PM at Balmoral Castle just 2 days ago. She looked well, and now the news has drawn the focus of the country and much of the world. We'll bring you reaction in this country and from around the world. We'll be reflecting on the life of Queen Elizabeth II on the programme today, on what it meant, what it means, and what her passing will mean for her family and our country. I should say we'll start to reflect on these things because it's a conversation as we wait anxiously for news from Balmoral Castle. It's a conversation that's going to continue for some days to come. Stig Abel is here with me. Stig, your thoughts as Stig, look, the family's gathering at Balmoral, politicians sending their anxious messages. We wait for news, and we have not yet had further news in any detail about the Queen's condition. But in any event, it's a grave moment.
It is a grave
for the country,
and it's an extraordinary moment that the clans are gathering, and we can very much feel that the plane has just landed in Aberdeen, carrying the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York, the Earl and Countess of Wessex. That's an extraordinary thing. We don't normally know about their movements altogether. We now know they're going to Balmoral, and I think it's so right that point you said that it's a testament to the Queen that something about the poor health of a 96-year-old woman who has been ill, you feel it not only as a shock, you feel it as a kick to the gut. And I think a nation who's, I think 85% of everyone in Britain today has only known this Queen. They were born, they've grown up with just this one figure who's been there for the entirety of their lives, never put a foot wrong, stood for something, stood for this country on the world stage. And this notion that she is facing very, very grave illness, that she is a mortal woman, which of course we all know at some level, but when it's brought home to us is a thing that everyone is feeling today. And you can sense it in the air, you can sense magnitude in the air, I think, John, don't you think?
Yeah, I really do. I think so many people listening to this will share exactly that thought. You don't need to be the world's most committed or convinced monarchist or royalist. I think people of all persuasions around the country are going to be sharing much the same sort of feeling, much the same sort of thought. When you contemplate an elderly, sick relative, someone you care for in your family, you may know that this person is not in the best of health. You may know they are in very advanced age. But there's a moment. It's a moment of torment, and it's not over sentimentalizing the whole thing, to feel and believe that sort of conflict, that emotional sort of wrench is going on in hearts all up and down the country. You can't speak for everyone. Some people will not feel that, will not want to feel that. But there's something about this monarch and this country at this time. It's reasonable to generalise about that.
And cynicism is a national sport in this country, and there's nothing wrong with that, generally speaking. But I think there are a few figures that make you put cynicism to one side, and the Queen is unquestionably one of them. And people, wherever they are in the country, the news now trickles everywhere, doesn't it? They made that extraordinary statement in the Palace saying she is seriously unwell. She's under medical supervision. We saw what happened in Parliament when the news broke there. No news lasts at all now. Everyone around the country, the tendrils of this story will have touched everybody, and everyone will be thinking, what happens next? I hope she's okay, but I understand that she may well not be. And it's that balance that people are feeling at the moment where you've got to hope for the best, but you feel all along that you're expecting the worst. And over the next few hours, we'll be reflecting on that, because it's a moment where people will be reflecting on her, our relationship with her, and what she means to this country.
Yeah, let's bring in Roy Nicker, who's here with us in the studio. Roy Nicker, royal correspondent of the Sunday Times. Welcome to the studio, Roy. Just on this question of the way we, another vast generalisation, but I think in many ways appropriate, the way that we are feeling. We can only imagine, can't we, the way that those nearest and dearest to the Queen, her family, must be feeling now. Anyone who's been through moments of great anxiety in their own family will understand and empathise with all of this. The remarkable thing is that I think is going to be a feeling common to many, many millions of people in possibly quite a unique way.
Well, I think that's right. And as Stig said, as we see members of the royal family now arriving at Balmoral, there's so much been written and spoken about how much discord there has been in the royal family over the last couple of years. And now, for the first time, we're seeing so many members of the royal family coming together. Harry and Meghan are also making their way up to Scotland. And I think the other thing, just to reflect on what Stig was saying, we talk about no one can quite comprehend the fact that the Queen is now seriously unwell. She's been so steadfast. We've had an announcement from the Palace today to say that she's very, very ill. 2 days ago, we saw her welcoming Boris Johnson,
looking hale and hearty,
and saying goodbye to him, and welcoming the new Prime Minister. Doing her red boxes. She was doing her red boxes until the evening on Tuesday. We are now at Thursday, and I think that goes to the heart of what an extraordinary monarch she is, and how seriously she takes duty. But of course, these are very anxious times for the family up in Scotland, all rallying around to be with her.
Yeah, I mean, could you just get us up to date? We're watching events, aren't we, as we speak? You in particular, as you say, the royal family is converging on Balmoral Castle. What can you tell us about that? What is going on?
Well, we know that the Princess Royal had already been up there, so I think she was one of the first to be there. From this morning, Charles and Camilla made their way up very quickly. We've just seen the plane touch down at Aberdeen carrying William, Andrew, Prince Edward and Sophie. Harry and Meghan were supposed to be at this charity event this evening, the Well Child Awards in London. That's been, I believe, that's been cancelled, and they're making their way up there. And again, that is an extraordinary concept when you think about what has been going on in the royal family recently, that they are now all coming together, putting all those differences aside. They are all coming together at Balmoral. And I think perhaps one of the nice things for some of those members of the family will be that they have all recently, at different times over the summer, spent very, very special time with the Queen up at Balmoral on her summer break. And I think they will all be taking a lot of comfort from that.
And how much is this then? How much is this governed by the family feeling, and how much is governed by protocol? Because this is a very exceptional family. Their lives are completely controlled by protocol in lots of respects. This is an event that is not, you can't plan for this event entirely, but it's an event that's been conceived for many, many, many years. She's a 96-year-old woman. How much is governed by sort of being a family suffering the potential loss of someone very close to them, and how much is the rules and sort of plans come into effect, do you think?
I think what we've seen today is not governed by any rules or protocol. It is children of the monarch, grandchildren of the monarch wanting to go up there and be with the Queen as she's gravely ill. I think protocol will kick in at a later time, but at the moment I think it's more of a personal instinctive reaction that whatever they're doing, they're dropping it and they're going up to Scotland.
Yeah, I'm just seeing this news come in on social media. It's a small announcement of the kind I think we're going to be seeing very, very regularly and constantly over this period. It's just been announced Buckingham Palace have called off the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. A regular, you could set your watch by the changing of the guard at Buckingham Palace. It was due to take place tomorrow, and it's not happening, Roya, which again tells you, I mean, this is an institution which has habits and sticks to them. Even a thing like that tells you that things have changed significantly?
Well, we know that, we've had the announcement from Buckingham Palace that the Queen is gravely ill. That announcement came slightly earlier, actually, on the changing of the guard. I think, the feeling up at Balmoral is pretty sombre, and I think any change in protocol, like changing of the guard, will reflect that at the moment.
Tourists are in tears, it's being reported, outside Buckingham Palace, people gathering at Buckingham Palace, as you'd expect at a time like this. But that sort of mood of anxiety, it's spreading, well, I guess, across the country.
Well, as Stig said, even though we have a 96-year-old monarch who has a record-breaking 70-year reign, it is an event, and it's something that so few of us can contemplate, because she is the only monarch that so many of us have ever known, that face on the stamps on the currency. And so when you get an announcement like that from Buckingham Palace, it's impossible not to feel the anxiety that perhaps one day she won't be there.
And in some ways, the last couple of years, she's shown herself as in a role that's never been more important. When the pandemic happened, when you look for people who give sort of moral leadership, give authority, give comfort. Comfort's maybe quite a good word when you think about the Queen, because of her stability and her generally getting the tone right. Actually, the last few years, have been difficult in some respects, but they have also shown her at her best, perhaps.
I think that's exactly right. We have had turbulent times in the last few years. We have had the pandemic, we have had Brexit, and so many people constantly talk about and write about the Queen as being this one extraordinary symbol and human symbol of constancy and steadfastness and reassurance, particularly with that extraordinary special address at the start of the pandemic. And I think, now is the time people will be reflecting on what does the future look like potentially without that. And it looks and will feel very different.
Yeah, it's a huge moment, conceivably a turning point, this, in the life of the country. And just, Roy, on the here and now, we're sitting here, people are listening to this at home, and it's a hiatus. We're waiting for whatever news may be given out to us at whatever time. The Palace, better than anyone, they're naturally cautious and very discreet about what they say and when they say it and to whom they say it. How widely, as you understand it, are the facts of the Queen's health shared? I mean, not just family, but also political leaders who have a personal and constitutional concern about this. How does that work?
Well, as you say, Buckingham Palace never keen to give a running update, a running commentary, and updates on the Queen's health. But family will always come first. Family will always be informed first about anything. And I think beyond that, political leaders are very much second to that. And I think, there is so much speculation in the media, but I think the Palace are very keen just to make sure that everything is handled in a very orderly way. And the fact that we are seeing the family gathering around the Queen, things are grave. Yeah,
it was interesting this morning, wasn't it, Stig, that the feeling was very strong earlier on today that something was happening of serious importance, when during the discussion in the House of Commons, which on any normal day or any abnormal day would have been of consuming interest, a big announcement by the Prime Minister on a matter of economic policy, we saw a senior minister approach the Prime Minister in the House of Commons on the front bench and brief, in the middle of an enormously important debate. Moments later, the same minister was talking to the leader of the opposition, and then we thought something of national, untoward importance is going on here. And we were already hearing doctors were concerned about the Queen, and then I guess the feeling really, really set in.
And Roy, do you feel, a lot of royal correspondents have a degree of cynicism about how the royal household, and it's very tricky for the royal household, isn't it? Because at one level, she's an elderly woman who will have all sorts of medical concerns in the way that everyone of the age of 96 does, but she's an extraordinarily important 96-year-old woman to the lives of many, many people. And there's a tension there, isn't there, between privacy and respect, and also making sure that a country that looks to her is given proper information. Do you feel, as someone who moves in that area, that balance is always correctly struck? Is that quite difficult to see?
It is. I don't envy Buckingham Palace at these moments. It's very difficult, and I know there are certain commentators and broadcasters who are never quite satisfied with how much information we get from Buckingham Palace. But at the end of the day, as you said, Stig, you have to remember, I know she's the head of state, I know she's the head of nation, but the Queen is also a grandmother, a great-grandmother, a woman who's entitled to medical privacy, and we have to try and respect that as best we can.
Yeah, I guess it's also worth remarking, because you could say this too is unique to the Queen in her relations with the country and with the media and people like you, with the broadcast media, the writing press. She does have a reservoir in the bank, as it were, an enormous fund of goodwill. Anything that's written or said or broadcast about the Queen, at time of scandal, at time of political crisis, at time of great joy, whatever it happens to be, it is done with the default position that there is affection and enormous respect for the Queen. That is a resource on which the Queen as an institution and the Queen as a person can always rely.
Most of the time, John, but actually if you look back over history, there have been some times where that has not always been the case. I think we think back to the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, and the Queen came under a lot of flack then. But I think in recent years, and certainly we saw that at the Platinum Jubilee, an overwhelming outpouring of affection for a record-breaking monarch.
Yes, and the crisis at the time of the death of Diana was, if you like, the exception that proved the rule, wasn't it? It magnified the depth of that crisis.
And it may well mean that it was a moment where she changed how she related herself to the people as well. Roy, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a very sad day, and I know you'll be very, very busy, but it's very good to speak to you.
Thank you.
You're listening to Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar and Stig Abel, in association with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Michael Portillo on Times Radio. Reviewing the week in politics from Westminster and beyond.
If people at the top don't know what's going on, then the risk of miscalculation is, of course, very high.
With a top-quality lineup of guests and commentators.
We don't half blow hot and cold as a country.
From momentous world events to everyday life.
Culture that you can look forward to. Ethics of current affairs, you name it.
Michael Portillo, tomorrow night from 7 on Times Radio.
Monopoly is back at McDonald's, and now it's even more appealing. Because now with Double Peel, you can peel on pack, then peel on the McDonald's app too. To win prizes like buy a gift experience days, £2,000 TUI holidays, lots of lovely food from the McDonald's menu, £100,000 cash, plus lots and lots of other incredible prizes. Now 18 plus, selected items, subject to serving times and availability. Ends 18th of October, UK only. Register for selected play and claim processes. See mcleerules.co.uk.
John Pienaar at Drive.
Good afternoon, it's 4:20. This is Stig Abel joining John Pienaar for his Drive show today as we reflect on the news that the Queen is seriously unwell in Balmoral. The family is gathering around her. We know no more than that, but it's likely that the news will develop over the course of the afternoon and evening, and we'll try and bring you up to date with everything that happens. If you want to share your thoughts about what you think of the Queen and what it means to you and she means to you, because this is a woman that represents something slightly different, but something that we can share together among all of us. Do let us know this afternoon. We'll read out some of them. Natalie said, in a time of unprecedented change and such turbulent world and past few years, it seems such a cruel irony that we might now lose the head of everything that held us together. No matter what your background or what your thoughts on the monarchy, everyone adores her, and she unites us all from the four corners of the UK in such a unique way. It seems unthinkable to think that the worst may happen now. What a terrible 3 years it has been. Let us know your thoughts, 87222, start your message with the word Times, or you can always tweet us, #Times Radio. Let's go now to our reporter Anna Geary, who's outside Buckingham Palace. Afternoon, Anna.
Good afternoon.
What's the mood like there? Are people starting to gather?
Yeah, I mean, the mood is, as you would imagine, that of concern. It's very sombre. Behind me, there are just hundreds of well-wishers that have gathered through the course of this afternoon as the news has trickled out here at Buckingham Palace. All distressed to learn, of course, of the Queen's ill health up at another of her favoured residents at Balmoral. Now, you were just mentioning there about how she unites people across the globe. I actually spoke to a few tourists from Australia who were saying, what an important figure she is in Australia within her role within the Commonwealth. So they were waiting outside the palace gates, just desperately praying for a speedy recovery.
And is the mood one of, what is the mood as you see it? Is it a mood of reflection about her life? Is it a mood of sadness that they're concerned that the news may come later on that is terrible? What are people thinking and saying to you?
Well, people are saying, that they are sad that she is in this ill health, particularly after it was just months ago that she appeared waving from the balcony here at Buckingham Palace during the celebrations for her Platinum Jubilee, of course. So people are just desperately concerned, praying for her recovery. There was also a sign that came out to say that the traditional ceremony, the changing of the guard, which was due to take place here at Buckingham Palace tomorrow, has been called off. That will no longer be going ahead.
Yes, very good point. We're seeing unprecedented things. The family gathering in Balmoral never happens like this, and the cancelling of the changing of the guard is an indication of how grave the situation is indeed. As Anna Geary outside Buckingham Palace.
Barely a day goes by when we're not discussing the union of the United Kingdom and the health or otherwise of that union. It is, again, perfectly fair to say when you're discussing the role and the place of the Queen in British society that she is a unifying influence where that's concerned. Now, George Reid knows a lot about this. Sir George Reid, who's joined us on the line, he's a former presiding officer at the Scottish Parliament, also a journalist. And George, you've met the Queen several times, haven't you, as a politician? You saw her, I think, 3 weeks ago when you were installed into the Order of the Thistle.
Yes, I had an audience with the Queen a month ago, followed by lunch with the Queen at the Palace of Holyrood House 3 weeks ago. She was, I say, very sprightly and witty as usual.
And talk to us about that, the relationship between Scotland and the Scots and the Queen, because it is a close and tight relationship, isn't it? I mean, heaven protect someone who, in the presence of a Scot, talks about the Queen of England.
When the Scottish Parliament was being set up in 1999, David Steele wanted to refer to her as Queen of Scots, the ancient Scots title. And I was deputed to negotiate with palace officials. Some didn't like it, sort of sign of separatism, government by consent, not as a monarch. But, you know, when it got to the Queen herself, she simply said, that was the title of the Scottish ancestors of mine, and that is the title Sir David can use. Yeah. And so it's proved ever since.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that by deep and long convention, the Queen does not engage in questions of controversy and still less political controversy. But it's also very widely supposed that the Queen is very personally committed to the notion, the concept of the union of the UK. And we remember back at the time of the referendum when she sent that message, not a very heavily disguised message. I think it was on meeting a crowd. George, you'll remember this very well. When she was talking about the Scots needing to think carefully, I think that was the phrase, about the future of the Union. Was that not so? You'll remember that.
Yes, I remember that very clearly. But, you know, I don't think today, in the condition Her Majesty is in, is a time to talk division in the United Kingdom. I think
it's really discussing unity. It is discussing the Queen's role as a unifying influence, a part of the glue that keeps this UK together.
Yes, you know, when she was a young woman, 1949, she said, my life, whether it's long or short, will be devoted to the service of my people. And in the many audiences I've had with her, I've always been struck by that total devotion to duty. It's hard work, you know, the boxes every day, meetings, engagements every day, but her duty always came first. Yeah. And with that came enormous experience. You know, every prime minister from Winston Churchill to Liz Truss. With that came insight and knowledge. And that was a profound value to the unity, not just of the United Kingdom, I suppose, but to the whole of the Commonwealth.
And give us a bit of an insight into the Queen you knew from those meetings. I mean, not many of us get the privilege of meeting the Queen face to face or having conversation. In your conversations, tell me about the woman that you met.
Well, I'll give you one example. I had to meet the president of a Baltic state, and the Queen had to meet him the next day. She said to me in audience, "You met the president?" And I said, He is interested, ma'am, in the grammar of Finnish-Ugrian languages. Oh dear, said the Queen. And his wife is interested in moss in the deep Karelian forest. Oh dear, said the Queen. But there is hope, ma'am. We put him in a car and sent him off to the borders where he found sheepdog trials, and he was there for about 2 hours.
Yes.
And the Queen met me in the Royal Garden tent at Holyrood House 2 days later and simply said with a wink, that was a very good tip.
Okay.
So along the way, she always had a sense of duty. She had an impish sense of humour, but she had good antennae and put them to very good use.
Yeah. How will Scots be feeling on this afternoon as we wait for news of the Queen's condition, a very serious period? How will the Scots be thinking and feeling about this?
With sadness and warmth for a life well lived, I think, and very conscious of the Queen's own Scottish roots. You know, I think probably in a hectic life, where she was at most at peace in the world was in Balmoral, a very private place, a very family place, and that endeared her to Scots. If you look at the guard at Balmoral, you know, the pipe band coming down, the skirl of the pipes, the almost Scandinavian, modest little parade outside. I think that's very much in the Queen's Scottish tradition as Queen of Scots, and she'll be remembered with warmth in that respect.
Yeah, I can see why that should be. I mean, so many of us know of the Queen only what we see through the media, the television images, the pictures in our newspapers. And when it comes to the Queen's engagement and relationship with Scotland, we think of the family together, out in the open, wearing Stuart tartan around a barbecue, classic sort of Scottish idyllic lifestyle. And I guess that helps to present the Queen to Scots as it were, one of our own from a Scottish point of view.
Yes, indeed, and it will be as one of our own in the event of Her Majesty dying, because while Operation London Bridge covers the whole of the United Kingdom, there is a separate Operation Unicorn in Scotland in the event of a death in Scotland. And it's some time since I've seen the papers, they've been updated, but my understanding is in the event of a death, the Queen will come from Balmoral to the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh, her Scottish home. There'll be a service up the Royal Mile at the High Kirk of Edinburgh, St Giles Cathedral, and then the royal train with the body to London and the celebrations, the remembrances there.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, as you say, a moment to discuss broader political questions, no matter how broad. But when we reflect on the Queen today in that role as a part of the fabric of the United Kingdom, which spans and embraces Scotland, so many people, I guess, people like you, George, considering the governance of the place, and people, just ordinary Scots, will wonder, are we seeing the closing of a chapter and maybe the opening of something entirely different? All of these thoughts are inevitable as we wonder and we worry about the health of the Queen.
Well, when the Queen made her commitment, her oath in 1949 to the family, it was to our great imperial family. It was to the empire. And the royal family, I think, has adapted and changed and moved on significantly with real political skill in the period since then. And I would have thought that would continue.
All right, Sir George Reid, former presiding officer at the Scottish Parliament. Good of you to join us on the programme this afternoon. Thank you.
It tells that anecdote there of what she was like to meet. There's an anecdote that's going around. I'm sure you've seen this. David Knott, the trauma surgeon. Have you seen this anecdote? He was working in Aleppo, and he comes to meet the Queen, and he just lost his own mum, and he starts talking about Aleppo to the Queen, and he starts tearing up, and she stops him. And she says, look at these dogs, look at the corgis, hear their names. And she gives him biscuits. And they just pet the dogs and talk about the dogs. And at the end she says, that's so much better than talking, isn't it? And she just knew this guy was breaking up. She could sense that sort of emotional intelligence. She must see thousands of people every year who are dreadfully overly formal with her, are dreadfully stiff. And she could see this guy was cracking up because of what he'd seen. And she says, come and look at my dogs. And come and look after me. And because she's this maternal figure, the mother of the nation type figure, which isn't a cliche, but I don't think untrue, she managed to put him at his ease as he had this sort of crisis moment. Yeah. And it's that sort of little detail of someone who's done this for so long and knows how to make people feel how they should feel. That's the sort of personal story I imagine lots of people who've had some dealings with her will be able to share.
That is such a telling anecdote, actually. I mean, when we look around us, around the world, at our great world leaders, we see them doing what they do, governing their countries on state occasions, navigating their way through crises, all moments of great triumph. The stuff that sticks with you are moments like that, when you see someone in an enormously elevated position interacting in a human way and showing empathy for just someone who happens to be there in a way that genuinely shows a human affinity. You don't forget that, and it demonstrates a dimension to a leader's character, which I guess you want to see.
And you saw in the pandemic. Do you remember that moment that she gave an address in the pandemic and she used the right words and the right time where people thought, I know she has this ridiculous life. I know she's got courtiers and palaces and corgis and her whole world is completely removed from ours. But her family did the same in the Blitz, and they did it in the pandemic, which is to say, do you know what, there's some things that are so big, they come after all of us, and I do get that. She might not have quite got it when Diana died, but she got it when the pandemic happened. That far into her life, was she still able to show that leadership that you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll be talking about this right after the news. We're watching and we are waiting for news coming up here on Drive, and also the latest business news as the markets close. But we haven't forgotten that. We'll bring you that in just a minute. But now, the latest headlines with Alex Morgan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
John, thank you. Good afternoon. A flight carrying members of the royal family has touched down in Aberdeenshire as the Queen's children and grandchildren gather by Her Majesty's side. Senior royals, including the Duke of Cambridge, are on their way to Balmoral, while Prince Charles and Camilla are understood to already be with Her Majesty. Prince Harry and Meghan are expected to arrive in Scotland separately today. Buckingham Palace says the Queen is under medical supervision at Balmoral after doctors became concerned for her health. The Sunday Times' royal editor Roy Anika says the family are coming together.
The Princess Royal had already been up there, so I think she was one of the first to be there from this morning. Charles and Camilla made their way up very quickly. We've just seen the plane touch down at Aberdeen carrying William, Andrew, Prince Edward and Sophie. Harry and Meghan were supposed to be at this charity event this evening, the Well Child Awards in London. That's been, I believe, that's been cancelled, and they're making their way up there. And again, that is an extraordinary concept when you think about what has been going on in the royal family recently, that they are now all coming together.
Crowds of well-wishers have gathered outside the gates of Balmoral and Buckingham Palace, where the changing of the guard ceremony has been cancelled. Scotland's First Minister has sent her best wishes, saying all of us are profoundly concerned at reports of Her Majesty's health. In some other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from October and will last for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her energy price guarantee will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount that had been previously announced. But Labour's Keir Starmer said the Prime Minister's rejection of a windfall tax to fund the measures was driven by dogma. And the US Secretary of State has travelled to Kyiv to pledge $2 billion of fresh military aid to bolster Ukraine's counteroffensive in the south and the east. Antony Blinken has met with President Zelensky and has also visited a children's hospital, saying his visit comes at a pivotal moment for Ukraine. This evening and tonight, rain heavy in places affecting southern Scotland. Elsewhere, showers mostly clearing with patchy fog and low cloud. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
We'll start in the Premier League, where Chelsea have appointed Graham Potter as their new head coach. The Englishman's left Brighton to sign a 5-year contract at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea sacked Thomas Tuchel yesterday, with his last Premier League defeat coming at Southampton. Their manager Ralph Hasenhüttl believes Graham Potter's a very good replacement.
For me, he is the manager in the past 2 years that had the biggest impact in a club where, with all the limits they had, with all the transfers that they gave away for other clubs, still competing on the highest level.
Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is ready to announce a joint bid for the 2030 Football World Cup alongside Egypt and Greece. If successful, the tournament would be played in the winter to avoid extreme temperatures in June and July, much like this year's tournament in Qatar. Chief sports reporter at The Times, Martin Ziegler, told us politically the bid makes sense.
Because you have an African nation in Egypt, an Asian Confederation nation in Saudi Arabia, and a European nation in Greece. So in terms of winning those votes, if you have 3 confederations represented, that, I think, is seen as a sort of strong move.
Inside sources say an announcement is imminent and follows talks at senior government levels. To Formula One, where Lewis Hamilton will start from the back of the grid for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix after taking an engine penalty. The 7-time world champion's been forced to change his 4th power unit of the season. That's one more than is allowed under F1's rules. And England's rugby union side could have names on the back of their shirts this autumn. That's in a bid to promote stars of the game to a wider audience. English rugby's governing body, the RFU's keen on getting names on shirts for November's Autumn Nations series against Southern Hemisphere teams. The Times deputy rugby correspondent Will Kelleher told us one of the difficulties with this idea is that rugby players don't get squad numbers like in football.
You can't be number 24 or something and play fly half. In terms of sort of selling the jerseys, some players swap numbers fairly regularly, whether they're a winger, a centre or 4 or 5 in the second row, sometimes switch around. Although there are some positions that are full-back is always 15 and number 8 is always number 8, obviously. So there'd be a bit of a challenge there.
You can read more on all these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the spicy veggie one, guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with...
delicious crispy veggie dippers.
Ooh, I've heard it's vegan too.
That spicy relish looks good.
Today's $1.99 spicy veggie one. So big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
John Pienaar at Drive.
Good afternoon to you, 4:39. This is Stig Abel keeping John Pienaar company on a very special issue of Drive as we reflect on the enormity of events coming out of Balmoral Castle. The Queen is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. That was the news that came out earlier. The family is gathering around her as we speak. A plane has landed with her children in Aberdeen. They're going to be driving now across to Balmoral. That will take about an hour. We think they'll probably get there around 5-ish. We don't know anymore, but these are very, very serious moments for the health of the Queen. These are extraordinary scenes that we're seeing outside Balmoral and will no doubt be going on within Balmoral. We'll keep you up to date over the course of this programme and later with everything we know about what's going on. It's going to be a very moving picture until there is any degree of clarity. We may get that clarity over the course of the next couple of hours. But it's time now for our daily business update today with the Times' economic correspondent, Arti Nachiappan. Morning to you. Evening to you. I'm so used to saying morning, Arti. Good afternoon to you, Arti.
Afternoon, Steve.
We're going to talk about the energy plan of the Prime Minister, but the events have been superseded by what's going on with the Queen. Does that impact the markets in any way? Is there a business angle to this?
There has been some movement, but on a day like this, there's been a lot going on. So as you said, we've got the energy package from Liz Truss, the plans to cap energy bills for households at £2,500 from October. We've also had a decision by the European Central Bank to increase interest rates for the 19 countries in the Eurozone by their biggest margin they've ever increased them by, about 0.75%. And so they've brought interest rates to 0.75%. This is a really, really big move from them. It is what the markets expected, but this is likely to be driving some of the movements that we've seen. The pound is down against the dollar by about 0.2%, which is not a great deal, but it is up from yesterday when it hit its lowest level in 4 decades. It's also down a little bit against the euro, but it's likely that the bigger driver of this is the ECB's decision today. The FTSE 100 is holding up fairly well, up nearly 0.5%. But again, the markets will have been moved by the owner of Primark, Associated British Foods, issued a profit warning to say that because of rising costs and the cost of living crisis, there's a bit of a sell-off in retail stocks at the moment. They've said that they're expecting their profit margins to be squeezed by this, and so a lot of retailers have been affected. So there are quite a lot of drivers in the markets today, and it's more likely that the ECB decision and the cost of living hit to retailers is more of a mover.
Could Liz Truss reflect on any reaction from the markets, what confidence they had in the plan, a pretty much uncosted plan that she issued earlier today?
It's very hard to say. I mean, we know that when she took over the premiership earlier this week, there was a lot of movement in the markets. Gilt yields reached their highest level in many years. And this is partly, we could say, because of her position on tax cuts and the impact they would have on inflation. However, today, because there's quite a lot going on, it's difficult to see what impact her plans have had directly. But that will come out in the next few days.
Just finally, we're keeping an eye on the health of the Queen. If the worst were to happen, does that impact on the markets? Because Britain is going to be seriously affected. The country will more or less come to a standstill, you would imagine. A lot of government will not be done. It will be slowed down by protocol, by concern for the Queen. Will that impact the markets, do you feel?
There will be an impact on economic output. I mean, that's definitely for sure. I mean, there'll be a lot of people moving into London. There might be a bank holiday. We don't yet know if there were a situation in which there was a state funeral. That could be a possibility. And as we know, that affects economic output as well. So I think that with so little detail, it's difficult to say. But when something like that can have such a big impact on the economy in this short space of time, it is possible that could move markets. But it is important to remember that usually it's if a policymaker changes office, that's more likely to be a bigger mover. But at this stage, it's hard to say.
Yeah, Artie, great to speak to you. Thank you for joining us. That's Artie Naship, and the Times' economic correspondent.
So as we will wait for news from Balmoral Castle on the condition on the health of the Queen, we want to hear your memories, your thoughts, your reflections on the Queen, on her role in certainly our life as a country, and the thoughts of the Queen's effects on the way you think and the way you feel about your country. A memory, perhaps. This is coming from a listener, Kathleen. It says, Kathleen says, as a child in the 1950s, I was fascinated by the Queen and used to enjoy the reports of her overseas visits. I even saw her for real opening the Staines Reservoir in 1960. She looked so attractive in a yellow hat. Now, I rather doubt that the Queen's visit to Staines Reservoir back in the 1960s is going to be a prominent feature when the books are written and the documentaries are put together. But Kathleen, you remembered it, and a lot of people who came into glancing contact with the Queen, however distantly, I'm sure will remember it too. It meant something to Kathleen. Share your thoughts and your memory, however glancing, fleeting. Just tell us your experience of the Queen and what this moment means to you. What are you thinking? Meanwhile, our reporter Joe Crawford has been at Buckingham Palace speaking to those people who've already begun to gather, and they've been telling Joe why they made the journey, how they're feeling.
Sad. We arrived in London about 2 hours ago, and I heard that the Queen wasn't doing so well, so we headed straight here. We had no intention of coming to Buckingham Palace today, but we felt like we had to. I've dreaded this day for years because she's 96. We've only ever known her. I've only ever known her. Most people have. And we knew the day was coming. And I think the monarchy will be in capable hands with Charles and William. But still, she's done an excellent job over the years. And it'll be a very, very sad day.
It's a strange feeling because I'm from Ireland and we happen to be in London this weekend, and we've just got the news that the Queen is failing. And I had watched Liz Truss meet the Queen on Tuesday to become the new Prime Minister, and I remember discussing with my mum saying she doesn't look very well. So it's not surprising that her health is failing. She is 96 years old. And it's strange being here. I was here when Princess Diana died 25 years ago, and I remember the city at that time as well.
There's an air of sombre expectation here. Most of the time people come here as a very joyous occasion. I'm from Ireland, and I've come over to go to the proms tonight, and we had to come. I'm not a great royalist, but there is an air of expectation today.
So just the reflections of people outside Buckingham Palace now, talking to our reporter Joe Crawford. I'm looking up at the news feed here in the studio, and I can see the great gates of Buckingham Palace. I can see a small crowd. It seems to be drizzling there. The umbrellas are up, including a rather fetching Union Jack umbrella. People milling around. And I guess some people who would gather at Buckingham Palace at a time like this would be by instinct and inclination pro-royal. They would be monarch, but not all of them. I mean, a tourist comes to London, chances are they end up at Buckingham Palace sometime or another. I mean, how do you miss, if you're an occasional tourist, a visit to Buckingham Palace? It's part of the fabric of the country you're visiting, or coming to the capital city that you're visiting. Look, share your thoughts and your reflections. Do send us a text, 87222. Start with the word Times. What does this moment mean to you? What does the Queen mean to you? Or a tweet at Times Radio. What about you, Steve?
I think it's this sense of someone who, and there's a quote that we heard earlier on, which I think is worth repeating, which is what she said in 1947 when she was 21. This gives you a sense of the scale of her life. She said, "I declare before you all that my whole life whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. Now, that language, the great imperial family to which we all belong, is well out of date. But the concept of, I'm going to devote my life really to this country, to service, to duty, to obligation, is an incredibly powerful thing. And that's the thing that I think that most reflects about the Queen. With everything that goes on in the world, a world that's often very brief and ill-considered, where there's lots of emotion, where there's lots of turmoil and change, there's been this figure generally not putting a foot wrong, quietly going about her business, tying the country together. And we're so used to, keep coming to 85% of everyone in this country has only known this Queen. If you're basically under 70, you've never known anyone else as the monarch in this country than the Queen. And it's that I keep coming back to. What she's seen, all the people she's spoken to, all the prime ministers. It's 7, isn't it, that she's had to deal with. Some of them, I imagine, more easily than others. And we live in this time, John, of the crownification of the royal family. The crown, it attracts itself to scandal and gossip and soap, and we see a bit of that with William and Harry and all of that. And yet, beyond and above this is this woman who just says, I'm going to quietly go about my business. And that's it's very British, I think.
Well, but something unique within the idea of Britishness. I mean, I'm going to spend a lot of my time on this show, I think, Stig, agreeing with everything you say, which may or not be the way we ideally do things. But what do you do if you happen to agree? I mean, you made the point about duty. And I think at a time like now, where our ideas about public life and about people in positions of leadership is assailed by doubt and ideas of cynicism and people just getting so disillusioned with it all, quite a lot of the time for perfectly good reason. Here's something which does not bear that kind of scrutiny, which stands there upright, straight. You can admire it, as we do. I think what many of us do. I can't speak for everyone, but without feeling embarrassed or shamefaced about it. It is easy to admire this monarch, and not just because of her character, and not just because of her role in her own family. Yeah. It is something which I think it's going to be on our minds for a good while.
And there are 2 gates at the moment that the attention is drawn. One is Buckingham Palace, where people are gathering, and one is Balmoral, where we're waiting to see the grandchildren of the Queen come along to they're gathering around Balmoral. That's why this is such a grave situation. The Queen is under medical supervision. That was the last update we got, but we do know now that the family is gathering, and some people are fearing the worst. We have no confirmation of anything like that, but we know this is a significant moment. And in a moment, we're going to hear from someone whose job it was to protect the Queen. I'll have a perspective on it all. It's 4:50. This is Times Radio Drive with John Peanut and Stig Abel in association with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Get connected to the nation's smartest conversation. Ruth Davidson, tomorrow afternoon from 1 on Times Radio with Ring Central.
From Westminster to Wester Ross, join Ruth Davidson for straight-talking analysis of all the week's biggest political stories from across the UK.
And as usual, we'll give you all the culture that you can catch this weekend.
Frank, fearless, funny.
Ruth Davidson on Times Radio with Ring Central. Simplify your business communications with the Ring Central app. Find out more at ringcentral.co.uk.
Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio.
I'm Kate McCann.
And I'm Adam Bolton.
Join us on Sundays to hear from those making the big decisions in Westminster and beyond.
We'll get you answers and try to understand what's on the mind of policymakers, business leaders, and those who shape our daily lives.
We'll get you up to speed on what's making the headlines in the Sunday papers and what's set to make the headlines in the week ahead. Times Radio's flagship Sunday politics programme.
Sunday morning from 10 on Times Radio. John Pienaar on Times Radio.
So here in the studio on Drive, Stig Abel with me. We're watching the Gate of Balmoral. We're watching Buckingham Palace. We're waiting for news from the royal household, whatever it may be, about the condition of the Queen. In, I guess it's fair to say, a certain amount of anxiety. Members of the royal family, including Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, Sophie Wessex, are travelling to Balmoral, where the Queen's been under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. All 4 of Her Majesty's children are now in Scotland. We can talk to Charles Ray, former royal correspondent for The Sun. Charlie, good afternoon to you.
Hello, John.
Charlie, what's the latest you're hearing on the Queen's condition?
The same as you, John, to be perfectly honest. The doctors are still very much concerned about her health. There has not been another bulletin, but by the very nature that so many members of the royal family are travelling up to Scotland, I think underlines the gravity of the situation. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed that there is some sort of recovery. I mean, I don't know the state apart from what was said by the doctors, obviously, but clearly that it's quite serious if all these members of the royal family, including obviously Prince Charles, are up at Balmoral now.
Yes, yeah. I mean, Charlie, you have been a royal correspondent for a while now. It's fair to say. I mean, the Queen has been part of your life in a very, very real way. I just wonder, Charlie, what's going through your mind at this moment?
Well, it's difficult to believe that we could be without her. Really, to be perfectly honest, because she's been such a constant in all our lives, the whole of the country's lives. I mean, she has been the mother, the grandmother of the nation. She's an icon. It's hard to believe that she may not be around, again, and we will be going into a new monarchy if, in fact, that is what's going to happen.
Yes, and when it came to your daily dealings with the Queen, if I could put it that way, the Queen to most of us is in one way so close, in another way so very, very distant. If you were over the years as a royal correspondent, as part of the pack of royal journalists, how much actual contact did you ever have with the Queen? Could you have with the Queen?
Well, we always had some form of contact with the Queen if she was on a royal visit, and I'm talking about overseas royal visits, because they always had some sort of press reception, and these are largely intimate affairs. I mean, there's a lot of press that follow the thing, but she managed to, and as did the Duke of Edinburgh, get round everybody. Everybody seemed to sort of shy away from the Duke of Edinburgh because they didn't want to get a tongue lashing. But with the Queen, it was different. The Queen was very gracious. I mean, she had a very good sense of humour. And she loved a giggle. And
tell me what you mean by that, Charlie. I mean, I love these anecdotes which give you just a little bit of a more human insight.
I'll give you one example. We were in South Africa, and she is having a visit with Tambo in Mbeki, and there's going to be a 21-gun salute, and the press are being placed opposite where the Queen is, on top of some sort of concrete plinth. What we did not know, the press, was that underneath that plinth was where the guns were going to fire the 21-gun salute. So we were all covered and smothered in smoke, and we couldn't see a thing. We couldn't see the Queen. At the reception a little later, she came across to us and said, how did you enjoy the reception? And we said, well, we couldn't really see very much. And then she started to laugh, and she said, yes, I knew what was going to happen because I saw the rehearsal for it yesterday, and I always fancied making you disappear sometimes, and that was my wish.
Just enjoyed seeing you enveloped in smoke.
Yes,
exactly. At that moment. Just we're keeping track of what's going on, as you'd expect, Charlie. As we're reporting, the senior members of the royal family have made their way to Balmoral Castle. Apparently, the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle, is not in their number. She stayed in London. I don't know if there's any significance in that.
I'm not so sure. I'm disappointed that she hasn't gone, given that she has flown across from the States to be with her husband. Maybe it is purely just protocol that just the close members of the family are there. I see the only lady that's there is the Duchess of Cornwall. I mean, obviously, Catherine has stayed behind because it's the children's first day at school, and you would expect that. I gather that Meghan is not going to this Well Child event tonight, which is good news. It doesn't take away or detract from anything that's happening up at Balmoral. But I'm saddened that she's not there. I would have thought that she could have been there. As I say, there may be a perfectly good reason as to why she's not there.
You could maybe make the argument that this is a moment for the tight family, and she didn't want to distract from that. I mean, I'm not the greatest defender of Meghan. You could make that argument, I feel.
I think you're absolutely right. It could well be that, because clearly there is another point as well, that if she had been there, we would be making observations and comments about, her being there. Is this going to be a reproachment with the other members of the family?
And it's a reminder, though, because the other figure there is Andrew, that you know, Andrew will be there, and he's there because his mum is very, very sick, and people will reflect on that, but they'll also reflect on what's happened in the last few years. And it's a reminder, is it not, Charlie, that actually it's been a pretty tough few years for the Queen. I mean,
yes, it's not been easy.
It's not been, and Andrew, the worst example of that.
Absolutely, he is the worst example of it, and so much so that he is still very much in the background. There is, as far as I can see, no way back for him as a frontline royal. I doubt very much if the Prince of Wales will allow it. But yes, you're absolutely right. He is her son. He is up there as her son. To speak to his mother, and maybe it's unfortunately to say goodbye to her.
Yeah. Well, indeed, you have to have a heart of stone not to feel something for the children of the Queen, the family.
No, I agree.
I mean, when we think about all of our lives, I mean, those of us, which is surely most of us, who at some point or another have lost someone. You live through your grief, just like your moments of personal triumph, very privately. It's just not an option for the royal family. It's not an option for the sons and the close family of the Queen. I mean, what could be less private than what that family is going through now?
I couldn't agree more. And you have to remember as well that as a nation, 75% of this country have known no other monarch. We've known nobody else. I mean, I'm old enough to remember. Well, I not remember, but I was too young when the king died. But the only person that most of us have ever known as the monarch is the Queen.
Will we see something human in that regard? Because I think there has been this charge against the royal family, particularly when we think of the death of Diana, of sort of emotional constipation, Charlie, when actually they don't allow their feelings to be seen. We live in a very different world now, though, don't we? Where feelings, I suspect when the Queen began her reign, the idea of showing your vulnerability and your sadness was absolutely forbidden. But we live in a different world entirely now, don't we?
Entirely different world, and it won't surprise me if we do see some comments from senior members, particularly the Prince of Wales, about the situation eventually.
Yes.
I'm still waiting to hear if there's going to be another medical statement. I mean, because we've had one, and I think there will be another one at some stage. When that's going to happen, it's anybody's guess.
Well, of course, we're looking out for that. As and when it happens, you will hear it. Hear it here. That was an interesting reflection, Stig, wasn't it? Maybe another moment of transition, the stiff upper lip, the impassivity, a time when that sort of thing is no longer absolutely de rigueur. We saw that at the Queen Mother's funeral, and we're in a difficult time for the royal family right now. Now, coming up, it's 5 o'clock in just a moment. I'm John Pinar with Stig Abel with Drive. We have the news. The Queen's unwell. Her family's gathering. Alex Morgan has the news.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good afternoon, it's 5 o'clock. Senior members of the royal family are gathering in Balmoral to be at the Queen's side. Buckingham Palace says Her Majesty is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. A short time ago, an RAF aircraft touched down carrying the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex. Prince Charles, Camilla and the Princess Royal have already arrived, with Prince Harry understood to be making the journey to Scotland while Meghan remains in London. Michael Cole is a former BBC royal correspondent and gave his reaction to the announcement from the palace.
Hold to the word comfortable. She's said to be comfortable. It's no doubt very, very serious indeed. It takes quite a lot for the palace to issue a statement on the Queen's health, but that is what they've done.
Well-wishers are gathering outside the gates at Balmoral, as well as Buckingham Palace in London, where the changing of the guard has been cancelled. Times Radio's Anna Geary is outside the palace and has been speaking to tourists.
They are sad that she is in this ill health, particularly after it was just months ago that she appeared waving from the balcony here at Buckingham Palace during the celebrations for her Platinum Jubilee, of course. There was also a sign that came out to say that the traditional ceremony, the changing of the guard, which was due to take place here at Buckingham Palace tomorrow, has been called off.
Liz Truss, who was appointed Prime Minister by the Queen on Tuesday, has led well-wishes from across the political divide. Ms Truss said, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." She was informed of the news while outlining her energy plan in the Commons earlier today. The Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, shared his thoughts.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
The former Prime Minister David Cameron and the former Prime Minister Tony Blair have sent their well wishes, while the Archbishop of Canterbury says we pray for God's presence to strengthen and support the Queen, the royal family, and those who are caring for Her Majesty. In some other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price guarantee, which will see typical household bills capped at £2,500 from October for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says her plan will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount previously announced. She also said there would be help for businesses.
We will also support all businesses, charities and public sector organisations with their energy costs this winter, offering an equivalent guarantee for 6 months. After those 6 months, we will provide further support to vulnerable sectors such as hospitality, including our local pubs.
Ms Truss said a fund would be set up for those using heating oil, living in park homes or on heat networks. The Prime Minister reiterated the measures would not be paid for by another windfall tax. Well, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer said working people would be forced to foot the bill, or the profits of the oil and gas giants would be left untouched. Sir Keir Starmer said Liz Truss's rejection of a windfall tax was driven by dogma.
She claims that a windfall tax will deter investment. That's ridiculous. These vast profits are not the reward of careful planning. They are the unexpected windfall from Putin's barbarity in Ukraine.
The US Secretary of State has travelled to Kyiv to pledge $2 billion of fresh military aid to bolster Ukraine's counteroffensive in the south and the east. Antony Blinken has met with President Zelensky and visited a children's hospital, saying his visit came at a pivotal moment in the conflict. Well, it comes as a top US general says Ukraine has hit over 400 Russian targets using the American HIMARS rocket system. And new NHS figures released show the number of people in England waiting to start routine hospital treatment has risen to its highest since records began in 2007. A total of 6.8 million people were waiting to start treatment at the end of July, while nearly 380,000 have already been waiting over a year. A mixture of sunny spells and showers, some heavy with hail and thunder this evening into tonight. More persistent heavy rain perhaps reaching the northeast later on. And we'll bring you a full roundup of the sports at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
It's good to have your company. I'm John Pienaar. This is Drive with Stig Abel on a special programme covering the news and the events surrounding the announcement that the Queen has been under close medical supervision. Doctors concerned about the health of the monarch. Close families now have made their way to Balmoral Castle to be at the Queen's side. And political leaders in this country and watch from around the world are expressing their deep concern too. And Stig, you've been looking at the way this is now being reported on front pages and in media outlets around the world.
Because we reflect on this extraordinary 96-year-old led this country for 70 years, been there for all of us in terms of we've all, most of us in this country will have born, had our lives and died with the Queen as the Queen. This massive global figure, a figure of global respect in a way that not everyone in Britain, I suspect, still is. If you look at the scale of the coverage of her, the Bild, which is a German website, has it on the front page, talking about the children joining there. CNN has the lead. It's the idea of the royal family rushing to her side, I think, is reflected. I was just looking at the Daily Telegraph in Australia, that was doing the same thing. Le Monde in France saying the same thing. And I think this sense that you don't get the royal family behaving like a grieving family or a deeply concerned family very often. We all know in our lives, many people listening will have had family members who become very, very sick and the family gather around them.
Yes.
Maybe for a final moment, fearing a final moment, expecting a final moment perhaps. And that is what we're seeing. This royal family, aloof from so many of us for all their lives, behaving like we would.
Yes.
Something happens, a much-loved figure gets very, very sick, and everyone gathers together. The children all fly up, they put aside whatever they're doing, and they come together for this moment of familial grief. And it's a moment of grief for them that then expands out like ripples in a pond for grief for everybody else. And I think that's what people are thinking about, and you can see that's going to be leading the coverage until we get any form of details, which may happen in the next couple of hours. We may get further medical briefing, we may get further announcements, but all we know at the minute is she's very, very sick, and the royal family are behaving in a way that they wouldn't normally behave.
These are human beings. This is a family. This is a moment of a very private moment played out as publicly as one could possibly imagine. It's hard to imagine this situation being replicated in the case of any other prominent family almost anywhere in the world. I mean, to pick any example, the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of this country would not have this kind of public and private attention. Now, speaking of the way this is looking from out and around the world, joined by Rupert Bell, Talk Radio's royal correspondent. And I've just been reflecting, Rupert, welcome to the programme. Thank you for joining us. I mean,
Thank you, John.
I've been reflecting, just as we're speaking there, on the way the Queen is seen abroad and also by foreign leaders, and that particular affinity that she seems to have with foreign leaders. I have in mind, in particular, it's just one memory, we could have lots. President of Macron of France. Do you remember that recent message to the Queen from President Macron? It was at a time of bumpy relations with Britain as a whole, wasn't it, and the British government? But what could have been more warm than that when he was contemplating the Queen? And it was not feigned. It was not a diplomatic moment. He wasn't sending a message. He meant it.
I think that's the important thing. Ever since she came to the throne in 1951, which you think the way the world has changed and 15 prime ministers, but what has been important throughout her life is that quiet diplomacy, the soft diplomacy that she brings to the table, and able to meet and greet and just have a quiet word there, a quiet word there with somebody else. And that's what has endeared herself the world over, rarely being caught out, but being able to do the right thing in difficult, often difficult situations. And clearly, as you allude, with the French, it is not, the entente cordiale's not always been there. But when it comes to the Queen, most people have the utmost respect and know the way she operates. She has been the glue so often to make sure things don't go in a wrong path, and that's been the defining moment. Prime ministers, having a quiet word with them. Do you think you should be doing that? And you would know, John, from your background, the way those quiet words with the prime ministers, quietly just doing things. Have you thought about that, which she would occasionally do? Yeah. Because she has read the room and knows what's going on. That essential bit of experience with those weekly meetings with the prime minister, very important sort of quiet bit of constitutional business that she saw as important to helping make sure the Prime Minister did the right thing for her subjects. And I think that's very marked her out, and why, 15 Prime Ministers is an extraordinary, from Churchill through to Liz Truss, and the way the world has changed, and she's been at the heart of it. That's why the events of today resonate with so many.
This, as you say, this is a monarch who's been up close and personal with prime ministers since Winston Churchill. But around the world, you could say something of the same, couldn't you? In those great banquets and state occasions, we've seen just glimpses, just fleeting glimpses of that existence. We see just occasional pictures and sequences in a documentary of the Queen having a gossip with a little circle of presidents and prime ministers. And from what we've seen, Rupert, you'll know more about this. She seems to be thoroughly at home. They seem to be, from what we've seen, which is very limited, I admit, but they seem to be thoroughly chuffed in her company. It is that sort of human connection, on an occasion of high stakes.
Yeah, yes, and because she is an extremely personable person. Forget who she is, but she has an ability to engage whoever she meets. And that's what her charm is, that she knows when you're going to see the head of state. And people say, well, why are we doing these state visits? Her turning up somewhere probably does more on behalf of British trade, and the president of whichever country is talking to her, means probably more than the prime minister of Britain turning up to talk to the head of
probably
state.
Quite a lot more on occasion.
Indeed, and that's the important thing, is what she was able to bring is going, and they would revel in her knowledge, her experience, living through the Second World War as she did, and very much in the forefront of that, and seeing the way the world has changed, you can't, that is earned, that experience. And of course, she's been in the front line, as it were, meeting all the heads of state who are having to deal with geopolitical problems on a grand scale. Yet there she was, quietly, a diminutive woman, quietly going about her business and being able to talk to these heads of states and bring something to the party like no other. And that's what respects, but it doesn't matter who she's talking to, the same kind of warmth is created. And that's the important thing to remember about her, is the way it doesn't matter who she was talking to, she knew for that person who she was talking to, they were important. They will never forget that moment when they met her. And she never forgot that as part of what her daily routine is. Even if she was going to open for want of a better example, another supermarket, in a way, the people there will never, ever forget that day. No. And that's what she has done all her life, knowing that whenever she turned up, people will never forget that experience of being close or meeting the Queen.
Yeah, I mean, the likes of you and I, Rupert, and you, Stig. I mean, I speak as a lifelong political beast, and Rupert, a royal correspondent. I bet you feel the same when you see the Queen mixing with the very great and the very good, the hugely aloft. These aloft personalities in our life. What wouldn't you give to be in that cocktail party as a fly on the wall? Maybe a passing waiter with a tray of canapé, and just lingering and listening to this stuff.
Well, look how she dealt with Trump. I mean, that seems to be the example of what you're talking about, Rupert. That Trump, tricky man to deal with. He brings a lot of flim flam around him. He doesn't really know what he's doing, and you just got the sense that with the actual pomp of the royal family that the Queen represented, as well as that personal touch, Rupert, she could handle Trump as well as she could handle anybody else.
Yeah, and because he charged off, I think, and you sort of. You always sort of stay behind the Queen. He just sort of charged off because he thought it's all about me. The Queen would go, oh, well, that's just Trump, and just deal with it and not be aggrieved and not saying, well, my nose is put out of joint. Just say, well, I probably knew this was going to happen. Well, I'll just deal with it and maybe make a laugh afterwards or something with him, because that was what she knew how to deal with the situation. She wouldn't suddenly think it's all about me. He never has.
She did the same with Michelle Obama. Do you remember that, where Michelle Obama gave her a hug and which is not protocol? And I hate protocol in lots of respects, but she just then said, she's hugged me, I'm going to hug her back. So otherwise it would be awkward. What's the human thing to do there?
What about Tony with the Millennium Night? When suddenly we were doing Auld Lang Syne. The Queen wasn't exactly happy with that when Tony Blair suddenly started, but she sort of said, well, I better get on with it, because it wouldn't look great, but clearly that probably, it was a little over the top. But she knew how to put people at ease, and might then just say afterwards, well, maybe not. But it would never draw attention to an uncomfortable situation, to adapt. And that's what she brought, and knew and could mould and just make sure the right thing happened quietly. Of course, her entire life, everything is done for her. And of course, you can say, well, that makes it easy. But to do it day in, day out, from basically when you think, from a young girl, once the abdication happened of her uncle, her life changed. She never, when she was a very young girl, thought that she would be the Queen. That changed the direction of her life hugely. From that moment onward, she became then the future Queen in this case. And that, as a young girl, I thought she would have been 12 at the time, changed her life, and she had to live through the Second World War. And then she came to the throne as a young lady in her mid-20s, to just do the job in as unswerving and as delicate a manner. Well, you just got to say how extraordinary a human being she has been, and Britain, has benefited hugely on a global stage from that understanding of the wider picture.
Yeah, Rupert, I've got to say, again, I seem to be agreeing with everyone who comes on the programme today in every possible. If I had a hat, I would take it off, and that's not even the argument of a monarchist. It's not a political point. Between you and me, I'm a bit of a monarchist, frankly. This is Times Radio. This is John Pienaar. Stig Abel with me in association with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Michael Portillo on Times Radio. reviewing the week in politics from Westminster and beyond.
As their number has grown, has government improved? I think not.
With a top-quality lineup of guests and commentators.
If we're squabbling over who discovered what, that sort of misses the point of science itself.
From momentous world events to everyday life.
Uplifting exhibitions and historical perspective.
Michael Portillo, tomorrow night from 7 on Times Radio.
This is an urgent appeal from the Disasters Emergency Committee. Devastating floods are raging through Pakistan, leaving many homeless and exposed to the elements. Huge areas are underwater, and schools, roads, crops and livelihoods are gone. Conditions are set to worsen as the rains continue. People need food, clean drinking water and shelter. To donate online, search DEC or text radio to 70000 to give £10. Thank you.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. New and existing Co-op members get £50 to spend in store when they take out Co-op Car Insurance. Plus an extra £5 will go to local community food projects. Get a quote online today. Terms and conditions apply. Co-op Car Insurance is provided by a select panel of insurers.
5:17, this is Drive on Times Radio. John Pienaar with Stig Abe on this grave and momentous day as well. All eyes in Great Britain are directed towards Balmoral Castle, where the Queen is gravely, seriously ill, under medical supervision when doctors became concerned for her health. That's what we learnt at lunchtime today. The family are joining her. The reports are that cars have arrived. Range Rovers were seen heading into the gates of the castle about 10 minutes ago. It could well have inside them Prince William, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward and Sophie, Countess of Wessex, as the family gather to see the Queen. We're expecting updates over the next couple of hours. We don't know what they are, but clearly the moment is very serious. We've been talking all afternoon about the impact of the Queen on people. I just want to read a couple of texts, John, that have come out because it kind of reflects on what people have been saying. Here's one from Susie. The Queen always reminded me of my mum, which I think is a very common feeling, who died 2 years ago. Both hard-working, dedicated and impressive women. Mum took me to wave at her in Norwich when I was a young child. I remember the excitement of the crowd as we catched a glimpse as the entourage drove past. In the 50s, my mum, who worked in a pub near Sandringham at the time, was in the papers across the Commonwealth for looking like the Queen. Photographs of my mum and the Queen side by side with headlines such as "Spot the Difference" and "Her Majesty the Barmaid." I'm not a monarchist, but I always respected and admired the Queen and hope she is peaceful at this time.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, here's another one out. Queen Liz, this one is headline. She's always been there, a reassuring constant in my life. My daughter said it would be like a nation losing a grandmother. I agree. I love a particular video I saw the other day of her inspecting her cavalry. When she passed her grandson William, their eyes met and hers twinkled. They both couldn't stifle a massive smile, and their love for each other was apparent. Well, there you go.
It's a lovely link. Keep your thoughts coming, what your memories are, what your reflections are on the life as the Queen, as we all look to her and hope for the best, but do still fear the worst, very sadly. 87222, start your message with the word Times or tweet us, #Times Radio. Let's get the thoughts of someone who knew the Queen, knows the Queen very well. Dickie Arbiter was her press secretary for 12 years between 1988 and 2000. He joins us on the line now. Thank you for speaking to us, Dickie.
Good morning, good evening, John.
How are you feeling, Dickie, about all of this? It feels like a very significant and very sad day.
Well, it's a very significant and a sad day. Buckingham Palace issued a statement on her medical condition is rare, it's unprecedented, but obviously the doctors were concerned and they called the family up to Balmoral. So it is a very difficult day. It's a difficult day for everybody. It's a difficult day for you guys, the broadcasters. It's a difficult day for people like me. And having worked for the Queen and been alongside her and been on picnics with her and sat down to dinner with her, it's a very sad day. And I look back on those occasions with great respect and honour, having worked for her and having dined with her both at picnics and lunch and at dinners. Give us a tale
then, Dickie. What was she like? What was she like to go on a picnic with?
Oh, she's terrific to go on a picnic with. Cut a long story short, I went on one almost 4 weeks after I joined the palace, and it was to a log cabin overlooking Loch Mick, and there were only four of us there, the Queen, Prince Philip, Lady-in-Waiting and myself. We sat down for lunch, 45 minutes, haven't got a clue what we talked about, I can't remember actually, and we helped ourselves out of Tupperware, and after lunch the Queen said, well, everybody, we need to clear up. I took it as my cue as the sort of junior employee to go and start the washing up, which I did. And I heard this footfall behind me, and I thought, oh, very nice lady in waiting is coming to give me a hand. And I casually said over my shoulder, OK, I'll wash you dry. A very familiar voice said, no, I'll wash you dry. So HM plunged her hands into the soap suds, no rubber gloves, I should add, and I did the drying up. And that really showed me what a remarkable woman she is. The countrywoman at heart, takes everything in her stride and had no airs and graces.
Was she a tough boss, Dickie? Because was she a tough boss to you? You know, because you had to try and press secretary is a tough job. You've got to break bad news to her. Sometimes she's going to be unhappy with some of the coverage. What was she like in that respect?
She was very pragmatic. She knew the way of the world. She knew the way the press operated. You know, the press used to sort of think, she doesn't know what's going on. She knew everything that was going on. You've got to remember, she knew every world leader from the start of her reign in 1952. She had 15 prime ministers up to the present time. She knew what was going on, and you couldn't bluff her. And if many times I wanted to do something and I needed her permission, you've got to make sure you've got dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's before you send a note up. And 99.99 times out of 100, I always got a yes. So I must have been doing something right. And she's very good at turning things around. She has her red boxes every day of the year except Easter Day and Christmas Day. She works through them. She gets one first thing in the morning, and that's turned around very quickly. Possibly another one about lunchtime, but certainly one in the evening. She read stacks of paperwork, not just from the United Kingdom Parliament and government offices, but also from the realm states as well. She knew exactly what was going on in the world. She knew exactly what was going on in the UK, and she was tough, and she was stoic, and she was somebody that, and still is, I think, somebody that you couldn't help but respect.
Yes, I mean, Dickie, I'm just looking at the memories of some of our listeners that are being shared with us here. I'll just give you this one example to make the point that I'm making, which is from Mary, who's texting and listening to us from Dubrovnik, and says, I remember as a 9-year-old the Queen arriving with Prince Philip at Uddingston Station on the Royal train to open the new Belseal Maternity Hospital. We brownies, she says, lined the exit from the station to her car. We ran alongside all the way up the street, waving back at her. I presume she was waving at the brownies as the car was going along until we could no longer keep up. So many memories like that, so brief, so glancing, so fleeting, but they stuck in the mind of these listeners for decades. And then, each time that's an impression, which says a lot about a capacity to make a human connection with someone just there, someone rather otherwise remote. But of course, for most people, Dickie, people think of the Queen through the prism of the media. That's all they see. That's all we see of the media. I just wonder, as someone whose job it was to think about these things, how much of a PR professional, if at all, is the Queen? How much is she aware of the media and the need to present a certain face, a certain front?
She is incredibly aware. She knows exactly how they operate. She works by instinct. You might remember at the time of the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, there was an outcry from the media at why she hadn't paid tribute to Diana. The Queen was always going to pay tribute, but it was under her terms and in her time. And she did it on the eve of the funeral, which was exactly the right time. Her timing is perfect, and she doesn't do things to order. And she does things absolutely right. And that was just one example of how right she was getting things.
But before you move on from that, though, Dickie, that's been commonly perceived as a moment where the royal family didn't get it right. There was a wave of national sentiment over the death of Diana, and the royal family, Buckingham Palace, was seen as being very slow to respond and pick up on that. It was Tony Blair, the Prime Minister at the time, who's been given credit, as it were, by history for guiding the royal family in the right direction at the right time at an important time. Do you not accept that version of history?
No, I don't accept that at all. I mean, Tony Blair was the new kid on the block in Downing Street, and he was going to do anything to get himself up front. No, I don't accept that at all. The royal family, yes, they did get the flag wrong, but everything else they got absolutely right. That she didn't come down to London, perfectly acceptable if you ask people today, because she was up there with her grandsons, aged 12 and 15 respectively, who'd lost their mother tragically, and both the Queen and Prince Philip, with Wise Head on their shoulders, were able to see them through that particular early stages and through the week, so they were able to come back in London and walk in Kensington Gardens, look at the floral tributes, talk to mourners, smile, and fairly relaxed while they're probably screaming inside. So, no, she didn't get it wrong, and the media will accept that she didn't get it wrong. The flag, I grant you, the eye was off the ball on that one. But having said that, Windsor Castle, Balmoral, Sandringham, there's a flag. Those were at half-mast because she wasn't there. Yes. But Buckingham Palace, which never had a flag, we got it wrong on that one. But eventually we got it right.
All right, Dickie, really good to get your perspective. Thank you. That's Dickie Arbiter, Queen's former press secretary.
It's an interesting point here that it's easy when you're reflecting on the life of someone, you lapse into the past tense on what she did do, because we are aware of the significant nature of the concerns about the Queen's health. The royal family has just seen a picture of the car going in. The whole of the close family are now at Balmoral around the bedside of the Queen, you might imagine. And we're talking in the past tense, not necessarily because we know anything or we expect that something is going to happen. We've got this moment that feels like a very significant moment, doesn't it, John? In the life of the Queen.
It's a moment of reflection. I mean, looking back over a really rather long life, a period of service to the country and connection with her people.
And there's deep concern. I think the deep concern exists. We all feel it. We can all feel it, I think, in our guts that something serious has happened to the Queen. Under medical supervision, the family has just gone through the gates and has now joined her. Let's go and see what's going on around the world. This figure, this global figure, this most significant figure perhaps in the whole country and has been for the last 70 years. What's the reaction going on in other countries? Are they aware of the scale of the moment that's happening before our eyes in Balmoral? Let's talk to Sarah Baxter, the director of the Mary Colvin Centre for International Reporting. She's in New York. Afternoon, Sarah.
Hello there.
What do we think, Sarah? What are people saying? Is there a sense that something might be happening? Do people have a sense of the moment there?
Oh, definitely. The whole of America seems to be on tenterhooks right now. The news about the Queen's health is dominating the front pages, and I'm getting personal messages from friends, etc., saying, hope she's all right, and tearful emojis, etc. So, they really are sharing in the emotion of it all. Because, as you say, she's been on the throne for 70 years. And Joe Biden actually passed on his good wishes, I think, while speaking to Liz Truss on the phone this morning in a call with allies. And so all of America is paying attention. And, Joe Biden is the 13th US president that she has overseen. And, the first president that she met, never mind all this talk of Churchill, the first US president she met was Harry Truman. It's extraordinary just how long she's been on the throne. She was already a mature queen when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, when Martin Luther King was killed, when Nixon resigned, when Reagan was elected. It just astonishing amount of American history here.
And people are acting with concern now that her health is in a very dire situation.
Oh, that's right, Stig. I think people are very, very worried, and they say things. They're very American about it, and they say we're really praying for her, and they are. They mean it, yeah. And people are also. It's very close to the 21st anniversary of 9/11 now. And people are remembering, how great she was to America at the time of 9/11, and that, and quoting things like, "What remains of grief is love," which is what she said at that time. And, people are saying very, very moving things.
People remember, don't they? Sarah, thank you so much for that perspective. That's Sarah Baxter, the director of the Mary Colvin Centre for International Reporting in New York. And a reminder, actually, that the Queen has been around for 30% of the history of America. It's another great thing to try and get your head around.
Well, let's just cross the border now and get the view from Canada. We can talk to Caroline Harris, historian, author, royal commentator, who's in Toronto. Caroline, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Caroline, how is this moment being seen in Canada? Obviously, a country with a more recent connection to this country in history.
Well, there's a lot of concern about the Queen's health. The Queen has been there for these very significant moments in Canadian history, including the opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway in 1959, Canada's centennial and Expo 67 in Montreal in 1967, the patriation of the Constitution in 1982, and there have been more lighthearted moments like the Queen's Golden Jubilee tour in 2002, where the Queen dropped the puck at an ice hockey game and her royal emblem appeared on the Jumbotron and everyone cheered. So there have been these very ceremonial moments in Canada. She opened Parliament here in 1957, but there have also been these more lighthearted moments where, the future Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip square dancing at Government House in 1951, and really throwing themselves into Canadian culture and pastimes during their time here. So the Queen has visited Canada more than any other Commonwealth realm, so there's naturally a great deal of concern about her health.
Yeah, and what about that relationship, that more recent link between Canada and Canadians and the United Kingdom? And how do you weigh that up? Because we were just talking to Sarah in the United States. We know there's a great feeling for the royal family among so many Americans, which in some ways seems to be, I don't know, you could almost compare it to Americans watching an episode of Downton Abbey. There's a kind of sentimental, historic attachment to an idea. What is that relationship? How do you define it when it comes to Canada?
Well, in Canada, there tends to be a lot of focus on the constitutional importance of the Crown, and also when we've seen recent royal tours by Charles and Camilla, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall this year, and William and Catherine, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge with their children in 2016, there tends to be a lot of focus on what their roles will be in Canada going forward. And certainly we saw Prince Charles and Camilla engaging with Indigenous peoples this year, listening to their concerns, particularly regarding what had taken place in residential schools and the suffering that had taken place there. And Prince Charles spoke at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda about how Canada coming to terms with its very difficult history with Indigenous peoples could be an inspiration to other Commonwealth countries. So we're seeing members of the royal family being part of that reconciliation process with Indigenous peoples. And so the coverage of members of the royal family in Canada, it's not simply as prominent people in the country, but in terms of their very long-standing role in Canada's constitutional monarchy, and also the long-standing connection to Indigenous peoples that goes back to King George III's royal proclamation in 1760. Yeah, it's a relationship that's evolved over modern history. Carolyn Harris in Toronto, thank you. After the news, we're going to just check in on how this story is being seen in France, in Germany, and in Spain. This is Times Radio Drive. We're going to be catching up with how things are at Balmoral, how are things looking outside Balmoral. You will miss nothing. Do stay with us here on Times Radio Drive. I'm John Pienaar, Stig Abel with me through the programme. Right now, it is 5:34. Let's get the latest news with Alex Morgan.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
John, thank you. Good afternoon. A convoy of cars thought to be carrying the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex have arrived at Balmoral. The royal family are gathering around the Queen amid serious concerns for her health. Buckingham Palace says Her Majesty is under medical supervision following concern from doctors. Prince Charles, Camilla and the Princess Royal arrived earlier this afternoon, while it's understood that Prince Harry is also travelling to Scotland. Talk TV's royal editor, Sarah Hewson, says it is a worrying situation.
It's hard to underestimate the seriousness of this statement that we had from Buckingham Palace. It is so unusual for the palace to comment on the Queen's health, followed by the statements that we've had from Liz Truss, from Keir Starmer, from the Archbishop of Canterbury, all expressing their concern.
The US President Joe Biden is the latest public figure to send his thoughts and prayers to the Queen and the royal family. The White House says Mr. Biden has been briefed on Her Majesty's health. In some other news this afternoon, the Prime Minister has announced a new energy price cap, which will see household bills frozen around £2,500 from the 1st of October for the next 2 years. Liz Truss says the price guarantee will save the average household £1,000 and comes in addition to the £400 energy bills discount already announced. But Labour's leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says the Prime Minister's rejection of a windfall tax to fund the measures was driven by dogma. And the US Secretary of State has travelled to Kyiv to pledge $2 billion of fresh military aid to bolster Ukraine as it continues with its counter-offensive in the south and the east. Antony Blinken met with President Volodymyr Zelensky, saying his visit came at a pivotal moment for Ukrainian forces. This evening and tonight, rain heavy in places affecting southern Scotland. Elsewhere, showers mostly clearing with patchy fog and low cloud. Nick Ellaby has the sport.
We'll start in the Premier League, where Chelsea have appointed Graham Potter as their new head coach. The Englishman's left Brighton to sign a 5-year contract at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea sacked Thomas Tuchel yesterday, with his last Premier League defeat coming at Southampton. Their manager Ralph Hasenhüttl believes Graham Potter's a very good replacement.
For me, he is the manager in the past 2 years that had the biggest impact in a club where, with all the limits they had, with all the transfers that they gave away for other clubs, still competing on the highest level.
Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia is ready to announce a joint bid for the 2030 Football World Cup alongside Egypt and Greece. If successful, the tournament would be played in the winter to avoid extreme temperatures in June and July, much like this year's tournament in Qatar. Chief sports reporter at The Times, Martin Ziegler, told us politically the bid makes sense.
Because you have an African nation in Egypt, an Asian Confederation nation in Saudi Arabia, and a European nation in Greece. So in terms of winning those votes, if you have 3 confederations represented, that, I think, is seen as a sort of strong move.
Inside sources say an announcement is imminent and follows talks at senior government levels. To Formula One, where Lewis Hamilton will start from the back of the grid for this weekend's Italian Grand Prix after taking an engine penalty. The 7-time world champion's been forced to change his 4th power unit of the season. That's one more than is allowed under F1's rules. And England's rugby union side could have names on the back of their shirts this autumn. That's in a bid to promote stars of the game to a wider audience. English rugby's governing body, the RFU's keen on getting names on shirts for November's Autumn Nations series against Southern Hemisphere teams. The Times deputy rugby correspondent Will Kelleher told us one of the difficulties with this idea is that rugby players don't get squad numbers like in football.
You can't be number 24 or something and play fly half. In terms of sort of selling the jerseys, some players swap numbers fairly regularly, whether they're a winger, a centre or 4 or 5 in the second row, sometimes switch around. Although there are some positions that are full back is always 15 and number 8's always number 8, obviously. So there'll be a bit of a challenge there.
You can read more on all these stories on the Times website or app.
This is Times Radio.
From the case files of Miss Maureen 118212.
You know, the life of a telephone detective is never dull. 1 minute you might be called by a lady from Luton looking for a lighting shop. The next it might be a gent from Jarrow who just needs a jeweller. Whatever the number you need is Maureen 118212.
Maureen
118212.
Calls cost £2.50 per call plus 75p a minute with a minimum 1 minute charge plus your phone company's access charge.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. New and existing Co-op members get £50 to spend in store when they take out Co-op Car Insurance. Plus, we'll donate £5 to local community food projects. Get a quote online today. Terms and conditions apply. Co-op Car Insurance is provided by a select panel of insurers.
Welcome to Times Radio Drive. John Pienaar and me, Stig Abel, on this sad and momentous day. All eyes on Balmoral, where the royal family is gathering around the Queen. She's under medical supervision because doctors became concerned for her health. That was announced at 12 o'clock. Since then, we've heard nothing except to see the family gather, and there are very serious concerns for the ongoing health of the Queen. We'll keep you up to date with all the news as it happens. We're likely to get further news, I feel, over the next hour or so, so stay with us on Times Radio. We'll try and comprehend the scale of what is happening to the Queen and therefore to the country this evening. We'll remember the date of this for a long time, I suspect. The country, actually, the country in Europe the Queen went most to was France, actually. And we're just going to go around a couple of European countries to reflect on whether people are sensing a serious moment or not. Let's talk to Adam Sage, who's the Paris correspondent for The Times. Good afternoon, Adam.
Yes, good afternoon.
Is this story impacting in France yet?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you said all eyes are on Balmoral, and that's certainly true of France. All the main newspaper websites are leading with concerns over the Queen's health. The rolling news channels, that's BFM, LCE, France Info, which are the main channels here, the equivalent of Sky News, they've all completely rewritten their coverage to be going live to Buckingham Palace. All their correspondents are outside Buckingham Palace. There are, all the royal experts have been called in. So absolutely, this is impacting in France. Yeah,
and she's seen presumably as a big figure in France. You know, there's the wartime history that unites our two countries, which she played a part in. Of course, how is she regarded, the Queen, in France?
Well, of course, I mean, the irony is that the French have got rid of their monarchy in the 18th century, and then again in the 19th century, it having come back shortly. But are still fascinated by the British monarchy. I'm fascinated by the Queen. And the Queen, just as she's played an important role in the lives of the British people over these past 7 decades, so she has in France as well. I mean, you said that she's visited France very often. She's made 5 state visits to France. She's met all the elected presidents of France, from de Gaulle down to Macron. So she's very much a familiar and I think respected figure in France as well.
Yeah, and eyes there are on Balmoral, as they are in this country. Adam, thank you for that. That's Adam Sage, the Paris correspondent for The Times.
Now to Berlin, and Oliver Moody, the Times Berlin correspondent. Oliver, welcome to the programme. Talk to us then about the view of the Queen and this moment from Berlin.
Well, as in France, the story is at or very close to the top of the news agenda with just about every national outlet in Germany. There's an awful lot of live footage on the rolling news channels of the gate at Balmoral, and commentators attempting with various degrees of success to get into the chronology of which members of the royal family are present and which aren't, or speculating, perhaps a little prematurely, what kind of King Charles might be like. And I've just seen a German MP from the southwestern state of Baden-Württemberg tweeting out the opening verses of the British national anthem, which tells you something about both how much of an impact this story has, but also about the enormous affection that many Germans have for the Queen.
Yeah, so that appeal just crosses boundaries. It transcends both all parts of society, all over the world. But in Germany, of course, you've got the additional dimension that the royal family of the United Kingdom is part German. Is that a fact that penetrates the mind of Germans?
It is something that is fairly frequently pointed out whenever there's a big royal news event. It's also important to remember that the Queen has been on the throne for only 3 years fewer than the post-war Federal Republic of Germany has existed. And she's remembered particularly here for a state visit in 1965, which is the first one any British monarch had done since before the First World War. And that really was perceived as a moment of reconciliation between the two countries. She even came to what was then West Berlin, an island of liberal democracy in the middle of the Eastern Bloc, and gave her own version of John F. Kennedy's famous Ich bin ein Berliner speech in the same square. And that really was something that's lived in the German national memory.
Oliver, thank you for those reflections. Oliver Moody in Berlin.
Let's go to Spain. Graham Keeley is the Spain correspondent for The Times. Good afternoon, Graham.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Another monarchy in Spain, as we have here. What are the reflections there on what is happening in Balmoral?
Well, once again, absolutely blanket coverage here. The only other story that might interest the Spaniards is, of course, the rise in interest rates by the central bank, which might influence people, but that's been knocked off the top of the running order, and it's rolling Spanish royal coverage. The state television, Radio Televisión Española, have got a live feed from Balmoral, which right now is just showing a rather damp castle and not much else. But experts have been wheeled out to forecast ahead, really, looking ahead to what may happen should this be bad news, and what King Charles might be like. But there's an extra dimension here in that the Spanish royals, of course, are related to the Queen. King Felipe is the great-great-great-grandson of Queen Victoria, and of course the Queen is the great-great-granddaughter. And he refers to her as Tia Lilibet, Aunt Elizabeth. So it's a kind of quite affectionate feeling here towards the Queen.
It's a great point that there. You remember the size of the smallness of the world for European royal families, and it is a very, very small one. Graham, thank you for that. It's Graham Keeley, Spain correspondent for the Times.
And when you look at the story today of the royal family in Spain, King Felipe there, Juan Carlos, as it were, in the background, stories and scandals, talk of corruption, big headlines. It makes the monarchy of the United Kingdom just look so much more placid and stable, even though you wouldn't necessarily know it from coverage from day to day.
And you couldn't always say that. Just we had a text in. This is a really interesting one, John. This idea of a woman that sort of transcends national boundaries. Klaus said, it's a sad time for the whole nation. About 6 years ago, I swore the oath of allegiance to Her Majesty at my citizenship ceremony. I'm not a diehard royalist, but the Queen was heading the country all the 40 plus years I have been living here, and quite admirably. That sense of whatever your relationship with the United Kingdom, it has the Queen somewhere in it, and has done for the last 70 years and more.
I mean, do share your thoughts, what you're thinking, your feelings and your reflections. We'd love to see, hear and read them. Send us a text, 87222, start with the word Times, or a tweet to @TimesRadio. Now let's catch up with Cameron Roy, who is a reporter for the Press and Journal, just outside Balmoral now. Cameron, hello.
Hi there.
Thanks for joining us, Cameron. What's the scene? What is happening where you are?
Well, the world's press really have gathered at Balmoral today, and I would say around 50 have gathered, huddled underneath umbrellas during a torrential downpour on the banks of the River Dee in Aberdeen. A handful of locals have also turned up, people who've regularly seen the Queen at events. I mean, the recent Braemar gathering, she'd never missed in 70 years until the weekend just passed.
Yes.
So are people here with a real sense of connection to the royal family?
And I suppose it almost sounds like a facile question, but the mood among those people gathered at the gates of Balmoral Castle, we know the answer before I ask the question, but how are people feeling there? Mixed feelings, but clearly anxiety, certain amount of sorrow.
Yes, it's a morose, dutiful, respectful gathering, I would say. People have driven for as long as an hour and a half to be here. People from Aberdeen, people from the surrounding area. I spoke to one man who's 82, and the Queen came onto the throne when he was just a schoolboy.
Yes. I mean, we're hearing from our listeners who are sharing those memories with us. The Queen, thoughts of the Queen, and memories of some encounter, some glancing encounter with the Queen. They stay with so many people. Cameron, good to hear from you. Thank you, Cameron Roy, there from the Press and Journal, speaking to us from outside Balmoral.
A reminder: Downing Street just issued a thing about the appointments taking effect today on Thursday. Of all the ministers that have been appointed, and of course they're saying the Queen approved the following appointments to take effect today. And it's just a reminder that we have this constitutional monarchy in this country. We have the democracy that functions. We have the government that functions, and presiding over that for the last 70 years, sometimes closely, she has a weekly meeting with the Prime Minister, is the Queen. So that democracy that we all live and support has this figure that slots right into it, that doesn't compromise our rights, but adds a certain amount of glue, a certain amount of reflected dignity back upon it. And that's an absolutely central role that the Queen has fulfilled for so long.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk in a moment just about the Queen and her place in our national life, in the British Constitution, the fabric of the United Kingdom now and back down history. We're going to be talking to Professor Vernon Bogdanor. He knows, forgotten more than most people know about this stuff. Trust me, when you're talking about Vernon Bogdanor. This is Times Radio Drive. This is John Pino and Stig Abel in association with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Michael Portillo on Times Radio with Yesterday, TV for curious minds. Join Michael Portillo for all the latest global news, politics and thought-provoking views on culture, philosophy, entertainment and the arts. Exploring the stories beyond the headlines and looking ahead to all the weekend's cultural highlights. Michael Portillo, every Friday night from 7 on Times Radio with Yesterday, TV for curious minds on Freeview Channel 27 and also available on UK ITV Play.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
So, as I say, let us take a slightly closer look now at the Queen as an important part, the pinnacle of the British Constitution, and touching with Professor Vernon Bogdanor, who's research professor at the Institute for Contemporary British History at King's College London. Vernon, good evening to you.
Good evening.
So the British Constitution, when it comes to the role of the monarch, it is all about continuity, isn't it? Seamless continuity. For all that we seem to be going through a difficult, anxious moment, looking at the state of the Queen's health and anticipating what may be bad news on the way. We will see how that develops in the course of the evening and hours to come. But the British Constitution is all about continuity.
As you say, it's an anxious moment, but the Queen has the inestimable advantage of having no political or party history, so that she can be genuinely impartial on political matters. That's a huge advantage, because anyone else, an elected president, for example, would have a political history. It would be someone perhaps put out to grass after retirement, which I don't think we want in this country. And there is, as you say, a huge element of continuity, because when, and we hope it's still a long time to come, when the Queen does die, she'll be succeeded the very same moment by the Prince of Wales as king. The monarch never dies. There's automatic continuity and no argument about who the head of state should be.
Yes, and I guess it's devotion to that principle which helps to explain the fact that the Queen, as far as we're aware, has never seriously contemplated the idea of abdication. For her, she has her job, she has her duty, and she will do it while she is able, and she's here to do that.
That's absolutely right. As soon as you say that someone can choose whether to take or decline the job, you end the advantage of monarchy, because people then say, well, who would be the best person to have that job? And it then becomes political. One party says X, the other party says Y. In addition to that, I think the abdication of 1936, the only voluntary abdication in our history of Edward VIII, has really cast a bit of a trauma on the royal family. It did seem to disturb constitution at a very difficult time when, after all, Britain was facing the dictatorships of the continent.
Yes.
So, as you say, the Queen would never abdicate, and I suspect the same will be true of the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, I say the abdication of Edward VIII, a traumatic time for Britain's national public life, and the principles which govern the relationship between the monarch and the crown and the people. And this Queen has been through periods of transition in the way that we do our politics and manage our constitution. She was there and involved when Harold Macmillan came into number 10 Downing Street. She was there at the time of Eden. She was part of the business of bringing in Alec Douglas Hume. These were times when the monarch had more of a role then than they have now. Now, we talk about the monarch ticking boxes. Although, by the way, there was a moment, wasn't there, in recent weeks when we wondered whether that role might be expanded in the case of Boris Johnson.
Well, I think the Queen would be unlikely to use her discretion in any circumstances of which we could conceive. And you're right, the Queen did have that discretion earlier in her reign when she chose Harold Macmillan and Alec Douglas Hume. They were controversial choices. But now that discretion's gone because, as we've seen over the last few weeks, the Conservative Party chooses its own leaders. But in a sense, although we've talked a lot about the Constitution, that isn't the Queen's main role. Her main role is not so much as a constitutional head of state, but head of a nation, or if you like, head of a multinational country that we've become during her reign. And because of her absence of political partisanship, she can represent the whole country to itself in a way that, for example, President Biden or President Macron cannot do because they're the product of a particular election.
Yes.
And you see this most obviously at the annual commemoration of the war dead at the Cenotaph, or the two broadcasts she gave at the time of COVID, or if you look at her representation in other countries in her visit to Ireland about 10 years ago when she spoke for the whole country. That's the crucial role the Queen plays, not
Yes.
so much the constitutional one.
Yes, and when it comes to the Queen, just lastly, Vernon, when it comes to the Queen's relationship with successive prime ministers, it is pretty much shrouded and veiled in mystery. The occasional shadow on the wall that we glimpse is all that we really get. We know that Harold Wilson, he rather breached the rules, didn't he, by telling everyone how close he was to the Queen. And David Cameron, he gave away a bit of a conversation with the Queen over Scottish independence. But for the most part, we're guessing about a relationship which takes place just out of our sight and behind closed doors.
Yes, in rather more innocent days, Harold Wilson used to try and win over the Labour Party, people who opposed him, by saying how well he got on with the Queen. I don't know whether that would work today, but you're absolutely right that we don't know the Queen's views of prime ministers, and her staff say they've never heard her speak disparagingly about any prime minister.
Really?
And I gather she doesn't keep a detailed diary, so we may never know what her views are about the 15 prime ministers she's had, whether she thought they were marvellous or terrible. We simply may not ever know. That may be part of the necessities of constitutional monarchy, though it's rather sad for the future historians.
It's so interesting. It's guesswork for the likes of you. I mean, we know that Queen Victoria absolutely hated William Gladstone and adored Benjamin Disraeli. When it comes to now, we know, well, not a huge amount. Vernon Bogdan, good to talk to you.
It's interesting, John, the politics point that a lot of political journalists are saying politicians are stopping answering their phones at the minute. There's this expectation we may get an update in a few minutes' time of what is going on in Balmoral, a sense that 6 o'clock might be the moment at which further clarity is given. Because, as you say, she's this political figure, but a political figure has managed to avoid most of the landmines of politics over the course of 70 years, and that's an extraordinary performance, however you judge it.
So it is. This is just a moment just to pause and reflect on this. In April 2020, the Queen sent this message to a locked-down nation.
We will succeed, and that success will belong to every one of us. We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again. But for now, I send my thanks and warmest good wishes to you all.
So the Queen there speaking at a moment of recent trauma, the time of the year.
We'll meet again, of course, being the thing that reminds us brilliantly of her longevity. We'll meet again, a totemic line from the wartime when she experienced the war in the same way that many Londoners did. When she was there at a time of great trauma for the country, she offered solace then, and she offered solace 69 years later or 70 years later. That's an extraordinary testament to the length of service she has done for this country.
So it is.
And we will continue over the course of the next few hours to reflect on that. And we are talking in a reflective mood, because I think it's the level of concern that we're all experiencing, John. Don't you think? We're feeling it. We're feeling that the family have gathered in Balmoral. The eyes of the world are looking at Balmoral. We've heard that the world's media is looking at Balmoral because something is in the air. A significant and grave and troubling moment is happening to our nation in the person of Her Majesty the Queen.
We're watching it closely. Stay with us. I promise you this, you will miss nothing. Richard Fitzwilliams joins us on the line, royal commentator. Richard, good evening to you.
Good evening.
So at this moment, Richard, your thoughts?
It's extraordinary. You know, this was something, and of course she might very well rally, but the bulletin from Buckingham Palace was unprecedented, and with her family gathering, obviously one is so concerned. And I was thinking back over, decades, in fact, to the 1950s and to my childhood when I grew up. What interested me in the monarchy first was a picture, my photograph, my parents placed above my bed of the Queen saluting, this was before she used the horse Burmese, came in, I think, 1969, in Trooping the Colour. It was always a very vivid, romantic image, and it started my interest in monarchy, and especially, obviously, the monarchy that we have, and also into someone who, Cape Town was also, which is where I grew up, was where, in 1947, the Queen swore to serve her whole life. And I think there must have been over the 1,000 years of monarchy, which have been continuous by Cromwell's protectorate, there must have been very few, if any, equals to the way she has fulfilled that pledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is an important observation, Richard. I mean, coming from one who's observed the Queen and a part in our nation's history in the course of her long life through the phases, the transitions. The Queen has always been there, always in touch with it, in some ways marking one phase and its transition to the next. A very important person in the life and the development of our country and our society.
Tremendously so, and considering the enormous changes and the fact that our country's history over the last 70 years might very well bear out the quote that Britain has lost an empire but not found a role. I refer, of course, to our relationship with the EEC, later the EU, which with in and then out, very, very difficult, to some extent, very, very troubling. But equally, in all of that, a constant above-party politics, someone devoted to duty, deeply religious in a very, very secular age, no question of that, and somebody also who had this delightful sense of humour, not only a good mimic, but absolutely wonderful, where she gives an audience to Paddington, or she parachutes, having gone by helicopter to James Bond.
Yes.
So, I mean, this is the sort of thing that no other head of state in the world would do, and which the Queen absolutely... It's a wonderful side to her, rather as the enthusiastic side, whether beloved corgis or indeed someone who's a worldwide expert in the equine. I think it's true to say that she never took a holiday that was personally, which was not linked to her love of horses.
Yeah, I mean, Richard, you've just cited two, in their way, absolutely unforgettable moments. And I don't care who you are or how old you are. If you saw the Queen and Paddington Bear at the tea time table, if you saw the Queen, or looked very like the Queen, jumping out of an aircraft and parachuting down into the middle of the Olympic Games, you are not going to forget that in a hurry. We're going to be reflecting on this in these coming minutes and hours, and no doubt days. Now it is 6:03. Let's get the latest headlines with Alex Morgan.
John, thank you. Good evening. Senior members of the royal family have gathered around the Queen in Balmoral. Buckingham Palace says Her Majesty is under medical supervision after doctors became concerned for her health. A short time ago, Prince William drove the Duke of York and the Earl and Countess of Wessex to Balmoral after touching down at Aberdeen Airport. Prince Charles, Camilla and the Princess Royal have been at Balmoral for much of the afternoon, while Prince Harry is understood to be making the journey solo, while Meghan remains in London. Michael Cole is the former BBC royal correspondent and gave Times Radio his assessment of the announcement from the palace.
Hold to the word comfortable. She's said to be comfortable. It's no doubt very, very serious indeed. It takes quite a lot for the palace to issue a statement on the Queen's health, but that is what they've done.
Well-wishers are gathering outside the gates of Balmoral, as well as Buckingham Palace, where the changing of the guard ceremony has been cancelled. Times Radio's Anna Geary is outside the palace and has been speaking to tourists.
They are sad that she is in this ill health, particularly after it was just months ago that she appeared waving from the balcony here at Buckingham Palace during the celebrations for her Platinum Jubilee, of course. There was also a sign that came out to say that the traditional ceremony, the changing of the guard, which was due to take place here at Buckingham Palace tomorrow, has been called off.
Liz Truss, who was appointed Prime Minister by the Queen on Tuesday, has led well-wishes from across the political spectrum. Ms Truss said, "My thoughts and the thoughts of people across our United Kingdom are with Her Majesty the Queen and her family at this time." She was informed of the news while outlining her energy plan in the Commons earlier today. The Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, shared his thoughts.
I wish to say something about the announcement which has just been made about Her Majesty. I know I speak on behalf of the entire House when I say that we send our best wishes to Her Majesty the Queen and that she and the royal family are in our thoughts and prayers at this moment.
Well wishes are coming in from leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of Canada and the US President. It's understood Joe Biden has been briefed on Her Majesty's health. And the Archbishop of Canterbury says we pray for God's presence to strengthen and support the Queen, the royal family, and those who are caring for Her Majesty. Looking then to the weather this evening and tonight, rain heavy in places affecting southern Scotland. Elsewhere, showers mostly clearing with patchy fog and low cloud developing.
You are listening to Times Radio. John Pino and Stig Abel here with you on Drive. And as you join us, if you are joining us now, you join us at a moment of, well, some anxiety, a certain amount of foreboding, and also a moment of deep reflection as we wait for news from Balmoral Castle, where the Queen is now gathered with her closest family after the news earlier in the day that the Queen is being watched with close medical attention by doctors, and they are concerned about Her Majesty's state of health. Political leaders have sent their messages of concern and hopes for the Queen, but that atmosphere and that mood of anxiety pervades now everything as we wait for a statement from Balmoral Castle. Stig here with me. It feels like a moment under any analysis. We are living now through a very significant moment.
We are, and it's that concern that I think everyone feels. And it's probably a moment also of realisation for people. This is a 96-year-old woman who has been unwell, and yet the prospect of a very serious illness, a potentially a life-threatening illness that we must be confronting with. We don't get the royal family updating about health in the way they've done. We don't get the royal family gathering like they've done at Balmoral. It becomes a moment of realisation where we think this woman who's been there for all our lives is a fragile and cherished thing. And you do feel it in your guts. And I remember coming into the studio this afternoon, because I did my programme this morning and I was going home, and then even you just sense that there's just anxiety in the air, there's apprehension in the air. It really is the eyes of the world, the eyes of this country are on this small palace in Scotland, the gates outside. We see the family go in, and all we can do is worry and think of what might be happening. And I think it is a good moment in a way, because it makes us feel respect and it makes us feel gratitude for a life that has been so devoted to this country and so utterly successful at it. I mean, there have been wobbles and there have been moments, as there are in families, particularly her families, which could have stood for the difficulties of all families at certain points. But throughout that period, throughout all the turmoil of the country, throughout everything from the Second World War onwards, there she's been, generally doing the right thing and generally embodying what I think many people would consider to be the best of this country. And that's a hell of a burden to assume for 70 years. And
it adds to the sort of portentousness of this precise moment. In the absence of any further news on the condition of the Queen from Balmoral Castle, this now is a moment of transition. How long this period will last, whatever comes next in the coming hours or minutes or whatever it happens to be, we're living through a transition as we contemplate the reign of Queen Elizabeth and her effects and role in our country's life and in our lives. Just sharing the thoughts and the memories of our listeners through the programme. We're still keen to hear your thoughts listening to this of the Queen, your experiences of the Queen. Just join in the conversation. Let us share our thoughts together as we reflect on, as I say, this moment, which feels like a moment of transition. We can join Mark McLaughlin now, Times political correspondent in Balmoral. Mark, hi.
Hello.
Mark, so what is happening where you are? Tell us.
So I've just arrived at the gatehouse at Balmoral here. You can see there's quite a lot of press behind me. There are some well-wishers gathering at the gates. I just heard that about half an hour ago a car arrived. Prince William was driving. Prince Andrew was the passenger seat, and the Duke and Duchess of Wessex were in the back, according to the photographers that were here. So, yeah, very sombre mood. A lot of the journalists here have been preparing for this moment for most of their careers. You know, the Queen's a very old lady, so there's a real sense of sombre occasion here at the moment.
Yeah, it's an anxious moment for people there, Mark, and for people around the country who, look, in many, many cases will be really rather worried at what is happening now and feeling a certain amount of anxiety about what may follow next. But from your position at the gates of Balmoral Castle, you and other journalists who are watching this as a story of enormous national importance, are you being left really just to wait and watch? Are you in contact with anyone at that castle, in that household, about what is happening behind those gates?
No, there's a lot standing around, as regularly happens when you're out visiting the royals. you only get a glimpse into their lives, and this is what we're getting at the moment. Standing outside, you see the cars going in. We're not expecting any announcement at the gates. I mean, I think there's a hope, maybe a forlorn hope, that if something happens, that somebody from the household will come out and speak to us. There's lots of cameras, lots of lights. I just don't think that's how the royal family do things. There's a protocol that's been in place for decades. So we're not expecting a great deal to happen here. There may be a lot coming and going, but not a lot of information on the scene.
Yeah, I'm just talking to you, Mark, and you're talking about the people standing behind you there at the gates of Balmoral Castle. I mean, the fact that we're having this conversation, we here, you are there, it does bring home this aspect of this particular set of circumstances. That in Scotland, the connection is as every bit as strong as it is in England, and the Queen and that family we're discussing, they're part of the fabric that binds our country, the United Kingdom, together.
Absolutely, and once I'm done here, I'm going to go into the local towns. You've got Ballater and you've got Braemar, places where the royal family are seen as the local family. They go to local occasions, and the locals are very respectful of them around here. As I say, growing up in Scotland, being a journalist in Scotland, you're always told that this is where the Queen comes to holiday. There's always a chance that something tragic is going to happen to the royal family on your watch, and you just need to be on standby to be here. So as I say, the news came in when I was in the Parliament. I was listening to First Minister's questions. Got 20 minutes in, and then we started to get whispers that the Queen was very unwell, and it was all go. It was drop everything and get up to Balmoral, speak to the locals. So I get a sense that you'll get more announcements from the royal household in the hours ahead, and you'll start to get more and more. First of all, feelings of goodwill towards the Queen, as we know that she's very ill at the moment. Yeah. And hopefully not before too long. Condolences.
All right, Mark McLaughlin of The Times. Good to talk to you. Thanks for keeping in touch.
Here's a really good Balmoral story. You might have heard it was in The Times, I think, today. It's about you'll have seen the story. I think a Royal Protection guy told it, that he was walking with her, and she's walking with her bodyguards, and some American tourists stumble across the Queen, who's just wearing her tweeds and not fully looking like a woman of state. And the Americans approach. I've no idea. She says, "Have you actually met the Queen?" They say to her, and she looks at them and looks around at her protection staff, and she says, "I haven't, but those guys have."
That story is too good to be true.
It's too good to be true, but I'm choosing to believe it because I do actually feel that it is very probable. Now, I can see that, because she does wander around the place, and maybe if you don't fully know what she looks like, you would. And one of the lessons actually we've had of these last 2 hours, we've been talking about the Queen. It's those moments where she's just looked at people and talked to them and got into their lives. And that sense of humanity and a bit of humility taken together. Deborah says, I had a moment with the Queen while working in one of the major art galleries in the 80s. I was asked to stay later. The Queen was due to visit an exhibition late in the evening on her way home from an event in the city. The clock ticked by. I was starving, cold and hungry, so I decided to eat the only food in the office, peanuts. And of course, as I stuffed myself with peanuts, in walked my boss with the Queen. I was mortified and not a little confused, and quickly curtsied with a mouthful of peanuts. And she said, "Don't worry, my dear, you must be starving. It is very late." And it's that sort of thing that people do remember, isn't it?
Someone at some point has to produce a book of these encounters, of the Queen coming up with these lines, which most people would spend a lifetime rehearsing and working on with a team of writers. So from what we're seeing on the programme this evening, from listeners who've had some contact with the Queen over the course of their lives, there's enough there to fill about 5 volumes.
There are. And let us know your contact with the Queen, where her life, her kind of, in some ways, unimaginable life, her life of duty and privilege, we have to be said, for the last 70 years as Queen has intersected with yours. 87222. Start your message with the word Times if you want to text us. You can tweet us, #TimesRadio, or email studio@times.radio. Now, we've talked about this statistic before, but it is worth pondering. 15 prime ministers, from Winston Churchill to Liz Truss, have served under the Queen, each of whom she has seen every week, including the new one, Liz Truss. We've gone through the archives to bring you some of the best comments about Her Majesty by the famous politicians who've met her.
The Queen takes an intense interest in every aspect of life in our country. Her guidance and advice are always most acute, and as Prime Minister, I was privileged to benefit from both enormously.
I went to see the Queen. I saw her privately. Prime Ministers always see the Queen, absolutely privately. No one else is there, other, of course, than the Corgis. If they had ever been bugged, the Russians would have known all our secrets. No one is going to write memoirs with a version of what was said. So you can be utterly, totally frank, even indiscreet with the Queen.
She said to me that the first Prime Minister she dealt with was Winston Churchill, so put me in perspective, as it were. But then there are times, sometimes, when I will ask her about what it was like in previous times with previous Prime Ministers, and of course she's got such a huge fund of stories and history to draw upon. You just understand this person has lived through this chapter of our history and seen all these changing times, and the accumulated amount of experience and knowledge is immense and actually very valuable for whoever who is Prime Minister.
I remember conversations I had with my private secretary, and he had with the Queen's private secretary, and I had with the Queen's private secretary, not asking for anything that would be in any way improper or unconstitutional, but just a raising of the eyebrow, even, a quarter of an inch, we thought, make a difference.
Prime Minister, Your Majesty.
Good afternoon.
Your Majesty.
It's very nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you again. It's been 15 months. I know. 15 months since we were last.
It's most extraordinary, isn't it?
It is.
I've just been talking to your Secretary of State for Health, poor man. He came to the Privy Council.
Oh, yes.
He's full of...
full of beans.
Yes.
I mean, you can feel it, you can hear it, you occasionally see it, the way that the Prime Ministers, one after another, who pass in front of the Queen, it must be a blur for the Queen, actually, 15 Prime Ministers in the course of that life, but the awe that they seem to show in every fibre of their being, their voice, when they're talking about her, it's almost the equivalent of a rock star, something magnified rock star.
Is there a better informed woman in the whole world than the Queen? If you think about it, she has red boxes morning, lunchtime and evening. She's met every single head of state. I think she's been to 100 countries around the world. She talks to the Prime Minister every Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah. She must be the most well-informed person in the whole world at any given moment. And that's an extraordinary thing. And she's done it for 70 years. Yeah. So not only does she know what's going on exactly now, she has this frame of reference that goes back through, all the way back to the Second World War. Yes. And you do see that. That's moments where, I do come back to that pandemic moment where, extraordinary times, as she was just saying to Boris Johnson there, but she kind of knew what to say because A, she would have known exactly what was going on, and B, she knows what's happened to the country over modern history because she's been modern history. Yeah, and I absolutely. And it's not, I think, when we're talking about this monarch, it's not just about the red boxes. I really have no idea to what extent the Queen has access to really confidential papers, and I'm not sure it matters at all because she will have this conversation with the Prime Minister in the unique circumstances that Prime Minister can trust whatever it is to remain entirely confidential, that he's talking to someone with vastly more experience of public life at the highest level than that Prime Minister, whoever it is, could possibly attain, and talking to a Prime Minister who would have seen him come and seen him go, lived every kind of political turmoil, and would be in a position to offer some sort of advice to the Prime Minister standing in front of them. And another thing I think is you'd be dangerous to underestimate is, how about this factor in politics, John? You know more about politics than I do. Don't embarrass the Queen. When Boris Johnson was thinking about clinging on, if he was clinging on, don't embarrass the Queen. That feels like quite an important little check and balance that exists in this very strange constitution of ours. Yeah. This figure, don't do anything that's going to make her job awkward or difficult. I suspect that's altered behaviour over the last 70 years. Well, the convention is you say nothing about this. I mean, it was David Cameron who spilled the beans. He did. On the Queen. I think the phrase was she purred on the news of the Scottish referendum result. He should never have said that, and it was thought to be very, very out of school when he did. Deeply, deeply frowned on by traditionalists. We mentioned earlier on,
go back, because you can go back a long way with this Queen. Harold Wilson, who boasted, we know, about how close he was to the Queen. That was thought to be very, very bad form indeed. But we're guessing. There was the idea, wasn't there, Stig, that the Queen had a terrible relationship with Margaret Thatcher. We simply don't know that. We have no way of knowing that. Although we do know that Margaret Thatcher had a magnified respect for the Queen, just as did Theresa May.
Yeah, and also, there's a question, isn't there? Because Charles, who potentially at some point is going to be King Charles, has this view that he's political. And sometimes people agree with his politics. He seems to, in the environment, to be very much a man of the modern times, as well as, even though he's had these views for a long time. But the politicisation of Charles often causes anxiety in a way that the Queen has always seemed to avoid. Even though she's talking to these people every week, even though she has this experience and has the ability to comment on it, no one's ever been worried about her politics in the way that they might be worried about the politics of her son. And that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
Worried, not for a single moment, which is why we're talking about this as look, wherever we are, wherever we're going, on whatever sort of timescale, we're talking about this as a moment of transition, because these observations on the monarch and her prime ministers and British political and public life, the future conversation, when the time comes for a change of monarch, it's going to sound nothing like this.
And we're having this conversation because what we do know, we don't know and much more than we did at 12 o'clock today. We know the Queen is very, very unwell. You don't get this level of comment about her condition. You don't get the gathering of the clans, the way that all of her close family are with her now in Balmoral. And there's something very significant that is going to change her relationship with the country, our relationship to her, the way we consider this country forever, you would think. We're living through that moment, as you say, and it's a big moment. Whatever happens, we don't know, but we do know the gravity of the situation.
Well, here's a question at another end of a spectrum to these huge questions of state. What's it like to cook for the Queen? We're now going to be talking to someone in just a minute who actually has an idea, who has cooked for Her Majesty, and is going to join us in just a few minutes to share some of those memories. I'm John Pienaar, here with Stig Abel on Drive on Times Radio in association with Co-op Car Insurance. Get a quote online today.
Aisha Hazarika, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 on Times Radio, telling the stories that matter.
We are having a terrible squeeze on living standards.
Trusted journalism and diverse opinion.
One of the telltale signs of financial problem is when people are turning to credit.
Putting the world to rights every weekend.
How much are you prepared to change? This is something that we have to take action on.
Aisha Hazarika, Saturday and Sunday afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the spicy veggie one, guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with...
delicious crispy veggie dippers.
Ooh, I've heard it's vegan too.
That spicy relish looks good.
Today's $1.99 spicy veggie one. So big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
John Pienaar at Drive on Times Radio with Co-op Car Insurance. New and existing Co-op members get £50 to spend in store when they take out Co-op Car Insurance. Plus, we'll donate £5 to local community food projects. Get a quote online today. Terms and conditions apply. Co-op Car Insurance is provided by a select panel of insurers.
It is 6:23. You're listening to a special edition of Drive. John Pienaar, me, Stig Abel, as we keep our eyes pressed towards Balmoral. The gates are still there. What is inside that's going on, no one can know. We do know the Queen is in a very serious medical condition. Her family is with us, and we'll keep you updated as to what it might all mean. But it is a very significant moment. World leaders are commenting. People in all countries we heard earlier in this programme are aware exactly what's going on in Aberdeenshire. And we can only say that whenever anything does happen, whenever we get any news, you'll hear it here on Times Radio. Now, it makes us reflect about the life of the Queen, obviously, and what it's like to be near her, to cook for the Queen, maybe the highest honour any chef could be given. Let's talk to Damien Wawdzieniak, who is a former royal chef. He's had the honour of cooking for the Queen. Good morning to you, Damien. Good afternoon to you, Damien.
Good evening, hi.
So tell us what it was like. What sort of food does she like? What was it like for you to cook for her?
Well, the whole royal family is all about vegetables, about the pork and about the British produce. So when I prepared the meal for the banquet for the royal family, I focused my menu on pork. We did the vegetables slowly roasted and the slow cooked pork, and it was all about the textures and the lots of flavors. But the main question was to go very, very simple and to put as much taste as possible.
Is there a thing about cooking British food? I mean, I don't know if there's a massive pressure on the Queen that everything she has to do has to be a sort of reflection of the nation, but was it that? Did you have to make sure that you're cooking British food so locally sourced?
It was not the pressure, but you see, I cooked the Polish-themed food, but I was using British ingredients. Because I'm based in Britain, I got the business in here, and I cook for the people who appreciate local ingredients. This is not only about the ingredients, it's also about supporting local businesses, which the royal family and Queen was always supported.
Do you know if she had any favourite dishes, Damien? Do you know what the sort of food she was? She, like you mentioned, sort of vegetables and pork. What do you know actually the things that were actually her favourites?
What I know about the Queen taste was the simple cooked meat, vegetables, lead the way, pheasant. The Sunday roast was one of her favourites as well.
There's a notion that I'm sure is true. You know, we've heard about the sort of the Tupperware. We talked to someone who had a picnic with her, and she, you know, it's all served up in Tupperware. Then she helped with the washing up. There is a sense that, and maybe this is someone who's lived her whole life going to fancy banquets, that she did like simple food and a sort of simple. I imagine that if you are the Queen, simplicity could be a bit of a treat sometimes.
Well, you see, you can say you're cooking the simple food, but when we did the two banquets, we did first one. It was kind of royal picnic. So basically, we prepared the food. We did the dumplings filled with the British pork again, and then we did the dessert with a lot of cream. But everything was closed in the box, so the royal family can open it. It was like a gift-based. So the presentation is always the key when you serve the royal family.
And how nervous does that make you? Because, you know, she's just a woman. She's just someone who wants to have nice food. Do you regard it as that, or is there a bit of a tremor in your hand when you're preparing the food?
First of all, when I had the letter from Buckingham Palace, that got me nearly heart attack. And obviously, when I served the royal family, it was very special feeling, and I'm proud to be able to serve obviously the royal family and such a prominent person.
And you mentioned sort of your Polish connections. Does the reputation of the Queen travel in your view? Do you know, the people in Poland and do you feel have a view of the Queen, have a respect for the Queen?
Absolutely. So when we were discussing about the menu, I was asked to produce Polish dishes. So I served the pierogi, which obviously the royal family were well known about the pierogi. They knew what the dishes looks like, and it's originated in Poland. And that was well received as well.
Love it. Well, I'm sure what you feel at the minute is you feel the very best wishes for the Queen, and anxiety that we're all feeling that she's okay.
Absolutely. So, like I said in the past, even this morning today, I will pray, and my family will pray for the Queen's health, and we all hope it will improve.
Yeah, Damien, thank you for joining us. That's really interesting. Damien Wawrzyniak, former royal chef, got to cook Polish food for the Queen.
I mean, I've got to admit to a great sort of prickling of curiosity about this. I mean, I'm just a peasant, if I'm honest, and I can't shake the idea and wondering, does the Queen cook? Did the Queen ever cook? Did she ever get down to the kitchen and rustle something up?
Wasn't there a story? The Tupperware thing. Dickie Arbiter mentioned her going for having Tupperware picnics. Wasn't there a thing? I seem to remember did the Mirror send a reporter who got into Buckingham Palace? Do you remember that back in the day?
Vaguely.
And I think she had Tupperware containers for her cereal for breakfast. Because for all the pomp and the flim-flam around the royal family, and, you know, we have this very long history in this country, and we see at the opening of Parliament, there's a pageantry that's lovely, but it's also slightly ridiculous. At the heart of this is a woman, a family woman, who presumably sometimes just wants to have a bowl of cereal.
Well, quite. I mean, we're talking to Damien Wawrzyniak, who presumably, as a royal chef, knows his way around a kitchen. Okay, he can probably knock off a bit of Michelin-starred grub when the need arises. Even though the Queen may be sick of that kind of stuff, having been asked to eat very, very posh food a lot of the time. But I do somehow have a picture in my mind of the Queen and the close family, especially maybe when they were a bit younger, sitting in what seems like an ordinary little sitting room, tucked away at the Buckingham Palace, beans on toast on a tray, watching EastEnders. Is that purely a strange product of my imagination?
No, I don't think it is. But she's both a human being and also this global figure. Just looking at some of the reaction around this, UN Secretary General has reacted, saying that his thoughts are with the Queen, her family, and the people of the United Kingdom at this time. Ursula von der Leyen has said she's a sort of hero figure to her, and I think a lot of people across Europe really do regard her as this great figure. The pictures from Buckingham Palace, John, it's a lovely evening here in London. There's been raining, but the sun is now out before it sets, and there's a rainbow that's just gone across Buckingham Palace, and 1,000 people are now gathered around. In many ways, like all of us, uncertain what we should be feeling, uncertain what to think. We know that things are happening in Balmoral behind those resolutely closed gates that we've been staring at all afternoon. I think they're waiting for Harry. That seems to be another story that's developing. Yes. He's not got there yet. That he happens to be in the UK. He shouldn't be. There's no reason why he would be or wouldn't be. He happens to be because he's doing these engagements, but it's not clear when he will arrive. We do know that William's there, we know that Andrew's there, we know that Edward's there and Charles are there, so the clans are gathering, but Harry is not there yet. And it may be that the next update we get is dependent on all the family being there, and Harry hasn't arrived yet.
Yes, and we're watching for news now as we sit here. We're looking at the crowd outside Buckingham Palace. We've been hearing from the corresponding crowd at Balmoral Castle. There has been this sort of steadily building expectation of an announcement, perhaps, maybe very imminently, an announcement of very, very great significance indeed. I can now say you're listening to Times Radio. Buckingham Palace has announced that Her Majesty the Queen has died at the age of 96. I will bring you that news again. Buckingham Palace has announced Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II has died at the age of 96. Now, for the rest of the day, for the rest of this programme here on Times Radio, we are going to keep you updated and informed with the news of the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We'll be hearing reaction to what we are now reporting. Times Radio's Alex Dibble will now look back on her long and extraordinary life.
More than 100 million people around the world look to the Queen as their monarch. As the firstborn of the Duke and Duchess of York, she was third in line to the throne, and no one imagined that she would one day reign. But her uncle Edward VIII's abdication put her father, George VI, on the throne, and Princess Elizabeth became heir to the crown. As World War II raged, the young princess wanted to do her bit, and in 1940, at the age of 14, she broadcast a radio message on Children's Hour.
My sister is by my side, and we are both going to say good night to you. Come on, Margaret. Good night, children. Good night, and good luck to you all.
In 1947, she married her first love, Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten. In 1952, at the age of 25, Princess Elizabeth was on a tour of Kenya with her husband when the news came through that the king had died. She returned home, Queen.
The High and Mighty Princess Elizabeth Alexandra Mary is now, by the death of our late sovereign of happy memory, become Queen Elizabeth II.
Prior to becoming Queen, Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip had started a family, and as she adjusted to life on the throne, their third and fourth children arrived. The 1990s brought the most difficult period of her reign. 1992 saw a fire engulf Windsor Castle, and her eldest son's marriages collapse amid lurid headlines. The events prompted a rare public regret.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
In 1997, the death of Princess Diana shocked the nation, but the Queen's perceived coolness drew widespread criticism, something that led to an unprecedented live broadcast.
We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss, since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings: disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain.
2002 marked her Golden Jubilee, but it was also a sad year for the Queen, as it brought the death of both her sister, Princess Margaret, and the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, less than 2 months apart. The following years were kinder. She saw her eldest son, Prince Charles, marry again and became Britain's oldest monarch. 2012 brought celebrations. It included the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, which was marked with a weekend of events up and down the country, including a river pageant on the Thames and a concert outside Buckingham Palace.
I hope that memories of all this year's happy events will brighten our lives for many years to come. I will continue to treasure and draw inspiration from the countless kindnesses shown to me in this country and throughout the Commonwealth. Thank you all.
It was, of course, the year that the Olympics came to London, and who can forget Her Majesty's appearance, complete with corgis, alongside James Bond at the opening ceremony.
Good evening, Sir Bond.
Good evening, Your Majesty.
Difficulties returned. In 2021, the Duke of Edinburgh died, her husband of 73 years. Prince Andrew's personal life drew unwanted attention, and there were rifts within the royal family, centring on the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. The Queen, many felt, hardly put a foot wrong, however, an assessment that has been made of her reign as a whole. Her heir, Prince Charles, said as much himself.
There is no doubt that the world in which my mother grew up, and indeed the world in which she first became Queen, has changed beyond all recognition. But during all those years, she has shown the most remarkable steadfastness and fortitude.
At the age of 21, she'd promised that her life, be it long or short, would be devoted to her people. It was a promise honoured to the very end.
Alex Dibble with those reflections as we bring you the sad news of the death of Her Majesty the Queen. Hear the statement then from Buckingham Palace again. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Stig.
So King Charles, that's a phrase we're going to be getting used to. King Charles is at Balmoral now and will return tomorrow. And it's a moment that, although we've been talking about it in no to extent that we've been expecting and dreading this moment, it still hits you that it's finally happened. A woman who served for more than 70 years, 15 prime ministers, 13 US presidents, been to more than 100 countries, been a figure that stood for this nation, that was looked up to by most of us in this nation, and has just been a symbol of something, a symbol of duty and obligation, and a symbol of respect for our country, embodied in this one woman who we've known now for 96 years of her life, 70 of which are on the throne, and she's now finally and very sadly died.
An enormously significant moment in the life of our country, a moment of transition. We will be discussing all of that, well, from here on and for some time to come, as you would expect. And in the course of that very, very brief statement, just testament to the continuity of the British Constitution on the death of a monarch. Queen Elizabeth II, 96 years of age after 70 years on the throne. The King, we are told now in this official statement, and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral and will return to London tomorrow. So the chain continues, unbroken, seamless, without a pause.
And that is what happens with the royal family. And that's something that I think the Queen herself would have recognised as significant, a woman who, more than anything, regarded her role as to make this country function, to supervise the functioning of this country, would recognise that functioning continues after her death that we've just announced.
Now let's get the thoughts then on the line of Nick Serble, the BBC's former obituary editor, who really knows more about the life of the Queen than perhaps anyone else you could possibly think of. Nick, a good evening to you on this very sad evening.
Good evening, John. I think we're sharing at the moment with the listeners this evening a moment in history. It's not overstating it to say the fact that the end of a monarchy has always been a significant milestone in British history, and the death of the longest reigning monarch in British history, everyone listening to this at the moment will remember exactly where they were when they heard that Queen Elizabeth II had died.
Yes, as someone who has devoted a large part of your life studying the life and the duty of the now late Queen, what are your reflections at this moment on Queen Elizabeth's contribution?
Well, it's interesting. I've always thought of the Queen as something of an enigma in many ways. She was hardly ever interviewed. As you've said several times this evening, never expressed her opinions in public. She's a committed Christian. She had a very deep sense of duty. And I think the word continuity has been used by a number of your guests in the last few hours. And I think it's the continuity and the fact that for nearly all of us, there's never been another monarch. She has been part of our lives. And whether you are in favour of a monarchy or against a monarchy, the very fact that the Queen was there every time you looked at a banknote or put your hand in your pocket and pulled some coins out. And I think what she's done, she's brought the monarchy through a period of immense social change in Great Britain. She came to the throne when the empire was still pretty much intact, when the establishment was looked up to with a lot of respect by people. And over the years, there's been nothing short of a revolution in British life. And yet the monarchy is still there and is still pretty much as strong as it was when she came to the throne.
And I'm really keen to get your thoughts on this, Nick. I mean, one of the many ideas and thoughts that will be, I think, mulled over after this evening's sad announcement of the passing of our late Queen is the question of duty. Because, tell us the story, take us back to the time, because the Queen came to the throne when she was not expected, at the earlier stage of her life, to do anything of the sort. That did not seem to be her destiny.
No, it didn't. And even when the abdication happened in 1936 and Edward VIII stood down and the Queen's father became George VI, it wasn't a certainty that she would become Queen then, because bear in mind that her mother was only 36 at the time that the abdication took place. It was perfectly possible a brother might have been born who would take precedence in the line of succession, because as the law stood then, a male son or a son had precedence over any earlier born girls. So she remained heir presumptive rather than heir apparent, really, until very soon before, well, certainly when she married the Duke of Edinburgh. It was around that sort of time that the realization that she would be on the throne. But for many years, she once was interviewed or once told somebody that her ambition in life when she was growing up was to become a lady in the country with lots of dogs and horses. Yeah. And I suppose in one way she sort of achieved at least part of that.
And just staying Nick, with this idea of duty and duty fulfilled, I wonder, what is your thought on this? The notion of duty, the way that this Queen devoted her life to her duty to the country as the monarch of the United Kingdom. How far did it, do you believe, have its roots in that time when her uncle was, against his will, clearly driven to abdication, and then broke the chain that she devoted the rest of her life to keeping intact?
Well, it certainly hit her mother very hard indeed, and the Queen Mother, as she later became, and never made it up with the Duke of Windsor, as he later became, the earlier Edward VIII. But I think that had a massive effect on her, because her father, George VI, was an extremely shy and retiring man, and he found it very difficult becoming king. And I think she was growing up as a teenager at a time when he was struggling with the whole concept of monarchy, because, again, he'd never expected to become king. He'd assumed that he would be his elder brother would become king. But she laid out her table, if you like, back in 1947 in that broadcast she made from South Africa when she was there with her parents, pledging her life to what she referred to as the people of the empire. And I think she saw everything on the basis of duty. She was from a generation, I think, that was very stoical. She was from a generation that thought to themselves, I've got to make the best of the situation I'm in. She may not have wanted to become queen, but once she knew she was going to become queen, she was of that generation who said, I'm going to do the very best I can and fulfill that promise I made. And I think it's difficult for some people. These days, duty's become something of a word people scoff at it sometimes, but for her it really meant something, and she believed in the monarchy and she felt it was her duty to ensure the monarchy survived.
Before we delve very much more deeply into the as it were, the almost dry facts and figures, the dates and the events that marked the Queen's life and the life of the country over these years, can we just reflect at the moment of the Queen's passing on her character, her personality, and how that informed and how that moulded her role in our national life? We've been discussing on this programme here on Times Radio during the course of the afternoon and the evening, ahead of this announcement, this sad announcement in the last few moments, the Queen, the late Queen's sense of humour, the way she bore her duties with such a light touch. How important was that to the function that she performed, at times so onerous in, keeping the show on the road, Nick?
Well, her sense of humour has come up many times, and apparently she was a very gifted mimic. And private parties, when the private guests were at the various dinners that she held, she used to have them in stitches with her ability to mimic other people. And I think off duty, if you like, there was a completely different person to the Queen that all of us saw. Most of us, John, you and I probably, have never met the Queen. Never had very much close contact with the Queen. Those people that have, and her friends who've talked about her, say that she actually ran this thing in almost two different boxes. There was her duty as Queen, as monarch, but there was also as a human being and a member of the family. And of course, a family is grieving this evening as well. And I think that very much she was somebody who felt that this was a job she had to get on with, but away from the limelight. When she was in private, she could sort of let loose a little bit, and she would make people laugh. She did have a sense of humour. She had a sense of the ridiculous. I think she needed that as well in some of because she must have met a lot of very pompous and po-faced people in her life, and she wasn't pompous or po-faced at all. So I think she had to deal with that as well.
And I think it's appropriate of you to make the point that you just did. It bears restating. The country has lost its monarch, a state has lost its head of state, but a family has lost its mother and great grandmother, and our thoughts are with them this evening.
Well, you just cannot be private, can you? The royal family cannot be private. Everything that's happened to them over the years, the various trials and tribulations that have happened in the Queen's reign, happen in families up and down the country all the time. It's just the nature of family life. And yet she was in the full glare of publicity. Even today, there have been crowds of people outside the palaces. There's been people outside Balmoral. The media attention quite obviously has been huge. They don't have a private life. And I think for the family at the moment, they just need to grieve. As you say, they've lost a grandmother, great-grandmother, a mother. Everyone goes through that. And most of us don't go through that trauma in the glare of publicity. And it must make things very difficult indeed.
Nick Serple, thank you for sharing your thoughts and your perspective this evening.
And talk about the glare of publicity, there's a picture now outside Buckingham Palace, which is very much an intermingling of the modern world with the world of tradition. The statement announcing the death of the Queen is being taken out to the front of Buckingham Palace, and everyone is there. The crowd of more than 1,000 is gathered. Everyone has their phone in the air, taking a shot of this historic moment. A reminder of a life that begins in a world that we don't really recognise, a world from a long time ago, and ends in the modern world we all enjoy. And the Queen has bestraddled that world for a long, long time, 96 years. And you just see it then, that the modern and the traditional intermingling even in her death. I think it's time that let's hear the Queen in her own words, John, because she's a media figure. She is a figure that we've all grown up with, but she's experienced all sorts of things, and she's been recorded. She's someone who has spoken a lot. We're reminded that the Queen was born in 1926 as Princess Elizabeth of York to Prince Albert of York and Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon. Prince Albert would become King George VI. On her 21st birthday in 1947, Princess Elizabeth, as she still was at the time, was in South Africa, and she made a promise that I think will redound through history, and actually a promise that she made good on to the citizens of the British Commonwealth of Nations.
There is a motto which has been borne by many of my ancestors, a noble motto: I serve. Those words were an inspiration to many bygone heirs to the throne when they made their knightly dedication as they came to manhood. I cannot quite do as they did. But through the inventions of science, I can do what was not possible for any of them. I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have strength to carry out this resolution alone, unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
Princess Elizabeth assumed the throne when her father died in 1952. Her coronation took place the following year. Her husband, Prince Philip, had pushed for it to be televised so millions of people across the country and across the Commonwealth could watch the historic event live.
I here present unto you Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted Queen. Wherefore all you who are come this day to do your homage and service, are you willing to do the same? Will you solemnly promise and swear to govern the peoples of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the Union of South Africa, Pakistan, and Ceylon, and of your possession and the other territories to any of them belonging or pertaining, according to their respective laws and customs.
I solemnly promise so to do.
A moment of history there. We're reflecting a moment of history now. The Queen has died. It was just announced maybe 10 minutes ago, and we're reflecting on the life, really in her own words, where you can hear the voice of that woman who has done so much for this country and endured so much and been there for so many moments of our modern history. The Queen's Christmas Day broadcast became a long-standing tradition and a reference point for many messages that families would watch together, part of Christmas tradition in this country. They provided Her Majesty an opportunity to raise issues she felt were important outside of their immediate and sometimes highly charged context. That was available to see in her very first televised Christmas broadcast, which took place back in 1957.
I welcome you to the peace of my own home. That it's possible for some of you to see me today is just another example of the speed at which things are changing all around us. Because of these changes, I'm not surprised that many people feel lost and unable to decide what to hold on to and what to discard, how to take advantage of the new life without losing the best of the old. But it's not the new inventions which are the difficulty. The trouble is caused by unthinking people who carelessly throw away ageless ideals as if they were old and outworn machinery. They would have religion thrown aside, morality in personal and public life made meaningless, honesty counted as foolishness, and self-interest set up in place of self-restraint. At this critical moment in our history, we will certainly lose the trust and respect of the world if we just abandon those fundamental principles which guided the men and women who built the greatness of this country and Commonwealth.
And one of the most famous lines the Queen delivered was in 1992, the year that saw Prince Charles' marriage to Diana deteriorate, Princess Anne get divorced, and a fire engulf her beloved Windsor Castle. Now, days after the fire, at an event in London's Guildhall, Her Majesty admitted the following.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis. I suspect that I'm not alone in thinking it so. Indeed, I suspect that there are very few people or institutions unaffected by these last months of worldwide turmoil and uncertainty. This generosity and wholehearted kindness of the Corporation of the City to Prince Philip and me would be welcome at any time But at this particular moment, in the aftermath of Friday's tragic fire at Windsor, it is especially so.
Yeah, the annus horribilis, a phrase that has entered the lexicon. The death of Diana, Princess of Wales in 1997 was possibly the most testing period of the entire reign. Her response was perceived as cold, and there was widespread criticism of Her Majesty in the days afterwards. The day before Diana's funeral, the Queen addressed the nation from Buckingham Palace.
Since last Sunday's dreadful news, we have seen throughout Britain and around the world an overwhelming expression of sadness at Diana's death. We have all been trying in our different ways to cope. It is not easy to express a sense of loss, since the initial shock is often succeeded by a mixture of other feelings: disbelief, incomprehension, anger, and concern for those who remain. We have all felt those emotions in these last few days. So what I say to you now, as your Queen and as a grandmother, I say from my heart. First, I want to pay tribute to Diana myself. She was an exceptional and gifted human being. In good times and bad, she never lost her capacity to smile and laugh, nor to inspire others with her warmth and kindness. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her two boys.
So from that moment of turmoil for the royal family and for the country to a testing, trying time for the nation. In 2020, the Queen made an address to the nation during the coronavirus pandemic. Speaking from Windsor, Her Majesty said the crisis and her attempts to reassure the public reminded her of the Second World War, when she'd broadcast a message to children who'd been evacuated and sent to live elsewhere.
Today, once again, many will feel a painful sense of separation from their loved ones. But now, as then, we know deep down that it is the right thing to do. While we have faced challenges before, this one is different. This time we join with all nations across the globe in a common endeavour, using the great advances of science and our instinctive compassion to heal. We will succeed, and that success will belong to every one of us. We should take comfort that while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
So the sound and memories of the late Queen and Stig Abel here with us. I mean, the Queen, listen to those, the speaking to the nation, for the nation, binding the nation at such difficult times for her family and for this country. She will be succeeded. She has been succeeded. The succession took place instantaneously. Yep. That is the way of
King Charles of
the British Constitution.
Is now on the throne.
Replacing her, that's going to be another matter.
It is, and that moment there, to me, I think is absolutely crystallises what people will be feeling now. The pandemic comes at the end of her reign, an unprecedented moment in a century, and yet the word she found, that kind of Lincolnian simplicity, that we will meet again. She knows that we've all heard we'll meet again. She knows that harks back to the Second World War, the last time her family really embodied the unity of this country. She's doing that in her 90s. So the end of her life, so difficult, the problems of Andrew, the death of her beloved husband, even within that context of a difficult couple of years, she still found the ability to represent something. And I think you make that point about her family life wasn't always easy. But nobody's family life is easy. And maybe that's the thing. I remember my gran talking about the royal family because she suffered during the Second World War and the royal family suffered during the Second World War. And there's that moment where you kind of felt that some things are universal. Families are difficult for everybody. You have losses, you have triumphs. So the end of her life, so difficult, the problems of Andrew, the death of her beloved husband, even within that context of a difficult couple of years, she still found the ability to represent something. And I think you make that point about her family life wasn't always easy. But nobody's family life is easy. And maybe that's the thing. I remember my gran talking about the royal family because she suffered during the Second World War And the royal family suffered during the Second World War. And there's that moment where he kind of felt that some things are universal. Families are difficult for everybody. You have losses, you have triumphs, you have moments of despair. And she had all of those things. And she didn't do it often. She wasn't very sort of touchy-feely, but there were just those moments that reached out across to everyone. And I think we're all reflecting on that today, that this figure that's been there for all of our lives, John, is now no longer there. And it does make you think.
Almost impossible example to follow. We're going to be reflecting now on that life, the life of Queen Elizabeth II, who led and guided this country through difficult times from one era to another, and also looking ahead to time to come. How do you replace a queen like Queen Elizabeth? How do you follow that example? Because I think both of those things, one way or another, must be done. This now at 7 o'clock, Buckingham Palace has now announced that Her Majesty the Queen has died at the age of 96. We've received the following statement. The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. We'll now get the news here on Times Radio with Alex Morgan.
John, thank you. Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. The news has been confirmed by Buckingham Palace, which says the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. The Queen was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The flag at Buckingham Palace was lowered to half-mast as crowds gathered at around 6:30 this evening. News of Her Majesty's passing is reaching the rest of the world. She was the monarch of more than 100 million people. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, is preparing to address the nation from Downing Street. Her Majesty's reign began on the 6th of February 1952, when she was just 25 years old. In September 2015, she became Britain's longest-serving monarch, having sat on the throne for longer than her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. And this year, in 2022, she became the first monarch in the country's history to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Sunday Times' royal editor, Roya Nicker, says her death has been impossible to prepare for.
The Queen is the only monarch that so many of us have ever known. She's, been the most constant, recognisable world figure for so many decades, and her impact was, and I'm sure still will be, absolutely enormous. So, it's a monumental thing to come to terms with.
The Queen's death has come a year after the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, her husband of 73 years. When they married in 1947, they were expecting many years together before the crown passed to, as she was then, Princess Elizabeth. But King George VI's death 5 years later changed their lives and initiated what became the longest reign in British history. Dickie Arbiter worked for the Queen as her press secretary for 12 years. He says the values she was taught as a child stayed with her throughout her life.
It was the apocryphal story of that she would go around Buckingham Palace. If lights were on and nobody was there, she'd switch them off. She was brought up in that sort of generation that you did things like that you did save. You didn't waste unnecessarily. And she was, as I said, a countrywoman. She loved her dogs. She loved her horses. She loved horse racing. She liked people.
If you are just joining us on Times Radio, this is a special bulletin following the news announced by Buckingham Palace that Her Majesty the Queen has passed away. It brings to an end Britain's longest reign, a reign that was characterised by steadfastness and service. The Queen's former chaplain, the Very Reverend Dr. John Hall, says Her Majesty's mindset came from her faith.
I think she had a very strong sense that, Christ is the servant, essentially. Obviously, he's the Lord too, but the idea of Christian service, of serving the people, I think that was deep in her. And I'm sure that was entirely a result of her sort of Christian faith and Christian understanding.
The Commonwealth, of which the Queen was the head, will be one of her greatest legacies. She saw her role as a unique chance to promote unity, and her commitment to the Commonwealth was unceasing. A word or an intervention from the Queen soothed many international tensions through the years. Domestically, she held a private audience with the Prime Minister every week. And over the course of her reign, more than a dozen Prime Ministers came and went. Here again is the Sunday Times' royal editor, Roya Nicker.
I think history will remember Queen Elizabeth II as heralding and overseeing probably an even greater Elizabethan age than Queen Elizabeth I. If you think about the changing times that she lived through from the 1950s until present day, the change in society, the way that, world politics changed, and yet the Queen was this extraordinary constant amongst all of that, largely hugely respected and admired by, people around the world. I think she will be remembered as one of the most extraordinary, impressive, important people in history.
The Queen's death means that her son, Charles, is king. Stay with us on Times Radio. We will be bringing you the latest information as it emerges from Buckingham Palace. To end this special news bulletin, let us remind ourselves of a promise made by Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday in 1947.
I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who was born on the 21st of April 1926, has died on the 8th of September 2022.
You're listening to Times Radio, a special programme on the occasion of the death of Her Majesty the Queen. This statement now in from Buckingham Palace in the last few moments. It is in the name of His Majesty the King at the time of the Queen's death. And it reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." That statement in the last few moments in the name of His Majesty the King. Stig Abel, of course, still here with me. There it is, living testament, the continuity, the seamless continuity from one monarch to the next. That line we've seen in so many dramas, read in so many books, the Queen is dead, long live the King. We've watched that now unfold.
Yeah, and lots of people around the world. I mean, the word greatness is overused, isn't it? And actually, we are all living in the presence of greatness now. We know this. We can now, even now, as the transition happens, as you talk about, begin to see one of the most consequential, perhaps the most consequential monarchs in more than 1,000 years of British history. When you talk about the big figures of British history, you will say there was Queen Victoria, there was Queen Elizabeth, and there was the first, and there was Queen Elizabeth II, and she is someone who is within that conversation, isn't she? And we can all feel that now, and people around the world are reacting to this. All eyes are on Balmoral in Scotland. We're going to hear from Liz Truss very shortly as she reflects on just the second day of her time as Prime Minister. In fact, I think we can hear from her now.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today, the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
So the new Prime Minister, Liz Truss, with her words, her reflections on the death of Queen Elizabeth II. The rock on which modern Britain was built was how Liz Truss described the late Queen. I mean, monarchs through history have defined their time. Queen Elizabeth defined her time also, but led this country, guided this country through a period, 70 years on the throne, of breathtaking change. And we heard there from the Prime Minister in one of her first duties on taking office as this country's Prime Minister, speaking for the nation. That was her duty there a moment ago, speaking for the nation at this moment of great moment and of transition. Charles III is now the King. As the Prime Minister put it, God save the King. We've heard that now for the first time at the beginning of this new era. Charlotte Ivers, our political correspondent, here with us in the studio, listening to that. So there again, Liz Truss comes into office. She started off with a monumental challenge and quite almost unimaginable difficulties on the political and economic front. And now she has this particular constitutional key role.
An absolutely remarkable moment, and one that has been prepared for by the Cabinet Office and the Civil Service for a very long time. And of course, what a remarkable thing for a new Prime Minister to have to do within a couple of days of taking office. Just looking in at some of the tributes which are flooding in from world leaders. President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine is one of the first to pay his condolences. He says, "It is with deep sadness that we learned of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. On behalf of the Ukrainian people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire United Kingdom and the Commonwealth over this irreparable loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you." Also seeing tributes coming in from Emmanuel Macron of France. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II embodied the continuity and unity of the British nation for over 70 years. I keep the memory of a friend of France, a Queen of Hearts who marked her country and her century forever.
The Queen of Hearts, Stig. I mean, the personal connection. I mean, it's difficult to think of another parallel for this.
It is, and actually, you make that point about the Elizabethan era, the second Elizabethan era is over, but actually, such was the length of her reign, it's hard to look at it as an era. You know, she comes in the 50s.
A succession of eras.
It's a succession of eras. You know, she has been there for the birth of technology, really, the second industrial revolution, a time which is completely different from the time in which she took over. And so it's hard to say this era, whatever it was, but we do know, and what everyone is reflecting on, that over the course of what constitutes modern history, the only monarch that we've ever had in our lifetimes, 85% of everyone alive in Britain today only has known one queen until now, when we know of a king. God Save the King is a very strange and foreign-sounding, historical-sounding phrase, isn't it? It sounds like it could have come from the deep history, and it is now our modern reality. And people will reflect, I think, on the greatness of Queen Elizabeth II. But also, as Macron was saying, the idea of Queen of Hearts, that idea of a sort of friendly face, a figure who knew how to put people at ease, who had a human touch, who had the human frailty, who had the problems that we all have with families and dealt with them in a human fashion. And all those things will be mingling and merging in people's minds. Because as you said, Liz Truss came in yesterday at a time when the country is worried, the country is wobbling. And one of the things that we relied on, either consciously or not consciously, was Queen Elizabeth II, and now she's gone. And so it does feel like a huge moment in our national story.
And Charlotte, we now move into a period of official mourning, a period of days in which all politics falls silent, all other public discourse falls silent. But the silence really has nothing to do with what is going on beneath the surface, which is the country facing a quite enormous challenge. In some ways, an existential one. Our economy in trouble of a kind we haven't seen since 1940. We're looking at a strategic challenge of a kind we have not seen since 1940. And we now have, a new Prime Minister, but now King Charles III overseeing all of this and seeking to make that bridge from one era to another, one period of turbulence to really quite another period of turbulence. And looking at his late mother, Queen Elizabeth, my goodness me, it would be difficult at any time. But in this case, what a difficult act to follow.
A hugely difficult act to follow and a hugely difficult time for the country. As you say, normal protocol would dictate that Parliament would open briefly for a period of tribute and then close for 10 days. That would mean potentially that Parliament would not sit again until after the party conference recess season, at which point we're into early October. That is something which I think would be quite politically difficult given the crisis facing the country. So we haven't had confirmation yet from the Palace authorities, from the Palace of Westminster authorities, I should say, or from the government as to what it is that will be done to take the mourning period further.
And I think they can't reasonably. I mean, should we be reflecting on politics now? I suppose we have to. We are living in very perilous times. Football games that are supposed to happen today are going ahead. I think Man United are supposed to be playing. They're going to still play. So football games can continue. I suspect the political life of this country can continue. The other thing that I was struck by, that she's called him King Charles III. There's a lot of talk that hasn't actually been decided that he'll be known as King Charles III, but Liz Truss called him that. So I presume...
Makes it official.
Yeah, someone has said to her, I would like to think that is the title. Because there was some talk about him not taking that title, wasn't there?
I mean, that was one of the things one noticed in that statement. There have been kings in recent history who have not gone with their first Christian name, as it were. There was some suggestion, would Charles carry on and become Charles III? But he has. And the Prime Minister, using that title for the new monarch, tells you that she has heard this officially from the palace. He is to be Charles III. Now, let's just now check in with some of the feelings of the people outside. They're absorbing this news, and appropriate to start at Buckingham Palace, where our colleague Ollie Cole is going to join us live. Ollie, hello.
Hi there, John. Yes, the scenes outside the palace here. There's now a constant stream of people making their way down the Mall to pay their respects. Some bringing flowers, most of them sort of wondering what to do with themselves. And I was stood just outside the gates of the palace as the flag came down to half-mast. And that's when everyone here who had sort of heard the news throughout the day and started to gather, hundreds of people started to gather outside the palace, saw that flag come down and realised that was the moment. That was the moment that no one thought that they would see happen in front of their eyes. And from there, people just sort of milled around and looked around a little bit. There was a real hush of silence outside the palace as people wondered, what do we do next? A small chorus of men started singing God Save the Queen to a ripple of applause. And people from all around the world are gathered here, of course. People come down to the palace to sort of have a look at the palace on their holidays as tourists. There's been people milling around all day. A golden sunset now coming down behind the palace as people make their way towards it, down the Mall, most of them jumping the fences at this point to try and get as close as they can to pay their respects. And I caught up with a couple of them here just outside the palace gates after that flag came down to half-mast, and we can hear them now.
It's a bit of a shock, really. We're down in London for something completely different and just happened to be here at this moment in time. And it's quite sad. In fact, very sad. She's been the Queen the whole of my life and I'm 62, so yeah.
Yeah, and looking around, a lot of people doing the same thing, just sort of looking up and wondering what to do with themselves.
Yeah, it's just totally strange. It's like
it's surreal.
It's such a weird feeling. The general mood is so strange, and turning around and seeing that flag come to half-mast is something that we'll never forget, will we? Never forget. So yeah, very sad.
And she's sort of been at the centre of everything of everyone's life for so long, and you think the last few years everyone locked up at home through COVID, and she delivered those messages through that. She's just been the centre of everyone's life.
She's been so stoic and just so steadfast, hasn't she? She's just
personifies stability.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
Well, thank you both very much for talking to me, and I'll leave you to thoughts. Thank you.
So Ollie Cole there, reporting for us from Buckingham Palace. Charlotte Ives, our political correspondent here with us in the studio. And now it is the role and the duty of political leaders from across the party spectrum to make their voices heard. Clearly, to put aside political hostilities, speak for their parties and their party, but also to find a common thread, because between them and all of them must speak for the country in their different ways. And we've heard, have we, from the leader of the opposition, Keir Starmer?
We have heard from Keir Starmer just now. He says it is a deep private loss for the royal family and all our thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief. We will always treasure Queen Elizabeth II's life of service and devotion to our nation and to the Commonwealth, our longest serving and greatest monarch. Above the clashes of politics, she stood not for what the nation fought over, but what it agreed upon. As Britain changed rapidly around her, this dedication became the still point of our turning world. So as our great Elizabethan era comes to an end, we will honour the late Queen's memory by keeping alive the values of public service she embodied. For 70 years, Queen Elizabeth II stood as the head of our country, but in spirit, she stood amongst us. We've also heard as well from Nicola Sturgeon, of course, the First Minister of Scotland and the SNP leader. She says the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth is a profoundly sad moment for the UK, the Commonwealth and the world. Her life was one of extraordinary dedication and service. On behalf of the people of Scotland, I convey my deepest condolences to the King and the royal family. As well, a statement from Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. We are all deeply mourning the profound loss of a great monarch who served our country so faithfully all her life and who has loved the world over. For many people, including myself, the Queen was an ever-fixed mark in our lives. As the world changed around us and politicians came and went, the Queen was our nation's constant. The Queen represented duty and courage, as well as warmth and compassion. She was a living reminder of our collective past, of the greatest generation and their sacrifices for our freedom. My thoughts and prayers today go especially to the royal family, and they also go to people in every corner of the world whose lives she touched. Today, our family of nations is mourning, and we also remember the steadfastness, resolve and love Queen Elizabeth brought to the world.
And these are platitudes, of course, but platitudes do something. They sort of fluff the pillow of people as they think about these things. You have to say them, and they're still true for being platitudes. I think we heard there from Nicola Sturgeon. We can think of what's going on in Scotland, in Aberdeenshire. Let's go live to Balmoral and talk to the politics correspondent for the Times, Scotland, Mark McLaughlin. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening.
The whole eyes of the world are actually turned to that patch of land where you're standing now. What was the reaction there? How did the news break?
So I got here just before.
We've lost him. We'll try and get him back. Interestingly, the question of King Charles III is still not settled. His trust did use it, but there is still some talk that hasn't been fully determined yet. So we might get still some clarification on whether King Charles III is going to be indeed his name, which would be extraordinary if you got that wrong.
It would be, but it goes to show. I suppose it goes to show that even at a moment like this, and it's hard to think of an occasion, the passing of a monarch, the accession of a new monarch, where you would not think the wheels and cogs and mechanism of the British state would operate entirely reliably and predictably. You could leave room for a mistake like that. Not significant. Let us be clear and fair in the scheme of things, but it would be curious. We shall find out, I guess.
We shall find out. Other people reacting, Charlotte?
We've had a statement in from the First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford, as well. He says, it is with great sadness that the people in Wales mourn the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Throughout her long and exceptional life as our longest reigning monarch, Her Majesty has reigned over the United Kingdom and Commonwealth, firmly upholding the values and traditions foundations of the British monarchy. We pay tribute to Her Majesty's dedication and selfless devotion. She will be sorely missed by the many organisations which she was patron or president. We offer our sincere condolences to her children and their families on this sad occasion.
John and I have been talking about the Queen now for sort of 3.5 hours, and we're very struck by, I think, our listeners sharing those moments, because one of the amazing things about the Queen, for 70 years, she has just individually touched the lives of people. And do keep those coming in, because I think it's important that we'll hear great people, great statesmen and women will come up with their phrases, as Charlotte's just been reading out, and they'll sound very sonorous and they'll sound very appropriate. But actually, I wonder if the testimony of the greatness of Queen Elizabeth II are the individual moments where she's just touched ordinary people like you and I. Andy says, I was born in 1953, so she was already Queen. I met her twice and she remembered me on the second occasion with a twinkle in her eye. No wonder she'll be mourned. Such a special woman. God rest your majesty. And there'll be lots of people out there who've just had a moment, a fraction of a moment, where something that Queen Elizabeth did affected them in some way.
There's something lovely about these stories. I'm very, very keen to hear more. So please share your thoughts, your reflections, and memories where you have a memory of the late Queen. Send us a text, 87222, start with the word Times, and share. Send us a tweet at Times Radio, or an email to studio@times.radio. Now, as these statements come in from world leaders, that is a process which will continue. Let's just remind ourselves of the recent statement from Buckingham Palace. A statement, it is headed from His Majesty the King at the time of the Queen's death. And it reads, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realm and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held." That statement then on behalf of the Queen from Buckingham Palace. And Stig, I note now, with I don't know whether any significance or none at all, the statement is not actually signed Charles Rex, which it is simply from the King. So you've left the question open. Are we now ruled by King Charles III, or will that somehow, in the way that these things very rarely do, turn out not to be quite the case?
Exactly. Is this a new Carolingian era or not? One of the things the Queen did, of course, as well as being a monarch for 70 years, was she was also the head of the British Armed Forces for that period, which is a critical thing in her life and something I imagine she took incredibly seriously. She played a crucial role in the lives of British military personnel. Joining us now is the former Assistant Chief of the General Staff, Lieutenant General Sir Simon Maile. On this big moment, what a big and profoundly difficult moment for the country. I'm delighted to say he joins us now. Good morning, good evening to you.
Good evening, Steve. How are you?
Very good, thank you. I mean, what a day it has been and what a moment it was. And even though, I wonder if this is a testament to the woman, even though this has been long trailed and we all feared it and she's an elderly woman, it's still a sense of shock, a sense of a kick to the stomach when the news was finally broken. How did you feel?
I felt exactly the same, and I suspect people all over the world and the country will. I thought it was quite remarkable that 2 days ago she fulfilled a really important constitutional role of bringing a laying of hands on a new Prime Minister, and then in such a typically Queen Elizabeth II way, just businesslike, no fuss, graciously departed. And I just know the emotion will just sort of come in waves over the next few days as we mark officially her passing. But I would say, and on behalf, I think of every past and serving soldier, sailor, airman, officer, soldier, Territorial Army Reserve, we are deeply, deeply saddened by her passing.
And when
she leaves a profound gap in our lives, both individually and institutionally.
And when you are dealing with this, when you are serving for your country, do you reflect on the personality of the monarch? If you're serving in very difficult areas when all sorts of things are going on around you, does the fact that you're serving for Queen and country, does that mean something to people who serve?
I think it means a huge amount. I think it's very difficult sometimes to explain to civilians that extraordinary bond that exists between Her Majesty's, now His Majesty's, monarch of the time, of course, and the individual herself. But I would say, about Queen Elizabeth II, that the emotional bridge between the armed forces and the Queen was almost so tangible. Sometimes you could walk across it. It really was hugely emotional, but constitutional, institutional. very personal and yet almost transcendental at some stages. Quite remarkable. And that loyalty will be passed to her son, the new king.
And actually, that's now been confirmed as King Charles III. There was some speculation about whether he was or he wasn't, but he is indeed King Charles III.
Simon, the memory just comes back to me from 40 years ago, in 1981. You recall the Queen was on her way to, was it Trooping of the Colour? And then someone leapt out of the crowd and fired 6 blank shots. I recall the news coverage of that moment. A guardsman, a member of the household division, leapt in, intervened, and I think took down that person. And I vividly remember the feeling and the look on the face of that guardsman because he was interviewed. He would not let harm come to the Queen. It was, as you say, almost a physical expression of devotion. And you put it your own way. There seemed to have been this link between the Queen and the armed forces who swear their allegiance, after all, to the Crown.
I think this is one of the huge strengths of this country, John, and it's slightly underplayed, but the capacity to have a constitutional head of state who we can admire, respect, and by goodness did Queen Elizabeth demand and just deserve that respect, and let politics go on and around, and whatever we feel individually or however we vote individually. By being Her Majesty's Armed Forces, now His Majesty's Armed Forces, is a really, really important grounding, I think, for the health and strength of this country. I think it's what gives us a huge, huge depth. And I think it's respected by many, many people across this country and throughout the Commonwealth and across the world.
I think that's exactly.
And it's a time for great reflection. But the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all of us, past, present, regulars, reservists, will absolutely feel this passing very personally.
And before you go, Simon, you met her. You've accompanied her on a state visit. I think just tell us what that was like, because I think these sort of moments of personal intersection are as we were saying earlier, are going to be the true testament of Queen Elizabeth II.
Well, you're right. You'll have rafts of sort of similar stories, but the capacity to both exude an aura of majesty and yet be amusing, funny, concerned about her staff, engaged with individuals, and then without remotely changing persona, be the constitutional head of the United Kingdom, be Her Majesty, be the Queen, and yet be accessible, funny, compassionate, utterly professional, caring about the people around her. It was a huge privilege to have been, albeit in part of that comic tale, on a state visit to the Gulf, where, of course, again, a huge amount of respect from our friends and allies in that part of the world, many of whom, of course, go to Sandhurst and Cranwell and Dartmouth and feel that bond as well. We have been hugely fortunate and blessed.
Yeah, and thank you so much for taking the time to share your thoughts on it as well.
Thank you very much indeed, Don. Good night.
That is Lieutenant General Sir Simon Mayle there.
Charlotte Ivers, our political correspondent, still with us, of course. More tributes, Charlotte?
More tributes, one from Boris Johnson, of course, until earlier this week, the Prime Minister. It's a substantial tribute. I'll read you the final 3 paragraphs of it. She says, as is so natural with human beings, it is only when we face the reality of our loss that we truly understand what is gone. It is only really now that we grasp how much she meant for us, how much she did for us, how much she loved us. As we think of the void she leaves, we understand the vital role she played, selflessly, calmly embodying the continuity and unity of our country. The statement then continues, this is our country's saddest day because she had a unique and simple power to make us happy. That is why we loved her. That is why we grieve for Elizabeth the Great, the longest serving and in many ways finest monarch of our history. He then pays further tribute to the Queen before finishing by saying, though our voices may be choked with sadness, we can say with confidence the words not heard in this country for more than 7 decades, God save the King.
Well, our continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II will continue after the news here on Times Radio. It is now 7:33. Let's get the latest headlines from Alex Morgan.
John, thank you. Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. The news has been confirmed by Buckingham Palace, which says that the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Well, the Queen was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. Clarence House have confirmed that Charles will be known as King Charles III. His Majesty has released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother Her Majesty the Queen is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has delivered a statement on the steps of Downing Street.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
I'm happy to do anything, but good to know. You're listening to Times Radio Drive. Stig Abel with me here in the studio with our special coverage on the news of the death of Queen Elizabeth II.
Here's the thing that I didn't realise he wrote, but it's absolutely magnificent and very short. At the time of Silver Jubilee, Charles Monteith, the editor at Faber and Faber, asked Philip Larkin to write a poem to commemorate the occasion. They were to be inscribed in stone and placed in Queen Square, London, near the Faber offices. This is Philip Larkin reflecting on the power of the Queen. It's 4 lines, I'll just read it quickly. In times when nothing stood but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change. And that idea of, how many times have we said stability and continued presence, duty, that unchanging thing that whatever went on in her life, in the life of her family, in the life of the country, the pandemic, the Falklands War, the death of Princess Diana, the sexual revolution of the 60s, the problems of the 70s, all of those things were going on. The world was whirling, and there was the Queen, generally speaking, saying the right thing, doing the right thing, embodying the best of Britain. Because I'm sure all nations think that, but we kind of think there is this Britishness. There's an element of Britishness that we'd like to believe exists, which is good, which is hearty and is proper, and it is something to cling to. And if you had to say to 100 people in the street, who embodies that the most, a very high number of them would say the Queen.
Yeah, I guess that is right. The phrase "difficult act to follow" is absolutely facile, compared to the truth of that statement. If you wanted to put an illustration of the word imperturbability in a dictionary, you could do worse than put a picture of Queen Elizabeth II in the Oxford English Dictionary. No matter what the time in our memory over these past decades, you think of a particular moment of turmoil, or particular scandal, or particular crisis in our national life, and then imagine the Queen at that particular time. You'll have the same image in your mind of absolute unflappability, of dignity, and of seeing us all, seeing herself, seeing the royal family, seeing Britain through that period from one to the next. Great moments, great changes in the era in which we're living, one to the other. She absolutely embodied that, and I guess looking forward, that period of change, that period of challenge hasn't stopped now with the passing of Queen Elizabeth. King Charles, let us act on the assumption that he will be known by the
which I think he is. I think that's now been confirmed. He is now King Charles III.
King Charles will take on this role. He takes on the role at a time where it is a pretty common discussion to discuss King Charles' stewardship of the monarchy, as it were, his time in the throne, his temperament, his own opinions, the strength of those opinions. How will those now be managed? How will he manage his own role, as well as managing the job of being the monarch of this country at such a time of challenge and change?
It's often said, John, the Queen is the most photographed woman in the world, and we can actually speak to now one man who can claim to have played his part of turning this into this figure that we all have an image of. It's the royal photographer Ian Jones, and we can speak to him now. Good evening to you, Ian.
Good evening, yes.
How are you feeling? Because you've taken a lot of pictures of this woman who's now sadly passed away. What do you make of things?
Well, I have, and it was with great sadness that I heard the news this afternoon. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has been a major part of my working life for over 30 years. I have many fond memories of tours around the world and around our own great country. And I think it's those memories, the smiles, the laughter, and the tears on our tours and our times, which I will remember fondly.
People talk about the sort of glint in her eye, Ian. That when she saw people, she sort of gave them a look or shared the moment with her. Is that easy to capture in a photograph?
I think there was always a charm and an elegance about Her Majesty, but also it is a time of great sadness. But equally, I have to say that there was no greater person for her intelligence, her wit, her humour, and her ability to talk to anybody and everybody. And I particularly enjoyed recording those great moments, especially her sense of humour, which occasionally has slipped out. But really, and that's why I think it is all of those memories. It is a great sadness of her passing.
How did that show itself? Could you give an example of that, Ian? Because I think that's such a good point that she could, she's got the highest office in the land. She could.
We need to cross now, forgive me for interrupting. Keir Starmer, Labour leader, making a statement.
Elizabeth II created a special, personal relationship with us all. A relationship based on service and devotion to her country. Nobody under the age of 70 has known anything other than Queen Elizabeth II on the throne. For the vast majority of us, the late Queen has been simply the Queen, the only Queen. Above all else, our Queen. As we mourn her loss, we should also treasure her life, our longest serving and greatest ever monarch. Above the clashes of politics, she stood not for what the nation fought over, but what it agreed upon. In crisis, she reassured us, reminding us that we are all part of something that stretches back through time, a symbol of the best of us. I saw it for myself when I led the Crown Prosecution Service. Every time I had the privilege to meet the late Queen, she would ask the most searching questions, because she wanted to understand the lives and struggles of her people. And as Britain changed rapidly around her, this dedication became the still point of our turning world, an example that taught us that whatever the challenges we face, the values of service always endures. And the obvious love the late Queen displayed for Britain, the British people gave back in return. That is why there is such an outpouring of grief across the nation today, as there is across the Commonwealth, to which the late Queen was so devoted. Around the world, people are united in mourning and united in celebrating her life. This togetherness is a reminder of what she achieved, a reminder of our shared values, values which I know will be upheld by her beloved son Charles, our new king. So as our great Elizabethan era comes to an end, we will honour the late Queen's memory by keeping alive the values of public service she embodied. For 70 years, Queen Elizabeth II stood as the head of our country, but in spirit, she stood amongst us.
The Labour leader Keir Starmer there, live with his tribute to the late Queen, doing his duty, Charlotte and I, as now party leaders will do one by one, joining in the national expression of mourning and tribute to Queen Elizabeth.
Yes, we've also heard from Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister of Scotland tonight, and also from Mark Drakeford in Wales. A statement just in from President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden on the death of Queen Elizabeth. It's fairly extensive. I'll bring you some of the key points from it. It begins, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was more than a monarch. She defined an era. In a world of constant change, she was a steadying presence and a source of comfort and pride for generations of Britons, including many who have never known their country without her. An enduring admiration for Queen Elizabeth II united people across the Commonwealth. He goes on to say that she was the first British monarch to whom people all around the world could feel a personal and immediate connection, whether they heard her on the radio as a young princess speaking to the children of the United Kingdom, or gathered round their television for her coronation, or indeed watched her final speech on the Platinum Jubilee on their phones. He talks a little bit about Queen Elizabeth's dedication and service, and also about his own memories of meeting her for the first time. He ends by saying, in the years ahead, we look forward to continuing a close relationship with the King and the Queen Consort. Today, the thoughts and prayers of people all across the United States are with the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in their grief. We send our deepest condolences to the royal family, who are not only mourning their Queen, but their dear mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Her legacy will loom large in the pages of British history, and it is the story of our world.
It's a really good point, that right at the end. That's Joe Biden there. Thank you, Charlotte. Because it is a family moment, and Prince Harry has just been pictured arriving at Balmoral. So he wasn't there when that death was announced. You just see, they've seen a picture of him with his head in his hands in the car as it gets into Balmoral Castle. He's going to be staying there overnight, along with King Charles III and the rest of the family. But it is a reminder, John, isn't it, that this is a family moment, and this looks like all families, isn't it? When a beloved mum and grandmum dies, the clans gather, and some people are there and some people can't quite make it, but they get there and they all join together, and whatever arguments they have, you hope they put to one side, and whatever squabbling and things that have divided them, they ignore them and they get united. And the royal family is always both a family and a constitutional entity, and that's probably what makes it so intriguing to people from all around the world.
Most of us have I call it a privilege. We take it entirely for granted, the ability to grieve or to celebrate family moments in private, simply wholly and totally denied to this particular family. But you'd imagine, surely, it can only magnify feelings of grief, which I'm sure in the family of Windsor, those feelings will be pretty intense.
And you do feel, I mean, it's another interesting point that when you lose someone who's 96, there's grief. But because of a life that well lived, you can balance, I feel, I mean, who's to say how anyone feels at any one moment, you balance, don't you, a sense of grief with a sense of celebration. This is not a life taken from us. This is a life that has been unbelievably well lived for a long period of time in the service of our country. So it's very easy to move, I think, in many of our minds, to hold two things in our minds at the same time, the sense of loss, but also the sense of celebration. Charlotte, another former Prime Minister, John Major, I think, was the first former Prime Minister to comment, but we've had another one now, haven't we?
Yes, David Cameron has just put out his statement in tribute to the Queen. He says, no matter how prepared one could be for this day, there are no words that can adequately express the sense of loss our nation will feel. Queen Elizabeth has been the constant in our lives over the past 70 years. As our longest-serving monarch, her remarkable reign has lasted for most people our entire lives. We know nothing else. He talks about her service over 7 decades and says that he was proud to have served as her Prime Minister and to have benefited from her wisdom. He says, I was fortunate to have been able to call on the knowledge of the world's greatest public servant and indeed the world's most experienced diplomat. Statement continues, highlighting some of the historical events that have taken place over the course of the Queen's reign, and then concludes this way. Today, I join the whole nation in mourning, but also in commemoration of a most extraordinary reign and a most exceptional life. My thoughts and prayers are with the King and the royal family at a time of great sadness. This country has lost a devoted public servant, and the royal family has lost a much-loved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. I know I join the whole nation in sending His Majesty our goodwill and all strength as he takes on the grave responsibility as our monarch. God save the King.
Now, the royal photographer Ian Jones, I'm sure, will forgive us for interrupting your conversation, Stig, with a statement from Keir Starmer and then from President Biden of the United States of America, but he is still with us.
He is, and Ian, thank you for staying with us. I think it's really important just to come back to the point. The conversation we're having is the sense of humour of the Queen. You've been on tours with her, you've seen her talk to all sorts of people. The sense of humour is something that's lingered with you.
I think it is, and obviously, my thoughts, because I've seen the interaction and the personal interaction with King Charles III, as he was then the Prince of Wales. It is that human, it's that warmth and depth of feeling within the family, but it's also with other world leaders. You've got to remember that, Her Majesty. I mean, I've only been doing the job for 30 years. It is a fraction of her reign, and it's a fraction of her life, really. But in those 30 years, I've seen countless, on numerous state visits around the world. Her Majesty the Queen visited so many countries and met with so many world leaders, and I think that's why you're seeing so many world leaders now and political leaders paying tribute to her, because that is exactly it. It was the constant, and Her Majesty was the constant in Britain, and she took this warmth with her on her travels, and especially to the Commonwealth, which is one of her greatest legacies, of course. And with that, with world leaders and heads of state, she had this ability and this calmness about her that was able, which was able to I think, to put many, and I've seen many world leaders and heads of state slightly trembling at the prospect of meeting Her Majesty. And slightly losing their bearings somewhat, and captains of industry. They always have this ability to put these people at ease and make them feel for that moment very special and very personal.
Yeah, and that's a tremendous trick to pull off, and it's not everyone that can manage to do that. Ian, thank you for sticking with us. Ian Jones, royal photographer, who spent a lot of he's a bit of a part-timer, he's only done 30 years out of the 70, but experienced the warmth and the connectiveness of Queen Elizabeth.
Johnny come lately. Now let me just bring you this a bit of, in its way, really rather poignant news. Not a huge announcement, but I think in its way deeply poignant. This news now from Paris, where tonight the Eiffel Tower, the lights of the Eiffel Tower, are to be turned off in tribute to the passing of the Queen. I can now welcome to the programme Libby Purvis, Times columnist who has written extensively about the late Queen. Welcome to the programme, Libby.
Hello.
Now, you've written a good deal about the Queen. We live in a liberal democracy. Not everyone has been an admirer of the Queen or an ardent monarchist, but many have been that. And I wonder how deeply that sentiment really runs. Will there be people, do you imagine many people, who will maybe be surprised by the emotions they experience now on the news of the Queen's passing?
I don't think so. I think the feeling runs very deep in a lot of different sorts of people, from the person who just tweeted, "Oh, I hope she had some nice dogs on her bed when she died," to people who are thinking more enormously about the great change, about the 70-year reign and all the changes there have been, and that sense of duty and solidity and constancy and religious belief which the Queen had. I'm down on the south coast. I don't know if you can hear the sea at the moment. It is absolutely battering. Hear that?
It's just about a peaceful sound in the background.
Yeah, well, it's not peaceful, really. It's been a very wild weather, and actually looking out of the window at the great brown sea and the great red cliff, we're just staying here briefly overnight on the way home. I thought of Henry James and what he said when Victoria died, which is, "The wild waves are on us now." And I think that feeling is there as well. The sense that, I mean, obviously in the case of Victoria, there was a rather feckless son going to take over, and we hope this is not happening this time. Well, we know this is not happening this time. But I think that there is a sense of a great change having happened. And because it's a death, people, even who are not monarchists, except there are very, very few exceptions, even on damned old Twitter, very few exceptions, people are saying, rest in peace, and what a long life, and what a life, and what a family. And I think, I really don't think there'll be many people being really unpleasant and snippety about it. I think people recognise it's a huge turning point. And the fact that only a couple of days ago, she asked a new Prime Minister to take office, everything changing. I think that sense unsettles us all to some extent. But then at the same time, you think, well, look at the things she lived through. Look at the changes she saw. Look at the annus horribilis and the other fairly horrible years she had. The fact she was a young woman who had seen the war, who did her own war work. She'd been through the war, and she saw the sort of the attempts at constancy and solidity and national reassurance which her parents, the Queen Mother and the King, had given. And she sort of saw as a very young girl when she made that famous broadcast, "This is what I have to do."
Yeah.
And she did it for a very, very long time. It moves, even anti-monarchists, I think, are a little moved by it.
Yes, I mean, that is really what I was wondering. And now a new king comes to the throne, Libby. I mean, of course, King Charles has had a very long time to contemplate the role that he's now taking on. I wonder how much that will help. What sort of king will he be at such a challenging time?
Well, it's in a few sort of lighter moments in this rather shocking afternoon, we have been reflecting on what it will be like when the new Prime Minister goes in for the weekly audience with King Charles, who does not bring quite that enormous experience the Queen had, and who may have to sort of sit on his hands when she mentions the fact that she's wildly in favour of fracking. All this has to be thought about. For the moment, let's think these 10 days about the Queen and hope that King Charles recognises what the qualities were in a monarch. Not just one human being, but a monarch doing a monarch's job in this extraordinary constitutional role. Maybe he will just understand that. I think he probably will, and he will bring whatever wisdom he has humbly, as the Queen did, to the service of the people. I love that line of the Queen's on her 70th birthday when she said, "I'm your servant," signed it, "Your servant, Elizabeth." That's what he has to be now. Yes. I hope he will.
Okay, Libby Purvis, thank you for those thoughts. Thank you for joining us this evening.
He's had a very long apprenticeship, and he's learnt from the best, I think many people would say. So we'll see what sort of king Charles III is as we mourn the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, who of course died today at the age of 96. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, second day in the job, made a statement outside Downing Street earlier this evening. You may have missed it. Let's just hear that statement again in full.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her. She ascended the throne just after the Second World War. She championed the development of the Commonwealth from a small group of 7 countries to a family of 56 nations, spanning every continent of the world. We are now a modern, thriving, dynamic nation. Through thick and thin, Queen Elizabeth II provided us with the stability and the strength that we needed. She was the very spirit of Great Britain, and that spirit will endure. She has been our longest ever reigning monarch. It's an extraordinary achievement to have presided with such dignity and grace for 70 years. Her life of service stretched beyond most of our living memories. In return, she was loved and admired by the people in the United Kingdom and all around the world. She has been a personal inspiration to me and to many Britons. Her devotion to duty is an example to us all. Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world. In the difficult days ahead, we will come together with our friends across the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world to celebrate her extraordinary lifetime of service. It is a day of great loss, but Queen Elizabeth II leaves a great legacy. Today, the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty, King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him, to help him bear the awesome responsibility that he now carries for us all. We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
That was Liz Truss earlier, and King Charles III. We've got to get used to saying that. Will be making his address to the nation tomorrow. You'll be able to hear that, of course, on Times Radio. John, it's been a real pleasure and a privilege talking over these things on this momentous day, sharing it with our listeners, sharing it with you. Should we just do that Larkin poem again that he did on the occasion of the Silver Jubilee? But it's such a beautiful and short tribute to, I think, the strengths of Queen Elizabeth II that people will be reflecting on today. It goes like this: in times when nothing stood but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change.
That's a very fine way to end this segment of our coverage. It'll be up to Henry Bonsu now to continue our coverage and discussion of the passing of Queen Elizabeth and the beginning of the time of King Charles III. Henry, good to see you here.
Good to see you, John. Good to see you, Stig. I tell you, I mean, I've been tingling. I've been breathing more deeply all day because I've been a journalist for over 30 years. And during my time at the BBC at the beginning in the early 90s, we'd go through obituaries every so often of major personalities, and one by one they've passed away. But the Queen was there. She was enduring. You never thought this day would come, but it has, and it's hard to believe.
It is a new era, a period of transition, as we say, a big moment in British history. We have been here to witness it, to share it, to discuss it with each other, with some of those who have, well, I think, important thoughts to share. And thank you to you for listening to this as our coverage here on Times Radio continues. Sandra Glab was the producer for our coverage to this point. Ryan Brannigan was the technical operator. Henry is up next, as you hear. You're listening to Times Radio.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Thank you very much, Stig. Hello, yes, good evening and welcome. Henry Bonsu with you for the next 2 hours as we take stock. What a taking stock is going to require of today's events. It's momentous. Tonight, Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty the Queen at the age of 96. The palace made the announcement 90 minutes ago, saying the monarch had died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. We'll be bringing you full reaction and reflecting on the life and contribution of Elizabeth Alexandra Mary Windsor, the longest reigning sovereign in British history. First, the latest news with Alex Morgan.
Henry, thank you. Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. The news was confirmed in a statement by Buckingham Palace, which read, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow." Well, Clarence House has confirmed that His Majesty will be known as King Charles III. His Majesty has released this statement read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Queen was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
Earlier this week, at 96, she remained determined to carry out her duties as she appointed me as her 15th Prime Minister. Throughout her life, she's visited more than 100 countries, and she has touched the lives of millions around the world.
Well, a double rainbow appeared over Buckingham Palace as members of the public gathered to pay their respects. Times Radio's Eleanor Sherwood is outside the palace gates in central London.
The flag here at the palace is flying half-mast and the mood is sombre as crowds begin to gather. Many are carrying flowers whilst others are watching from further away as people of all generations come together to mark the passing of the nation's longest-serving monarch.
Well, she was the monarch of more than 100 million people. World leaders have paid their respects. The US President Joe Biden said the Queen led always with grace, unwavering commitment to duty and the incomparable power of her example. While Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the Queen one of my favourite people in the world. Her Majesty's reign began on the 6th of February 1952 when she was just 25 years old. In September 2015, she became Britain's longest-serving monarch, having sat on the throne for longer than her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. And this year, in 2022, she became the first monarch in the country's history to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Sunday Times' royal editor, Roya Nicker, says her death has been impossible to prepare for.
The Queen is the only monarch that so many of us have ever known. She's, been the most constant, recognisable world figure for so many decades. And her impact was, and I'm sure still will be, absolutely enormous. So, it's a monumental thing to come to terms with.
The Queen's death has come a year after the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, her husband of 73 years. When the couple married in 1947, they were expecting many years together before the crown passed to, as she was then, Princess Elizabeth. But King George VI's death 5 years later changed their lives and initiated what became the longest reign in British history. Dick Yarbiter worked for the Queen as her press secretary for 12 years. He says the values she was taught as a child stayed with her throughout her life.
It was the apocryphal story of that she would go around Buckingham Palace. If lights were on and nobody was there, she'd switch them off. She was brought up in that sort of generation that you did things like that you did save. You didn't waste unnecessarily. And she was, as I said, a country woman. She loved her dogs, she loved her horses, she loved horse racing. She liked people.
The Commonwealth, of which the Queen was the head, will be one of her greatest legacies. She saw her role as a unique chance to promote unity, and her commitment to the Commonwealth was unceasing. A word or an intervention from the Queen soothed many international tensions through the years. Domestically, she held a private audience with the Prime Minister every week, and over the course of her reign, more than a dozen Prime Ministers came and went. Here again is the Sunday Times' royal editor, Roya Nicker.
I think history will remember Queen Elizabeth II as heralding and overseeing probably an even greater Elizabethan age than Queen Elizabeth I. If you think about the changing times that she lived through from the 1950s until present day, the change in society, the way that, world politics changed, and yet the Queen was this extraordinary constant amongst all of that, largely hugely respected and admired by, people around the world. I think she will be remembered as one of the most extraordinary, impressive, important people in history.
To end this bulletin, let us remind ourselves of a promise made by Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday in 1947.
I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Queen Elizabeth II, who was born on the 21st of April 1926, has died on the 8th of September 2022.
Alex Morgan, thank you very much indeed. Good evening, I'm Henry Bonsu and this is Times Radio. It's Thursday, the 8th of September, and it is 7 minutes past 8. Well, it was the day that we all knew was coming, but that many hoped would never happen. But in recent months, especially after the death of her beloved Philip, the signs were there. She was unable to attend last year's COP26 in Glasgow, or last May's state opening of Parliament, though Her Majesty did enjoy the climax of her Platinum Jubilee from the balcony of Buckingham Palace in June. But at 6:30 this evening, the Palace confirmed the news so many had been dreading today. The Queen passed away peacefully at Balmoral early this afternoon. I've been reflecting on this myself, thinking about the one time I actually met the Queen face-to-face, and it was back in 2007, and Buckingham Palace was holding an event for British Africans. So I was there with people like the fashion designer Oswald Boateng, the Olympian Harry Akinzariti, and the Paralympian and TV presenter Ade Adepitan, and interestingly, the broadcaster Sue McGregor and the actor Richard E. Grant, who were both born in Southern Africa. And then suddenly, one of the Queen's aides sidled up to Ade and me and whispered, "Would you like to meet her?" And we said, yeah. And then I saw her from the corner of my eye. People were just being eased out to the right and to the left of the Queen, so nobody was standing right in front of her. That's how they do these things. And then she was upon us, smaller than I thought, but with this huge beaming smile and these piercing blue eyes looking right into mine. And I had rehearsed in my mind what I would ever say to the Queen if I met her. And needless to say, I did what most people do. I babbled, I gabbled, and I froze, and I blew it. And then just as soon as she had appeared, she moved on. I'd missed my chance, my moment. I was gutted, and she was off. And ever since, in the 15 years since then, I thought, what should I have said to her? What could I have said to her? Now, not everybody will have had the chance to meet the Queen face to face, to say something to her, to be very close to her. Many of you listening will not be monarchists or royalists. I'm not one myself in that sense. But at the same time, I understand tradition, I understand history, and I see why events happen, why many countries around the world have monarchies, have royal families, including Ghana, where my parents came from, in the 1960s. And they were pretty staunch monarchists. Mine was a kind of home where at 3 o'clock, we'd watch the Queen's speech, and then James Bond, and have turkey, etc. And over time, I've had to go through a number of obituary rehearsals during my time at the BBC, etc. And time and again, those people whose deaths we rehearsed passed away. But the Queen has always been there, so you think this day is never going to come. Your thoughts, please, as people who are absorbing this moment. I think the figure is 85% of people now alive in Britain have never known any other monarch. So nearly everyone in the country will be thinking about this in some way, quite profoundly. I'd love to hear what you have to say. You can connect with us, reach out to us in the usual way. You can text 87222, start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us, the hashtag is Times Radio. Let's cross first to Scotland, to Mark McLaughlin, Times Scotland politics and education correspondent. And Mark, you've been up at Balmoral for the Times today. How did the day unfold?
Hello there. I arrived at about 6:15. We started to hear rumours that the Queen was very unwell about 12:15 this afternoon. I was watching First Minister's questions in the Scottish Parliament, just opposite Holyrood Palace, which is our official residence in Scotland. And the word from the editors was you need to get to Balmoral. So I grabbed a bag, jumped in a car. I got to Balmoral just before 6 o'clock. It was. I've heard the bulletins today from outside Buckingham Palace, but this was a lot more of a kind of intimate affair. There were about a dozen well-wishers gathered at the gatehouse, right up close to the gatehouse, and there was lots of very familiar Scottish broadcast journalists, photographers, the same people you see out on jobs, every single day. It felt like a very kind of intimate feel, and the journalists were sharing pleasantries with the well-wishers. And then just after 6:30, there was a flurry of activity, and that was when the announcement came through that the Queen had died. And the lady that I'd been speaking to, she was a nurse from Portsmouth. She was right up at the gatehouse, probably the closest of the Queen's subjects to be near her as her death was announced. That wasn't, a member of the Balmoral staff or security, and she burst into tears. She was a royal watcher. She met the Queen and Prince Charles and Camilla when they were in New Zealand. Shared some words with them. So about as close as us mere mortals really can get to the monarchy. And yeah, she was overwhelmed by emotion. So that was very much the feeling outside Balmoral this evening.
And did it remain a fairly intimate affair throughout the day? And you'll have seen probably the pictures and heard the reports of the large crowds of people thronging outside Buckingham Palace in London. People have been sitting on the Victoria Memorial, steps all day, even though the heavens have opened. Has it remained that way, or did it grow? And what kind of things were people saying?
No, it didn't. So as soon as the announcement was made, or within about 15 minutes of the announcement being made. A truck came out with lots of barriers. Now, Balmoral is in the middle of nowhere. It's very peaceful by the River Dee. It's accessed by a single track green bridge that goes across. There's only one vehicle can get across at a time. They moved all of the members of the public back across this bridge, and then because the news had arrived that the Queen had died, more people were starting to arrive at the mouth of this bridge. So the police eventually, within about half an hour, just closed the access road altogether. So the only people that were allowed anywhere near the gatehouse were journalists. You couldn't even stop. It's an A road, you know. So it was a very quiet road normally with just a single access. So no members of the public can really get near that just now. I don't know if they're going to make some facility for people to lay flowers or something tomorrow, but certainly at this very moment, nobody can really get near Balmoral.
And Mark, just a final thought. Down here in London, right, often when we get news from Scotland, it's usually framed around the issue of independence and tensions between Holyrood and Westminster. But the Queen loves Scotland, and we're often told that Scots, whatever their absolute political persuasion, tend to respect and do like the fact that the Queen enjoys Balmoral. And what do you think a lot of Scots will be thinking and feeling this evening, whatever their independence or not persuasion?
I think they'll be very sad, regardless of their persuasion, just on a very human level. You know, she was a mother, she was a grandmother. Even if you are the most staunch Republican, you can, you know, empathise with that. On a political level, the SNP's ambition is to have an independence referendum, and then I believe it's still SNP party policy to then have a referendum on whether they want the royal family to remain the royal family of Scotland. But that is so far in the future, so hypothetical. You know, it's not even, doesn't even bear thinking about on a day like today. I think everybody in Scotland who has a heart is feeling very sad today.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark McLaughlin, the Times' Scotland politics and education correspondent who spent the day at Balmoral. It's 16 minutes past 8. I'm Henry Bonsu, and this is Times Radio. Well, the passing of the Queen is, of course, making headlines around the world. And we often say this here in the UK, but we really only mean, maybe the USA and France and possibly Australia. But no, genuinely today, if you go online and look at the national news of a whole range of countries, you'll see it's leading. And why is this? Well, it's because she has long been the best recognised monarch or head of state. Probably most of all, though, in the US, where she made 4 state visits and 2 unofficial visits during her reign. And let's remember, her grandson has lived in the US for the last 2 years, and of course, his wife, Meghan, is American. So how is this news being digested? Well, let's talk to Autumn Brewington, opinion editor and former royal blogger at the Washington Post. Autumn, hello.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on.
What are people saying in the USA? How has this news, which has only been confirmed within the last 2 hours, been going down? How's it been reported?
So I think what we're seeing immediately, there have been a lot of tributes from elected officials in the U.S. It's really because the Queen was on the throne for so long, it's sort of shocking to kind of wrap your brain around this person who had just been such a part of our cultural consciousness is no longer there. And
how well do you think the average American, not just the Washington Beltway, is, you know what I mean? Because obviously they're plugged in, they're dialed in when they have to be. But what kind of engagement do you think they had with the royal family, and to what extent was it diffused through the royal household, through the Queen and her family?
So I think for many Americans, they don't necessarily feel like they know the Queen the way that they might be more aware of, say, Meghan today or Princess Diana during her time. But I think because the Queen was on the throne for so long, people have the idea of, not just her, but from experiences that we've had over the past several years. Oh, right. The Queen is she's like the grandmother of Britain, the woman with the hats, the woman with the corgis, impressions that people have picked up maybe, sort of watching the opening ceremonies of the London Olympics, or films like The Queen. Or I think really a question today is kind of, what do people understand about the Queen that's separate from the impression that they might have gotten from something like the Netflix series The Crown?
Yes. And you are a former royal blogger at the Washington Post. What kind of things did you blog about, and what are you going to be writing today?
So today I'm sort of just looking at, this is such a moment, to the extent that, the monarchy, this ancient institution, is still with us at a time when many institutions today are being, sort of questioned and revamped. Really, the fact that the Queen could modernize as much as she did, her leadership had so much to do with how the monarchy has sort of come into the 21st century. And, what is this moment for Prince Charles, who at 73 is the oldest ever and also longest waiting, he was the longest waiting king in waiting, now King Charles III. How might, he shape his own reign? Like the end of, really, we're looking at the end of the Elizabethan era. Will there actually be sort of an era for Charles?
Well, indeed, because if he lives as long as his mother, and his mother nearly lived as long as her mother. I mean, the Queen Mother died at the age of, I think, of 100. Queen Elizabeth II. 101, sorry, yeah, you're right, that's right. As long as a century, from 1900 to 2001. The Queen has just left us at the very grand age of 96. Prince Charles looks in rude health. His own father, the Duke of Edinburgh, died at the age of 99. People are going to get to know Charles in a way like they didn't before, I think, in the United States, yes?
Yes, I think that's true. And especially the past couple of years, there's been so much coverage with Harry and Meghan sort of stepping back from the royal family and then doing their Oprah interview. I think people are very curious about the rest of the royals. And now, even though Charles has always grown up in the spotlight, there will be more attention on him than ever.
And when it comes to the British institutions, not least the royal family, because of the way in which the United States was birthed, one could imagine that some Americans have a jaundiced view about long-enduring institutions that don't really change very much, or even though you said that the Queen modernised, and many people say that she did alongside the Duke of Edinburgh. But do Americans have a slightly, I suppose, split view? Because on the one hand, we got away from King George and we set up this new republic, this experiment. But on the other hand, we've had some rogues and rascals in the White House over the years, whereas the Queen has seen them all off over a reign of over 70 years. And do people sometimes in the States go, do you know what? That wasn't quite so bad?
That was a big question.
No, it wasn't a trick question. I was just thinking, in a way, I was just thinking out loud, because I go to the States a lot. I'll be over in the States myself for the UN General Assembly. You meet loads and loads of Americans. And anytime I go to the States, okay, especially during September for the UN event, people say to me, oh, how's Charles? Or how's William? How's Harry? This is before Harry moved. As though I know these guys. As though I hang out, having a drink, having a pint. But it just shows, it makes me think to what extent do they see Britain through this royal family? Because it probably generates more news about UK than almost anything else that we do in this country.
Right. And that's sort of like such an interesting space that the royal family lives in. They are in public roles, but they're still people. This is still a very human moment and loss, of a grandmother and a mother for particular people. And I think there are a lot of Americans who, on the one hand, very celebrity-obsessed culture, and royalty is a form of celebrity. So there are people who kind of, follow the ups and downs as though it's just the British soap opera. And these are characters that they kind of hear about through headlines and stories. I think some people, if they dig a little deeper with it, sort of understand these are real people in roles.
Yeah.
But we also just have impressions of those are people, who have, they're part of the British public life. And they're figures of curiosity. And, I think Americans probably have more of a sense of feeling like we know William and Harry in a way that's different from anyone might feel like they say they know the Queen.
Yes.
Because of the way that William and Harry engage with people just when they're out in public and, kind of comments that they've made and interviews that they've given, whereas the Queen has always, been sort of the never complain, never explain. She never made it about herself. She always kept the focus on her role, and rarely did you hear anything about, sort of any question about her private life.
Well, yeah, she kept the mystique going throughout all those years, even though the television cameras were invited in once or twice. Autumn Brewington, former royal blogger at the Washington Post, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Times Radio. It is 8:25. This is Henry Bonsu reacting to the sad news that the Queen has died at the age of 96. Condolences and tributes are coming in from all around the world, from world leaders in almost every country. And President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, has issued this statement. On behalf of the people, we extend sincere condolences to the royal family, the entire United Kingdom and the Commonwealth over this irreparable loss. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. The Queen was, of course, head of the armed forces and a veteran herself. She joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945, becoming the first female member of the royal family to join the armed services as a full-time active member. Let's talk to Mark Elliott, Chief Advocacy Ambassador at Help for Heroes. He's on the line. Mark, hello.
Hi there, good evening.
Your thoughts this evening as we digest this day that many thought would never come, even though we knew it had to.
I think you're absolutely right. I think the news for the whole nation, indeed, for much of the world, is almost inconceivable. But as our Queen, our sovereign, and of course for us, she was head of our armed forces, but she was also a veteran, as you've just alluded to. And so members of the armed forces, all veterans that have served, and of course, most veterans will have only ever served under Her Majesty. And so that sense of loss is almost unparalleled in our lifetime. And Her Majesty was known to us always as the boss. Commanding officers come and they go, and generals come and go, but the boss was always there. And so I think particularly the armed forces community right across the United Kingdom will be feeling it deeply tonight.
Indeed, I imagine they will, Mark. And you met the Queen both as a grenadier and indeed with Help for Heroes as well. What were your encounters like with the Queen? How knowledgeable was she about the regiment, and how did she share that knowledge with you?
Well, I was thinking back to when I was a young guardsman and doing the trooping of the colour for the very first time. And we always joked, as we did the trooping of the colour, that when the boss rode past, as she did in those days, that you didn't have to worry about some huge grizzly sergeant major or the old colonel or whatever. It was only the boss who had done trooping of the colour more times than any of them. She had done more ceremonial duties, been present and steadfast in wars and conflicts and operations that we served in. So she knew it all, but never, ever without that gentle smile or that reassurance, and quite incredible. And I guess, again, with Help for Heroes, in 2014, we had just completed a bike ride with wonderful supporters and some of our wounded heroes. And Her Majesty was doing a state visit to Paris, and we got the call that she wanted to meet some of the wounded and our supporters. So early on the Sunday morning, we went and lined up and there was Her Majesty meeting some of her wounded veterans, a veteran, as I say, like her, and just the joy in her face. I remember looking at her face, and indeed with the boys and girls that met Her Majesty, was almost unparalleled.
I have to say, Mark, having watched the Queen, from afar, maybe once or twice from close up over the years, she seems to have allowed herself to be caught smiling fully more as she got older. Is that fair?
I think that's absolutely fair. I think we all become, dare I say it, older and wiser, and more relaxed in who you are and what you've done. We have to remember this incredible lady took on the burden of becoming our Queen at the age of 21, and that burden on her shoulders must have been extraordinary, far more than we can ever imagine. So you're right, as the years passed, she became wiser, comfortable, and of course the confidence, because she actually knew everything. Both her and the Duke of Edinburgh were a formidable partnership, wisdom beyond anything you can imagine. They absorbed knowledge, but they eluded kindness, generosity, just simply a remarkable lady. And the one thing I know about the boss is that without any uncertainty, she would want us all to get on with your job, your work, and wonder what all the fuss was about. That's the type of remarkable lady she was. And so we have to do that as veterans, as servicemen and women, and I know they will. Brace up, maybe whisper, "Thank you, ma'am." Pull your shoulders back and get on with it. It's what she would have wanted, what she would have demanded, and she was the boss.
Mark Elliott, Chief Advocacy Ambassador at Help for Heroes, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Times Radio with your reflections. This is Henry Bonsu on Times Radio. It's 8:31. We'll go to the news in a moment, and then we'll hear what the reaction is in a couple of African countries, in South Africa and Kenya. And we'll get the reflections of the head of the Catholic Church in England and Wales, the Most Reverend Cardinal Vincent Nichols. But now, let's go to the news with Nkem Ifejika.
Just as you've been hearing from Henry, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. The news was confirmed by Buckingham Palace just after 6:30 this evening. The statement read, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow." The Queen was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. Clarence House have confirmed that Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will now be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, has delivered a statement on the steps of Downing Street.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
There's been a reaction from around the world. Henry and the rest of us here on Times Radio will bring you those reactions in the coming hours.
Nkem Ifejika, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Nkem. Love to hear what you have to say as well, because I'm not the only person who's reflecting this evening. I'm sure you are as well. Kate, thank you very much indeed for your text. Kate says, her death, meaning the Queen's death, was easy, you say, Kate. Any prolongation would have meant suffering. She saw her Prime Minister out 40 minutes by all accounts, she say, and welcomed her new one. Clearly spent her energy and died peacefully. A good end from her point of view. Kate, thank you very much indeed. This is Henry Bonsu. Please get in touch with us like Kate did. You can text us. The number is 87222. Start your message with the word Times. You can tweet us at Times Radio. So this is a global event. We're talking about it here, but people are discussing it all over the world. Leaders from across the Commonwealth, indeed, they've been paying tribute to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau led tributes from those nations over which the Queen ruled. He said, "It was with the heaviest of hearts that we learned of the passing of Canada's longest reigning sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. She was a constant presence in our lives, and her service to Canadians will forever remain an important part of our country's history." Jane Flanagan is the Times Africa correspondent in Cape Town. Jane, good evening to you.
Good evening, Henry.
What kind of reaction are you getting over there?
Yes, well, as you know, Africa was a constant thread throughout the Queen's reign, and I'm speaking to you from Cape Town, which actually was the destination of her first ever overseas trip. And I've been getting a lot of messages throughout the afternoon after this news came from Buckingham Palace that doctors were concerned for the Queen's health and that the family were gathering, and people have contacted me in South Africa to find out, what the news was, what to expect. I think it's fair to say that the Queen has been enmeshed in millions of people's lives. The Commonwealth, the citizens of the Commonwealth take up a third of the world's population, and African countries account for a third of the Commonwealth. So it is with deep connections between Africa, the Queen, and the royal family. And really, Africa was the bookends of her reign. She began it in Kenya during the visit to the Safari Lodge treetops. And it was in her last visit was to Uganda. And throughout that time, I think she's made more than a dozen royal tours to Africa and visited well over 20 countries. And of course, has lived through major developments in the life of the continent during her reign, gone from the colonial period, post-independence. And I think what's really important is that she stayed on good terms with a lot of Africa's leaders who she's maintained goodwill and good friendships in Africa during very, very turbulent times. Apartheid era, South Africa, Namibia, all these countries that have gone through independence and left the colonies, but still have maintained great affection for the Queen.
Which is very interesting. I mean, some African activists ask how this could be because they say, well, Britain was a colonial power. Look at the state of some of the African countries today, etc. But still, and I'm of African heritage, and I'm a frequent traveller to many of these countries, and it is true, people do look on Britain with a degree of fondness, partly because it was forged during that particular period, and people seem to want to maintain those links. And I remember, you might remember this, Jane, I wasn't alive at the time, but famously she danced with Kwame Nkrumah,
yes.
Ghana's founding president, in 1961, yes. in defiance of some of the royal protocol at the time.
Absolutely, and I think that just demonstrates that we've all seen the picture of them dancing. Quite a shock at the time in the 60s for a white British queen to be in the arms of an African leader. But I think the Queen has often been ahead of the time, and actually on some big issues in Africa, the Commonwealth really has led the way. I would have to say I'm quite a big critic of the Commonwealth in more recent years, where I think it has been behind the curve. But it was at that time when Ghana was threatening to leave the Commonwealth. She took that rather surly president in her arms, spun him around the dance floor, and Ghana is still a member of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth, took a stance over South Africa, Namibian independence. It was pro the cancelling of debts to poor countries. There have been many occasions when I think we've forgotten how radical an organisation the Commonwealth has proved capable to be in its long history. And I think perhaps, if we're going to throw things forward a bit, Henry, if the Commonwealth is going to maintain its relevance and calm down questions about what its purpose is, perhaps it needs to re-radicalise a bit.
Regain its radicalism. Jane, I'm going to have to pause you there. It's interesting that you called the late Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah surly. There are many Ghanaians who will be fizzing at their radio right now, but we're going to move on, Jane. You and I will revisit that on a future occasion, I think. But we need to go to Kenya because Charlie Mitchell is the Times correspondent there, and it's important to recall, as Jane did a moment ago, Charlie, that the 25-year-old Princess Elizabeth was perched in a treehouse in Kenya from which she'd watched a herd of elephants led by matriarchs come to a watering hole on the very morning of her father, King George VI's death. So there's resonance there in Kenya, is there not?
Yeah, good evening, Henry.
Hi.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, she was at Treetops, where I'll be going tomorrow. On that evening when the king died, and there's the famous line from Jim Corbett, who is the kind of naturalist, who was at the top of the ladder with a rifle to make sure that a leopard didn't climb up it while she was up there. He said a young girl climbed into the tree as a princess and climbed down as a queen. And that kind of made Treetops the most famous treehouse in the entire world. A whole bunch of celebrities went there afterwards. But she actually found out about his death and that she'd become the queen after she'd left Treetops, a few hours after she'd left, and then she very quickly returned to London on a flight via Entebbe in Uganda.
And what kind of things are people saying in Kenya? Of course, the big story has been who is going to be the next president. And finally, we know the Supreme Court has ruled it's going to be William Ruto, the former vice president. He's now president-elect. But what about this story, the magnitude of it, and what people are saying on air and maybe online?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. I mean, the Jubilee happened quite recently, of course, and there was quite a muted reaction in Kenya, partly because the election was sort of in full flow at that point. People were campaigning, and they were also having a national day at the time. But yeah, the president-elect William Ruto has come out in the last few minutes, actually, with a tweet saying that he sending his condolences to the people of the UK, saying that that Kenya would miss the cordial ties that the Queen had with Kenya, and that her memory inspires the country, and also talking about the importance of the Commonwealth, as Jane was just talking about. But I was in touch today with a guy called Douglas Mwangi, who's perhaps the biggest monarchist in Kenya. He organised the only event, for what I could tell, during the Jubilee, which took place in a little village about 20 kilometres from Treetops, with 50 people in a village hall for the Jubilee. And he's absolutely heartbroken. He said Kenyans love the Queen, that it's such a sad day, that she's a massive loss, how much she meant to him. That's something that plenty of people are saying. At the same time, it's fair to say that Kenya has looked, to different countries, for partners, and that will be the case with the new president too. The relationship with China has improved a lot, or has certainly got stronger and closer in recent years, and the importance of the UK, perhaps as a partner, has dwindled undeniably. But the Queen has remained just a real important symbol of international leadership and devotion. And that has continued, and that means that there is enormous respect for the Queen in Kenya, and she remains an important and revered figure, really.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much indeed for that. It's Charlie Mitchell is a Times correspondent in Kenya, and before that we heard from Jane Flanagan, Times Africa correspondent in Cape Town. Thank you very much to John D, who says, Henry, I am old enough to remember the death of King George VI. I now feel the most insecure of my whole life with King Charles III and Prime Minister Truss looking after the country with so little experience between them, both with some doubts about their past. I hope they both take notice of how Elizabeth II devoted herself to the country. Good luck to them both and to the citizens of the UK. That's from John D. Anybody else feel that way? Because I've spoken to one or two people who feel a little bit insecure, a bit uncertain. I've been talking to one or two friends earlier, and that's before the news of the Queen's passing broke, officially. People have been saying, well, we've had Brexit, we've, gone through this pandemic, this climate change, we've had 4 prime ministers in 6 years. What's happening in Britain? I just feel uncertain. Does anybody else feel that? Or do you feel, look, Britain has weathered so many storms in the past. It is still a very, very powerful country. It doesn't rule the waves anymore, but it has some very, very strong friends, a powerful economy, very, very stable, with a very powerful history. With all of that, how can you feel insecure? Come back to us. Text us on 87222. Start your message with the word Times. Or you can tweet us at Times. At Times Radio. It is 8:44. Let's go to Eleanor Sherwood, who is outside Buckingham Palace now. Eleanor, the last time I looked, I saw throngs, hundreds, I don't know, maybe even thousands of people outside Buckingham Palace. Some of them with their phone, their lights on, people just standing around. I'm not sure if it's still raining. What's happening now?
Hi, Henry. Good to speak to you. Yes, it's definitely still raining here, but that hasn't stopped thousands of people from coming. The mood is really somber, but also people have been erupting into hip-hip hoorays for the Queen. There have been spontaneous applause. I've spoken to so many people carrying flowers, some people crying. A lot of people have told me that they've come out just because they felt it's the right thing to do. I spoke to some dancers from the Royal Academy of Dance who said that they danced for the Queen, and they wanted to come out here, to pay their respects and celebrate her life in quite a different way. So it's been really moving being here tonight and seeing just how many people the Queen has touched throughout their lives, people of all generations.
And would you say it's mainly tourists, as it usually is outside Buckingham Palace, or are there a lot of Brits like the RADA dancers?
Do you know what? It's a real mix of people, to be honest. I've spoken to a lot of people who said that their holidays just fell at the time, and so obviously they've come out. There have been people from Puerto Rico, people from Chile. I've spoken to people from all over, but lots of Brits as well. A lot of people have quite clearly just come from work and bought some flowers just to pay their respects to a monarch that's been present throughout their lives.
Well, indeed. And I imagine that during the day, before the news became official, people were just passing around rumours, little snippets that they were getting from Twitter or other social media platforms. But then at 6:30, I think you were there at that time at 6:30, the mood probably changed quite profoundly.
Yes, I was just arriving here at about 6:30, and it was quite shocking really just to hear everybody on the tube start to realise what was happening. And as I was coming out of Green Park, people were running down here with flowers, try and get to the front and pay their respects to the Queen. The flag's flying at half-mast, and I think people, are just willing to stand out in the rain, just to, pay their respects and really celebrate the monarch that she was and that reigned for so long.
Eleanor Sherwood outside Buckingham Palace, thank you very much. Just looking at the TV monitor in front of me, and I see a picture, a little clip of the Queen messing around with Paddington Bear. Now, who would have thought that, during the occasion of the Platinum Jubilee? I really do feel that the Queen just loosened up a lot more as she got older and just thought, yes, I'm the Queen, never complain, never explain. I'm this steady and stable and solid symbol, but at the same time, I can relax now. I've done my job. The succession is nigh, but I want people to see more of me. That's me thinking, having watched the Queen over the last few years pretty closely. But do you feel the same way? I'd love to hear what you have to say. The Queen was more at ease with herself as she got into her 90s. Your thoughts on that, please. You can get in touch with us in the usual way. It's 8:47. This is Henry Bonsu on Times Radio. We're reflecting on the life and reign of Queen Elizabeth II, who welcomed 15 prime ministers, which she actually appointed them, not just welcomed them, and opened every session of Parliament since her accession in 52, except in 1959, 1963 and 2022. Now, remember, in 1959 and 1963, she was pregnant with Prince Andrew and Prince Edward, respectively. This year, she missed her first session in nearly 60 years due to concern about her health and those mobility issues. So let's, with that in mind, talk to parliamentary historian Daniel Britton. Daniel, hello.
Good evening, Henry.
Hi.
Very interesting what you've said just there. I was
lucky enough to be the BBC's producer for 6 of those state openings of Parliament, which I showed live on BBC One. And very interesting, too, what you said about the Queen loosening up as she got older. I was in Westminster Hall for the 60th anniversary of her reign, where she was well enough to make a speech to the assembled houses, Lords and Commons, and it had some really pretty good jokes in it. Now, she would not have done that in earlier decades, because I also covered an earlier Jubilee in 2002. But in that one, I think she felt that you're absolutely right. The time is now. I'm safely secure on the throne. The succession is clear. I feel more comfortable in myself in telling the odd joke. And that was a real departure for her. And I have actually heard rumours, possibilities, that it's not confirmed, Henry, but the Commons and Lords, it may be paying tribute to the Queen tomorrow, Friday. People have been wondering whether it would be tomorrow, whether it would be more likely to be Monday. But it would seem, by no means guaranteed, but there is rumours around that it could happen as early as tomorrow.
Right. Now, Daniel, by the way, I'm glad you endorsed my view that she loosened up as she got older. When it comes to her role and her relationship with Parliament and her Prime Ministers, people need to remember, yes, she was a constitutional monarch, not an absolute one like some of her gory predecessors, but she still played a key role during the 70 years of her reign. Now, how sure-footed was she?
Well, in 70 years, I think most of us would make a hell of a lot of mistakes. So on the constitutional basis, I think she made, I suspect, very few things that she would wish she'd done again. There were some very interesting moments in her reign, particularly at the time of the Scottish referendum, when she, speaking to a crowd outside the church one Sunday when she was staying at Balmoral, said she hoped people would think very carefully before they made their vote in that referendum. Now, that was a subject of considerable controversy, because it was said that was the Queen essentially warning people. So that was a very interesting moment. And there have been other such sort of throwaway remarks that could be interpreted in other ways, and were probably meant to be interpreted in other ways, certainly at a Commonwealth conference. Funny enough, you were talking earlier, Henry, about relations in Commonwealth countries, and I was lucky enough to be the producer for the Queen's Christmas broadcast in 2 years, 1999 and 2000, and some of that filming took place in Australia after a long period of debate about the monarchy in Australia, and because of that, the Queen had felt that it was not sensible for her to visit that country, while the monarchy itself was a subject of controversy. But after that referendum, she went fairly soon to Australia, and I remember watching her walking into a room of politicians and absolutely charming them. Mm-hmm. She really turned on the charm in a way that I had never seen before, and extremely effectively. And she had the meeting out of her hand. She really did. And this is someone, they'd done arguments about the monarchy in abstract. When confronted by the Queen in reality, it was fascinating to see those politicians and how
that's the thing, Daniel, reacted. Because these politicians, and without being too disparaging, many of them here today, gone tomorrow, apart from maybe Churchill and one or two others. But she was there and she outlived them all. Daniel, we're going to have to move on. Thank you very much indeed for giving us the benefits of your wisdom and experience. That's parliamentary historian Daniel Britton. It is 8 minutes to 9. I'm Henry Bonsu, and this is Times Radio. Well, the Queen is, of course, the head of the Church of England. But of course, there are many other religious figures and denominations here in this country. And we're now going to speak to a very senior one who has offered his prayers for all of the royal family following the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I'm talking about Cardinal Vincent Nichols, the leader of the Catholic Church in England and Wales, and he's on the line now. Cardinal Nichols, good evening to you.
Good evening to you, Henry, and it is a sad, sad evening that we share now.
It is indeed. What are your thoughts? What's top of your mind at this point? Because the news is still just sinking in. It's only been confirmed just about two and a half hours ago.
Yes, I think the top of my mind is the same as everybody else's, that this is just a moment of such sorrow because we have lost such a remarkable person who embodied qualities, like of patience, of wisdom, of security, of stability. And we're going to have to live without that now, but hopefully taking to ourselves some of the lessons that she so embodied and wanted to instill in our public life, and I think in our personal lives as well.
Now, whenever I see you on television, Cardinal Nichols, I was raised a Catholic myself in Manchester. It was quite a Catholic community up there. And I often think about one of her predecessors, King Henry VIII. And I often, when I saw you interacting with the Queen, I wonder what they say to each other, how connected they are. Of course, all of that happened 500 or so years ago, but we wouldn't be there without that schism back then. What were your relations like? And did you ever discuss faith?
Do you mean my relations with the Church of England or with the Queen?
Well, with both.
Oh, with the Queen. Well, my relations with the Queen, I think, were quite cordial and warm. I had the privilege on one occasion to be seated next to her to dinner at Windsor Castle, and we talked very freely and very openly. She'd recently actually returned from Australia, her last visit there, and it was a wonderful moment where we talked about the importance of faith and the importance of her Christian faith and mine, and in a way that she echoed so regularly in those Christmas and Christmas messages. I mean, many of those texts are quite remarkable. She said, "For me, the teachings of Christ are my own personal accountability before God provide the framework in which I try to lead my life." She never ducked the opportunity of explaining herself because that's what lay at the heart of her stability. And that, of course, is shared across all the Christian churches. And there's no problem between us Catholics here and the Church of England. We understand each other perfectly now.
Mm-hmm. And the Queen visited the Vatican on several occasions. How significant will those visits have been to those who practice a Catholic faith, particularly here in the UK?
It's interesting you mention that, because when I was a young student in Rome, that was one of her early visits to the Vatican. That was in the 60s.
Were you at the Beda College there?
No, I was at the Venerable English College. Uh-huh. But just now, in the last few minutes, there's been a message to His Majesty King Charles III from Pope Francis. And he says this in his message to King Charles III: "I willingly join all who mourn her loss in praying for the late Queen's eternal rest and in paying tribute to her life of unstinting service to the good of the nation and the Commonwealth. Her example of devotion to duty, her steadfast witness of faith in Jesus Christ, and her firm hope in his promise." And then he says, "I commend her noble soul to the goodness of our Heavenly Father, and I assure Your Majesty, King Charles, of my prayers that God will sustain you with his unfailing grace as you take up your high responsibilities as king." So an immediate message, a very personal message from Pope Francis to our new monarch, I think signals the closeness of the relationships that we have nowadays.
Indeed, it does. Thank you very much indeed to Cardinal Vincent Nichols, the leader of the Catholic Church in England and Wales. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on Times Radio. It's at 3 minutes to 9. I'm Henry Bonsu, and you're listening to Times Radio. You can respond to anything you've heard on the programme this evening. It doesn't have to be heavy and deep. It can just be a couple of lines. You know, you can just tweet us, or you can send us a text. It doesn't have to be really profound. Just a quick reflection or a quick thought to say that, yeah, I'm listening. I'm glad you're covering this. Or have you thought about talking about this aspect or that aspect? Hey, you know, here we are. This is a live programme. It's dynamic and it's organic, and we're here to reach out to you and you to us. So the text number is 87222. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. I'm with you through till 10 this evening, and then Kate Borsey will be sitting in for Carol Walker from 10 p.m. through till 1 tomorrow morning. We'll hear what Kate has got lined up in about 25 or so minutes. Now, as a former National Security Advisor and Ambassador, Lord Peter Ricketts met the Queen on many occasions. On one occasion, Lord Ricketts hosted a party in Paris when he was Ambassador to France, attended by the Queen and Prince Philip, to mark the 70th anniversary of the D-Day landings during the Second World War. Lord Ricketts joins us now. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
What are your thoughts as you and I are speaking now?
I mean, I have the picture that Her Majesty gave me in 2014 during the state visit next to me here. I mean, like everybody, like the Archbishop has just expressed, profound sadness, but also profound gratitude, I think, for that 70 years of service. The fact that she carried out one more important constitutional duty just a day or two before her death, handing over from one prime minister to the next. I mean, that I think she would have wanted to be doing her duty until the very end, and indeed she did. A wonderful lady, an enormous privilege to have her staying in her house, of course, which I was simply the tenant in Paris for 2 nights. Absolutely unforgettable, as she will be to everyone in the UK.
That's right, and very much a woman of her generation when you talk about that lifelong service, that devotion and the determination to go on, whatever infirmity or mobility issues throughout her, to the very end.
She saw what she did as her duty, absolutely. And she was determined to do it to her very best. And she did. Every single day I saw her on many occasions. She never changed. She was never out of humour. She was always well informed. The most moving thing that I remember is when we did the visit to Paris and then to the beaches in 2014, the 70th anniversary. There was a big international gathering, lots of heads of state, 40 heads of state and government. On the beaches, and in front of the Queen and all of them, they played some archive footage, including archive footage of the Queen in uniform in 1944. And everyone just applauded, you know, and there were tears in people's eyes to recall that she had served during the Second World War in London, and she was still serving then, and she served right up to the day of her death. Quite extraordinary.
Well, indeed, and of course, in that long 70-year reign, she saw so many changes and was able to adapt to many of them, was she not?
Yeah, changes in this country, changes around the world. She had personal links with all the monarchies, I think, and followed their affairs very closely. She saw every single ambassador from other countries who came to the UK and was well informed about their countries. And of course, she lived through profound changes in this country from 1952, the year actually I was born, right through until now. Quite extraordinary. And she has guided the royal family very deftly, very discreetly in a transformation, in a modernization, so that it's now ready, you know, for the new king to hand over, and then, you know, the Prince of Wales behind him. So she leaves the monarchy in marvelous shape, respected around the world. And I think we'll see over the next day or two, the wave of emotion and affection felt for the Queen all around the world will be quite amazing.
Well, indeed, Lord Ricketts, thank you very much indeed. As old as the Queen's reign, so you must have felt a special connection. Peter, thank you very much indeed, Lord Ricketts, former National Security Advisor and Ambassador. More texts coming in. Thank you very much indeed for those. The number is 87222. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. Thank you very much. Mystery texter, when King George died, the whole country shut down. Cinemas closed, as did most light entertainment centres, etc. Than dances, indeed. Light entertainment programmes were cancelled on the radio and replaced by very serious classical music. But that was a different world. I wonder how we will grieve the Queen's passing. Well, we'll find out much more in the coming hours and days. Let's get the latest news at just gone 9 o'clock. Here is Nkem Ifejika.
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. She was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The news was confirmed in a statement by Buckingham Palace just after 6:30 this evening, which stated, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow." Clarence House has confirmed that Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
The monarch serves as the head of the Church of England. A statement from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said, "As we grieve together, we know that in losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are." At Buckingham Palace, members of the public gathered outside to pay their respects to the Queen. Times Radio's Eleanor Sherwood is outside the palace gates in central London.
The rain hasn't stopped the crowds from gathering here at the palace to pay their respects to the Queen. Though the flag is flying half-mast and the mood is sombre, cheers and applause have been spontaneously erupting all evening for Britain's longest-serving monarch. These people came bearing flowers.
Seemed like the right thing to do. Enormous loss today for the whole country.
And a mother and her daughters told me of the fond memories they had of Her Royal Highness.
We danced on the Mall for the Queen for her 90th birthday, and so she's very much been part of their lives and our life.
The crowds have not stopped coming all night, and there are certainly many more who will gather here in her memory.
Queen Elizabeth was the monarch of more than 100 million people. World leaders have been paying their respects. The US President Joe Biden said the Queen led always with grace, unwavering commitment to duty and the incomparable power of her example, while Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the Queen one of my favourite people in the world. Her Majesty's reign began on the 6th of February 1952 when she was just 25 years old. In September 2015, she became Britain's longest-serving monarch, having sat on the throne for longer than her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. And in 2022, she became the first monarch in the country's history to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Sunday Times royal editor, Roya Necker, says her death has been impossible to prepare for.
The Queen is the only monarch that so many of us have ever known. She's, been the most constant, recognisable world figure for so many decades. And her impact was, and I'm sure still will be, absolutely enormous. So, it's a monumental thing to come to terms with.
The Queen's death has come a year after that of her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh. They were married for 73 years. When they married in 1947, they were expecting many years together before the crown passed to, as she was then, Princess Elizabeth. But the death of her father, King George VI, 5 years later, changed their lives and initiated what became the longest reign in British history. Dickie Arbiter worked for the Queen as her press secretary for 12 years. He says the values she was taught as a child stayed with her throughout her life.
It was the apocryphal story of that she would go around Buckingham Palace. If lights were on and nobody was there, she'd switch them off. She was brought up in that sort of generation that you did things like that you did save. You didn't waste unnecessarily. And she was, as I said, a countrywoman. She loved her dogs, she loved her horses, she loved horse racing. She liked people.
The Commonwealth, of which the Queen was the head, will be one of her greatest legacies. She saw her role as a unique chance to promote unity, and her commitment to the Commonwealth was unceasing. A word or intervention from the Queen soothed many international tensions. Domestically, she held a private audience with the Prime Minister every week, and over the course of her reign, more than a dozen Prime Ministers came and went. Here again is the Sunday Times royal editor, Roya Nicker.
I think history will remember Queen Elizabeth II as heralding and overseeing probably an even greater Elizabethan age than Queen Elizabeth I. If you think about the changing times that she lived through from the 1950s until present day, the change in society, the way that, world politics changed, and yet the Queen was this extraordinary constant amongst all of that, largely hugely respected and admired by, people around the world. I think she will be remembered as one of the most extraordinary, impressive, important people in history.
To end this bulletin, let us remind ourselves of a promise made by Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday in 1947.
I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Queen Elizabeth II, who was born on the 21st of April 1926, has died on the 8th of September 2022.
Nkem, thank you very much indeed, Nkem Nkvejika, with the latest news that it is 9 minutes past 9. This is Henry Bonsu with you for the next hour on this sombre evening as we reflect on the extraordinary reign of the Queen Elizabeth II. So we're at the end of the second Elizabethan age. And in the first hour, we took reaction from Washington, Johannesburg, Nairobi, and getting your reactions too. Texting us on 87222, starting your message with the words Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. And this is from Kate. She says, in response to my chat with the Very Reverend Vincent Nicol, the Cardinal, of the Catholic Cardinal here in England and Wales, he says, I thought the Archbishop sidestepped your point. The Anglican Church is based on divorce. I was talking about King Henry VIII and his split from the Catholic Church in Rome and then the foundation of the Church of England. Okay, thank you very much. And then Isla says this, I'm a Gen Z. I know very little about the royal family, but when Prince Philip died, I found that I learned a lot of fascinating things through the obituaries. Similarly, despite the sadness that comes with the Queen's death, I'm finding it interesting to learn more about the history and her life. And I knew I'd switch on Times Radio. I think you're being too kind. She says, no one better to put the Queen's life into perspective with profound, critical and interesting discussion about her life than Henry Bonsu, smiling. Well, that's very, very kind of you, and I'll try and live up to that during the final hour of this evening's programme before I hand on to Kate Borsay. So let's find out what people are saying at Buckingham Palace. Times Radio's Ollie Cole was there speaking to people following the news of the Queen's passing.
Stephen and Marie, you're here outside Buckingham Palace and the flag behind me is flying at half-mast, and we'll look around and everyone is sort of wondering what to do with themselves. What's going through your head this evening?
I'm very upset. I'm really emotional. I think it's best you speak to him because I can't.
Well, clearly I'm here. We were in London anyway, and just felt it was the right thing to come and pay our respects and obviously wish the family as well as they possibly can.
Yeah.
You know.
And it's a moment nobody ever expects, and it's a moment that makes everyone reflect on what an incredible service she's given to this country.
That's what I just put on a message, that she's an absolute legend and she gave up her whole life for us and our country. Yeah, she's wonderful. She was wonderful.
And just over the last 2, 3, 4 years, a whole new generation of people have come to sort of look to her through COVID and a country falling more and more from crisis to crisis. She stood at the centre of everything.
Yes.
Absolutely. She's been unwavering in the last 4 or 5 years, and has
publicly,
and has been a focal point for the country. Given lots of other political things that have been going on, she's been the one true thing that's kept us going, I think.
of course, the rest of the family now will carry on in her legacy and her tradition.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm sure that they will.
Yeah, we trust in that.
Yeah, we do trust in that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was Times Radio's Ollie Cole outside Buckingham Palace earlier today. Well, an emotional day for many as they remember the world's longest reigning monarch. National identity, unity and pride, a sense of stability and continuity. Whatever the Queen represents to people throughout the nation and indeed the world, it is sure that her impact will be lasting. Well, let's talk to the chairman of the Woodland Trust, Baroness Young of Old Scone, who's with me now. Baroness Young, good evening to you.
Good evening.
What does the loss of the Queen mean to you personally?
It's an incredibly sad day. I mean, she was part of our lives. I think I was 5 at her coronation because I'm very old, so I've lived all the way through her time. But the thing that is a great source of uplift at this moment was her huge commitment to the natural world. I mean, she very much loved her trees. And it was a delight for the Woodland Trust to be able to work with her right through many of the big occasions in her life and career, as it were, to mark the Diamond Jubilee with the creation of woods, to celebrate the Commonwealth and all that she'd achieved through the Commonwealth by the process of the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy, which provided a network of forest conservation right throughout the Commonwealth countries. And then most recently, for the Platinum Jubilee, when not only were people encouraged to plant major woods to commemorate the Platinum Jubilee, but also individuals were encouraged to plant even just one tree, and community groups and schools to become involved as well. And that was not just in this country, but right across the Commonwealth. So it's been a huge privilege to create these trees last very long, almost as long
Oh my
as
God, yes they do, especially these Californian redwoods. It can be 2,000 years old. General Sherman.
I hope we've not necessarily been planting Canadian redwoods unless that was the appropriate tree to plant.
I believe there are one or two parts in the UK.
Woodlands.
I believe there are one or two parts of the UK where they have tried planting Californian redwoods. But Baroness Young, I'm struck by something you said a moment ago. You said, I'm very old. I was 5 when the Queen came to the throne. Well, that shows you just how long her life is. I mean, you sound very young to me. You're 21 years younger than the Queen. So you're not old at all. And when she was 75, remember how sprightly she was.
Absolutely. And I think the fact that she loved trees, she very much appreciated the kind of stately pace at which trees act to deliver all sorts of benefits for wildlife, for amenity, for people, for climate change. She understood instinctively that trees were good things, and that's something that the Woodland Trust really appreciated and wants to carry on saying in a very loud voice. Planting a tree is a good thing, and protecting trees is a good thing, and trees eat CO2 for breakfast as well.
This is true. Baroness Young, this is true. I was at the World Forestry Congress recently, which was held in Korea, and they're all about trees, and forests. What's interesting is you're talking about the Queen's love of trees. We tend to associate King Charles III, the new king, with trees, but you're saying his mother, recently departed Queen, was also very passionate about this. It was deep for her.
Absolutely. And I think, she was a country person. She was very much into the natural world. And I think that came over in her understanding of why it was such an important issue, particularly in the Commonwealth. Because obviously, though we can do a lot in this country to help with climate change and to help protect biodiversity and all sorts of other benefits for people, the amount of work that needs to happen now and in the future to protect the forests globally, to make sure that we don't burn up in this planet of ours, is going to be even more of an important thing now that she's gone, and that we need to mark her memory by doing an even better job by trees globally.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Baroness Young, for talking to us. And Baroness was very, very passionate about trees and hailing the Queen's involvement in the Queen's Green Canopy, this tree planting initiative created to mark her Platinum Jubilee. It is 17 minutes past 9. I'm Henry Bonson. This is Times Radio. Well, Further tributes from world leaders have come in. The Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said, "An historic reign and a long life devoted to duty, family, faith and service has come to an end." The Russian President Vladimir Putin has also sent his condolences to Britain after the irreparable loss of Queen Elizabeth II. The Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte said the Netherlands remembers the Queen with the deepest respect. The Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, sent her deepest condolences to the royal family, people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth. And the President of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, called the Queen a close friend. Well, let's speak to the author and historian Matthew Dennison. And Matthew, in your latest book, The Queen, you offer a biography tracing the events of this reign that has spanned a colossal 7 decades from her birth in 1926 to the coronavirus pandemic. When you evaluate her achievement as, let's call it, a practitioner of monarchy across the entirety of those 70 years, what's the assessment?
Well, I think we have to agree that she has been overwhelmingly successful. Partly based on what we're seeing and feeling this evening. It seems to me that the fact that so many people feel such sadness, that it is the case that people are deeply saddened by today's news. It is partly because, of course, one of the things the Queen has done is maintain the centrality of the monarchy in British life. The fact that she has a kind of omnipresence for us. And something I found when I was researching my book was a wonderful quote from an uncle of the Duke of Edinburgh in 1938. Prince Christopher of Greece wrote about how special the relationship between the British people and the British Crown was, that it was a relationship that included a very sort of personal affection, which you don't necessarily find in monarchies across the world. And of course, one of the things the Queen did was preserve that. She was a figure who was regarded with considerable affection as well as admiration. That's not easy in a cynical society. It's not easy in a society in which people are diminished by social media. It's not easy in a society in which the cult of celebrity tends to shrink people. But of course, the Queen soared above the cult of celebrity because she was always a national focal point whose interest appeared to be in other people rather than herself, whereas the cult of celebrity seems to be very self-obsessed.
But Matthew, what was her secret then? I mean, was that it? That connection with the crown, you say, is different in this country from what you see in other monarchies around the world. Can you explain, was there a point when the 25-year-old Princess Elizabeth realised this is something that I'm growing into, I'm gaining experience, or was it just something that, hey, look, if you're doing it long enough, you're going to get better and better at it?
Well, I guess there's probably a combination of both of those things. The truth is that the Queen took the business of being Queen extremely seriously. She had been brought up by her parents and her grandparents to have a deep respect for her royal inheritance and for what it meant to be Queen. I don't think there's any reason for us to doubt that she enjoyed being Queen. She actually enjoyed meeting people. She had a naturally happy disposition and she was curious. And so the business of crisscrossing the nation, encountering wide varieties of different communities across the country was something that she positively enjoyed. And I think people recognized her own enjoyment. But I think really key to all of this is that it was done with modesty and humility, that her interest was in other people, her interest was in the promotion of this country and other nations of the Commonwealth. And if you listen to her public speeches time after time, the thing she praises is the instinct on people's parts to help other people. Much of the royal task is spent thanking people, rewarding people, praising people who take part in those voluntary charitable initiatives that make communities more coherent, that bring people together, that make the nation a happier place.
Well, Matthew, let me interrupt you a second. When I hear you saying this, I think, yes, but how much of that is her, Queen Elizabeth Windsor, and how much of it is the institution, the people around who have been there for many years, probably who knew her father, who are about continuity, and who will be advising at every turn?
Well, obviously, there's an element of that. And if we look at the Queen's reign and we look back from a historical perspective, she is absolutely a Windsor monarch because she followed the pattern of monarchy that had been evolved by her grandfather, George V, the first Windsor monarch, and then also followed by his son, her father, George VI. And it is the case that the Queen, certainly early in her reign, was not an innovator, but that was partly because of her deep respect and admiration for her father and her grandfather, and also because in the very different sexual politics of that time, we're talking the early 1950s, when Britain experienced a sort of a conservative revival, conservative with a small c, there was a lot of pressure on this young woman to listen to older men telling her how to go about things. Now, she was fundamentally dutiful, and she also greatly respected the memory of her father. So she was naturally predisposed to behave like that. So, of course, yes, there's an element of that. But I think if you go on doing something for 70 years, that's not because there are people still older people advising you, because obviously she'd seen them all.
Yes, she's seen them all off, yes.
And she did evolve her own way of doing things. I mean, her approach to monarchy was not the same as her parents. It was much looser. The introduction of the Royal Walkabout in 1970 and that kind of accessibility where the Queen simply, talked to whoever happened to be closest. And sometimes they were, proper conversation, not always. And in some cases, they would be very stilted. But in other cases, a real bond was forged. Well, that wasn't something either of her parents would have dreamt of doing. No British monarch since George II in the first half of the 18th century had actually spoken face to face with subjects in an informal way like that.
Mm-hmm. And finally, Matthew, people are talking about the end of this long second Elizabethan age, and one or two royal correspondents have said it may be viewed in time as even greater than that first Elizabethan age in the 16th and at the beginning of the 17th century. Can one possibly compare them and emerge with that conclusion? What do you think?
Well, it's interesting that the Queen herself didn't like comparisons. But I guess what we can say now is, the first Elizabethan era was a boom period for England. It was before Britain as the four United Nations. But for England, it was a boom period. The defeat of the Spanish Armada, the boom in culture, the efflorescence of literary culture, Shakespeare, etc. Everything was going for Elizabethan England, whereas, of course, our own Queen has presided over a nation that has been blighted by economic hardship, that has seen itself diminished on the national stage. But, of course, she never shrank. She ascended a very grand throne, and she maintained the grandeur of that throne, which, of course, then became an aspect of British prestige. And I think to do that, when all the conditions are against you, to maintain that sort of that scale, the fact that she remained the last global monarch. When people across the world referred to the Queen, they meant our Queen Elizabeth II, not any of the other queens reigning at that point. I mean, that is a real achievement.
Yeah. Matthew, thank you so much for spending time with us this evening on Times Radio. That's Matthew Dennison, author of The Queen, and he is an historian. It is 9:25. Thank you very much to Andy Scorga, who says, Henry, I was born in 1953, so she was already Queen. I met her twice, and she remembered me on the second occasion, with a twinkle in her eye. No wonder she'll be mourned. Such a special woman. God rest your majesty, yours till the gin runs out. Andy Scorgi. Andy, thank you very much. Lovely little reflection. You can add yours too, if you'd like. You can text us. The number is 87222. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us at Times Radio. Now, the Queen served as our monarch, of course, our head of state, but also head of the British Armed Forces for 70 years. She played a crucial role in the lives of British military personnel. Let's talk to Lord Richard Dannatt. Lord Dannatt, former Chief of the General Staff. Good evening to you, Lord Dannatt.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
On this very sad evening.
Well, indeed, yes. So let's do a little bit of reflecting. You met the Queen on a number of occasions. I can see you're actually wearing black in tribute. What are your thoughts at this time?
Well, a huge number of thoughts. But you're absolutely right as far as your introduction is concerned. It's a great tragedy for the nation that our much beloved sovereign monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, has died. But of course, there's a particular link with members of the armed forces, members of the Royal Navy, the British Army, Royal Air Force, Royal Marines, because when we join our armed forces in this country, we don't sign a document of allegiance to the government or anything. We actually swear an oath of allegiance to the sovereign. And in my case, and in actually everybody else listening to this, in their cases, to Her Majesty the Queen, the late Queen Elizabeth II. So this is a great loss for the nation, but it's a very personal loss for all of us who have dedicated our lives to serving the sovereign in the best interests of our nation. So, yes, of course, we are privileged to have many happy memories of her, but actually it's a particularly sad loss because of the personal relationship that's now been severed between ourselves and Queen Elizabeth II. And in the moment that she breathed her last breath, that allegiance was transferred immediately to King Charles III. We'll have to say, God save the Queen, but God save the King.
Thank you for that, Lord Dan. Earlier we spoke to Mark Elliott, Chief Advocacy Ambassador at Help for Heroes, and he talked about that special bond as well between the Queen and the members of the military. But you have a personal reflection, I believe. On one occasion you were in Northern Ireland and you were trying to get back here for your daughter's 18th birthday, and you were stuck.
Well, that's right. I mean, the great privilege of being relatively senior in the armed forces is that one met many members of the royal family and the Queen on a number of occasions. And on this particular occasion, you're absolutely right, 6th of October 2006 was the day of the disbandment parade of the Royal Irish Home Service Battalions, who had worked tirelessly on behalf of the Crown during the troubles during the Northern Ireland campaign. Anyway, they were to be disbanded on that particular date, and the Queen was there. The Queen presided over the parade, and she left to go to the airport to fly home. My wife and I was Chief of the General Staff at the time, we left shortly after to also fly home. Halfway to the airport, I got a message to say, General, very unfortunately, your aircraft has gone US. So we were effectively grounded. A few minutes later, I got a message from the Queen to say, look, if you hurry up, we can give you a flight back on our aircraft. And she then very helpfully sent her motorcycles back to give us an escort to Belfast Airport, City Airport, which we duly did. We arrived and we climbed up the steps into the plane, and there was the Queen, and she said, hello, well, look, to my wife, you sit there and you sit there, and we'll all have tea. Which we duly did. And then when we arrived back, ultimately, I can say in London, she said, well, please give our very best wishes, my very best wishes to your birthday, to your daughter for her 18th birthday. So she was someone, most people were petrified and tongue-tied when they met. But actually, when you met her a number of times and could talk to her as, without being disrespectful, the nation's much-loved grandmother, she was another human being with a very human side. So it's a doubly, trebly, quadruply sad today that Her Majesty's died.
I tell you, Lord Dan, I love the little detail. If you hurry up, and I think you had to stop off at Balmoral on the way, didn't you?
Yeah, well, we did. I was just trying to short circuit the conversation.
That's right. No, I love that.
We got on the plane at Belfast, and she said, well, actually, we're really flying to Aberdeen because I'm going to Balmoral. To which we said, well, that's really no problem. And she said, well, the plane is going back to London. To which we said, of course, ma'am, that's really no problem. And we'll be back in very good time for our daughter Richenda's 18th birthday party, which we were. So everybody was satisfied on that very happy occasion, much remembered by us on the 6th of October, 2006.
Lord Dannatt, former Chief of the General Staff, thank you very much indeed for sharing some memories with us on Times Radio. It is 9:31. I'm with you through till 10. Henry Bonsu on Times Radio. Then I'll be handing over to Kate Borsey, and Kate will be with you for 3 hours with various reflections and looking ahead to what's going to happen over the next few days. She's sitting in for Carol Walker. Let's get the latest news now, though. Here's Nkem Ifejika.
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. The news was confirmed by Buckingham Palace just after 6:30 this evening. The statement read, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The Queen and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow." The Queen was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. Clarence House has confirmed that Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will now be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Prime Minister Liz Truss delivered a statement on the steps of Downing Street.
Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
There'll be more updates in the coming hours.
Thank you very much indeed to Nkem Ikevechi. Look, I know Nigerians' names, so I should be able to do that without even thinking about it. Nkem Ifejika, thank you very much indeed. This is Henry Bonsu on Times Radio with you through till 10 this Thursday evening, the 8th of September. Well, the tributes continue to pour in from around the world. The Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro said the country would be holding 3 days of official mourning in honour of the Queen. He described Queen Elizabeth as not just a Queen of England, but a Queen to all of us, adding that she was an extraordinary and unique woman whose example of leadership, humility and love for her homeland will continue to inspire us and the whole world until the end of time. Indeed, the global reach of Queen Elizabeth truly cannot be understated. So let's go to Malta, where she reigned as Queen from 1964 to 1974, and Malta famously held a special place in the Queen's heart. Dr. Ian Borg, the Foreign Minister of Malta, is on the line. Dr. Borg, good evening to you.
Thank you. Good evening to you. And first of all, allow me to give our condolences to the new monarch, King Charles III, the royal family and the people of Great Britain. As you rightly pointed out, Queen Elizabeth II was respected and admired, not least in Malta, where she also lived for a number of years as a young princess and visited several times as monarch. Her last overseas trip was also, in fact, to Malta for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in 2015. And I also had the privilege and opportunity to greet her in person whilst she was heading the meeting.
And what kind of reception, Dr. Borg, did she receive in Malta? What did people think, and why did they think it?
Well, in Malta, we feel proud and happy too that we have had the good fortune of having hosted the young Princess Elizabeth and also the love of her life, Prince Philip, during their joyful times of courtship. As Her Majesty also expressed publicly several times, these were splendid and unforgettable years for her and the Prince. The house where they lived is also treated like a holy shrine. The Maltese government procured also this villa from its private owners in order to restore it to its original pristine beauty and glory, and thus make sure that the young princess' happy years in Malta remain enshrined in our history. She loved Malta, and the Maltese people truly loved her.
Mm-hmm. And so the Queen and Prince Philip's former home, so it's Villa Guardamandia, so that's the one that's going to be a museum. So what's it like inside? And how are they going to restore it?
Well, first of all, as I told you, the government had to buy it back from the original owners, and now under the supervision of the respective authorities, it's undergoing the necessary preservation and conversion. So like the rest of the Maltese, I look forward to this project, and will definitely feature prominently in our heritage.
And when it comes to the connection between Malta and Britain, how strong is it now? And are you concerned that now that the Queen has passed on, it may be a little bit loosened?
Look, I think it's very strong. The fact that over the years, I mean, the relationship between the two countries went beyond the formalities. Her Majesty, our respective leaders in the country, the bond then went on and on by having people-to-people relationships, families, culture, businesses. So I believe the relationship will be going from strength to strength, but, and there's a but, it will never be the same, I think.
Oh, why? Don't you have a strong connection with the now King Charles III?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that there will be an equal and important connection with the King Charles III. But of course, the legacy that Her Majesty built along the decades of tenure will have a special place in the heart of the Maltese, and I think the rest of the world. So I'm pretty sure that everyone agrees with me, and now we have to work in order to maintain it, and I'm pretty sure it will go from strength to strength, as I said.
Well, yes, I'm sure you'll be marketing the Villa Guardamandia very strongly to British visitors and other visitors, because we have to remember that the newlyweds, Princess Elizabeth and Prince Philip, lived just outside Valletta, the capital of Malta, for those 2 years. That's between 1949 and 1951. That's when Prince Philip was stationed there with HMS Magpie, and that's where the really strong connection comes from, isn't it?
Yes, and she kept repeating the fondness and the memories that she had about our islands. She didn't lose an opportunity to visit Malta in her official capacity, and not least the remarkable last trip. Her last official trip overseas was basically Malta, as highlighted by several news agencies in the past hours. So I'm pretty sure that all this will feature prominently when her house will be converted into a full-blown museum.
And Dr. Borg, I've been asking many of my guests this evening about, slightly more intimate reflections. So a little thing, a bit of repartee they had with the Queen, or something that would help to illustrate to our listeners who she really was, because we see the Majesty, her bearing, how she was over the 70 years of her reign, but it's the vignettes, the little bits, the reflections that really help build up a more intimate picture. Do you have one from when you met her in November 2015? Something that she said, something you said to her, a little bit of a connection?
Well, I mean, it's a particular moment where you feel that you're meeting someone special, not just the head of state, not just any other monarch. And I choose to say, and to add to that, the love that sprouted in the fifth decade of the 20th century will remain forever, even in the hearts of future generations. So I'm sure many future generations will continue to learn and read about Her Majesty.
Thank you very much indeed to Dr. Ian Borg, Foreign Minister of Malta, with your reflections. Thank you very much indeed for being candid with us and in sharing. You can share too, please do. Text us on 87222. Start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us. The hashtag is Times Radio. Coming up after me is Kate Balsay. She'll be talking to Lord Carey, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, and also Danny Finkelstein, Times columnist, and Trevor Phillips, also Times columnist and former head of the Equality and Human Rights Commission. Now, the House of Commons, this is breaking news, will sit at noon tomorrow for MPs to pay tribute to the Queen in a session due to last until 10 p.m. So that's all day. This is new. So the House of Commons will sit at noon tomorrow, and MPs will take their time to pay tribute to the Queen in a session that's going to last 10 hours all day. And there will also be a rare sitting on Saturday where senior MPs will take the oath to King Charles III from 2 p.m, with tributes continue again until 10 p.m. And it now appears that police have removed barriers blocking the gates to Balmoral Castle to allow the public to lay flowers for the Queen. The area had been blocked off as members of the royal family arrived earlier, including the Duke of Cambridge and the Duke of Sussex. Now, we've talked about the Queen's global influence, and that, of course, includes the Channel Islands. The Queen's first visit to the islands was in 1949. The then Princess Elizabeth was accompanied by Prince Philip and then went to Jersey and Alderney. The Earl of Jersey wrote on Twitter, "My most sincere condolences and sympathies to the royal family, a great servant to our country and the only monarch many have ever known." Well, I'm joined now by Fiona Pottigny, Deputy Editor of the Bailiwick Express. It's based in Jersey. Fiona, hello.
Good evening to you.
Hi. Can you tell us more about the reactions? What kind of things are people saying, the kind of reflections, essentially how the Queen will be remembered in Jersey?
Yes, of course. Well, the Queen has a very special relationship with the Channel Islands. It's worth just reflecting on that for a moment. So the people of Jersey, she wasn't just known as Her Majesty the Queen. She was also toasted as La Reine Notre Duc. She holds the title of Duke of Normandy, which reflects this special constitutional relationship.
Encore une fois, s'il vous plaît, Fiona. La Reine... il y a quelques-uns ici qui parlent français. La Reine Notre Duc. So the Queen, our Duke, as opposed to Duchess.
Yes, so it goes all the way back to the time her forebears were the Dukes of Normandy. This takes us all the way back to 1066. So this is a very special relationship with the Channel Islands as a result of that, and of course where we get our status as crown dependencies. We are loyals, we are dependents of the crown. So naturally, this very sad news today has had led to some very deep sorrow here in the Channel Islands, and some tributes from, of course, all of our main authorities, our chief minister, of course, our bailiff as the main, who's currently acting as lieutenant governor, so the royal representative on the island. Of course, millions around the world have admired her strength of character, and I think the royals for the islands particularly hold a special kind of status for islanders because of our history of occupation. And the Queen every single year has always made sure to send messages on Liberation Day each year, the day that the island was freed from Nazi occupation. Even when she wasn't able to attend the island for Liberation Days, she would send perhaps a royal representative. We were lucky to have Prince Edward here this year, who sent his warmest regards to the islands on her behalf. And in fact, we've also had very many devoted representations from islanders this evening, reflecting on their memories of these various occasions that she has visited. There was often a common thread. The Queen was actually a patron of our Royal Agricultural and Horticultural Society, and a great lover of the Jersey cow, Jersey milk, Jersey produce that comes as a result of that. And in fact, on one visit, she was even presented with a Jersey cow as a gift, one of the more unusual ones that she received over the years.
Well, she didn't take it back, did she?
I think it was very well looked after on her behalf. But beyond that, there are some unusual traditions that people have been fondly recalling as well. When the Queen came over, it's actually a tradition that she should be presented with dead mallards when she visited by a seigneur of the island. As, of course, quite unusual, but
dead mallards.
Very, very much enjoyed. Yes, exactly. And also showing her common touch, she would make time for speaking to islanders personally, those who had great involvement, for example, within the charitable sector. I know that there was a particularly memorable visit, I believe, back in, I think this was in 1989. She went to the home of a man named Malcolm Gray in Gorey Village for a private 10-minute visit. He was a former BBC Jersey presenter, and he was a very well-known charity worker who sadly 2 years earlier than that had a big stroke. But she came to kind of tell him, of her great appreciation for what he'd done, and also, championing the charitable cause despite having undergone a lot of difficulties himself. She also, during that same visit, she enjoyed some Jersey produce, as I mentioned before.
You really keep pushing this Jersey produce, don't you, Fiona?
I do indeed, yes. Well, exactly. She attended, just round the corner from his home, she attended what was at the time the Jersey Potteries restaurant, where she had smoked salmon followed by lobster, of course Jersey Royal potatoes bearing the royal name as well. Fresh fruit salad and local pastries, as well as wine from Lamar Vineyards here in Jersey, are local ones. But one of another memorable moment was that a local jewellers, Aurum, produced a silver gilt copy of the royal mace. So this is an important ceremonial tool that is carried into our States Chamber, which commences each sitting of our politicians whenever they're due to pass legislation. So presenting this was a very special moment. Also.
Tremendous, Fiona. Merci beaucoup, Fiona Pottigny, Deputy International Trade Minister. Sorry, Deputy Editor. You see what I did there, Fiona? You were flogging the produce so much, I really had to tease you. But that's wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. Fiona is the Deputy Editor of the Bailiwick Express on Jersey. This is Henry Bonsu on Times Radio. It is 12 minutes to 10. Let's have some further reflections now, because, after the somber news from Balmoral earlier this evening at 6:30 precisely, I think, wasn't it? National life will be put on hold as we, the country, gather, and we will mourn the loss of the Queen. Well, Nick Serpell is former BBC obituary editor and royal expert, and he wrote the BBC's obituary of Her Majesty. Nick, good evening to you.
Hello, Henry.
Hi. Now, I started my life at the BBC about 31 or so, 32 years ago. And I remember every few years we'd kind of go through obit rehearsals. Were you in charge of those back then, or is it more recent?
Well, not as far back as that, Henry, but I do remember that you were involved at the time. But more recent, over the last 10, 12 years, I was looking after that.
And can you explain how you did it, how you would decide how long the obit should be, what you should put in it, what the high point should be, and the overall tone?
Well, I expect a lot of people may have seen it already tonight, because we're all reeling. I'm reeling a bit. To be perfectly honest with you, I feel a little bit sort of as though a leg has been kicked out from under me, because like a lot of us, we've always thought the Queen was always going to be there, even though rationally we knew she wasn't. And I'd been sort of working on all this for years and years, and suddenly there it is. And it's been quite an emotionally draining day for me, but putting the material together was quite easy, because there is so much. It's more what you leave out. Yeah. When you look at a 70-year reign starting in 1952, right up until today, if you did an obituary that covered every aspect of that particular reign, it will probably run for several hours. So television is not, as you know, Henry, television has a fairly short lifespan as far as things are concerned.
It does. Now, when you look, when you think back to the obituary that you saw go out, it's gone out several times on the BBC today, and you say you feel as though one of the legs has been kicked out from you. Can you explain why that is, and what the thread hanging everything together has been from your point of view?
I think we approached it from the point of view at this. Very few people remember this country when she wasn't the monarch. Yeah. You'd have to be well into your 70s, and I know you're nowhere near that, Henry, so you won't remember this at all. But she's always been there, and even people who don't even think about monarchs very much, or who don't particularly like monarchy, you pull a coin out your pocket, you put a banknote down on the counter, you look at a Royal Mail van goes past, she's there, isn't she, in all those things. And I think the thread that runs through the whole thing was there was a sort of a continuity of her being there. Politicians come and go, don't they? And we all get very cynical about politicians. But the Queen was always there, and she was above all that. And you felt there was something like the glue holding the nation together, if you like, amongst all the changes that have happened during her reign. So I think that's how a lot of people are viewing it. And some of the people out tonight at Buckingham Palace were being told that they have a profound sense of loss that she's no longer there. And I think that's very true. And I think it's going to take a few days to come to terms with that.
It will, because, I mean, I myself, and I've been aware of these obits that everybody keeps, just in case something happens, in case there isn't a big, long build-up. And although one could see that whatever was being described as mobility issues, there was probably something else going on. And probably a lot of people have thought that ever since the passing of the Duke of Edinburgh last year. But, this has not happened for a very, very long time. So we're talking 70 years. A number of people have sent in messages saying they feel ill at ease, they feel insecure. What do you think this change of monarch will mean? Do you think it will mean a national change of gear, a different kind of country, the end of this Elizabethan age?
Well, it's certainly the end of an Elizabethan age. And you know yourself, Henry, she came to the throne at a time when Britain was a completely different country. And I suppose when you look back at the history of monarchs in the United Kingdom and England, Scotland, over the years, there has probably been more change socially during Queen Elizabeth II's reign between 1952 and today than any other monarch. When she came to the throne, she had a court. A lot of the things that went on in court when she became monarch was still rooted in Victorian history. A lot of the attitudes were the same. The empire was still pretty much intact. Attitudes about authority and politicians were completely different. And I think that, for me, sums up the difference between her reign and maybe monarchs of the past. The fact we're so different as a country, we see ourselves differently. And I think that really pulls it all. And we're at a stage now where she was that, as I said earlier on, she was that sort of glue that held us together through all these changing times when things were changing and people become a little bit apprehensive about the way things are going in various places. She's gone. So I think people are now thinking, what's next?
Well, there was an awful lot of succession planning, wasn't there, Nick?
Oh, well, there is no. You don't need to plan succession with the British monarchy, as you know, Henry. It's like the king dies, long live the next king. The monarch is always. The monarchy is always there, but it's the style of monarchy that changes. But in a way, monarchy has to change to adapt to the way society changes, and I think she successfully managed to do that over the years. Things in the 50s completely different to the way things are now. And she managed to do that. And I think that was the great achievement, in my view, of Elizabeth II, was ensuring that the monarchy has arrived in 2022 in a fairly robust state. My personal view is there will be a monarch still here in 21-22, and a lot of it will be down to Elizabeth II.
Wow, so you think Elizabeth II, I mean, I'm a athletics fan, so I like the relay, and so she's passed the baton on securely into the hand of Charles, now King Charles III.
Now King Charles III. And it was interesting. There was a lot of debate, wasn't there, Henry? I'm sure you remember it, as to whether he'd become Charles or whether he'd change his name to one of his other various names. I quite like Charles III. I think it's sort of the Stuart monarchs get a bit of a bad press.
They do.
They were quite a happy bunch, a lot of them, or both of them, rather. Well, there's more than two of them, obviously, but two Charleses. I know one was a bit unfortunate.
Well, he certainly was, and then the second one was a bit glorious, wasn't he?
well, just a little. But I mean, I think Charles will be a different sort of monarch, and you know, without wishing any ill on him at all, he is 73. We won't be seeing another long reign as we saw with Elizabeth II, but there is succession coming in behind that, I think. But the British measure their history in many ways. The monarchs are the milestones, aren't they? We talk about the Hanoverian age, we talk about the age of the Stuarts, the Tudors. So they sort of form the framework within which British history is built in some ways. And I think when historians get a better perspective on the second Elizabethan age, I think that will be shown up as being very important. I think it's an incredible reign when you look at it.
Well, indeed, and that's the thing, because in some countries, the royal family is barely known outside the royal walls, you know, and certainly not known outside the country, whereas Queen Elizabeth II has been the most photographed woman in the world and is the only monarch who's probably known in as many countries as she is. Now, What is that down to? Is it partly the English language, the British Empire, the history? What do you think it is?
Well, part of it's the residue of empire, which obviously has become the Commonwealth, which has been her heart was in the Commonwealth. She really believed in a Commonwealth of nations. I think the English language, it plays an important part. English is a very, the Americans speak English, sort of. And
Nick, now, be kind.
I know. I'm very kind. And of course, she was the most travelled monarch. She went to Australia in 1953, shortly after her the year after her coronation. That was an amazing trip to make before the days of, the airliners that can do it in 24 hours and things. She was the most travelled monarch in history. And I think she when she went anywhere, she showed this great interest. She wanted to meet people. She was interested in what people did. And I think that's what made her as popular as she is. She's probably, as you say, the most photographed, best known woman in the world. And yet, in many ways, she remained an enigma because no one outside her family and her close associates really knew Elizabeth II.
Indeed, Nick. Hey, before you go, Nick, I've got Kate Borsay here with me. Now, she'll be presenting the programme. She's sitting in for Carol Walker, taking us through seamlessly from 10 p.m. through till 1 in the morning. She's got a lot of big guests coming up. But Nick, you're a great guest. And Nick, Kate, is a former BBC obituary editor and royal expert. And he feels as though one leg has been kicked from underneath him. And the obit that you saw on the BBC earlier, he's the guy responsible for it because he was BBC obituary editor for how long? 12 years, did you say, Nick?
12 years, yeah.
12 years.
Wow. And I read that earlier, actually, as well as the brilliant one on the Times as well, which extends over pages and pages and pages and is full of wonderful reflections. Nick, now, of course, the time has come when that obituary is put into use and we get to read about the Queen and try and sum her up in words. And that must have been a real difficulty for you, putting that together, summing up someone for whom many of us have never known any other monarch at all.
It is very difficult, and I started to read the Times obituary. I'm going to finish that when I go and sit down again in a minute, because thankfully the Times is one of the last bastions of good obituaries, which are missing from a large amount of the British media these days, I think. And obituaries are so important. It's deciding, as I said to Henry earlier before you popped in, Kate, it's deciding what to leave out in the case of Elizabeth II, because you could write pages and pages and pages about her life. So you have to pick on those things that you think will interest people. And the effect she had on other people and her legacy. And her legacy, I think, will be there forever, in my view. So I shall finish reading that obit when I come off air.
Okay, Nick, thank you very much indeed for easing us through to the top of the hour. Nick Serple, former BBC obituary editor and royal expert. He wrote the BBC's obituary of Her Majesty. Kate Borsay is coming up next. It just remains for me to say thank you very much to the team, to Phil, to Alex, to Hugo, and to Ryan. Hey, Kate, handing over to you now.
Thanks very much, Henry. And of course, on the sad news that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away today, we'll be reflecting on the show this evening, sharing our memories of her, our recollections of her, and really try and get an understanding of what the Queen meant to you and meant to the wider population and those who dealt with her on a regular basis. So we'll be reflecting, remembering, and taking your points and your questions really here on the show this evening. Plenty to come. I'll give you a full rundown after the news with Inka Mufejiga.
Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. She was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The news was confirmed in a statement by Buckingham Palace just after 6:30 this evening, which stated, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow." Clarence House confirmed that Prince Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The Prime Minister, Liz Truss, addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
We offer him our loyalty and devotion, just as his mother devoted so much to so many for so long. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
The monarch serves as the head of the Church of England. A statement from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said, "As we grieve together, we know that in losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are." At Buckingham Palace, members of the public gathered outside to pay their respects to the Queen. Times Radio's Eleanor Sherwood is there.
Cheers and applause in memory of Her Majesty have been erupting throughout the evening. The rain certainly hasn't stopped the crowds from coming here to lay flowers and to pay their respects to Britain's longest-serving monarch. Some feel truly saddened by the country's loss.
I wanted to live the event in the present moment, really. I wanted to feel the emotion and also feel everything I'm feeling right now. There is a lot of emotions.
I came here because I think it's a huge milestone in the history of Britain. When this Queen started, we were like a global empire, and now we're a country whose influence is getting smaller and smaller, so it feels like I should be here to experience that.
Scores of people are still arriving, and it's certain the tributes will continue to be brought here into the night.
She was the monarch of more than 100 million people, including as far away as Australia and New Zealand. World leaders have paid their respects. The US President Joe Biden said the Queen led always with grace, unwavering commitment to duty, and the incomparable power of her example, while Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the Queen one of my favourite people in the world. Her Majesty's reign began on the 6th of February 1952 when she was just 25 years old. In September 2015, she became Britain's longest-serving monarch, having sat on the throne for longer than her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. And in 2022, she became the first monarch in the country's history to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Sunday Times royal editor, Roya Nicker, said that what she expects will be the nation's response.
Everyone, myself included, will take a long time to come to terms with, the impact of the Queen passing away, what that means for us as a nation, what it means for our place in the world, but also just trying to start reflecting on and assessing her extraordinary legacy. Absolutely incredible woman she was.
The Queen's death has come a year after that of the Duke of Edinburgh, her husband of 73 years. When they married in 1947, they were expecting many years together before the crown passed to, as she was then, Princess Elizabeth. But the death of her father, King George VI, 5 years later, changed their lives and initiated what became the longest reign in British history. Dickie Arbiter worked for the Queen as her press secretary for 12 years.
They adored each other, and you could see the two of them together. Their eyes would glint when they looked at each other. And very often they were photographed in the sort of similar poses as they were when they got engaged in 1947. So yes, they were testimony to marriage, that marriage can work, but you've got to work at it. And they did.
The Commonwealth, of which the Queen was the head, will be one of her greatest legacies. She saw her role as a unique chance to promote unity, and her commitment to the Commonwealth was unceasing. A word or intervention from the Queen soothed many international tensions. Domestically, she held a private audience with the Prime Minister every week, and over the course of her reign, more than a dozen Prime Ministers came and went. Here again is the Sunday Times royal editor, Roya Nicker.
I think history will remember Queen Elizabeth II as heralding and overseeing probably an even greater Elizabethan age than Queen Elizabeth I. If you think about the changing times that she lived through, from the 1950s until present day, the change in society, the way that, world politics changed. And yet the Queen was this extraordinary constant amongst all of that, largely hugely respected and admired by, people around the world. I think she will be remembered as one of the most extraordinary, impressive, important people in history.
To end this bulletin, let us remind ourselves of a promise made by then Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday in 1947.
I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Queen Elizabeth II, who was born on the 21st of April 1926, has died on the 8th of September 2022.
A very good evening and welcome to the programme. Kate Borsay here with you on Times Radio until 1 a.m. Queen Elizabeth II has died at Balmoral, aged 96, after reigning for 70 years, the UK's longest-serving monarch.
I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have strength to carry out this resolution alone, unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. I know that your support will be unfailingly given. God help me to make good my vow, and God bless all of you who are willing to share in it.
I here present unto you Queen Elizabeth, your undoubted Queen. Wherefore all you who are come this day to do your homage and service, are you willing to do the same?
The Queen died peacefully with her family paying their respects, as well as people around the globe. King Charles III has issued a statement that follows. It is a moment of great sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. Prime Minister Liz Truss made this statement outside 10 Downing Street.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
Sir Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party, also paid his tribute to our longest-serving and greatest monarch.
Today we mourn the passing of a remarkable sovereign. It is a deep private loss for the royal family, and our first thoughts are with them at this time. The nation shares in their grief. Queen Elizabeth II created a special, personal relationship with us all, a relationship based on service and devotion to her country. Nobody under the age of 70 has known anything other than Queen Elizabeth II on the throne. For the vast majority of us, the late Queen has been simply the Queen.
We'll be discussing the Queen's extraordinary life throughout the entire programme. And in half an hour, we'll find out what tomorrow's papers make of it all. Tonight, I'm joined by Michael Cole, the former BBC Royal correspondent, and Patrick Kidd, who's the Times diary editor. We'll also hear the thoughts of Lord Carey, the former Archbishop of Canterbury, and Times columnist Daniel Finkelstein and Trevor Phillips. And as we reflect together and we share our thoughts and our memories, I would love to hear from you as well this evening. We want to know what the Queen meant to you. What are your memories of her? And we'd love to speak to some of you live on the air tonight too. Do send us a text if you're happy to speak to us and share your thoughts. OK, well, let's start off by going live to Buckingham Palace. Times Radio's Eleanor Shearwood is there for us this evening. Good evening, Eleanor.
Hi, Kate. Good to speak to you.
Hi, Eleanor. I know people have been gathering there since before the news was announced at about 6:30 this evening. Tell me what the atmosphere is like there now.
What's really striking now, Kate, is that there's still scores of people arriving. And it's been quite striking, really, to hear the multitude of reasons behind that. Actually, earlier in the evening, we spoke to people who came here to pay their respects.
I'm very upset. I'm really emotional. I think it's supposed to speak to him because I can't.
Well, clearly, I'm here we were in London anyway, and just felt it was the right thing to come and pay our respects and obviously wish the family as well as they possibly can.
And it's all about service, and that's exactly what she has been, is service to her country and to everyone around the world. So we're grateful, and we're grateful to be here at this time, actually, even though it's during our holiday. It's a very special time to be here, to be able to honor her and her family and for her service to the country.
She stood at the centre of everything.
Yes.
Absolutely. She's been unwavering in the last 4 or 5 years,
With everything that she's gone through publicly.
and has been a focal point for the country. Given lots of other political things that have been going on, she's been the one true thing that's kept us going, I think.
A lot of these people, and I know they're from England, but there's a lot of people from all around the world that come here, and now, they can pay tribute to a wonderful lady.
I just feel a sense of sadness. We're visiting from upstate New York. It's very sad day. And her Platinum Jubilee year, too.
She's made an impact on us, and that's why we came here. And so we just hope that her legacy continues with her family and with the King.
Just the service that she's provided all these years, it's just phenomenal. What an example.
She had a wonderful life. It's unbelievable. I mean, she's been, I think, for Britain, it must be very sad.
It's been really striking as well, actually, just hearing from people of all different generations, and people have come from all over. I've spoken to some people that have just been here on holiday and decided to come out and mark their respects, and some people that have made an effort to come, from quite far away, not in London, just to come and lay flowers and really mark such a big moment in history and to mark the Queen's really long reign.
Yeah, our longest serving monarch, of course. I know the flag at Buckingham Palace is at half-mast, Eleanor. Just explain what you can see there. How many people are gathered there? Are there candlelit tributes yet? Floral tributes? Just paint the picture for us if you can. Take us there.
Well, it's been raining all evening, so there's no candles, but there are flowers all across the front of Buckingham Palace. And the mood is quite sombre, but what's been really notable is that there have been cheers erupting out all evening. Every now and then someone will say 3 cheers for the Queen, and the whole crowd will say hip, hip, hooray, and then just applaud. There's been people crying, but there's also been people just here just talking about their fond memories of the Queen. Earlier, I spoke to some people from the Royal Academy of Dance. They were telling me how they danced for her at her 90th birthday. And so they almost felt that they had to come now to pay their respects for somebody that has had such a big impact on their lives.
Yeah, certainly. Look, you are staying there for a little while longer. I know it's been a very rainy evening indeed, but still people are heading to Buckingham Palace, paying their respects and just having a quiet moment or two to reflect. Eleanor, thank you so much for joining us. Eleanor Sherwood, Times Radio's Eleanor Sherwood, outside Buckingham Palace. Thank you. Okay, well, Queen Elizabeth II has always had a strong Christian faith, which has been evident throughout her entire life. Let's speak now to the former Archbishop of Canterbury, who took part in the funeral service of Princess Diana, and that is Lord Carey, George Carey. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Just your reflections, first of all, on the passing of a great monarch.
Yes, I'm sitting here with really feeling a lump in my throat, really, because my life was, most of my life, the Queen has been sovereign. I was a boy of 16 when I saw her coronation on a flickering television screen. And so at a time like this, my heart goes out to the royal family, to her children, grandchildren and others in the family, because they are going to be feeling the loss, the weight of loss here. So I think we must spend a moment just praying for them and thanking them for her remarkable mother and grandmother.
I'm not sure what that boy of 16, Lord Carey, would think about the fact that later in your life you would come to encounter the Queen on several occasions and perhaps
on many
get to know her a little. Yeah. Tell us about your relationship with her.
Well, it was one of friendship. It was one in which I exercised a role as her fifth, I think it was, Archbishop of Canterbury, and prayed with her. I was with her. The loss of Diana I led the service when the Queen and Prince Philip celebrated their golden wedding in Westminster Abbey, and I gave them communion. My wife and I have Christmas with them in the year 2000. And there's so many wonderful memories of a very devout woman, a graceful, very beautiful young woman. And somehow, I think all of us of my generation feel we've grown up with her. We respect her enormously. And isn't it remarkable that her life began with Winston Churchill coming out of the war years, and just yesterday or the day before, she gave authority to Liz Truss to form a government and so saw in another government. I think it's a remarkable tribute, a life of service, a remarkable woman.
Yeah, she's taken us through so many decades of change, through joy and tears. What was she like personally?
Oh, she was a lovely person, really, because when she let her hair down, which she did in those moments when she was off duty, she was a person of fun. We played games with her, and she knew how to relax. And it was remarkable to be with her on those occasions when, as part of the royal family, or with the royal family, I could hear them chatting and joking with one another. And she revealed to me that this really is just an ordinary family who enjoy life as we all did. And of course, her love of dogs, her love of horses, and all that always came out. Somehow I couldn't interest her in Arsenal Football Club.
She probably couldn't pledge her allegiance to a particular club,
Not
could
not
she?
to everything, no.
And when we talk about the Queen and those moments with her family and your recollection really of hearing chatter and fun and her letting her hair down, I wonder if there were any particular games or any particular songs that would sum some of those moments up, or was it just the laughter and the chatter and the exchange?
Yes, I remember getting into one particular board game, actually. I was there when, together with my wife, on the evening before Christmas, one Christmas, and we were playing games together. And it was wonderful to see this. And we all did different things. I remember sitting next to Princess Diana as we watched a film. I was in between the Queen Mother and Princess Diana, watching a rather risque movie and not sure whether to laugh or be silent, actually. But it was just like an ordinary family, really. But as I want to say again, her faith was very real.
Yes, tell
It
us about the
wasn't
Queen's faith.
well, you see, it wasn't worn on her sleeve. She wasn't sort of a person given to bursts of faith or anything like that. But it was deep, it was educated, it was groomed because she'd prayed and brought up by a very faithful mother and father. So the sense of duty ran through this. I would sum her life up. It was a life of vocation. And the word vocation is very important for Christian ministers. We give our lives to the Lord, and she gave her life to her country, to her people, to her commonwealth. And I will always remember that great sense of duty. That's why she wasn't given to resigning or anything like that or handing over. She was going to live and she was going to die in hotness, and that is what has happened.
There is a story, I understand, Lord Carey, about what the Queen said to you when you went to tell her that actually you would like to retire, something she couldn't do.
Yeah, that's right. I said to her, but Your Majesty, it comes to me as I'm getting to the age when I have to retire, I have to ask permission for you to stand down. And she looked at me and she sighed and she said, that's something I simply cannot do. And she smiled. and it was that kind of attitude she had to duty, to her service to the nation. And she loved her work. She loved it and she gave time to people. You always felt when you in her presence there was something quite important. In fact, actually, presence is what I think sums her up. I heard Liz Truss say today that she was a rock, and that's true. She was a rock. But she was also a presence that accompanied each one of us on our journey. So that's why I can look back to those days as a boy of 16. And she has actually been on the journey with me and people of my generation and those even younger.
And what type of legacy does the Queen leave behind for the royal family and for its future?
Well, I think she's given a huge task to King Charles III. I think he will honour her legacy. He will serve valiantly. But the example she gives of selfless service, of service to the nation, of giving time to people, of listening and being there, the presence, is something I hope he will also do as he embraces this very demanding role.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, for helping us reflect and for that unique insight, of course, into the Queen as well. The former Archbishop of Canterbury, Lord Carey, George Carey there. Thank you for speaking to us. Well, Queen Elizabeth II was loved and adored by the lucky few that were fortunate enough to meet her. One of those is Daniel Finkelstein, Conservative peer and Times columnist. Good evening, Danny.
Good evening, good evening.
Tell me about meeting the Queen.
Well, I wouldn't want to make too much of it, and it was the sort of the demonstration, really, of her sense of duty. The two occasions I met were one when my school had burnt down, and she came and opened it, and as a sixth former, I met her then, and then again at a reception for the media, which the royal family all attended, actually, and she hosted. And both of those, I think, are really good examples of the dozens and dozens and dozens of those kind of events she did in a single year, each of which meant a huge amount to each individual. And as you can tell, you know, I'm 60 years old, still remembering the occasion when she came. Yeah, just still remembering incredibly vividly the moment when she came to our own school and I exchanged just a few words with her. So there'll be many people with much more impressive memories of her, but perhaps mine are sort of more standard. They're more emblematic of
but it
people's
doesn't matter,
experience.
does it? I think, and that is the point: is that it's enough to be in her company. Sometimes you don't need to exchange any words at all, or just few words. It's enough to have met her, I feel.
Well, look, and it meant a huge amount because it was to my family. As you possibly know, Kate, my family, both my parents are refugees. They're immigrants to this country. We don't belong to the established church. We're Jewish, and this Queen was to us a great symbol of the stability and hope that this country offered. My grandmother used to say that while the Queen was safe in Buckingham Palace, we're safe in Hendon Central. And what she meant by that, she was born in what's now Lviv. And in 1940, that was subject to Russian attack, and she ended up in a state collective farm in Kazakhstan. Then she had to, she was able eventually to flee through Russia to Iran. Eventually, they arrived in this country completely penniless, and they regarded the Queen as the sort of guarantor of the stability and safety that they had not enjoyed as citizens in Lvov. And I remember that when Lord Mountbatten died, my grandmother was already very ill, and my parents wondered about whether to tell her because they thought she would be incredibly upset by it because it meant a lot to her. And she passed that on to me. So I believe very strongly in the monarchy. You'll see that anybody who's seen social media will see there's a lot of American liberals who've attacked the Queen and and the institution of the monarchy and colonialism and each of these things is an understandable argument. But you'd have to look at the presidency and ask yourself whether how an elected head of state's working out for them right now. And I certainly feel the institution of a neutral, admittedly hereditary, but sort of a symbolic head of state, one that everybody can share when they come and visit your school, one that everybody can respect and be on the side of, one that belongs to every citizen, that's an incredibly precious thing to have.
Yeah, she's earned our respect, hasn't she? And she's shown us what loyalty and duty means. And that in some respects does give King Charles III a very hard job. It's a very tough act for him to live up to. Does he even try?
Yes, look, he has to try. I unfashionably have a lot of faith in him. I think it's been, my experience as a Jew has been that Prince Charles, the Prince of Wales, and now the King, has been an incredibly generous friend to the Jewish community. Understood very well our symbolic needs. Has spoken brilliantly on the 2 or 3 occasions when I've met or heard from him, really eloquently and with feeling. I was very impressed on both the sort of longer speeches I attended of his, and I think he's well capable of this job. This was, I think. But you know what? Even more important than the person is the institution. One of the reasons why the Queen, I think, has been so special is she brought lustre to the institution. She understood its needs. She understood the dignity it required. And I think Prince Charles, now the King Charles III, will understand that too.
Yeah. We know that MPs are going to have an opportunity to pay tribute to the Queen in the House of Commons tomorrow. There's a midday session that's going to last right the way through until the evening, and then a rare Saturday sitting this weekend as well, where senior MPs are going to take the oath to King Charles III. Tributes again after that. In terms of the business of what happens in the House of Commons, Danny, it is an unusual time. Of course, there's no precedent really for most of the MPs there, and ditto in the House of Lords as well. Do you know much about the process, about what can be done in this period of time?
No, you've raised a very good question. I suspect that a session of Parliament will have to close and open again, which possibly means the legislation that's still proceeding has to begin again. That's what I suspect will happen. I don't know, because Parliament, hasn't had this for such a long time, that the last time, the precedents weren't possibly quite the same. But they'll have to start a new Parliament with another speech, I'm pretty sure.
We'll try and seek some confirmation of that this evening, of course, as to what will happen there.
Used to have elections when the monarch died, and in 1910 there were two. Yes. And in 1910 there were two, because after holding one anyway, then King Edward VII died, and they had to have another one. But that's not obviously been the standard procedure since then.
No. Finally, Danny, how will this second Elizabethan era be remembered, do you think? How will history reflect on the Queen's reign?
Well, it'll reflect well upon. My view is it will reflect well upon her ability to change with the times, sustaining the monarchy as a sort of anchor institution. I think the Prime Minister spoke well in saying it was the rock on which the country rested, and that's how I think she will be remembered. The Elizabethan age will be remembered as an age of immense progress, both technological and political, and the way in which the country has modernised alongside having a monarchy. That is a very special combination, and Britain ought not to take that for granted, the ability to change in that way. There are advantages to having revolutions like in the United States, where it was founded on a revolution with a clear constitution and without some of our quixotic institutions. But now I think we can see there are pretty big disadvantages to that too. So I think her reign will be remembered as one of the ability, as one of sustaining an institution through a period of immense change, and the Elizabethan age will be remembered, to be fair, for the decline of empire and the diminution of the United Kingdom's power in the world. That's definitely true, but also an immense flowering of prosperity, a growth in equality and tolerance, a massive expansion of education and opportunities to all people. Despite all the things that we still have to do, this has been an era of immense progress.
Danny, thank you so much for speaking to us. Always great to talk to you. And it is a shame it's on this sad occasion. It's been lovely to hear your reflections on it, though it really has. Daniel Finkelstein, Conservative peer and Times columnist. Thanks, Danny. Take care. We'd love to know what you think as well, how you will reflect on our longest serving monarch. What did the Queen mean to you? And what are your memories of her? Do get in touch with us. If you're texting, it's 87222, starting your message with the word Times. And if you're tweeting, use the hashtag Times Radio. We'd love to hear from you. Let's get a news update before we digest tomorrow's front pages. Inka Mafejic is with us.
Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. She was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The news was confirmed in a statement just after 6:30 in the evening. Officials said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral during the afternoon. The Prime Minister Liz Truss addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
Clarence House have confirmed that Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will now be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
Tributes have poured in from across the world. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has described her as one of his favourite people in the world. And France's President Emmanuel Macron said, "I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and her century."
Thank you very much, Inka Mafejic, with the news there. We'll now go into the front pages here on Times Radio. Kate Borsay with you until 1 a.m. Don't forget, we'd love to hear your reflections, your memories, what the Queen meant to you. Did you ever meet her and what was that experience like? We'd love to share some of those stories live on the air this evening. You can text us to 87222, start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us using the hashtag Times Radio. I'll go through the front pages now, joined by Patrick Kidd, who is the Times' diary editor. Good evening to you, Patrick.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello. And I think we're just trying to establish connection with Michael Cole, the former BBC Royal correspondent. So while we do that, Patrick, I'll just give a brief description, really, of the front pages that I have before me at the moment. The Times, it looks like they will have a wraparound, a picture here of the Queen, a life in service there, and that is the Queen a picture of her ascending to the throne, and then a picture of her taken more recently inside the Times there. The Metro just simply says Elizabeth II, and there's a really nice picture of her in a silken gown with a necklace on and a crown atop her head. Queen Elizabeth II, again, the Financial Times, with a run-through of some really important moments from the Queen's life. And again, another great picture. The Daily Telegraph, 28-page pictorial tribute, Grief is the Price We Pay for Love, Queen Elizabeth II. The Mirror simply says, thank you. A more recent picture of the Queen. The Star, you did your duty, ma'am. And there's a historic tribute pull out inside the Star. So no real surprises. There is one big story, of course, today, Patrick, while we try and try and digest the Queen's life and her 70-year reign, which is no mean feat. She's seen through different generations, hasn't she? She's seen through decades of change. We were talking to Daniel Finkelstein about how remarkable it is that she's steered the royal family, the institution, through so many some times of change, but also progress as well.
Well, indeed. I mean, bear in mind that her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, was born 101 years before her last and 15th Prime Minister, Liz Truss. That's a huge spread of knowledge that she's been able to absorb and pass on from one Prime Minister to another. The weekly meetings, which sadly, I feel sorry for Liz Truss, she won't actually be able to draw on that wisdom as the others did. I also read an anecdote that the Queen was speaking to her distant cousin, great cousin, Princess Marie Alice, who was born in 1872. And when the Queen was in her 20s, they spoke about her knowing Queen Victoria. And so, see, in a one-person leap, the Queen was able to speak to someone who had known the previous longest-serving monarch. And the Times' wraparound, A Life in Service, really does sum that up. We've got the famous coronation picture by Cecil Beaton on the front page, which the Star has also gone for, of her holding the orb and sceptre in Westminster Abbey. And then we have this wonderful quote on the back of it that says, "I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice, but I can do something else. I can give you my heart and my devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations." 70 years of service is a remarkable stint, and she deserves eternal rest and eternal memory for that service.
Yeah, she certainly does. Patrick, did you ever meet the Queen?
No, I'm afraid I never did. And that's a regret. But she has been part of all our lives.
Yeah, everyone's
it feels
life.
like we knew her. And we are going to gradually see some changes in our life. I already noticed that the Queen's counsellors, the barristers, senior barristers, are now King's Counsel. A friend of mine became a QC a year ago, and he is now a KC.
Of course, yes.
We're going to see our stamps will change. Our
currency.
Our currency will change. Our post boxes will go from having E2R to C3R put on them. And some of these will take some time. And so the supplements are, yes, partly sadness and reflection on her service, but also it's looking forward to what the new Caroline, rather than the Elizabethan era, will mean. I've just come from All Saints Church in Blackheath, where I'm the church warden, and we hastily organised a small service this evening when we had more than 30, which, given the weather, was very good. And for the first time, we sang "God Save the King."
How was that, Patrick? How was it singing "God Save the King"? It feels like something from a play from the theatre, doesn't it? Because many of us have never known any other monarch, of course, apart from the King.
Well, indeed, and I've never particularly thought of what was then Prince Charles as gracious, but we sang "God Save the Gracious King," and of course there's other points where we have to change her to him and stuff like that. I don't think we messed up any of the words, but it did feel strange, but also felt very powerful and moving. It was once said that the fastest speed of anything, faster than the speed of light, faster than the speed of sound, is the speed at which it takes the monarchy to pass from one to another. So that even if the Queen had been in Scotland when she died, and say Prince Charles had been in Australia, he would have become king faster than the speed of light. And so it passes on. This is we have had many monarchs over the time, and it passes on. And while there will be people who wish an end to monarchy, many will hope this will carry on through Charles to William to George beyond.
Yeah. Now, Patrick, you're an esteemed journalist, the Times diary editor, and I just wonder, in any of your journalistic endeavours, in any of your experience, whether you've ever had an insight or perhaps reported on the person behind the duty, the person behind the Queen, and whether there are insights there that we can draw from.
Well, yes, I mean, I've written about her many times, although I've never met her, wouldn't expect to meet her. But for instance, the last time I was in a room with her was in Westminster Abbey at the memorial service for the Duke of Edinburgh. And that was a very powerful, moving service, which I think came the week after the service for Dame Vera Lynn, which again was a passing on of the eras, saying goodbye to someone we had always known, had been part of our life. And she came in and she looked frail, but she was still going about her business. She was doing the job. And when you look at those pictures of her with Liz Truss earlier in the week, actually what stands out from that is not that she looks like the end is nigh, but she still had such a wonderful smile right to the end. And it was only a few months ago she had that splendid cameo with Paddington Bear for the Jubilee. I mean, she had a really wonderful, warm sense of humour. And another anecdote to share, my diary column tomorrow, unsurprisingly, was canned. I wrote it and it was cleared, but then the news broke sometime after 6 o'clock, didn't it? So
6:30, yeah.
Yeah, we've got 35 pages of royal news and only 7 pages of other news, so things had to make way. But one story I had put in case we needed it was from the trauma surgeon David Nutt, who'd worked in many war zones around the world. And he said that he had gone to lunch at the palace just after coming back from Syria. And his mother had just died as well. And he was talking to the Queen, and he suddenly felt this wave of emotion, and he felt, I'm about to burst into tears. And she sensed this, he wrote, and she laid a hand on his hand and beckoned to a courtier to bring a silver box in which were biscuits. And she said, these are for the dogs. And she broke one in half, gave him half. And the corgis came over and they fed the dogs and stroked the dogs and didn't talk about Syria in any nastiness at all. And he felt his anxiety subside. And he said, she then looked at me and said, there, that's much better than talking, isn't it? And it shows remarkable kindness, not standing on ceremony, not acting, I am the Queen, you must bow down, but actually realising that many people in her presence are awestruck or they've got all sorts of emotions, and just having the generosity to put them at their ease.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a wonderful anecdote, and just tells you so much about her sensitivity as well. I think it's sometimes hard to understand that if you see her as a monarch of duty and of stoicness, to understand that actually she was also incredibly sensitive and understanding and emotionally linked as well. Let's welcome on in Michael Cole. We've been speaking to Patrick Kidd, the Times diary editor. We're looking at the front pages here on Times Radio of tomorrow's papers. Michael Cole is former BBC royal correspondent. Good evening to you, Michael.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to join you, even though this day could not be more sad.
It is, and it is a day that many of us understand was going to happen at some point, but yet still feels like an awful shock, Michael.
Indeed. You know, journalism, much maligned sometimes, at its best is art on the run. And if you look at the collection of front pages this evening, they are art, the journalist's art at its being practiced at a very, very high level. And I think we can look at those papers and know that they have given an extremely good record of a long life, a magnificent reign, and something we shall never see again, because this is the first draft of history, the history of this day, a very tragic day. And strangely, although, of course, it was expected, in a way it wasn't expected. It has been sudden, as all deaths are sudden, and profoundly moving. I was actually driving a car at the time, and I found a tear on my cheek, and I think millions of people will feel the same around the world who never met Her Majesty the Queen, but felt that they knew her, and that was her unique gift to the world. She was the most famous woman in the world. She was most photographed. We all know who she was, but nobody really knew who she was, except her closest friends, her family, and one or two courtiers.
Yeah, that's it. And it is the lady behind the crown, isn't it, that sort of fascinates us, but at the same time we absolutely respect this wonderful head of state, this wonderful woman who has I think, taught us about duty, taught us about respect.
You know something. She wasn't in the slightest grand. She wasn't a grand person. She was actually, in her own natural personal life, she was a rather modest person. Obviously, the office that she held, the monarch, the head of state, the head of the Church of England, the head of the Commonwealth, that gave her grandeur. But personally, she was a very modest person, and I'm sure that she would give a royal veto to the notion. But there is a strong case that history ought to remember her as Elizabeth the Great, because we'll never see her like again. There will never be a reign this long again. And anybody who has witnessed it and been around will know and will have benefited by her benign reign, not just in this country, but across her overseas realms as well.
Yes. So to just give our listeners again a rundown of the front pages, the wraparound of the Times features the Queen at her coronation, the photograph by Cecil Beaton, and then inside that there is a picture of the Queen in more recent times by David Bailey, and then we've got a picture on the Financial Times of her that actually is the only paper to carry this particular picture on the front. And if you've got the Financial Times in front of you, Michael, I wonder if you could let us know when this picture is from approximately. The Queen is in a silver jacket and dress, presumably, and she's got some white fur, and she's kind of giving a glance back and beaming with a crown atop her head. And it is a wonderful, just a wonderful natural snap where she isn't posed.
I wasn't there. I don't think I wasn't there, but I do believe it could have been during the Silver Jubilee of 1977. And that, of course, was the first time in this country there was a royal walkabout, which took place outside St. Paul's Cathedral after the Thanksgiving service. So I think it could be from then.
I think it's actually
she didn't take a bad photograph, as they say.
No,
I mean,
she didn't.
She posed for many famous photographers. She apparently was a very, very easy person to paint or to photograph. She wanted to cooperate. She was very professional, and she was always prepared in the right clothes and tried very, very hard to give the photographers what the photographers thought they wanted.
And that extends, obviously, to that duty and that service. And Patrick, you're about to tell me, aren't you, that the picture on the front of the Financial Times is from 1971?
Yes, well,
I've now finally found it.
A little bit earlier then.
A little bit earlier. It's from the state opening. It shows her arriving at Parliament. And of course, this was a duty that she did almost every single year throughout her reign. There was one occasion, I believe, when she was in Australia. I think she wasn't unable to do it. And then recently, because of her ill health, she was unable. But we've been seeing the transition recently with Prince Charles coming to the state opening of Parliament and sitting beside her to begin with, and then reading the speech, the Queen's speech, for her. And we have been moving towards this gradually. Her duties over the last couple of years have been taken on by her son and other children. So we are ready for it. But we have 10 days of papers to fill before the funeral.
Yes.
There's not going to be many things unsaid.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the... if we were to summarise, obviously a lot has got to happen, Patrick, over the next 10 days or so. But do you know anything about the procedure that we should be expecting throughout the next couple of days?
Well, as I understand it, I haven't got it in front of me, but I read it earlier, that having died in Scotland, her body will be taken the 100 or so miles down to Edinburgh and will initially rest in state there before being brought down to Buckingham Palace, where she will lie in state in the throne room. And King Charles, as he now is, will do a national tour. He will go to all 4 nations of the United Kingdom, and he will meet people there. And it is all about indicating that royalty continues. The monarchy is now in him. And as I understand it, other royals have been given other cities to go to. So Prince William will go to Liverpool, let's say. So the country will get to see a lot of the monarchy. And we need to remember these are grieving relatives.
Yeah, of course.
They are still going to have to do public duties, while even though their mother or grandmother was 96, they will be missing her dreadfully. But there will then be the grand funeral on day 10, as I understand it.
Yeah.
And I imagine that people will be standing many, many rows deep all around Westminster Abbey and Parliament Square and the linings of Buckingham Palace. And let's hope that the weather that has suddenly just fallen upon us eases off.
Eases a bit, yeah, yes, of course, of course. Michael, for you, we were speaking to our correspondent outside Buckingham Palace earlier, and she was saying that actually every now and again cheers have been erupting tonight, as sort of, paying tribute, but with 3 cheers to the Queen, which struck me as being remarkably British.
Extraordinary. Well, if the rain does persist, and goodness knows we need it, we're in the part of the country where I live, in East Anglia. But of course, it would make a perfect circle, because on her coronation day, June the 2nd, 1953, it didn't stop raining all day long. And that was perhaps a good omen. In some countries, rain is a very good omen. And certainly it gave life to 70 years' rain, completely unprecedented in this country. But it is interesting. People going to the palace of their own accord. Nobody's bussing them in. It's not North Korea. Nobody's telling them to go there. They're going there because they want to, because of one big word, affection. And they want to be part of it, even if they've got nothing to do, even if they've got nothing to say. They just want to stand there and be there. And I think that's testament to the impact that she's had on people all over the world. As I say, people know her. She's the most famous woman in the world. They've seen her. They think they know her. Of course, very, very few people really do know her. Her family and 1 or 2 close friends and 1 or 2 courtiers. When I was a royal correspondent, people said to me quite nicely, do you know the Queen? And I said, no, I don't know the Queen, but she knows me, because it was her business to know who was there for the BBC or anybody else. And she regarded, and we were talking about the clothes a few minutes ago, those were her props, the jewels, the crown, the tiara. That was all part of the mystique. And I remember, things that stand out in your memory, 1986, a long-planned visit to China and being in Beijing and in the Great Hall of the People. And there she was, standing amid all these party hierarchy, people who her son, Prince Charles, disobligingly called dreadful old waxworks. And she stood there in her silver gown with her garter sash and her tiara and made a lovely speech of friendship and good fellowship. They were seemingly unmoved. They were rather hard to judge their mood. And then, of course, Her Majesty the Queen sat down, and what did they give her for dinner? Sea slug. But there you are. That's what she ate, and she, that was part of her job. She moved it around her plate and probably ate a little bit or not. And the other times when you see her completely different from the Great Hall of the People, going to open a cement works in Barbados on a nice sunny morning, and there was a young man in a suit and a tie, and the Queen came in and she stood there, and he spent 40 minutes telling her with diagrams how you make cement. And the Queen stood there on her little size 4 feet. She didn't move. She looked attentively towards him and took in every word. And then he paused, and I looked at my watch and thought, time for a drink before lunch, and I'm sure other people did. And then he said, and of course, then there is the other way of making cement. And the Queen continued to stand there for another 20 minutes because she was immensely polite to people. She never made anybody feel awkward. She would perhaps smile privately when things went wrong or people committed faux pas. But her job was to make people feel at ease, and she certainly accomplished that, because she was not in any way a grand person. She was in her own private life, she was a modest person. I always felt that she was most at home when she was the Squire of Sandringham or she was the Laird of Balmoral.
Yes.
which of course is where she's died.
Yeah. Patrick, and actually I should say that we have had the Sun, the front page of the Sun through "We Loved You, Mom" is the headline here. Britain's longest-serving monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, died peacefully at her beloved Balmoral home, aged 96 yesterday, after 70 years of devoted service. Rest in peace, Mom. The Sun and our readers loved you. We are proud you were our Queen. And the Mirror as well has just reached me. The picture here by Lord Lichfield, and it was originally there was also one that she had with the Duke of Edinburgh as well. They were both side profile, taken to commemorate the Golden Jubilee in 2002. So plenty of full-size pictures here of the Queen, as all the front pages of the papers pay tribute. That famous Cecil Beaton picture as well on the front of the Guardian, and the Independent also features that picture too. Patrick, for you, the weight of inheritance on King Charles III, as he now is, how do you think he will navigate his way through trying to follow the institution that was the Queen, the much beloved monarch of our nation that was the Queen?
Well, of course, when his mother became Queen, it was much earlier than she expected. Her father died in his 50s, and of course, until she was 10, she wasn't really anywhere in the line of succession. It was assumed that Edward VIII would reign for some time and possibly have children, and so it came early, and the married life that she wanted to have with Prince Philip didn't really happen. Prince Charles, on the other hand, has been waiting for this all his life. I say wait, he's not been anticipating, he's not been wanting it to come, but he has been schooled and trained and had a chance to think about what sort of king he wants to be. Now, I know as Prince of Wales, he has made some interventions in politics that people have criticised him for. I'm sure that now he is the monarch, he knows that his role is to be above that. But I am sure he will be statesmanlike, dignified, and as I said, singing "God Save the King" earlier tonight. I never thought of him as being a gracious, or I never thought of any man as being gracious.
Yeah.
But he is our gracious king, and we will sing for him to be happy and glorious. And at 73, it won't be a long reign, but it may be 20. We may even get a silver jubilee, perhaps, given there's long life in his family.
Certainly. And
sorry.
I was going to pass over to Michael. We've got perhaps time for one more comment from you, Michael, about King Charles III.
Yes, well, grief is the price we pay for love. That's the quote on the front of the Telegraph from the Queen. You know, it was the longest apprenticeship in history. Since the age of 4, the Prince Charles has known what his fate would be if he outlived his mother, which he has. And of course, it has to be a shorter reign. He's 74 on the 14th of November this year. But a short reign is not necessarily an unsuccessful reign. When Edward VII succeeded Queen Victoria, his mother, in 1901, he only lived until May 1910, so not quite a decade. But people look back on that era. Well, they gave it a name, the Edwardian era. It was a sunlit time. The king had a Derby winner. The king went to France, who hadn't been on good terms with us, and he cemented the Entente Cordiale. He met an actress in a theatre. He kissed her hand and he said, "Madam, you are as beautiful as France itself." And then the French loved us and we loved them. And we ended up as allies in the First World War. And of course, in that war, the Tommies in the trenches said, you know, this wouldn't have happened if King Teddy had been alive, because he was related to the Kaiser. The Kaiser was his nephew, and he knew all the heads of the royal houses of Europe. And the ordinary soldiers believed that the king would have saved them from the terrible fate, and 750,000 of them died, of course. But so it can be a successful reign, even if it is much, much, much shorter than his mother's. And we can only hope that is so. Yeah. It'll be quite a testing one, because there are tensions in the Commonwealth, whether some countries of the old Commonwealth, if you like, might want to embrace republicanism. But I always say, there's nothing intrinsically modern about a republic. When the republics became corrupt in ancient Rome, they swapped it. And what did they swap it for? A monarchy.
That is a nice point to finish on. Thank you both so much for speaking to us tonight, for allowing us to reflect on the life of Queen Elizabeth II and look forward to the reign of King Charles III. Patrick Kidd, The Times' diary editor. Great to speak to you, Patrick. Thank you. And Michael Cole, former BBC Royal correspondent. Thanks for joining us on Times Radio. Thank you. Kate Borsay here with you until 1 a.m, reflecting, remembering the life of Queen Elizabeth II. Lots more to come in the next hour. Don't forget, do get in touch with us if you would like to share your memories, your thoughts and your reflections. Did you ever meet the Queen? What happened when you did? And how do you remember her? Let us know what you think, please. Hashtag Times Radio on Twitter to get involved. Let's get a news update now from Inka Mafejica.
Good evening. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. She was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The news was confirmed in a statement just after 6:30 in the evening. Officials said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral during the afternoon. The Prime Minister Liz Truss addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
Charles, who becomes king, and the Queen Consort are remaining at Balmoral tonight, but will return to London tomorrow. He will be King Charles III. That's what he'll be known as. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times Radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
The monarch serves as the head of the Church of England. A statement from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Welby, said, "As we grieve together, we know that in losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are." Pope Francis also paid tribute to the Queen. At Buckingham Palace, members of the public gathered outside to pay their respects to her. Times Radio's Eleanor Sherwood has been there.
Cheers and applause in memory of Her Majesty have been erupting throughout the evening. The rain certainly hasn't stopped the crowds from coming here to lay flowers and to pay their respects to Britain's longest-serving monarch. Some feel truly saddened by the country's loss.
I wanted to live the event in the present moment, really. I wanted to feel the emotion and also feel everything I'm feeling right now. There is a lot of emotions.
I came here because I think it's a huge milestone in the history of Britain. When this Queen started, we were like a global empire, and now we're a country whose influence is getting smaller and smaller, so it feels like I should be here just to experience that.
Scores of people are still arriving, and it's certain the tributes will continue to be brought here into the night.
World leaders have paid their respects. She was monarch of more than 100 million people, including Australia, Jamaica and Canada, where the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau called the Queen one of my favourite people in the world. The US President Joe Biden said the Queen led always with grace, unwavering commitment to duty and the incomparable power of her example. Her Majesty's reign began on the 6th of February 1952 when she was just 25 years old. In September 2015, she became Britain's longest-serving monarch, having sat on the throne for longer than her great-great-grandmother, Queen Victoria. And in 2022, she became the first monarch in the country's history to celebrate a platinum jubilee. The Sunday Times royal editor, Roya Nicker, told us what she expects the nation's response will be.
Everyone, myself included, will take a long time to come to terms with, the impact of the Queen passing away, what that means for us as a nation, what it means for our place in the world. but also just trying to start reflecting on and assessing her extraordinary legacy. Absolutely incredible woman she was.
The Queen's death has come a year after that of the Duke of Edinburgh, her husband of 73 years. When they married in 1947, they were expecting many years together before the crown passed to, as she was then, Princess Elizabeth. But the death of her father, King George VI, 5 years later, changed their lives and initiated what became the longest reign in British history. Dickie Arbiter worked with the Queen as a press secretary for 12 years.
They adored each other. And you could see the two of them together. Their eyes would glint when they looked at each other. And very often they were photographed in the sort of similar poses as they were when they got engaged in 1947. So yes, they were testimony to marriage, that marriage can work, but you've got to work at it. And they did.
The Commonwealth, of which the Queen was the head, will be one of her greatest legacies. She saw her role as a unique chance to promote unity, and her commitment to the Commonwealth was unceasing. A word or intervention from the Queen soothed many international tensions. Domestically, she held a private audience with the Prime Minister every week, and over the course of her reign, more than a dozen Prime Ministers came and went. One of those was Sir John Major, who served as Prime Minister from 1992 to 1997. He says that her wisdom was invaluable.
She would refer to occasions in the past where she had seen similar events, and that was extraordinarily useful. Her historic memory for what had happened under past prime ministers was extraordinary, and a far longer historic memory than your civil service advisors. So that was often extremely helpful.
To end this bulletin, let us remind ourselves of a promise made by Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday in 1947.
I can make my solemn act of dedication with the whole empire listening. I should like to make that dedication now. It is very simple. I declare before you all that my whole life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service and the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong.
Queen Elizabeth II, who was born on the 21st of April 1926, has died on the 8th of September 2022.
And Kumafejika there with the news. Kate Borsay with you here on Times Radio through until 1 a.m. as we reflect and pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth II. Her sad passing today announced at about 6:30. Of course, many of her family by her side. We are going to be taking more continued coverage throughout the evening, and we're asking you to tell us about your reflections on the Queen, your memories of her. Did you ever meet her? And if you did, what happened? How will you remember her? Leo's been in touch to say, "Evening, Kate. I was 26 when the country voted Brexit. COVID hit in early 2020, and as if Ukraine and the Platinum Jubilee wasn't enough for 2022, this monumentous news has hit me harder than all of those put together. Thank goodness I've had Times Radio by my side throughout." Well, thank you for your lovely words about Times Radio. But of course, the really important point here is that it has been a difficult, a turbulent few years. But for many, this news, the Queen's passing, will hit you harder than many of those other things put together. So thank you for sharing your thoughts, Leo. If you'd like to get in touch with us here on the show and give your reflections, please do 87222 if you're texting. Put Times in front of your message so it reaches us, or you can tweet us using the hashtag Times Radio. Well, people around the world are, of course, mourning the loss of our longest reigning monarch. She was surrounded by her loved ones at Balmoral in Aberdeen. Tributes have been pouring in across the globe as many grieve the Queen's loss. Joining me now, Rupert Bell, who is Talk Radio's royal correspondent. Rupert, good evening.
Good evening, Kate.
Your reflections, Rupert, on the day today, her sad passing.
Well, it is a seismic moment. I remember, when I heard the announcement, I was driving back from, I'd been working somewhere else, and obviously the story was developing, and obviously there was a feeling that this could happen. But when the announcement was made, and the sort of almost simplicity of the statement, just 26 words, but those words, the King and Queen's consort, suddenly that hits you. What a monumental moment it was that when it was announced that the Queen died, because it has just meant a seismic change for all of us. We just have known nothing else. And that presence, our head of state, since 1952, has always been there, just got on with her job. Even 2 days ago, she was getting on with her job, probably under very difficult circumstances. But it still, even though today we might have been thinking this was going to be revealed later on, it still felt like you'd been hit hard because it was not unexpected because she's 96, but all the same, it's because we've just known nothing else. And that's the thing that I think we're all going to have to sort of readjust monumentally to suddenly usher in a new era with King Charles III.
Yeah, and of course we knew that she'd had issues with her mobility, and there was a lovely picture of her with Liz Truss looking delightful, you know, smiling away. And although she is 96, the nation really hasn't been through a period of her in serious health, have they? We've had, you know, lots of reports, and of course she's not been attending various events, but for all intents and purposes, it does feel a little like it's come out of the blue. And as you say, we have to reason that with the fact that she's 96, but even so, it does feel sudden.
In many ways, yes, but that's what she wanted. She didn't want people to see her, suffering or struggling. She always wanted people to remember her as just getting on about her job with no fuss and bother. Yes, we got used to the fact that she didn't turn up to events, you know, the Platinum Jubilee. It was probably quite tough for her, but she got there at the beginning and at the end, and they were great moments that when she appeared on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, and other things like didn't take part in the state opening of Parliament. But then she would appear, and there she was at Holyrood Palace early in June as well. So she did make one or two appearances, but under very controlled circumstances, so that she was not seen to be in difficulty. And I think that's the important thing. They did manage it. And we just have to accept that 96, if we all will know sort of older relations and what they have gone through before they sadly pass away. Well, it's exactly the same for the Queen. She wanted to maintain her dignity right to the end, because that's what she's shown throughout her life, carrying out her role, and that's what she did. And she did it magnificently, because, you know, what a way, in a way, to say your final moment is a beaming smile greeting her 15th Prime Minister is an extraordinary testament to her commitment, you know, her unwavering commitment, even though she may have been physically finding it very difficult, and clearly did, but she still fulfilled her duty right to the end. And that, I think, is the thing that we should all remember. She never blinked under any circumstances. And there she has gone in Balmoral, the place that she has been such a happy place for her. You know, if you could wish for any other way, this is the perfect scenario for this and her family to remember and celebrate her life in a place that she and her family have had so many wonderful private memories about their mother, their grandmother, great-grandmother, but more importantly, the Queen of our nation.
Yes. Rupert, I know she was never happier than when she was on a race horse, and you will have had your encounters, I'm sure, with the Queen, and that would probably have been to do with the racing community. I don't know if you can elaborate on your experience of her and also her great love of horses.
Well, I'm very lucky that my brother trains for her, and I know what a privilege he has found it to train for her. Indeed, he had a runner for her today. Sadly, could only finish second, but I know what it meant to him, and he had many great chats with her on a regular basis about not only the horses that he had the privilege to train, but also she would just want to talk racing about any aspect of the sport and her passion for it. And I know when my brother was lucky enough to train the Ascot Gold Cup winner, Big Orange, she was so pleased for Michael, and I had a chance to talk to her just after that to celebrate it, and she was fascinated by it because she'd won that race and she knew how much it meant to her, and then to see somebody else win that race, she could share their joy and be as excited for you just as she was in those memorable pictures from 2013 when Estimate won for her, one of her great racing moments, which I was lucky enough to be at Royal Ascot, a place that she loved going to. She knew everything about that was going on there. And for me, Royal Ascot was defined by her in all its pomp, its ceremony, but she cared passionately about racing and that meeting to build it up into what it is now, a hugely popular and significant sporting event. And it's all because of her passion for it and help driving people to make sure that it put racing on the forefront, which she loved doing. But not just racing. She was a passionate horse person and other aspects of the equestrian industry, bearing in mind her daughter won the European Eventing Championships back in 1971. Her granddaughter, Zara, was a world champion at eventing. She had show horses, and she was just as happy, picking up a £20 shopping voucher if she'd won the prize at the Royal Windsor Horse Show with a show horse. So she didn't mind if it was about being winning, but she was also very philosophical in defeat, because she knows that someone was winner and she could share their joy. But that actually was just a mark of her as a person, and something that she carried out throughout her life on all aspects of her life, which was, think of others first before you think of herself, her unselfish approach to life. And that's what we saw on the racing field. I know, great moments. I had the privilege of meeting her just after that with my son, Oliver, who works for ITV. I did a commentary that went a bit viral, and she asked me about it. And I did tell her I didn't think she was likely to have heard it on that particular radio station, the sister station TalkSport, and she roared with laughter, and she said, probably not. But anyway, but she enjoyed, because she enjoyed our family enjoying it, knowing that in many ways, just like her family enjoyed her success when she won with Estimate. And remember, she won other big races. Back in the 50s, she was the nation's leading owner. She had very successful horses. She won 4 of the 5 British Classics. Sadly, the Derby eluded her, but she was hugely successful, and the sport will miss her, and the equestrian world will miss her at large.
Rupert, it's been lovely to speak to you. Thank you for sharing your memories and your thoughts and your recollections of the Queen. Rupert Bell, Talk Radio Royal correspondent, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Well, Queen Elizabeth II took on her formal role as Defender of the Faith and Supreme Governor of the Church of England, which came with the monarchy. Her own personal faith, however, was evident even before she was crowned. Joining me is Gavin Ashenden, columnist and former Queen's chaplain and Anglican bishop. Good evening to you.
Hello, good evening.
What was the Queen's approach to religion, and did it change, do you think? Did her attitude to religion change over the decades?
Oh, well, all our attitudes change as we grow up and as we put faith into practice. It either strengthens or it evaporates, depending on how well founded it is. So the Queen's faith was, the context for it was set by her parents, who were very devout and brought her up in that way. And in the period when she was crowned, she was devout and devoted, and her public role involved an enormous amount of religion. I mean, if anybody could get into heaven for hearing Anglican sermons, she would be at the front of the queue. She probably had more than anybody else in the world. But as always with the Queen, you have the public persona and the public role and the private person. And what was very interesting was the way in which the private person, Elizabeth Windsor's faith, developed. And one of the catalysts in that was her encounter with Billy Graham, which you might wonder at the meeting of minds and hearts, but they got on extremely well. And it's quite clear that her encounter with him had an impact on her out of proportion to her encounter with, for example, many Anglican clergymen. And then it became clear as she grew older that the one moment when you might at least open a window into what the soul of Elizabeth Windsor, rather than Queen Elizabeth II, was like, was listening to her Christmas broadcasts. And they became deeper, more sensitive, more resonant, and more powerful. And if you paid attention, you would be able to see that this was, you were listening to a woman of profound faith, well grounded and well understood and well lived. And that was that, if you like, was the musical counterpoint that underlay everything that she did formally as Queen of the country.
Yeah, certainly. Your recollections of the Queen, just on a more personal note, really, tell us how you'll remember her.
I remember her as being such an incredibly cheerful woman. I think that one of the reasons people ought to ask themselves why they loved her so much. And there are a number of answers to that, some superficial ones and some more interesting ones. The superficial ones are because her judgment was good. She didn't make mistakes. She was kind. But the more profound ones were that she lived a life of heroic Christian virtue. All the things that inspired her and that made her what she was were, in fact, Christian virtues of selflessness and dedication to duty, the well-being of other people, putting herself last. And one of the effects that living a life like that has is it makes for inner beauty. And I think that as people people saw this inner beauty peeking out, suffusing her public persona, really, what they were seeing was I suppose, if I say the beginnings of sainthood, I don't mean to suggest that she should be canonized as a saint. I simply mean that here was a devoted Christian living the Christian life. And as she did so, becoming more and more illuminated by all the things that kind of life brings: joy, humor, kindness, goodness, optimism. And I think that was profoundly attractive. And so it wasn't just her personal character or her professional monarching that drew people to her. I think it was the life of faith and the profound integrity that blossomed and grew, that we saw and glimpsed in her twinkling eyes and her ever-present smile, and the great joie de vivre that comes with a belief in God and the practicing of that kind of faith.
It's a lovely tribute. Thank you so much for speaking to us this evening, Dr. Gavin Ashenden, columnist and former Queen's chaplain and Anglican bishop. Great to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, the Queen has faced difficult times over the past few years, from very public scandals to the death of Prince Philip, but she dealt with everything thrown at her, didn't she, with grace and majesty throughout. For this reason, Times columnist Trevor Phillips chose Queen Elizabeth II as his Person of the Year last year, 2021, and he joins me now on the show. Good evening, Trevor.
Good evening, Kate.
It's that ability that Queen Elizabeth had to manage any situation and to offer us a perspective of stoicism, duty, but also an undying allegiance, really, to us and her family. She set such a strong example for us all.
Well, I think we've been hearing pretty much all day that early speech she made to the Empire at the age of 21. And I think that says pretty much all you need to know about this particular woman. She decided very early on what she would do with her life, what she was there for, and she never deviated from it. I mean, the striking thing about her is that though, as we've been hearing people say all day, she's always been there. She's a symbol of continuity. I'm knocking on to 70, and her coronation took place in the year when I was born. So, I'm a child of that coronation. But what's interesting about it is, though there's this immense sense of continuity, actually, she was very modern, changed a lot. For example, when they agreed to do the TV documentary Royal Family, which was what we would now call a reality show, nobody had even thought about doing that. And that was her. I've had the privilege to meet her several times. In 1998, when my brother and I published the book Windrush, which is, when that word came into common usage, I got a call from the palace. And the palace said she would like to have a reception to meet all of the men that were still alive that were on that boat, because they were her contemporaries. But the point I really want to make is she wasn't at all afraid of taking on the new, the modern, the different. Remarkable person.
Yeah, and she's seen us through so many decades of change, but also lots of different progress as well. She's taken herself into the digital age. She's managed to be more popular than any social media influencer, anyone on TikTok at all. She's the most recognizable woman in the world.
Let me tell you, Kate, there are two things that she was exceptional at. One is she's probably the world's best politician. And I can give you an example of why I think that. If you think back 23 years or 24 years, who was the least popular woman in this country, possibly in the entire world? The person we now call the Duchess of Cornwall, who early on this year, the Queen simply said, by the way, she will now be called Queen Consort. You may or may not remember, Kate, when the Prince of Wales, then Prince of Wales, King Charles, now married her, there was endless controversy about whether she could be called Queen or not. It's part of the Queen's genius that she has organized the royal family in such a way that the transition is now going to be almost seamless. There's not going to be any fuss about Camilla. You remember the argument, should the crown pass directly through, past part Charles to William? Nobody's even thinking about that. But actually, what she's also done is created in William, in the Cambridges, an extraordinary new story, a new chapter. And coming to your point about influencers, one of the things that really struck me, I happened to be on air on Remembrance Sunday when she couldn't come to the palace to be on the balcony. She normally would be at the parade. And I noted they did an extraordinary thing. She wasn't on the balcony. Who was on the balcony? Kate, 2 steps ahead of Camilla and Sophie. Why is this important? If you look back, the photograph is iconic because what it tells you is this is the new order.
Mm-hmm.
And that was her. And that's coming to your point. That is the trick, the eye of an influencer for an image that will absolutely tell a huge story in just one picture. I mean, it's on a day like this, everybody is going to be nice about the person who has passed. But I guess I can claim, having written this 9 months ago, that I saw in her something really very special and very, very modern. And the woman was 95 when she did this.
Yes, incredible. And in terms of the Commonwealth nations as well, what is her legacy through, seeing many of those Commonwealth nations choose to be independent? Of course, she's still the head of state in many of them. How do you think the Queen leaves her legacy for those countries?
I can say with some certainty because, again, I had the privilege of talking to her about it. She wasn't that bothered about the whole issue of should she still be the Queen, should she still be the head of state. What mattered to her was that the Commonwealth should survive and develop as what I suppose in the old days they would have called a brotherhood, a family of nations with very different traditions, very different backgrounds, but very rather different outlooks on the world, different levels of wealth and so on, but who shared certain values: democracy, a kind of decency, a rather British sense of fairness, the kinds of things that she epitomized. And though, a lot of those nations are not in any sense Christian nations, I was listening to your previous interview, there might be a question about whether our own nation is in
This is true.
a Christian nation.
Yeah.
But she herself understood what faith means, which is about the way in which you regard duty. You think of society as something bigger than yourself. You owe something to the whole community rather than just yourself. I think she saw the Commonwealth as the vector, the purveyor of those values. And I think in the end, that's what mattered to her more than the constitutional settlement one way or the other. And if you think about it, when she became queen, I think there were seven nations within the Commonwealth, which were the old dominions, Canada and so on.
Yeah.
It's now got 56 nations who are all committed to the Commonwealth, and there are nations queuing up to join because of those values. And again, that was her.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, thank you so much for reflecting with us and for raising some very salient points as well. And to have the foresight, really. She was your Person of the Year last year, and there's a really interesting piece still available on the Times website for those people that are interested in looking at some of Trevor's reasons for making the Queen his Person of the Year last year, many of which are still, points that are completely salient today. Thank you so much for joining us. Trevor Phillips, Times columnist. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Coming up in the next half an hour, we're going to take a walk through some of the Queen's family history, and we'll also be speaking to a former United States ambassador to the United Kingdom as we reflect and remember on the life of Queen Elizabeth II here on Times Radio. Let's get a news update now with Inka Mafejika.
Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has died at home in Balmoral. She was 96 years old and had reigned for 70 years. The news was confirmed in a statement just after 6:30 in the evening. Officials said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral during the afternoon. The Prime Minister Liz Truss addressed the nation from the steps of Downing Street.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Our country has grown and flourished under her reign. Britain is the great country it is today because of her.
Clarence House has confirmed that Charles, who succeeds her immediately, will now be known as King Charles III. His Majesty released this statement, read by a Times radio reporter.
The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held.
Tributes have poured in from across the world. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau described her as one of his favourite people in the world. And France's President Emmanuel Macron said, "I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and her century."
Fedrica there with the news. Thank you. Kate Borsay with you here on Times Radio. All evening we are reflecting the life of Queen Elizabeth II, who sadly passed away today at the age of 96. The official statement being released by Buckingham Palace at 6:30 this evening, and the Queen died at home surrounded by several members of her family. You can keep getting in touch with us. Let us know what the Queen meant to you. Did you ever meet her? Did it matter if you didn't at all? How will you remember the Queen? Faisal's been in touch from Surrey and said, just tuned in a short while ago, Her Majesty the Queen was a beacon of selfless service and had such a great sense of duty, plus an ever-present smile. Rest in peace, Your Majesty. You'll be greatly missed by us all. That's Faisal from Surrey who's got in touch with us. Give me your reflections and your thoughts about the Queen. How will you remember her? 87222 if you're texting, and do start your message with the word Times, or you can tweet us using the hashtag Times Radio. Now, Queen Elizabeth was a devoted mother, grandmother and great-grandmother, admired by many. Joining me now, Margaret Holder, royal writer and broadcaster, as we look through some of the Queen's family history. Good evening to you, Margaret.
Hi there.
Well, there's an awful lot of family history, of course, for us to navigate through. But I wonder if there are a few moments or a few periods of time that are notable, really, when we talk about the Queen and the royal family.
Obviously, going back to her childhood, the abdication of her uncle had the most profound effect on her own family. The late King and Queen and their daughters, Elizabeth and Margaret, had always been a close unit. But I think they were pulled together ever more closely by the abdication of Edward VIII, who became the Duke of Windsor. And then, of course, the Queen's destiny was set. She was going to be Queen, and everything then revolved around that, and she was prepared for queenship. I think her parents had huge influence on her. She was very much her father's daughter. She believed in duty and service. I think she was also very much influenced by her grandparents. George V was a very dutiful monarch, and her grandmother, Queen Mary, who was a very formative influence on her. And she carried their values with her all her life. And they may seem old-fashioned now, almost a century old, but you look at the respect that's pouring out for the Queen right now, outside the royal residences and across the world, all the tributes, and you see that things like dignity and service and duty, they still have a value, as opposed to the self-indulgence of her uncle. And that now, coming on to her later life, her own family life, I think the things that upset her were, the family breakdowns, the breakdowns of the marriages of 3 of her 4 children. Yeah. But the one that really upset her, I think, most, and the whole thing went on such a long time, was the loss of Diana from the royal family, and then her terribly tragic death. I think that absolutely shook the Queen, and more than anything in her adult life.
Yeah, she was criticised, wasn't she, for not coming down to London, for not attending, for not going through the tributes to Princess Diana, and she, again, as the Queen did so well, really, she managed to turn that around, I think is the right way to say it. She managed to once she was there, become ever present. And the nation sort of forgave her almost, didn't they? They forgot about some of their initial upset and anger aimed towards the Queen at that time. And yet again, we looked to the Queen, the family looked to the Queen for that comfort and that guidance at that time.
Yes, I think that's correct. I mean, she stayed at Balmoral to protect William and Harry, who were children, from the huge publicity surrounding their mother's death for as long as she could. That was her view. Obviously, other people took a different view about it. But the grandchildren, of course, always adored her. You have to remember that. No matter what has happened, that both William and Harry adored their grandmother. Coming on to later things, I know people are saying that she suffered because of the problems with Andrew and the scandals around him, and the problems with Harry and Meghan. But certainly the latter were it's only a very short period of time in her 96 years. And then the Andrew ones, the allegations referred to a slightly earlier period of his life, which they thought had gone away, of course, and they came back. But in these last years, Andrew has been close to the Queen and very much a dutiful son to her, privately, even though she's had to remove, various patronages and use of HRH and so forth because of the scandals, the unpleasantness of the allegations around him. And I think all of it has taken its toll on her, but of course, most of all, the loss of Prince Philip, her husband, of 73 years, has been the thing that has really shaken her. I mean, you saw her visibly shrink in these last few years.
Yeah,
I mean, the last few months, actually, since Prince Philip died. She has shrunk. She looked much more frail. We have not yet been told what conditions that she had. We know that she had mobility issues. We know she had some pain in her back, and we know her legs and ankles were swollen sometimes. I mean, these are not unusual in the very elderly.
But also, we saw her only 2 days ago with Liz Truss, and that was a lovely picture. So in some respects, although we shouldn't be surprised because she's 96, we saw her only 2 days ago pictured up and about and, being very insistent about seeing Boris Johnson and then our new Prime Minister, Liz Truss. So in that respect, Margaret, it has been a bit of a shock for her condition to have taken a turn for the worst. Yeah,
it has. And I think Liz Truss's speech, which was, I think, a very good one, actually reflected that, the personal shock to Liz Truss, because, 48 hours ago she was shaking her hand. And then suddenly, the Queen was on her deathbed. I mean, it really must have been a shock. But I think the Queen, apart from the fact the Queen wanted to fulfil her constitutional obligation of saying goodbye to one Prime Minister and welcoming another, she actually is only the monarch that can do that. That there really isn't any other way around that. So I think we should be glad that it actually happened when it did, or else we would have been in a bit of a crisis. But I thought the most interesting thing about Liz Truss's speech was the last bit when she talks about King Charles III, and actually I think she is the one who gave us the confirmation of his title. And she says, we must come together as a people to support him. We offer him our loyalty and devotion. That's very interesting, because I think she suspects what a lot of us feel, that he will never have the absolute respect that his mother engendered. He just won't have it, and it's down to his personality. It's also down, of course, to his self-indulgence with Camilla. It's something he wouldn't want to hear about now, but I'm afraid
and I actually wonder how. I wonder how relevant that is, and that the Queen clearly, wanted Camilla to be Queen Consort. She, over a period of time, allowed the nation to be angry and to be upset about it, but then to accept Camilla and Prince Charles as a couple, and then to, I think, very, very cleverly and very pointedly decide that Camilla would be known as Queen Consort. I think that was the Queen's intention the whole way along, and so we have to question. Well, we're questioning the Queen's judgment on this, then, aren't we? If we are still casting stones at Charles and Camilla,
we possibly are, but I think that the Queen was very pragmatic, and I think in the end she wanted to clear the way forward for her son and heir, and saw that this really was the only way to go about it, because if she didn't, there would be such a legal tangle over this, because in common law, a woman takes the status of her husband, and if Camilla was to be Princess Consort instead of Queen Consort, that would suggest a morganatic marriage, which we technically don't have here. So I think she was clearing the decks, in a sense, for Charles, so that the succession, when it happened, would be smooth. But I still believe that Charles will never have the love, the affection, the respect that his mother so clearly has had and is reflected all around the world from lots and lots of characters, political characters, the American presidents, wonderful comments from the Obamas. I mean, she was their friend. They make that quite clear. Even a nice one from Donald Trump, surprisingly. And what to my amazement, there's even a lovely one from Jeremy Corbyn, of all people, saying, I enjoy discussing our family's gardens and jam making with her. I didn't expect that from him.
Yeah.
So you do see that there was something about her that made people happy. They liked her, that she brought joy to many people, and that's a quality that's very hard to reproduce in somebody else. It's very difficult. She had a unique personality. I always think how you would remember the Queen at her peak, and there is a wonderful portrait of her painted by somebody called Michael Leonard. It's in the National Portrait Gallery, and it's of the Queen in the lovely yellow dress with a corgi on her knee. It was painted 85 to 86, and it's just before the real troubles began in the royal family. The breakdown of Charles and Camilla's marriage happened just about that time, and Fergie and Andrew got married in 86, and we saw what happened there. And things began to go wrong just from that. It was on the cusp, if you like. But I think of that portrait as the Queen at the height of her powers, and the warmth that you see in her love of animals, it's all there. You can see the Queen's personality in that far better, I think, than any of these photographs that we're seeing now in our papers.
Yeah.
I mean, she was a wonderful person, a wonderful Queen. There'll never be anybody like her again.
Thank you so much for speaking to us this evening. Margaret Holder is a royal writer and broadcaster. Good to speak to you, Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Borsay here on Times Radio with you until 1am, and I'm looking at some pictures from around the world. A portrait of the Queen has been hung outside the British Embassy in Paris. The Empire State Building is shining in purple and sparkling in silver as a tribute to the Queen. The Nasdaq market site and billboard in Times Square in New York carries a tribute to the Queen. And this evening, some 50-odd London black cab drivers have driven to the mall and have lined up along the mall this evening as a sign of respect to Queen Elizabeth II. Just the sight of those pictures, all those black cabs lined up one after another in a sign of respect. One of many tributes coming in from around the world, all over the globe this evening to Queen Elizabeth II. Okay, well, let's, on that note, cross over to the United States and the memory of the Queen there. In fact, the Queen was just 25 and still a princess when she and Prince Philip made their first visit to the United States. That was in 1951. She made 6 official trips to the country in total, including 3 state visits and a number of private visits. Earlier, I spoke to Robert Tuttle, a former United States ambassador to the United Kingdom between 2005 and 2009. He served under George W. Bush. And I began by asking him what his reaction was to the death of the Queen.
Well, it was, of course, great sadness. She was one of the great leaders of the 20th and 21st century. She was gracious, dignified, but a strong leader. And I think millions of people throughout the world admired her. Millions.
Now, I understand that you were ambassador during the Queen's last state visit to the United States in 2007. That would have been, of course, under the presidency of George W. Bush. Tell me about that trip and your memories.
Well, it was very special because it was the 400th anniversary of the founding of Jamestown, and she had been to the United States, to Jamestown, about 50 years before. So it was very special. She started off in Richmond, Virginia. Then we went to Williamsburg, where she stayed. She visited Jamestown. And from there, she went to Washington, D.C., where we had a state dinner. And she was admired.
Did you have any interactions with her, Robert?
Yes, we had dinner with her on special occasions. And at the end of the visit, she and Prince Philip invited my wife and I and VC over to Blair House to thank us for assisting with the visit. So we were they went way beyond. They didn't need to do that, but it was extremely nice of them.
And what did you make of the Queen?
She was very gracious. I'll just tell you one quick story. When we presented our credentials at the beginning of our time as ambassadors, at the end of it's a very formal affair. It was about 20 minutes. At the end of it, she said, "Mr. Ambassador, I understand that you and Mr. Tuttle collect contemporary art." And she said, "Would you like to see my collection?" And she had a curator there to show us the art. So that's the kind of person she was.
How did she get on with George W. Bush?
They got on very well. The state dinner was fantastic. And the next night we went to the British Embassy, and she gave a wonderful toast to President Bush. They got along together, lots of good humor and good back and forth.
Do you know if there was elements of the United States that the Queen was particularly fond of, whether it be the food, the people, the scenery?
Well, the Jamestown visit she loved because she'd been there, as I said, a number of years before. And I think she admired that. Interesting question. I think she was a big promoter of the special relationship, how important it was, the alliance between the United States and the United Kingdom. She was very interested in that and very supportive of that relationship.
And ahead of her visits or the times that you met her over in the United States, how much of a big deal was that to the country? How high a regard did they hold her in there?
Oh, I think that every president who I also worked with President Reagan, who I knew, had great admiration for the Queen. I think every president who met her and was associated with her admired her and respected her.
And tell me how the United States has responded to the death of the Queen. It would have been announced afternoon, of course, over there. Tell me how the countries responded to her death and what the coverage has been like over there so far.
My fellow citizens had great admiration for her. I was a young boy, and my parents were in London not too long after she went to the coronation. And I remember them bringing me back special items from the coronation, and how impressed they were with her and her dignity. And I think that's the way all Americans who have exposure to the Queen feel, that they had great respect for her and great admiration for her.
That was Robert Tuttle, former United States ambassador to the United Kingdom between 2005 and 2009 under George W. Bush. And of course, the Queen's reign extended across the globe. She was the face of the Commonwealth for 70 years. Under recent years, she made regular visits to its members and people across the world, and they are reacting to her death today. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has led the tributes by offering condolences to the royal family in an address from Canberra. In the speech, Albanese said he will travel to London in the coming days with Governor General David Hurley to meet King Charles III. Flags will fly at half-mast across Australia on Friday as the nation waits to hear how the official mourning process will proceed. Well, joining me now is Jeremy Mann, Secretary of Victorian Young Liberals and spokesperson for the Australian Monarchists League. Good evening to you, Jeremy.
Good evening. How are you, Katie?
I'm okay. Of course, we're all really, saddened by the news today. And of course, the Queen is 96. But as we've been reminding ourselves all evening, it's still a shock. We saw her pictured only 2 days ago with our new Prime Minister. And so it has perhaps been a bit of a surprise, the speed, of course, at which she has died, although we shouldn't be surprised, of course. When we think about Australia and the Queen's relationship with the country, I was reading earlier that she paid 16 visits to Australia over 57 years, which demonstrates, when you think about the scale of her diary, this demonstrates her dedication really to the nation and her keenness to make sure that even though it was halfway across the world, that she was really keen to see the people of Australia. Give me your reflections.
No, that's absolutely right. And I think that the majority of Australians have a strong connection, or did have a strong connection with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. You are right in pointing out that she did visit our beautiful nation on 16 occasions, and in fact had 16 different Australian Prime Ministers as well throughout her reign, from the great Sir Robert Menzies up until our most recent Prime Minister, as you mentioned, Anthony Albanese. So it will be felt across Australia in particular very, very difficult over the coming weeks. I'm certain already, as you pointed out, the reaction by our Prime Minister and our state premiers as well that have announced plans to commemorate the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, but also now the accession of King Charles III as well, who I will point out actually spent some time studying in my state of Victoria at Geelong Grammar, and also had a strong connection to the countryside as well, our beautiful outback. So I think that His Majesty will continue on the legacy and the strong connection that His Majesty's mother had with our country, and I think going forward he will serve as our King of Australia very well.
How is King Charles III, how is he regarded over there? Because there are questions here about whether he will. Well, I think we can sort of safely say without any disrespect at all that he doesn't get the opportunity to serve us for as long as the Queen will. And many of us have grown up with the Queen. You know, if you're, 70 or under, then you've never known any other monarch. And so, of course, he doesn't get the opportunity to kind of grow with the nation as the Queen has done. But I wonder how the people of Australia perceive him.
Well, you're definitely right. He has not got the same opportunity as Her Majesty did over a marvellous 70 years on the throne. But I think it only goes to show as well that the new King Charles, he outlined the role of the Prince of Wales previously over the last 70 years as well. He is the longest serving Prince of Wales, and His Majesty, as I said earlier, has a strong connection with Australia, and I think that will be handed down from his mother to the new king, and I'm sure, and I'm sure that we'd love to have a royal visit. That there may even be plans to have one soon enough as well, but that will come in time. But I think that Australians will grow a strong fondness towards King Charles III, just as they did over the last 70 years towards his mother, Queen Elizabeth.
Tell me about some of Queen Elizabeth's famous visits to the country, or how the country will remember her from her experiences or from your experiences of having her in the country.
Well, one of my favourite quotes that always sticks out to me, and in fact I think a few of the people that have made tributes tonight have mentioned it as well, was when she came to Australia to on one of her first official visits actually, and of course Sir Robert Menzies, the great Australian Prime Minister, was in power at the time, and he remarked saying, I did but see her passing by, and yet I love her till I die. And of course, Sir Robert Menzies has been passed on for some time now, and now it was Her Majesty's time today, as we know. But I think it just goes to show that the legacy that she has left for Australians, and that King Charles will now have to continue in his own right as the King of Australia, and as our monarch too, in a unique constitutional role, will be something that time